Chapter 1. My biological father is Roger. Porkis D. Ige, had discovered that my true name is Gold Ige. I am a youngest son of the pirate king, Roger. The blood coursing through my veins is that of the most notorious lineage in the world. For 7 years, the man who has cared for me is none other than Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. My background is simply formidable. On Bartira Island, Ige stood silently outside a door, his heart tumultuous with overwhelming emotions. Though it had been half an hour since he had last seen the imposing, muscular, gray-haired old man, his elusive father still found it difficult to compose himself. As a traveler from another world, Ige had been in the realm of One Piece for 7 years. Until today, he had believed that the man he had relied on for companionship was merely an ordinary individual, aside from his occasional disappearances. However, 3 days prior, a piece of world-shattering news had announced itself. The fisherman adventurer Fisher Tiger had astonishingly climbed from the Red Line to Mariewa, a stronghold of the celestial dragons, with his bare hands. He had liberated thousands of slaves. This revelation was akin to tearing down the heavens. The Mariewa incident had stirred the entire world into a frenzy. Ige, it is time to incite a transformation of the era. The dominion of the world government and the celestial dragons shall be overturned. Ige distinctly recalled his father, who had been eating at the time, quietly uttering those words. Subsequently, his adoptive father had gone to the village chief's house on the island to borrow a transponder snail. Just half an hour ago, a colossal naval warship had appeared on the shores of Bartira Island. This ship was particularly eye-catching, with a massive dog head biting a bone at the bow, its majestic body measuring 70 meters in length and 40 meters in width, resembling a sea monster. An elderly man with gray hair had leaped from the ship, landing directly before Ige and his adoptive father. At that moment, Ige realized that the man he had spent nearly 7 years with was, in fact, Dragon. Indeed, he was the man who would later be known as the most notorious criminal, leading an army of over 100,000, the only one capable of posing a threat to the world government. Monkey D. Dragon. In that instant, Ige also understood the identity of the elder before him. Monkey D. Karp, the man who, in the original One Piece narrative, had single-handedly nurtured a revolutionary army and 2 pirates. Through Dragon's explanation, Ige learned that he was indeed the youngest son of the Pirate King, Roger, and that he had a twin brother named Ace. When Roger had entrusted his wife and unborn child to Karp, the island where Roger's wife, Port-Gas de Rouge, resided had been exposed to the meticulous search of the world government. In a desperate attempt, Rouge had exerted tremendous willpower to prevent the birth of the child. After the search, she gave birth to twins before passing away. Before her death, she named her 2 children Ace and Ige. 7 years ago, Karp had taken Ace to Windmill Village, while Ige had been entrusted to his son, Dragon, remaining on Bartira Island to guard Rouge's grave. Dragon, what do you mean by wanting to leave here? Karp furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intensely on Dragon. He knew that his son had never been one to conform. I'm going to lead the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. As Dragon boldly proclaimed his ambition, Karp seized him by the ear and dragged him into the room. For the next half hour, Ige only heard the sound of fists impacting flesh and the anguished cries of his adoptive father, Dragon. Damn old man, I leave Ige in your care. The door swung open, and Dragon emerged, bruised and battered. Get as far away from me as you can, and never let me see you again. Ige, I will always be willing to be your father. However, I must attend to some important matters. Now, forgive me for leaving you with your grandfather. With a smile reminiscent of the playful gestures shared between father and son, Dragon limped away with a flourish. Ige, come inside. A somewhat weary voice called from within the room. Ige swallowed hard, stifling his fear as he slowly entered. As a fervent fan of pirates, he was acutely aware of Karp's formidable strength. According to Ige's memories, Karp, despite holding the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, possessed true power on par with that of an admiral. With nothing but his iron fists, he had turned countless pirates who roamed the seas freely into prisoners behind bars. Moreover, after years of conflict, Garp had accumulated an aura of intimidation derived from countless battles, exuding an undeniable presence. Though Ige was a traveler, he was, after all, merely an ordinary person in his previous life, and had never encountered someone of Garp's caliber. Furthermore, he had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, so his trepidation was entirely understandable. The room was filled with battered furniture, a testament to Garp's frustration with Dragon. "Come, sit down." Garp sat on half of a sofa, his brow knitted tightly, gesturing to the remaining half of a stool. "Thank you, Grandpa." Ige, still uncertain about how to communicate with Garp, hurriedly complied and sat before the old man. In truth, not only was Ige internally conflicted, but Garp was equally bewildered. Out of the blue, Dragon had entrusted him with the care of the 7-year-old Ige, a most unexpected turn of events. It was worth noting that he was already exhausted from watching over the two little rascals who incessantly clamored to become pirates. Suddenly, Garp's expression shifted. He realized that this young boy could not follow in the misguided path of those two troublemakers. "Ige, what is your dream?" Garp's demeanor grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon Ige. At that moment, Ige felt an overwhelming sense of despair. As a devoted fan of the One Piece anime, he was acutely aware of the sensitivity of his current identity. Roger was the only man who had ever reached Raftel in the world. This meant that only Roger possessed knowledge of the secrets surrounding the Great Kingdom and the truth of the 800-year Void Century. Such knowledge was a closely guarded secret by the world government and the celestial dragons. As Roger's descendant, he was inherently a target of the world government's bounty. Moreover, the man who had cared for him for 7 years was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the man who sought to change the world. Coupled with Dragon's recent remarks about initiating a transformation, it was clear that he intended to incite a revolution. This was a fundamental upheaval against the world government, a call to arms against oppression and unimaginable situation. If only Ige possessed the innate brilliance of Roger or Dragon, he would not feel so hopeless. Alas, he was but a floundering fish. For 7 years, he had lived like an ordinary child, with no remarkable traits to speak of. Let alone having any special abilities as a traveler, he was utterly devoid of any enhancements. The thought of possibly living under the constant threat of being hunted sent chills down Ige's spine. Thus, when Garp solemnly inquired about Ige's dreams, despair enveloped him completely. What dreams could a floundering fish have? Floundering fish inherently possess no dreams. Ige stammered, unsure of how to respond to Garp. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Ige's ears. Beep, detecting significant emotional fluctuations in the host, activating the Multiverse Check-in System. Beep, the host is in the world of One Piece. The reward system has been updated. Beep, please choose promptly whether to check in today to receive rewards. System. Ige's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with excitement. After 7 long years, his long-awaited golden finger had finally arrived. This was a fundamental trait for every traveler. He had languished as a floundering fish for far too long. Finally, he had the chance to turn his fortunes around. In that moment, Ige could no longer contain himself, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welled in his eyes. System. I choose to check in. Beep. Check-in successful. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received the One Piece exclusive gift package. Beep. Would you like to open the gift package? A barrage of mechanical notifications flooded his ears, nearly causing Ige to leap for joy. Yes. Wiping away his tears with his sleeve, Ige immediately confirmed his choice. Beep. Gift package opened. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Sasa Fruit ability LV6 awakened. Chapter 2. I want to become an Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The Sasa Fruit LV6 awakened. As the system gift package was unlocked, Ige's excitement surged. Devil fruits, renowned as treasures of the sea, each have a market value of at least 100 million berries. They bestow unique abilities upon those who consume them, but at the cost of rendering them unable to swim. Currently, it is known that devil fruits are categorized into 3 types: natural, paramecia, and Zoan. Ig couldn't have imagined that what he had obtained was, in fact, a type of Logia devil fruit. Not just any Logia, but the formidable Sasa Fruit. It is worth noting that, according to the original storyline, the master of the Sasa Fruit, Crocodile, had attained the title of Warlord of the Sea before being defeated by Luffy a decade later. The warlords are notorious pirates recognized by the world government, each possessing catastrophic destructive power, capable of challenging an entire nation single-handedly. This underscores just how formidable the Sasa Fruit truly is. Moreover, Ig's reward extended beyond merely acquiring the power of the Sasa Fruit. He had received an already awakened version of the fruit. The awakening of a devil fruit represents the second layer of its capabilities. Should one advance their powers to the awakened state, the user's combat strength would experience an exponential increase, multiplying manifold. It is a complete transformation. IG was well aware that in the entire pirate world, only Paramecia and Zoan fruits had any information regarding awakening. As for Logia fruits, none had ever hinted at such a possibility. His acquisition of the Sasa Fruit not only shattered the norm that prohibits the duplication of devil fruit abilities, but also granted him the incredible boon of awakening. This was nothing short of miraculous. The system was indeed extraordinary, a veritable force that defied the rules of the world. In that moment, IG felt a newfound brightness illuminating his future. If given a chance, who would choose to be a mere bystander in life? At that instant, IG sensed his blood surging within him, a warm current flowing steadily through his veins. Subsequently, he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if with a mere thought, he could transform into countless grains of sand. This is the quintessential trait of Logia fruits, allowing the user to become elemental, thus evading enemy attacks and rendering physical assaults ineffective. As Ig's thoughts raced, he felt that he could even conjure sand particles to obliterate everything around him. This aspect of the Logia fruit enables the creation of corresponding elements for formidable offensive capabilities. Ding! The operational manual for the awakened fruit's abilities has been issued. With the mechanical voice resonating once more, a torrent of memories surged into Ig's mind. The peculiar abilities of the Sasa Fruit, along with the information regarding its awakening, unfolded before him. After a swift review of this information, IG couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The awakening of the Sasa Fruit was astonishingly powerful. IG was deeply astonished. In his past life, he had been an avid fan of pirates and had a certain understanding of fruit awakenings. In contrast to Paramecia fruits, which can affect things beyond the user upon awakening, and Zoan fruits that significantly enhance recovery and combat capabilities, the awakening of Logia fruits is notoriously challenging. Even before his reincarnation, the author had not provided a definitive answer regarding this. Now, according to the system's manual, regardless of the type of devil fruit awarded in the future, achieving level 6 in ability development signifies awakening. With the awakening of the Sasa Fruit, IG could not only make the sand particles he shaped explode with tremendous force, increasing their attack power tenfold, but he could also sculpt various sand sculptures and imbue them with life, assisting him in attacking foes and swiftly turning the tide of battle in his favor. This was undeniably overwhelming. IG was so elated that he felt like leaping into the air. If what the manual described were true, he could envelop his opponents in sand, unleashing an unrestrained barrage of attacks. If he were to be ruthless, he could create several sentient sand sculptures, leading to suicidal explosions. Was this not the very essence of art is explosive? IG, what's wrong? Did I scare you? At that moment, Karp's brow furrowed so deeply it was almost comical. His straightforward nature made him oblivious to why IG would suddenly tear up after his inquiry. Was he too intimidating? Karp's previously stern expression softened considerably. Good child, do not fear. If you lack a dream, that is also acceptable. You and your brother Ace are both members of the monkey family, my dear grandsons. I shall ensure your safety for life. That's not it, Grandpa. I'm just overwhelmed with excitement. I have a small dream. I want to become a Marine Admiral. IG wiped away the tears from his face. With the existence of the Multiverse Check-in System, he felt as if he had sprouted wings, ready to soar freely. He set a modest goal, to become a Marine Admiral. At merely 7 years of age, his voice still carried a hint of childishness. Yet the content of his words left Karp utterly stunned. The Marines, an admiral, was this truly what my grandson was proclaiming? Karp's pupils constricted in astonishment, as if witnessing something miraculous. He had long considered Ace and IG as his own flesh and blood. Could it be that the heavens had bestowed this child upon him to mend his past regrets? Karp gazed at IG, his eyes practically gleaming with pride and joy. He could hardly contain his excitement. It is essential to note that Karp had been wrestling with profound sorrow deep within his heart concerning his son Dragon, as well as his 2 grandsons, Ace and Luffy, in Windmill Village. All of this had been invested with an abundance of emotion. What he had long anticipated was that they would follow him, upholding the justice of the world within the Navy. Yet, the 3 of them, against his wishes, chose to align themselves with the opposing side. How tragically lamentable this is. Now, unexpectedly, IG is expressing a desire to become a Navy officer. What a delightful surprise this is. Excellent, excellent indeed. Karp's face instantly lit up with joy. His brow easing in relief. To aspire to become a Navy Admiral is no mere whim. IG, countless exceptional naval officers have been nurtured under my rigorous training and influence. You shall be no exception. Come with me, and I shall tailor a bespoke training regimen for you. Karp turned his gaze towards Dragon's departing figure, exuding an invisible yet formidable aura, as if looking down upon all beings, terrifyingly potent. As a legendary Vice Admiral, Karp's strength was always paramount. Grandfather, I do not wish to partake in training. I desire to engage in actual combat. IG lifted his head, meeting Karp's gaze unwaveringly. This decision was reached after careful contemplation. To swiftly adapt to the powers of the Sasa Fruit, merely undergoing arduous training would be utterly ineffective. Only through genuine combat could he master the fruit's abilities, harnessing the sheer terror of life and death. Karp's towering presence faltered momentarily. He turned, his expression filled with confusion. Just moments ago, he had envisioned an incredibly strenuous training regimen to accelerate IG's growth. Yet, his little grandson had boldly expressed a wish to engage in real combat. Was this sheer ignorance or the confidence of someone who had already made their mark? Over the years, his devilish training had subjected countless naval commanders to unimaginable hardships. Even the fearless Ace and Luffy had shied away from encountering him. IG, despite his youth, spoke with unparalleled arrogance. However, Karp found it delightful. To aspire to be a Navy Admiral, one must possess such boldness. An Admiral commands the Navy. They are not only its highest combat power, but also among the world's elite. The sole path to becoming an Admiral lies in strength. Only with strength can one command the respect of all. To Karp, IG's audacity merely represented an earnest pursuit of power, a manifestation of his ambition. IG, I understand your thirst for strength, but one must eat their meals bite by bite, and traverse their path step by step. Grandfather, I still wish to participate in actual combat. IG reiterated, his gaze resolute. Are you certain? Combat is no trivial matter. Do not let your arrogance cost you your life. Karp frowned, recognizing the same inherent pride in IG that he had seen in Roger's lineage. Absolutely certain. IG declared proudly, for he possessed a system that rendered him fearless. Good lad. You have spirit. Karp burst into hearty laughter, ruffling IG's hair with his massive hand. Then we shall head to my warship. To Karp, IG was merely boasting. Once he was taken out to sea and encountered the terrifying marine creatures, he would surely learn the meaning of fear. Only by understanding fear could IG truly grasp his own strength. Thus, he would have a greater chance of survival in this world and ultimately become a Navy Admiral. Chapter 3. IG is an enigma. Bartolomeo Island is situated in the South Sea, perilously close to the calm zones on either side of the Grand Line. Here, various colossal sea beasts often roam. When Karp approached with his warship, he sensed a formidable creature lurking nearby, having crossed the calm zone and taken refuge close to Bartolomeo Island. This would provide the arrogant IG with a first-hand experience of what true combat entails. His words had been remarkably audacious. After packing a few belongings and placing a bouquet of flowers at his mother Rugine's grave, IG departed with Karp. Cradling IG in his arms, Karp lightly tapped the ground with his right foot. Using his formidable strength to hover in midair, he then proceeded to walk towards the colossal warship as though ascending a staircase. Moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 forms, It allows for brief locomotion in midair through exceptional physical prowess. It is said that Karp was the creator of the six forms. Without pausing, Karp swiftly brought IG aboard the warship. At that moment, nearly 1,000 Navy soldiers stood ready on the vessel, awaiting his arrival with IG. Vice Admiral Karp. Who is this? Bartolomeo. This is my beloved grandson IG. He is merely 7 years old, but is destined to become an exceptional Navy officer. Karp's aide, Major Bartolomeo, nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. He had not anticipated that Karp would deploy his exclusive warship HQ-3 for this little one, but please give further instructions. Vice Admiral Karp. Bartolomeo saluted Karp. Head east to the island and force that creature lurking beneath the surface to surface so that IG can witness it firsthand. Not long ago, IG expressed his desire to skip training and engage in actual combat. Karp laughed heartily. What? Actual combat? A 7-year-old child? Such naive bravado. Is it possible that Vice Admiral Karp's grandson is so audacious? Does he not realize the terrifying realities that await in actual naval combat? At that moment, the entire ship buzzed with disbelief, as every Navy soldier, including Bartolomeo, questioned IG's words. After all, the Navy represents justice. Constantly battling various malevolent forces, they face not only pirates but also ferocious sea beasts, particularly the mighty Sea Kings. Sea Kings are the most formidable marine creatures in existence, colossal in size, diverse in species, and exceptionally ferocious. Most critically, they possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. They reign as the kings of the ocean and pose the greatest threat to the Navy. To the east of Bartolomeo Island lies a Sea King known to all aboard the ship. Hunting Sea Kings is a rare endeavor, even among these battle-hardened Navy soldiers. For a mere child like IG to wish to participate in such combat is nothing short of folly. Understood, Vice Admiral Karp. Bartolomeo nodded. As the aide to Karp, he was bound to comply with his superior's orders without question. With a resounding rumble, Karp's warship shifted direction, heading eastward. Little one, you are about to engage in actual combat. I hope you are not afraid. Karp set IG down, but he eagerly anticipated IG's forthcoming performance, chuckling at the thought of how terrified IG would be. IG, however, was undistracted by Karp's words. He was entirely focused on a screen before him. Host. IG physical fitness, 2 strength, 2 speed, 6 skill, Sasa Fruit LV6 awakened. Title, none evolution points. 0. This was the personal attribute panel provided by the system for IG. Through this panel, IG could gain a more intuitive understanding of his strength. Indeed, his physical fitness and strength were at their lowest, as expected for a 7-year-old child. His speed, enhanced by the elemental nature of the Sasa Fruit, was the highest, yet he still felt somewhat lacking. However, with the awakened Sasa Fruit by his side, as long as he could master its abilities, his power would experience a monumental leap. He eagerly anticipated this upcoming combat. IG understood that, with the system at his disposal, he could never be ordinary. He was excited to discover just how powerful he would ultimately become. Bartolomeo Island, East Coast. Karp's warship anchored upon the tranquil sea. Karp stepped forward, executing the moonwalk to ascend into the air. Observing the calm waters, a smile crept across his lips. He understood that the intelligence of Sea Kings rivaled that of humans. The more serene the sea appeared, the higher the creature's intelligence. It must have sensed Karp's strength and thus refrained from revealing itself. Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall compel you to do so. Karp returned to the warship and, under the watchful eyes of the many Navy soldiers, retrieved 2 cannonballs from the ammunition box. He then hurled them barehanded into the sea, with the technique known as fistbone meteor. Karp could launch cannonballs comparable to the main cannon of a warship with his bare hands. Boom, boom. The distant waters erupted with the thunderous sounds of cannon fire as Karp continued to retrieve shells for launching. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the once tranquil surface of the sea transformed into a cacophony of artillery, with shells exploding and creating craters that nearly churned into a tsunami. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from the depths of the ocean as a colossal crocodile emerged from the waves. This creature was unlike any that IG had seen on television in his previous life. Aside from its head and scales bearing some resemblance, everything else was entirely different. This crocodile measured over 30 meters in length, nearly rivaling the size of a naval vessel. IG, come here, Karp commanded. You wanted real combat, didn't you? Take a good look. This is the adversary the Navy must frequently confront. Are you scared? Without hesitation, Karp tossed 7-year-old IG onto the deck, positioning him at the forefront against the sea monster. Get in there and fight. Show me what you've got. To become an exceptional naval soldier, You can't wet your pants, you little brat. Real combat isn't something you can participate in. Just give up. Meanwhile, the officers and sailors aboard Karp's ship eagerly awaited IgG's misfortune. After all, his 7-year-old frame appeared as insignificant as a mere speck against the towering sea creature. Humph, just watch. On the deck of the ship, IgG stood proudly. He extended his delicate right hand towards the enraged sea monster, which was gradually revealing its full form from the ocean. Swish, 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 countless particles of dust coalesced in front of IgG, transforming into grains of sand. Then, in synchrony with IgG's thoughts, the grains of sand began to gather in midair, forming a 20-meter-long sand spear. Not enough, not enough, IgG exclaimed. Sasa Fruit, awaken. In an instant, his right hand elementalized, and an even larger area of dust condensed, as more grains of sand emerged before him, swiftly integrating into the spear. At that moment, everyone aboard Karp's ship was left speechless. He is a devil fruit user. A Logia type at that. How could a 7-year-old wield such power with such proficiency? Is he a monster? The astonished Navy soldiers could hardly contain their shock. For the sand spear before IgG had now grown to an astonishing length of 100 meters. What did this mean? The length of the spear had surpassed that of Karp's ship. Karp, what on earth is happening? How could IgG possess such formidable strength? He's only 7. How can he use his powers so adeptly? The aide, Picado, was equally flabbergasted, grappling with this unfathomable phenomenon, and could only turn to Karp for answers. However, even Karp was taken aback. He had never anticipated IgG would be so powerful. The moment he unleashed his abilities, it was a 100-meter spear. This level of strength rivaled that of some naval captains. I don't even know what's going on. When did this child become a user? That rascal dragon never mentioned a word to me. What kind of fruit is this? The Sasa Fruit? Or perhaps the dust fruit? Such an advanced use of abilities. Even someone who consumed a devil fruit in the womb couldn't achieve this. Could it be that this kid IgG is a prodigy with terrifying talent? Roger, oh Roger, do you have any idea that among your descendants, there exists someone with such a fearsome gift? Chapter 4. Take this, my precious. This is just too long. So massive. I can't handle this. I'm not even as capable as a child. Karp's grandson, merely 7 years old, yet displaying such mastery over his abilities, amidst the astonished voices of the Navy soldiers. The 100-meter spear hovering above IgG had fully formed. It was a conspicuous cylindrical object, composed of countless grains of sand. The earthy yellow haze surrounding the spear's tip accentuated its imposing grandeur. At this moment, the massive shadow of the sand spear nearly enveloped the entire ship, even casting a shadow over the sea creature. The sea monster was equally bewildered. It could hardly fathom the sight before it. In its past experiences, a human as small as a speck could never possess such immense power. What on earth was happening? Goodness, that spear is longer than itself. Finally, after unleashing his powers to the fullest, IgG sensed that his control over the sand spear was nearing its limit. He could no longer hold back. I am ready to shoot. He leaned forward, preparing to launch the spear at the enormous crocodile. This position must be just right. Take this, my precious, IgG shouted in a childlike voice, with a mere thought. He directed the colossal sand spear straight towards the giant crocodile. The 100-meter sand spear, propelled by an unstoppable force, surged towards the beast with a furious velocity. Crack, crack, crack. As the spear shot forth, it nearly instantaneously displaced the surrounding air. The friction between the spear and the atmosphere produced a thunderous roar. Faced with the creature that was several times its own size, the giant crocodile had no means of escape. It could only brace itself for the impending impact. Boom! The moment the giant sand spear collided with the sea creature, it forcefully drove it back into the depths of the ocean. Waves erupted violently, sending sprays of seawater that drenched the onlooking Navy soldiers, leaving them utterly astonished. Hiss! This is truly shocking. At that moment, all soldiers inhaled sharply in disbelief. This little guy is far too formidable. He is nothing short of a monster, a figure of a general. Indeed, at this moment, even the aide, Picado, was thoroughly astonished by IgG's prowess. This little one was undoubtedly several tiers above the other young geniuses within the Navy. No, the Navy's prodigies couldn't even begin to compare. This child named IgG was simply a monster, a prodigy. If he could battle sea creatures at the age of 7, who knows what would happen in a few years? It would be no surprise if he could surpass even his own abilities. Truly, he was the grandson of Karp, a prodigy with extraordinary talent. At that moment, the sailors who had just been drenched were left in a state of bewilderment. Only Karp, after being thoroughly soaked, felt invigorated. With his hands on his hips, he tilted his head back and laughed heartily. "Huh? Just as expected of my grandson. He truly is remarkable." Karp reveled in the knowledge of such an audacious and powerful little monster. Especially since IgG aspired to become an Admiral of the Navy, how delightful. It seems the old man has a worthy successor. The justice of the Navy shall undoubtedly flourish in IgG's hands. Yet, is it still a bit too much? Just as everyone aboard the naval ship was marveling at IgG, he found himself lost in thought while gazing at the sea creature that had just been struck into the ocean. Although his previous attack appeared magnificent, he sensed an incongruity that others failed to detect. The sand spear, despite its impressive appearance, had not inflicted any significant damage on the sea creature. The reason being that the sea monster was simply too immense. While the kinetic energy of the 100-meter spear had indeed forced the creature beneath the waves, its blunt tip was incapable of piercing its thick hide. Moreover, being submerged in water, the crocodile was cushioned by the flowing sea, rendering the impact far less damaging than it would have been on solid ground. Consequently, it became evident that the sole effect of the colossal sand spear was to thoroughly enrage the giant sea creature. Thud. As expected, within moments, the ship beneath IgG began to tremble violently. It was clear that the sea monster was furious. IgG didn't even need to see it. He could easily imagine how this colossal beast was thrashing about beneath the surface. What? The sea creature is angry. Indeed, IgG was still just a child. His flashy moves merely appeared intimidating but lacked real harm. An enraged sea creature is undoubtedly the most fearsome of all. Everyone, focus. Last time, a fleet provoked a sea king, and they were all devoured. This little fellow is about to face some hardships. Feeling the ship's tumult, the seasoned Navy soldiers, who have accompanied Karp through countless battles, clung tightly to their surroundings to prevent themselves from toppling over. Only Karp stood steadfast on the vessel, quietly observing his grandson. At this moment, Ige had already entered a state of elemental levitation, a feat easily achieved by a user of a natural-type devil fruit. He controlled the grains of sand to lift himself away from the ship, floating mid-air above the ocean's surface, having frequently watched the animal world in his previous life. Ige was well aware of the formidable biting force of crocodiles and their exceptional underwater ambush skills. If one were to float above the water, it could suddenly emerge from below with its massive jaws. Snap, and it would be all over. At this moment, Ige was considering this very point, hence opting for elemental levitation as a precaution. Ige, it seems it's angry. You must be cautious. A flicker of concern crossed Karp's eyes. Yet he refrained from overly indulging in Ige's battle, choosing merely to observe. Karp understood that today was Ige's personal showcase. Rest assured, Grandpa. Ige glanced back briefly, realizing that Karp had no intention of intervening. He felt thrilled that Karp wasn't interrupting him. Today, he was determined to take down a sea king with his own hands. Ige focused his mind and continued to harness the powers of the sand fruit. Soon, countless grains of sand were conjured, all floating and concentrating in the air. Ige knew that the sea king would inevitably attack him, thus he planned to wait patiently for it to come within reach. 1, 2, 3. Gradually, the once calm sea began to ripple with subtle waves. As time progressed, the fluctuations became increasingly pronounced. It was the giant crocodile, accelerating through the water, charging towards the ship. Towards Ige in midair, closer, even closer. Now, Ige's pupils constricted as the grains of sand beneath his feet suddenly coalesced, amplifying his elemental powers. In an instant, Ige's body was propelled away, just as the massive maw of the Sea King burst forth from the ocean's surface. It opened its cavernous jaws, lunging upward from below. A beast is still a beast. Even if it possesses human-like intelligence, it cannot be completely compared to humanity. A glint of cold light flashed in Ige's eyes as he frantically activated the sand fruit's powers. Coalesce. With a soft command, Ige directed the multitude of scattered sand particles to form an array of densely packed weapons. Although these weapons were significantly smaller than the giant spear he had created earlier, each was far sharper and more resilient. Swords, spears, axes, and halberds. Each weapon's tip gleamed with a blinding cold light, crafted by Ige to remedy the previous bluntness of his 100-meter sand spear. Chapter 5. Art is Explosion. On Karp's flagship, the Navy soldiers watched in horror as Ige summoned a sky filled with weapons. Was this not his limit just moments ago? This was far more challenging than merely conjuring a massive weapon. Truly, the grandson of Vice Admiral Karp is astonishingly powerful. He is indeed a little monster. However, at this moment, Ige had no time to concern himself with the Navy soldiers' discussions. Looking down from above at the Sea King emerging from the water, Ige seized the opportunity to eliminate it. Go. With a light command, Ige focused his thoughts. The sky full of weapons descended like raindrops upon the giant crocodile, each one piercing its gaping maw without fail. Stab, stab, stab. The sound of countless weapons piercing the flesh of the Sea King echoed clearly in the ears of everyone aboard the ship. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the Sea King, in pain, let out several mighty roars before hastily shutting its mouth and retreating into the depths. It had begun to regret its reckless attempt to devour Ige. Seeing the Sea King retreat into the water, Ige remained unperturbed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The creature's reaction was precisely what Ige had hoped for. With a graceful sweep of his delicate hand, the weapons lodged in the Sea King's mouth transformed back into heaps of sand. Then, Ige uttered a single word. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted beneath the sea. Akin to a colossal explosion from the depths of the ocean. In an instant, the once azure waters were stained crimson with blood. As Ige unleashed the awakened powers of the Sasa Fruit. A Sea King bold enough to challenge the Navy was reduced to mere chunks of flesh. The blood of the giant crocodile quickly tainted dozens of nautical miles of sea, with a splash. The explosive aftermath surged forth, showering everyone with torrents of red water, swiftly staining their pristine Navy uniforms a deep scarlet. The rapidity of Ige's actions left them momentarily stunned. Only when they noticed their clothes were drenched in blood did they realize that within those fleeting seconds, a Sea King had been vanquished. At this juncture, the Navy soldiers were at a loss for words. They could only gaze in terror at the slender figure that had just landed back on the deck. Even Bokuto, Karp's ever steadfast aide accustomed to tempests, marveled at the achievements of this little one. He could not help but murmur, what a terrifying talent, if combined with Vice Admiral Karp's training. This child will surely become a pillar of the Navy in the future. A new star is rising in the Navy. Grandpa, I'm back. At that moment, Ige, having single-handedly slain the Sea King, approached Karp. His expression was somewhat downcast. He had initially intended to play with the Sea King, but he hadn't anticipated the sheer terror of the Sasa Fruit's awakened abilities. The explosive concentration of countless grains of sand was simply too overwhelming for even the colossal Sea King to withstand. Indeed, explosions are a man's true love. Arta's explosion. Looking at the grandson he had only known for less than half a day, Karp found himself at a loss for words. It was not that he lacked anything to say. Rather, he was simply astonished by Ige's innate talent. 7 years old. His grandson is merely 7. Having fought alongside the Navy for so many years, Karp had encountered countless prodigies, yet none had ever compared to Ige. If the vanquishing of the Sea King could be attributed to his aide Bokuto, a young talent of the Navy, Karp could somewhat accept it. After all, Bokuto had trained under him for many years and had the skills to back it up. But Ige was just a child of 7. A 7-year-old who could single-handedly slay a Sea King. It sounded utterly unbelievable. Most children at that age were still playing with fire and wetting their beds. Grandpa, why are you silent? Do you think my performance was not perfect enough? Oh, how could that be? Ige, you did wonderfully. Ha! I am overjoyed. Karp scooped Ige up, ruffling his hair while laughing heartily. Ige, you truly are a chip off the old block. My grandson. Ha ha ha. With such innate talent, I shall ensure you become the most formidable admiral in the Navy. Hearing Karp's words, Ige looked up, but the look of disappointment in his eyes deepened. He was an avid pirate aficionado. Well aware of Karp's immense strength, Karp's silence earlier surely indicated that he viewed Ige's application of his abilities as somewhat rudimentary. Perhaps Karp refrained from immediate criticism in order to spare his feelings. Grandpa, I will definitely become an admiral in the Navy. Gathering his emotions, Ige looked at Karp with determined eyes. Excellent. Grandpa loves your confidence. Karp's face split into a broad grin at Ige's unwavering ambition to become an admiral. Bring forth the Sea King's meat. Tonight, we feast. Traditionally, when a ship had been at sea for an extended period, hunting a Sea King was the most common means of acquiring ample meat. The flesh of the Sea King is no ordinary delicacy. With Ige's successful solo kill, the creature had been blasted into chunks, making it easy for the chefs to prepare. Simply scoop it up. Long live Vice Admiral Karp. Long live little Ige. In this moment, Ige's power was unanimously recognized by the Navy soldiers. Come on, little Ige, join us for a drink. Hop ha ha. A man who cannot drink is no man at all. Little Ige, you are a natural-born leader. As night falls, the soldiers feasting upon the delectable meat of Sea Kings indulge in hearty revelry. Recognized and accepted by them, Ige soon became one with the crowd. The scale of this dinner rivaled the celebratory feast previously held by Vice Admiral Karp for the capture of a pirate crew. Come, let us drink. The 7-year-old Ige devoured large chunks of sea king meat while downing a hefty mug of beer, eating heartily and drinking deeply. This is the essence of manly romance. He wondered what delightful rewards the system would bestow upon him for tomorrow's check-in. How exciting, Ige thought to himself, filled with glee. Chapter 6. I wish to practice against the Sun Pirates. BRRR. BRRR. That night, as a group of Navy soldiers and young Ige succumbed to slumber aboard the warship, Karp reclined on a lounge chair. Suddenly, the snail phone on his desk began to ring. Ugh, who is disturbing my sleep at this hour? Karp removed the dog-faced hat obscuring his visage and answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Karp, you bastard. Why have you gone to the South Blue at this hour? It's Sengoku. The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. Oh, Sengoku. I was just sleeping. I'll hang up now. Goodbye. Upon realizing it was his old partner Sengoku, Karp began to pick his nose, eager to end the conversation. A call from Sengoku was rarely a good omen. It either meant hunting pirates or cleaning up after the celestial dragons. The mere thought of such tasks made Karp roll his eyes. Karp, you better listen closely. This is an order from Admiral Kong. Sengoku's voice boomed over the line. If it weren't for Karp inexplicably taking his personal warship away from the Navy headquarters, he wouldn't be making this late-night call. Pausing for a moment, Karp sighed in resignation before lifting the phone again. What's the fuss about? What is it? 3 days ago, did you hear about the news? That fishman, Tiger, who climbed up to Mariewa and liberated a group of slaves, has just established the Sun Pirates. Oh, the Sun Pirates. How intriguing. Karp reclined back into his chair. He knew of the fishman named Tiger, who had audaciously scaled the Red Line and freed many slaves. Even Karp admired him, considering him quite the tough guy. The news had made Karp applaud in delight. It was a resounding slap in the face to the arrogant celestial dragons. Perhaps feeling genuinely pleased, Karp casually grabbed a bag of rice crackers from his table and began munching away. Intriguing, you say? He has now become a disgrace to the celestial dragons. He has gathered many of their slaves and stamped the sun emblem over the slave mark. Admiral Kong has sent word that anyone bearing this sun emblem is considered a member of the Sun Pirates. Karp, could you please refrain from eating those rice crackers? Ah, yes. Continue. The slaves have escaped from those scoundrels. Isn't that a good thing? Karp ignored Sengoku's request and continued to nibble on the rice crackers. What could come of this? A group of long-oppressed slaves turning into pirates. Can you imagine the chaos that will ensue? The entire world will be thrown into turmoil. Sengoku inhaled deeply, speaking with righteous indignation. Well, so what? Just now, we received word from Navy headquarters that Tiger's Sun Pirates are in your vicinity. You are expected to encounter them by tomorrow morning. Now, Admiral Kong has but one request of you. Pursue them. Sengoku declared, leaving no room for Karp to refuse before hanging up. The Sun Pirates? Huh. They certainly are an interesting bunch. As Karp finished the last of his rice crackers, he slowly set down the phone, murmuring to himself. The next day, as dawn broke, Ige sprang excitedly from his hard cot. System, has today's check-in refreshed yet? Ding. The cooldown for the last check-in has not yet concluded. Please be patient. Host. An hour later. System, has today's check-in refreshed yet? Ding. Please be patient. Host. Another hour passed, and the aroma of food wafted from the ship's kitchen. Ige cautiously inquired once more. System, has today's check-in task refreshed yet? Ding. The system may also grow impatient. It will automatically prompt the host when refreshed. Please remain patient and do not rush. Oh, this worthless system is 7 years late and has quite the attitude. Upon hearing this, Ige's face fell, and he rolled up his sleeves, gesturing in frustration at the air. Ding. Insulting the system results in punishment, luck decreased, and the probability of receiving high-level resources from the check-in wheel has diminished. Please correct your demeanor. Host. Goodness. Why is everyone else's system so kind, while mine resembles a devil? Ugh, this temper of mine. Ige could no longer contain himself and pointed at the air, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints. Ah, Ige, up so early, brimming with energy. Just then, Karp entered the room, smiling warmly at Ige. Good morning, Grandpa. Ige quickly suppressed his grievances towards the system and greeted him obediently. Come, Ige, Grandpa will treat you to a grand feast. Before long, Ige found himself escorted by Karp to the Navy ship's dining hall. Karp, ever indulgent, ordered a lavish spread of nutritious dishes, all of which Ige had never seen before, from sea kingtail soup to kung fu octopus tentacles and snow bear arms. Each was a source of high-quality protein. Ige was at the perfect age for growth and nourishment, especially after enduring 7 long years of hardship with his surrogate father, Dragon. Upon seeing these Navy delicacies, Ige's eyes sparkled. and he immediately began to eat voraciously. Karp, too, was in good spirits and matched Ige's hearty appetite as they ate. Karp paused, gazing intently at Ige. Ige, Grandpa has a mission to attend to shortly that I will contact the nearby Navy to send a ship to escort you to Navy headquarters. You must behave, as I will commence special training for you upon my return. You shall become a super Navy soldier. Why must I return to Navy headquarters? Is it for some secret mission? Ige asked, tilting his head curiously. Not exactly. There is a fisherman pirate crew that requires my attention. You are still too young for such matters, Karp pondered. Though aware of Ige's considerable strength, he didn't want to expose him to the dangers of a pirate crew. After all, pirates are not like the simple-minded sea kings. Each one is a desperate outlaw, and bringing Ige along would only increase the risks. Grandpa, I don't want to go back to Navy headquarters. I want to practice against them, Ige insisted, swallowing his food with determination. Ige had learned days prior that the Fishman Tiger had rescued a group of slaves from the celestial dragons. Given Karp's mention of capturing a Fishman pirate crew today, Ige was certain that this crew was none other than the Sun Pirates. The Sun Pirates are a living legend in the world of One Piece, a miracle created by the Fishman named Tiger. According to the original story, the Sun Pirates would eventually include the future warlord Jinbei and the villain Arlong, who sought to dominate the East Blue. However, based on the timeline, the overall strength of the Sun Pirates at this moment is not particularly formidable. Thus, Ige's desire to practice against them is not mere bravado. Chapter 7. By Jove, Conqueror's Haki, practicing against a pirate crew. While Ige spoke with earnest conviction, Karp remained unaware of Ige's true capabilities. In Karp's eyes, although Ige was a prodigy capable of defeating a sea king at the tender age of 7, facing a crew daring enough to offend the celestial dragons and harboring resentment towards humanity was another matter entirely. Ultimately, Karp remained unconvinced that he simply could not allow Roger's children, Ace and Ige, to take risks. Thus, Karp gently patted Ige's little head and softly said, "Little Ige, be obedient. Once you become a full-fledged member of the Navy, I shall take you along. There will be many such opportunities in the future." Ige opened his mouth to say something more, but Karp had already made up his mind. In an instant, Karp brought his hand down, pressing Ige's face into his plate, insisting he focus on his meal. Subsequently, Karp rose and retrieved the transponder snail. "Grandpa," Ige exclaimed, wiping the food from his face as he stood. He certainly did not wish to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. Especially with the Sun Pirates, an entity loathed by the celestial dragons. He was exceedingly eager to meet Jinbei and Arlong. However, Karp paid no heed to Ige. While picking his nose, he dialed Sengoku's number. "Hello, is this Sengoku, Grandpa?" Ige shouted even louder. "Still haven't found them." "Yes, my grandson is on the ship. It's infuriating." Ige glared at Karp's back, his heart heavy with regret. He never anticipated missing such a chance to confront Jinbei and Arlong. Just as Ige was lamenting internally, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding. Today's check-in has refreshed. Would the host like to check in?" Ige's face lit up with delight. Yes. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired Conqueror's Haki. Level 5. As the mechanical voice faded, a torrent of memories surged into Ige's mind. Oh my, Conqueror's Haki. This system's rewards are exceedingly generous. Ige's eyes sparkled with joy. He knew the system was magnanimous, but never expected it to be this bountiful. He had not foreseen that he would obtain Haki merely a day after checking in. Haki, a special ability within the pirate world. According to the original text, Haki is a latent power possessed by all humans. This power is an inherent ability, encompassing presence, killing intent, and fighting spirit that if one can manipulate these invisible sensations, their willpower can become a weapon for attack against foes. This formidable force is known as Haki. There are 3 types of Haki: Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki sharpens the user's senses, allowing them to perceive the presence and even emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, often utilized to anticipate and evade danger. It is said that the pinnacle of Observation Haki can foresee the future. Armament Haki enhances personal defense, enveloping the user like an invisible armor. It can evolve into offensive power, enabling confrontation with Devil Fruit users, even allowing contact with the intangible forms of Logia-type users. It is the most commonly seen Haki in the pirate world, remarkably practical and potent. As for the Conqueror's Haki that Ige received, its wielder can intimidate and instill fear in adversaries without lifting a finger, even causing significantly weaker opponents to faint. This is a mark of royal aptitude. Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare, with only 1 in a million possessing it. In the pirate world, those who wield Conqueror's Haki include figures like Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, each a formidable presence. The clash of Conqueror's Haki refers to the effects produced when two individuals possessing it come into conflict. It is said that the creator of the pirate world once remarked that in the New World, those with Conqueror's Haki are as numerous as fish crossing a river, with the Pirate King reigning supreme over all. As Ige's thoughts swirled, he felt a rush of exhilaration. As a fervent admirer of pirates, who wouldn't covet Conqueror's Haki? Ding. The manual for Conqueror's Haki is now being distributed. Amidst a slight dizziness, Ige began to absorb the system's memory transmission. Having adapted quickly to the sensation of his mind swelling during the memory transfer, a remnant of yesterday's acquisition of the Sasa Fruit's abilities, Ige shook his head and perused the capabilities of Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki is simply too magnificent. Previously, Ige had only known that Conqueror's Haki could incapacitate minions without harm. However, upon reviewing the system's explanation, he discovered that Conqueror's Haki could also entangle and manifest real damage. Mastering Conqueror's Haki at a high level could surpass the flashy abilities of many devil fruits by several folds. Committing the methods of utilizing Conqueror's Haki to memory, Ige felt a surge of eagerness. With a mere thought, an invisible pressure began to emanate quietly from Ige. At that moment, Karp, who was on the phone by the dining table, suddenly sensed something monstrous awakening behind him. Hey, don't you all feel? The air in the room seems a bit stifling. Suddenly, a Navy soldier holding a tray inquired of his fellow comrades waiting for their meals. I also feel a bit suffocated, but the windows are wide open. The other soldiers, all new recruits, echoed their discomfort. Newbies, remember, this feeling is called suppression. At that moment, an older soldier next to them spoke in a teaching tone. This is the pressure exerted by someone possessing Conqueror's Haki on ordinary people. I was once knocked unconscious by General Karp during a hockey training session. With the veteran's explanation, the new recruits finally grasped the situation. It was General Karp's Haki that was causing this sensation. The Navy soldiers gazed at Karp's figure, nodding in admiration. Indeed, General Karp, while casually chatting on the phone, could still emanate the oppressive aura of Conqueror's Haki, allowing these recruits to experience its peculiar nature. Truly impressive. At that moment, the Navy soldiers instinctively attributed the suppression they felt to Karp. After all, Conqueror's Haki is a rarity, something they had never even contemplated. The true source of this Conqueror's Haki was none other than the 7-year-old boy. Ige, standing beside Karp at the dining table. Chapter 8. This is Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. Just as the Navy soldiers continued to marvel at their situation, Ige was swiftly mastering the application of Conqueror's Haki. According to the manual, the initial practice of Haki must begin from small to large. Only in this way can one wield it with finesse. Otherwise, one would end up like Luffy in the original story, awakening only during moments of intense emotion and unable to control it. Therefore, Ige repeatedly attempted to release his Haki progressively. Gradually, the oppressive aura in the air intensified. Slowly, the pressure became so palpable that everyone could sense that Karp was not the source of it. Why do I feel like this Conqueror's Haki isn't coming from General Karp? At this moment, the Navy soldier who had initiated the conversation found speaking increasingly difficult. Me too. It seems to be emanating from that little guy over there. Another new recruit felt his vision blurring. He even thought he might faint before finishing his sentence. Now that you mention it, I also feel that way. The veteran who had been explaining earlier also began to feel a bit unsettled, though he still held some skepticism. But come on, how could a 7-year-old child possess Conqueror's Haki? That's impossible. Meanwhile, Ige remained engrossed in his practice, entirely unaware that the pressure he was radiating had grown quite formidable. The atmosphere thickened to the point that even the veteran found it hard to breathe. It was only then that he had to concede that the escalating pressure in the air originated from the small figure beside General Karp. How can this be? Ige is only 7 years old. How could he have awakened Conqueror's Haki? The veteran's reaction drew the attention of several nearby comrades, who began to murmur in astonishment. This is absurd. A 7-year-old awakening Conqueror's Haki right under our noses. What kind of monster is this? Conqueror's Haki is a power only possessed by individuals like Roger or Whitebeard. He is but a child. Before the discussions among the naval soldiers could conclude, they succumbed to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ige, collapsing one after another onto the ground. At that moment, the oblivious Karp, with his thick skin, remained unaware of the unusual situation. Deep down, he subconsciously believed that the restaurant posed no threat. Or rather, it was due to Karp's formidable strength that he dismissed the idea of anyone aboard the warship being capable of harming him. In this world, very few could instill a sense of danger within him. Yes, just like that, send a warship ahead to fetch him. At this moment, the aide Bakato also entered the restaurant. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of naval soldiers sprawled unconscious on the floor, alongside Ige, who stood with his eyes closed. Vice Admiral Karp, Bakato exclaimed in alarm, hastening to call out to Karp. You must see what is behind you. Karp turned around, only to witness a group of naval soldiers lying on the ground. As for Ige, due to his diminutive stature, Karp initially overlooked him. What on earth is happening here? Did you all indulge too much in drink yesterday? Karp was utterly astonished. You bunch of rascals, hiding here in the early morning nursing a hangover. What kind of appearance is this? With that, Karp approached the fallen naval soldiers, intending to rouse them with a gentle kick. Yet, to his dismay, they remained unconscious, utterly unresponsive. Good heavens, they are all sleeping more soundly than dead pigs, Karp remarked with a hint of exasperation. Vice Admiral Karp. I believe this may not be merely a hangover from yesterday, Bakato said quietly. You should take a look at little Ige. At that moment, even Bakato felt the palpable pressure radiating from the young Ige. A bitter smile spread across Bakato's face. This is simply monstrous. What about Ige? What is wrong with him? Isn't he merely awakening the Conqueror's haki? Karp finally observed Ige's unusual state, approaching him to sense the aura, and smirked. What is so special about this? Just Conqueror's haki. Wait a moment. Conqueror's haki. Karp's realization struck him, his face contorting with shock as he widened his eyes at Bakato, who could only nod in agreement with a wry smile. No way, this kid has awakened the Conqueror's haki at the age of 7. Karp nearly shouted, his voice filled with incredulity. Is this some kind of joke? 7 years old? Conqueror's haki? How is this possible? Ige hasn't experienced any stimuli. How could he suddenly awaken it? Or could it be? Recalling how Ige had demonstrated the powers of the devil fruit the previous day, he began to comprehend. Ige is a prodigy, a being of terrifying talent. Little Ige, what on earth is happening? Quickly tell me. Karp pointed at Ige, his voice booming with urgency. Huh? Grandpa, what are you talking about? At that moment, Ige opened his eyes. Just moments ago, he had mastered the manipulation of Conqueror's haki. When did you learn to use haki? Karp asked with palpable eagerness. Yes, little Ige, have you been able to wield this power for a long time? Even Bakato could no longer contain his curiosity, hesitating for a moment before voicing his thoughts. The intensity of Ige's Conqueror's haki was far beyond that of a mere awakening. Yet, as this thought crossed Bakato's mind, he felt a chill run down his spine. Ige was only 7 years old. How early could he have begun? 6 years, 5 years. Bakato found himself unable to fathom it. This child, when he grows up, will likely surpass even Roger. No, I just learned it today. ISNT this power rather rare. Today, Karp and Bakato exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. If Ige's claim was true and he had indeed awakened today, then his talent was simply terrifying. Conqueror's haki was no trivial matter. It could unleash pressure strong enough to knock out naval soldiers. This indicated that Ige's control over Conqueror's haki was already remarkably advanced. By the way, Grandpa, can you promise me now to let me go train with the pirate crew? Ige concluded his practice of Conqueror's haki, feeling a surge of joy as he observed the two men in shock. Grateful that the system had not let him miss the chance to challenge the Sun pirate crew. Still not happening. To his surprise, Karp adamantly refused. Why not? Ige protested, slightly defiant. Because I've already made arrangements with Sengoku. Karp's pinky finger dug into his nostril. Moreover, even if you've awakened Conqueror's haki, it won't enhance your actual combat capabilities. What if I do this? Upon hearing Karp's words, Ige immediately extended his small hand into a fist. Instantly, streams of red and black electricity appeared around his fist, soon forming neat circular rings that wrapped themselves obediently around his hand. Then, Ige lightly swung his fist toward the dining table. Boom. As soon as the electricity made contact with the table, Ige had not even exerted any force. Yet the entire iron table shattered in an explosive display, scattering debris everywhere. Holy smokes. Even Karp was left utterly dumbfounded. Ige's performance was no longer that of a mere child's play. This was a technique he himself would only master in his prime. This was indeed Conqueror's haki in action. Conqueror's haki is the manifestation of Conqueror's haki in actual combat. That it could be said that with just this technique alone, Ige could sweep away all who were below the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. In other words, Karp's grandson, little Ige, at the tender age of 7, had already possessed nearly the strength of a naval rear admiral before even enlisting. What on earth has Dragon been teaching you all these years? Karp could only arrive at one reasonable conclusion. Ige had concealed his true strength. Everything he could do stemmed from his reckless son. Dragon? No, I truly just suddenly learned it. Ige felt a twinge of guilt. He couldn't expose the existence of the system. However, claiming that Dragon had taught him these techniques seemed too absurd if Karp were to confront Dragon in the future. It would lead to complications. Thus, Ige promptly denied it. After all, it was easier to simply say he had learned it all of a sudden. Yes, that's exactly what happened. He wasn't lying. You don't seem like someone who would lie. Ige. Karp's expression grew serious, causing Ige to tense up in response. However, Ige knew that even if Karp thought deeply, he would never harm him. You truly are a genius, Ige. You undoubtedly possess the most terrifying talent in the world. Karp exclaimed, slapping his forehead in absolute conviction that at that moment, he no longer cared why Ige was so formidable. Ige was his grandson, the son of Roger, and thus deserved to possess such incredible talent. It was not just that he could wield Conqueror's Haki. Even if Ige could master swordsmanship, Karp would believe it. In this world, there are always individuals who are exceptional. They are the pinnacle of genius in their respective realms. Vice Admiral Karp, our Navy is on the verge of becoming truly powerful. At that moment, even Bakato felt a surge of enthusiasm. Ige, this terrifying child, was a member of the Navy. He felt immense pride. Well then, I will call Sengoku and let him know not to come pick you up, Ige, Karp declared, pulling out the din mushi. However, just then, a naval soldier came running down from the deck, shouting as he approached. Report, Vice Admiral Karp, we have discovered the whereabouts of the Sun Pirate crew. Chapter 9 title, The Great Spear That Conquers Sea Kings. Report, Vice Admiral Karp, we have discovered the whereabouts of the Sun Pirate crew. The naval soldier rushed into the restaurant to deliver his report. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head toward little Ige's direction and instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground due to the Conqueror's Haki Ige was currently exerting. Bakato, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head with a wry smile. What on earth is happening? This prodigy is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. It seemed that he would have to adapt to Ige's terrifying talent in the future. Otherwise, survival would become a challenge. Quickly, put away your Conqueror's Haki. Otherwise, the ship will sink. Karp, feeling helpless, lightly tapped Ige's little head. Understood, Grandpa. Ige winced in pain, gradually managing to rein in the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that had been emanating from him. The red-black lightning coiling around his delicate white hands slowly dissipated. Let us go, Ige. Since you wish to spar with the pirate crew, I shall take you to witness what it truly means to be a pirate. Perhaps feeling that he had struck Ige's head a tad too forcefully, Karp reached out once more and gently ruffled Ige's hair. All right, Grandpa. Ige obediently responded. Ding, the mechanical voice of the system announced, detected an enhancement in host attributes. Generating a new attribute panel. A new attribute panel? What kind of extraordinary changes might it entail? Ige's curiosity was piqued, and his heart raced with anticipation. Ever since the system had awakened, it had bestowed upon him numerous valuable gifts. As he followed Karp and Bagato onto the deck, Ige opened the newly updated attribute panel. Host, Ige Stamina, 2-1 Strength, 2-1 Speed, 6-1 Momentum, 5 Technique, 5 Skill, Sasa Fruit LV6 Awakened. Conqueror's Haki LV5 title, Giant Spear that defeats Sea Kings. Note, no creature can withstand a spear that is both large and long, not even the Sea Kings. Evolution points. 0 ding. Detected that the host has acquired a new title, unlocking achievement rewards. Obtain Title 1, Reward, Evolution Point 1. Wow, this is quite a significant change. Gazing at the attribute panel, Ige fell into contemplation. From the panel, it was clear that not only had his various attributes increased, but he had also awakened 2 new attributes, Momentum and Technique, each with a score of 5. Momentum likely referred to the pressure exerted by the Conqueror's Haki, allowing him to clear minion waves effortlessly below and face the 4 emperors without flinching above. This was undeniably useful. In the world of One Piece, mindset and momentum are akin to a super buff. For instance, in the original narrative, many characters could easily handle Luffy when he was calm. Yet, once Luffy was consumed by rage, his momentum and will propelled him to victory against the 4 emperors. Thus, one could consider this a hidden benefit of the Conqueror's Haki. When emotions run high, one gains a super buff. As for technique, It undoubtedly corresponded to the destructive power of the Conqueror's haki that Ige had just demonstrated by merely touching and shattering the dining table. It was worth noting that this was a technique that Luffy only mastered after entering the latter half of the Grand Line, following an intense battle with Kaido, one of the four emperors. It was indeed a highly advanced technique. However, merely mastering the Conqueror's haki offered limited enhancement to actual combat power. After all, his initial stamina, strength, and speed had only increased by 1 point each. Nonetheless, even a single point translated into a substantial enhancement for Ige. His physical condition now rivaled that of a typical 16 or 17-year-old youth. Furthermore, as he continued to train, Ige would acquire even more attribute points. By then, combined with the abilities granted by the system, he would be able to sustain prolonged combat with minimal energy expenditure. Not too shabby. Alas, while the attribute categories had directly increased by 2, their base value remained a mere 5 points. Sigh, still not strong enough. Indeed, the revolution had yet to succeed. He must strive harder. But what on earth was this title all about? What did it mean to be the giant spear that defeats sea kings? Ige's face darkened at the absurdity of the title and the peculiar note that accompanied it. Large and long, he was merely a pure, innocent 7-year-old boy. Was it really necessary to mention that he had pierced a sea king with a sand spear? The system's sense of humor was far too twisted. Ige rolled his eyes in exasperation, wishing for a more obedient system. However, just as the last 2 prompts from the system rang out, Ige noticed something. The evolution points at the bottom of the attribute panel had changed from 0 to 1. System, what is the purpose of these evolution points? Ding. The host can use evolution points to enhance their attributes. Oh, I see. Can you provide me with more? Just 1 point seems rather stingy, Ige internally grumbled. Absent-mindedly picking at his nose with his pinky finger, a skill he had inadvertently learned from Karp. Ding. The host can only obtain evolution points by unlocking new achievements. New achievements? Ige muttered softly. How exactly does one unlock these? Ding. The host simply needs to attempt various poses in this world to obtain a variety of achievements and titles. Completing rare achievements may even yield mysterious rewards. For example, ding. For instance, if the host were to use a 100-meter-long spear to strike at the Sea Kings, that would be quite a commendable pose. Oh, understood. Goodbye. Without hesitation, Ige severed his connection with the system. What a joke. Using a sand spear to strike at the Sea Kings had merely unlocked a nonsensical title. If he were to follow the system's suggestions and continue experimenting with various poses, what bizarre titles might he acquire? He wondered if squatting on the Sky Island and defecating into the sea could count as a new pose. Suddenly, Ige jolted in shock at his own thoughts. Oh no, the system had led him astray. Quickly shaking his head, he returned his thoughts to reality. At that moment, the 3 of them had already stepped onto the deck. Admiral Karp, just now we spotted their fleet through the telescope. It seems they have noticed us and are attempting to flee, a naval soldier at the lookout reported as he hurried down. Handing the telescope to Karp. Can't we sink them? Karp asked, peering through the telescope and spotting several large sailing ships adorned with red sun emblems on their white sails. That was the symbol of the Sun Pirates' rebellion. Red, a symbol of resistance and freedom. Ige squinted into the distance but could only make out a few small dots that were particularly close. According to the original timeline, at this moment, Tiger had just rescued a large group of fishermen slaves. And Jinbei from Fishman Island had also joined the Sun Pirates. Presently, the prominent figures aboard the Sun Pirates ship should be Tiger, Jinbei, and the young Arlong. But who am I supposed to fight next? These 3 were all somewhat notable side characters in the pirate world, leaving Ige in a perplexed predicament. Admiral Karp, our cannon range cannot reach them, the naval soldier murmured to Karp. Moreover, their helmsman seems quite skilled. Several times we've nearly lost track of them. Not enough range, is it? Karp mused, gazing at the distant ships through the telescope, deep in thought. Suddenly, he turned to the naval soldier and commanded, Go, bring me my cannonball crates. I intend to sink them. But Admiral Karp, the soldier, clearly a rookie, looked somewhat distressed as he addressed Karp. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Karp's voice boomed with authority. Why yes. The soldier snapped to attention, saluting briskly before rushing off. Before long, several naval soldiers arrived, carrying 5 or 6 crates of cannonballs. Karp, one hand holding the telescope to survey the enemy, extended the other toward a seasoned soldier. This veteran, familiar with Karp's methods, promptly handed him a cannonball. Karp took the cannonball, tightened his grip, turned, shifted his hips, and swung his arm. The entire sequence was executed flawlessly and with remarkable fluidity. The cannonball soared as if imbued with explosive power, breaking the sound barrier and crashing towards the distant cluster of black dots. Ige's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed from behind. Although he had witnessed Karp tossing cannonballs to obliterate Sea Kings not long ago, that had been at close range, and the distance hadn't been particularly great. But now, this was a distance only visible through a telescope. He had long heard tales of Karp's prowess in hurling cannonballs barehanded, but to witness it in person was an entirely different spectacle. How much strength resided in that robust physique to throw with such ferocity? The force was even greater than that of a cannonball shot from an actual cannon. Indeed, he was still far from reaching the pinnacle of the pirate world. Ige silently shook his head in resignation. As Ige pondered this, Karp's cannonball finally descended back to the sea.I in everyone's view. It merely caused a small splash, followed by Karp's frustrated shout, "Damn it. I aimed a bit off. Again. Keep the cannonballs coming." As Karp's arms gradually transformed into a whirlwind, the naval soldiers behind him tirelessly supplied ammunition. Soon, the soldiers were drenched in sweat. Yet Karp seemed as if he had just begun his warm-up. Throwing even faster. Of course, the quicker he threw, the more he cursed. "Damn it. Are these fishmen all just mudfish? Why is the ship swaying so much? How infuriating. Just a little off. It's driving me insane." At that moment, IGG spotted a small black in the distance and suddenly had an idea. "Grandpa, may I borrow your telescope?" IGG immediately leaped up, attempting to snatch the telescope from Karp's hands. However, before IGG could reach halfway through the air, he was tightly embraced by a pair of arms. Turning around, he saw the serious face of his aide. "Bakato, children shouldn't act recklessly. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Bakato pretended to scold IGG. "What if Vice Admiral Karp threw you away? You're a Logia user. Falling into the sea could mean death." Children remained blissfully unaware of danger. Bakato felt an inexplicable sense of equilibrium rise within him. Having followed Karp for many years, he was accustomed to such scenes and would not display the astonished expressions of the inexperienced soldiers behind him. Yet, he deeply understood that Karp in this state was exceptionally perilous. Just consider, a man who can hurl dozens of pounds of cannonballs faster than they could be fired from a cannon. What magnitude of energy must he generate while swinging his arms? Bakato did not know the specific answer, but it was undoubtedly far greater than the explosive power of artillery. Although IGG was a natural type user, Karp's ability to throw so far certainly involved hockey. This could easily send little IGG flying, and should he fall into the sea, no one could rescue him in time. Curiosity is admirable, but indulging it in the face of such overwhelming power from Vice Admiral Karp would only result in dire consequences. "Oh, I know it's dangerous, but there's no time." Seeing the ammunition boxes behind him dwindling, IGG silently chanted elementalization, and his body instantly transformed into a handful of flowing sand. Within seconds, he slipped from Bokato's grasp. Then, IGG's form morphed again, dividing like a piece of gum, with the two streams of sand circumventing Karp's throwing arm. He approached Karp's face from beneath his armpit and swiftly snatched the telescope that had been resting there. Without the telescope, Karp immediately lost his aim, and the last cannonball flew off course. "Who did that? Why would you take my telescope?" For a moment, Karp was irked, but upon turning and discovering it was IGG, his expression softened. Meanwhile, Bakato, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of unease wash over him, an awkwardness creasing his face. He was tempted to leap into the sea. Had he worried for nothing, little IGG didn't need his concern. He was fully capable of mingling in this chaos and emerging unscathed. At this moment, the other naval soldiers were fervently watching Karp enthusiastically hurl cannonballs, entirely oblivious to IGG's actions. By the time they noticed, Karp's fervent cannonade had ceased, and the telescope now rested on IGG's face. "Hey, little IGG, don't just jump in like that. Vice Admiral Karp can sink those ships at any moment. You're giving them a chance to breathe. Quickly return the telescope to Vice Admiral Karp. Hurry." The naval soldiers fervently urged IGG to return the telescope, voicing their displeasure. IGG had truly crossed the line. How could he disrupt such an important moment? The little rascal should stick to what children do. "You may be stronger than us, but this is Vice Admiral Karp we're talking about. How could you interrupt him, even if you were his grandson?" Karp, however, was not particularly angry. He had great patience for his grandson. Observing IGG earnestly, Karp instinctively felt that IGG might have some idea in mind. Moreover, hitting the ships of the Sun Pirates from such a distance was indeed quite challenging. They likely had a remarkably skilled helmsman among their ranks. Additionally, fishmen could manipulate the currents. Karp had never intended to truly sink the Sun Pirates. He merely intended to hurl a few crates of cannonballs as a form of pursuit. To be honest, given that those fishmen were former slaves who had been rescued, Karp felt a twinge of compassion for them. Deep down, he thought it would suffice to let them off lightly. However, if he could catch up with the Sun Pirates, he would certainly seize the opportunity to put IgG to the test. After all, IgG had always displayed a very proactive demeanor. IgG, what do you need the telescope for? Karp leaned closer. Grandpa, I'm observing the distance between us and them. Come here. IgG abruptly turned Karp's head, their faces almost touching as they each peered through one of the telescope's lenses. I'll use my powers to trap them. So you can aim better, right? IgG whispered softly. What, can your abilities reach that far? Upon hearing IgG's plan, Karp instinctively expressed skepticism. At this moment, Bakato and the surrounding naval soldiers, having overheard, were expressions of disbelief. Was IgG joking? They had never heard of a Logia user's abilities extending beyond the range of cannon fire. Was this nonsense? Don't joke around. How could your powers possibly reach that far? Vice Admiral Karp was the one who used advanced hockey to throw the cannonballs that distance. How could your Fruit S power cover that range? Come down. Don't waste time. The naval soldiers could no longer contain themselves, launching into a flurry of conversation. IgG remained silent, simply hanging on to Karp, while internally he recited a few words. Sasa Fruit. Awakening. The advanced stage of fruit development greatly expanded the applicability of his abilities and allowed him to influence surrounding objects, because the Sasa Fruit had already awakened within him. IgG believed his powers could indeed reach the Sun Pirates after assessing the distance. Meanwhile, on the Sun Pirate ship, some sharp-eyed fishermen noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Dust and fine particles were slowly rising from their vessel. Originally, this was merely a thin layer of mist, but as time passed, the dust accumulated more and more. Do we have that much dust on our ship? One fisherman questioned, his sharp eyes catching the anomaly. This was on the ship helmed by the legendary helmsman, Jinbei, with several fishermen masters of fisherman karate controlling the currents, occasionally splattering fine droplets of water onto the deck. How could there be so much dust under such conditions? Could it be the cannonballs fired from that dog-headed ship behind us? No, it's not the cannonballs. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed fisherman screamed. The other fisherman hurried over to see what was happening, as he pointed at the wooden deck. Following his finger, they were met with a horrifying sight. The wet wooden planks began to sprout grains of sand, which then floated into the air. The grains multiplied, enveloping the entire fleet in a thick cloud of sand. On the other side of the ship, Karp's pupils instantly constricted. In his field of vision, the fleet ahead was being slowed down by a thick fog of sand. Quick, pass me all the cannonballs. Karp seized the opportunity, turning sharply to shout at the naval soldiers behind him. Chapter 11. This is a long-range strike. What? Just moments ago, the naval soldiers were fervently engaged, but upon hearing Karp's call, they exchanged glances. A terrifying thought struck them. Could it be that little IgG had truly succeeded? Hurry! Karp raised his voice, and soon more soldiers began picking up cannonballs to hand to Karp. Let me show you the might of my artillery. Kapu leaned back, holding a cannonball aloft at shoulder level, resembling a shot-put athlete on an international stage. In the next moment, his body flickered as if in a mirage, and his arm had already flung the cannonball into the air without him realizing when it happened. Accompanying this was the cannonball, soaring through the air like a colossal dragon tearing through the atmosphere. At this juncture, all eyes were fixated on the projectile. Lieutenant Picado had the clearest view. His gaze trailed the cannonball's trajectory, allowing him to predict the position of the distant fleet. The instant he discerned the fleet's location, his jaw dropped uncontrollably to the ground. Those once distinct black dots in the distance had merged into a larger, earthy yellow spot. What could this possibly indicate? It signified that little Ige's powers had exerted influence from dozens of nautical miles away. The concept of a devil fruit ability affecting targets from such a distance was staggering. This was, indeed, an extraordinary long-range strike. Picado had witnessed Ige's abilities before, although he was unaware of the specific nature of Ige's fruit. Picado could certainly imagine its potential. If Ige could manipulate dust to become grains of sand from such a distance, then from the Navy headquarters, he could harness all the dust in the vicinity for his purposes. Perhaps he could instantly transform the Navy headquarters into a barren wasteland. This was nothing short of a godly ability. The capacity to control one's powers over such great distances. Who could withstand such a phenomenon? It was utterly impervious to defense. One must remember that Ige was merely 7 years old. Forget 2 decades. Even 10 or 5 years from now, once his abilities were further honed, could he potentially reduce a city, or even a nation, to a desert in an instant. This was, in essence, a power capable of annihilating worlds. A Navy admiral? It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to ascend to the position of supreme commander of the three armies. Furthermore, if Ige could establish himself as the absolute pinnacle of strength within the celestial dragon circle, he might even break free from their shackles. Who knows, he could alter the entire global landscape. Having digressed momentarily, Picado shook his head vigorously, fully acknowledging Ige's extraordinary prowess that it was indeed a privilege for the Navy to have such a prodigy among their ranks. At this moment, the heavyweight cannonball thrown by Kapu struck true, hitting one of the ships in the Sun pirate crew with pinpoint accuracy through the lens of the telescope. Kapu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "Hurry, continue bringing cannonballs. I shall sink them one by one." The Navy soldiers, lacking Picado's perceptive abilities, could easily infer from Kapu's tone that the previous shot had indeed found its mark. This meant that Ige had truly demonstrated his powers from such a considerable distance. It was utterly outrageous. The jaws of the Navy soldiers collectively dropped to the ground, their eyes bulging in disbelief that a few seasoned veterans, however, obeyed the command and rushed to fetch cannonballs for Kapu. Yet, this did not diminish the profound shock felt by the soldiers who had followed Kapu for nearly a decade. Ige had transcended the mere description of a prodigy in their world. Those who could skillfully wield and develop their devil fruit abilities were figures they could never hope to reach. Legends like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and the Solitary Red, whose powers were incomprehensibly formidable. The strength of their abilities was not solely due to the fruits themselves, but also stemmed from the relentless practice and dedication of their users over countless days, culminating in a deep mastery of their powers. Yet, they had never heard of anyone capable of extending their abilities across dozens of nautical miles in the Navy. There were tales of Vice Admiral Passari, who could transform into light in an instant and traverse dozens of nautical miles. Vice Admiral Kazan could freeze vast stretches of ocean, while the terrifying Vice Admiral Sakazuki could cover extensive areas with magma. But those were all Vice Admirals cultivated specifically by Admiral Zephyr. They were almost destined to be the future leaders of the Navy. Moreover, they were the three individuals who had refined their mastery of natural-type abilities better than anyone else in the Grand Line. If not the entire world, their prowess was achieved through rigorous training under the guidance of high-ranking admirals, day in and day out. Yet, here was this diminutive Ige, merely 7 years old. At 7, the Pirate King might still have been an ignorant child. Whitebeard, at 7, likely had no grasp of what sailing entailed, and Kapu at 7, well, he might have only known about burping, farting, urinating, and playing in the mud. Yet, now, Ige was already capable of matching the range of abilities of the Navy's vice admirals at the tender age of 7. It was nothing short of terrifying. No wonder he aspired to become an admiral at such a young age. They had heard him express this ambition numerous times while sharing drinks with him. Initially, they had dismissed it as mere bravado. Yet, given his talent, it was no longer inconceivable that he could rise to the rank of admiral or even supreme commander of the three armies. At this moment, silence enveloped everyone. They were all lost in reflection, chewing over their previous words spoken to little Ige. It was indeed a slap in the face. One would have to be out of their mind to utter such statements. The faces of the Navy soldiers flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the cracks of the deck. It was utterly mortifying. However, as this collective embarrassment washed over the Navy soldiers, Kapu's continuous barrage of cannonballs had successfully struck the vessels of the Sun pirate crew. Through the telescope, the previously obscuring sandy mist began to dissipate, revealing the fleet that had been hidden within the fog. At this moment, the fleet appeared battered and immobile, with every ship marked by the ravages of sand erosion and cannon fire. Both the engines and propellers were utterly destroyed. Essentially, these fishmen were now completely stranded at sea. "Boys," Kapu exclaimed, raising his arm in triumph, "those fishermen's ships are incapacitated. Let's accelerate and charge forward." With this command, he had shed all semblance of a Navy officer, sounding more like a pirate captain. All right. The Navy soldiers were still in shock from the earlier revelation, struggling to regain their composure. It wasn't until a few seconds after Kapu finished speaking that they gradually returned to normalcy. Responding in unison, "Long live Vice Admiral Kapu," the soldiers erupted in victorious cheers as they always did. If they could catch up to those pirates, they would surely give those slippery scoundrels a thorough thrashing. Ha ha ha, shouldn't we also shout, "Long live little Ige"? After all, Ige was the true hero of the day. Amidst the cheers, Kapu gleefully tucked little Ige under his arm, laughing heartily at his fellow soldiers. Long live little Ige. Some of the Navy soldiers quickly caught on, adjusting their shouts. Long live little Ige. The others promptly joined in. Long live little Ige. At this moment, the entire Doghead warship was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. It seemed that whether or not they could capture the fishmen was secondary. What truly mattered was that the Navy was on the verge of welcoming an unprecedented genius of monstrous proportions. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Kapu's gaze fell upon the small boy nestled under his ARM.AT that moment, even his weathered heart, having weathered many storms. Swelled with countless emotions, he could hardly fathom that his grandson had brought him such astonishment. From skillfully mastering natural-type abilities to slaying sea kings, to self-taught mastery of conqueror's hockey, and now miraculously demonstrating his powers from an extraordinary distance. This was nothing short of a freak of nature. An unprecedented prodigy, and this prodigy was, astonishingly, his own grandson. Kapu felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears of joy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a new milestone. Ding! Congratulations, host. On receiving the title, the old man's Reaper note made an old man fall in love with you. No needles required. At this moment, IGG was awkwardly nestled under Karp's armpit, reluctantly accepting the cheers of the Navy soldiers. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Upon hearing that he had unlocked a new achievement, IGG felt a flicker of joy, believing that his long-range control had received the system's approval. However, the subsequent announcement of the title Old Man Reaper nearly made him spit blood. What on earth is this ridiculous title? System, I am a pure heterosexual. Do not assign me such an effeminate title. Moreover, even if I were gay, could you at least give me something like Young Debonair Reaper instead? What is this old man nonsense? IGG was utterly exasperated, roaring internally. By the way, is the system merely a check-in system? This is utterly outrageous. Yet, the system remained indifferent to his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked 2 titles. No rewards have been triggered for now. Please continue your efforts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a title-specific icon card. You may view it at any time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered title fusion. The 2 titles can now be fused. Will the host choose to proceed with the fusion? The mechanical voice of the system echoed incessantly in IGG's mind. At this moment, IGG felt somewhat dazed. System, I understand earning titles through achievements, but what is this specific icon card? And I certainly want to see what new title my 2 current titles can fuse into. IGG had begun to find his own system rather unreliable. To avoid acquiring any bizarre titles, IGG decided to clarify matters first. Ding! The title-specific icon card is simply the visual representation of the titles you have earned. Ding! As for the new title, I can immediately demonstrate the fused icon for the host. Well then, show me what the fused title is. IGG furrowed his brow, waiting for the system's next action. Ding! Gigantic Spear that defeats Sea Kings and Old Man Reaper have fused. The new title is Spear that reaps old men. Ding! The new title-specific icon has been generated. Please check it. Host. As the mechanical voice of the system finished speaking, a card materialized in IGG's mind. He barely glanced at it before nearly fainting. On the system panel, a new interface appeared, displaying rows of dark squares. At that moment, the first square in the top left corner suddenly radiated a golden aura, and the black silhouette slowly transformed into color. What the hell? IGG's heart trembled. Inside the colorful card, there was a vivid image of 7-year-old IGG, joyfully being held aloft by Karp, who wore a doting expression. It appeared that IGG was to be thrown like a javelin. IGG was utterly despondent, his face visibly filled with dark lines. What on earth is happening? System, why are you so insane? I refuse to fuse. IGG couldn't help but roll his eyes at the system in his mind, thinking who would want to be called Spear that reaps old men. Ding! Choosing to fuse can trigger generous rewards. Please choose wisely. Host, there are rewards. Well, that is something I cannot ignore. Choose to fuse. IGG sighed in resignation. Titles are merely decorations. Rewards are what truly matter. If it were anyone else, they would also choose to fuse. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the new title, Spear that reaps old men. Ding! Rewards have been issued to the system mailbox. Please check. Host. Upon hearing the mechanical voice announce the title, IGG felt a mix of emotions. Almost on the verge of tears. Forget it. Let me check the mailbox and see what rewards the system has sent me. IGG summoned the mailbox and opened it to find 2 new emails. Ding! You have new mail to sign for. Rewards. System Intelligent Voice, Goddess. Note. Can modify system prompts, automatically used upon acceptance. Goddess? IGG's eyes instantly lit up. This system of mine is quite clever. He immediately chose to accept it. Who wouldn't want a goddess? Ding! Intelligent Voice, Goddess, has been equipped. Ding! Are you not going to accept the next reward? Do you need me to teach you? Little thing? At this moment, the system's voice had transformed into a feminine tone. It exuded a cold yet slightly domineering aura, instantly captivating IgG. All right, I'll do it right away. IgG promptly chose to open the next email. Ding, you have unexpectedly received a hidden reward for your new title. Not bad. Ding, the new reward is called Surviving Senbei. Note, a resilient senbei that has been partially consumed, having evolved a super hard body to withstand the predicament of being eaten by its kind. Even Karp's world-renowned biting force combined with his formidable haki can only leave shallow tooth marks. Ding. Well done, little brat. Keep it up. Huh? Senbei. IgG was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. The system's reward was actually a senbei. A leftover one at that. Is the system sent by the heavens to torment me? What use is this senbei? I can't possibly use it to help Karp with his dental hygiene, although the system's goddess voice is indeed pleasant. IgG simply did not want to engage anymore. He shut down the system. Returning to reality, he realized the cheers of the Navy soldiers had come to an end at this moment. Everyone was focused on their tasks. Those directing, those scouting, those steering, and those cleaning their weapons. Karp also set IgG down, crossing his arms as he gazed at the halted Sun Pirates fleet, although a battle with the pirate crew was imminent. The Navy soldiers aboard the warship showed no signs of tension whatsoever. Instead, there was a palpable sense of ease and comfort. This was no coincidence. It was due to trust. The soldiers on the warship had been meticulously selected by Karp. He understood them, and they trusted him, fostering mutual understanding and confidence. Karp possessed a strength that sent countless pirates fleeing in terror. As the saying goes, only the rats that Karp allows to escape can survive. No pirate has ever faced Karp head-on and lived to tell the tale. Thus, when the Sun pirate ship was forced to a standstill, it signified that the pirate side had already lost. This was the reason behind the early celebration of the Navy soldiers. The impending battle would not be particularly arduous. They, HQ-3, Karp's flagship, were destined for victory. As the Navy soldiers eagerly anticipated, the Doghead warship swiftly approached the Sun pirates. From the observation deck, the Navy soldiers could finally discern the movements of the fishmen within the Sun pirates. Through the telescope on the flagship's deck, a group of fishmen stood, led by a notably tall red fishman. He exuded a natural aura of leadership, standing calmly at the bow while addressing the other fishmen below. Then, a plump fishman clad in an orange-red martial arts uniform stepped forward. He leaped over the railing and into the sea. Following him, several other fishmen dressed in martial arts uniforms jumped in one by one. Soon, the remaining fishmen nearly all dove beneath the deck, leaving their intentions a mystery. Ultimately, only the red fishman and a shark-nosed companion remained on the deck. Chapter 13. As long as one is bold enough. Cut the shell with a blade. The Navy scouts had initially speculated on what these fishmen pirates intended to do. However, the fishmen pirates soon provided them with a definitive answer. The Sun pirates fleet, which had been motionless on the water, suddenly seemed possessed. They all turned to face Karp's warship. Then, a row of ominous cannon muzzles was aimed directly at Karp's fleet. The Navy scout felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He quickly realized that if their warship continued to approach at such speed, they would undoubtedly enter each other's firing range. Everyone, pay attention. The Navy scout hastily set down his telescope. He turned to the soldiers below and shouted, "The Sun pirates have readied their cannons against us. They are preparing to resist." Upon hearing the scout's shout, all naval soldiers immediately quickened their pace, their speed more than doubling in an instant. The adjutant, Picado, was the swiftest to respond. He pointed towards the direction of the Sun pirates and bellowed, "Team 1, secure the sails. Team 2, deploy the backup propellers. Team 3, prepare to maneuver. Team 4, all combatants assemble on deck to brace for cannon fire. And Team 5, gather ammunition for a counterattack." In just a few brief sentences, Picado had clearly delineated the tasks for everyone. The naval soldiers wasted no time and swiftly took their positions. Such is the hallmark of high-quality naval personnel, steadfast in spirit, obedient to commands, and executing with remarkable efficiency. Within a mere minute, all naval soldiers were in place, ready to commence the artillery battle. However, at that moment, a member of Team 5 rushed onto the deck, loudly reporting, "Report. All the ammunition has just been expended by Vice Admiral Karp." Nanny, this report instantly shocked everyone. My apologies, I got a bit carried away just now." Karp chuckled, scratching his head while overseeing the operation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from afar. Soon after, dark cannonballs began to descend like a torrential rain upon the Doghead warship. "Damn it, we're out of cannonballs." Picado muttered a curse as he gazed at the barrage approaching. Nevertheless, he remained calm. Having followed Karp for many years, he had encountered similar situations before. He swiftly made a decision. All of Team 5, come to the deck and join Team 4 to withstand the cannon fire. Team 3, steady the ship and avoid erratic movements. Though Picado had devised a commendable strategy in a remarkably short time, the absence of ammunition meant the Navy had lost its suppressive firepower. They could only dodge while defending, relying on the speed of their warship to rapidly maneuver closer to the Sun Pirates' fleet. However, the fact that the fishmen were retaliating with cannon fire was truly unexpected for Picado. Aside from their desire to delay their escape, he could think of no other reason. After all, fishmen are creatures of the sea. If they chose to abandon ship and plunge into the depths, the Navy would find themselves utterly powerless. Yet they did not take such action. Clearly, there was something of great importance aboard their vessel that compelled them to find a way to escape with it. Or there were other reasons forcing them to confront the Navy and engage in a cannon battle. If it were the former reason, then, logically, the fishmen could manipulate the ocean currents. Presumably, some fishmen had already submerged into the sea, preparing to leverage the tides to aid their fleet's escape. With this thought in mind, Picado looked up at the distant Sun Pirates fleet and confidently shouted, "We must block these cannonballs. There is likely something of immense importance on their ship. We must hold our ground until we are face to face with them." No sooner had Picado finished speaking than a rain of cannonballs began to descend upon them. Thus, a scene unique to the world of pirates unfolded before their eyes. IGG had imagined such scenarios countless times, yet being in the midst of it all was awe-inspiring. Indeed, as long as one is bold enough, one can cleave through cannonballs. The naval soldiers of Teams 4 and 5, armed with their naval sabers, spread out and, facing the incoming cannonballs, struck them away from the ship. What a grand spectacle it was! IGG couldn't help but marvel. On the deck, the clattering of metal resonated. Each naval soldier standing firm, swords in hand, taking down one cannonball after another with precision. Adjacent, Adjutant Picado drew his saber as well, directing operations while simultaneously cleaving cannonballs away. Ahahaha. Bring it on! Karp, too, felt the thrill of battle. More valiant than ever, he stood at the bow of the ship, his fists cloaked in haki, unleashing a flurry of punches against the oncoming barrage. The speed of Karp's punches even outpaced the cannonballs. With each strike, he sent one cannonball flying, causing it to collide with another, triggering a chain reaction among the incoming fire. Boom, boom, boom. Karp alone provided the naval soldiers with ample reassurance. However, even the strongest human effort has its limits. Before IGG could fully appreciate the valor of the naval soldiers, one cannonball managed to slip through. The black projectile crashed directly onto the ship's smooth oak deck, instantly creating a dreadful crater. With one breach, the chaos spread like contagion. Around them, the naval soldiers quickly became distracted. In an instant, they began to let cannonballs slip past them. Some soldiers, failing to react quickly enough, were struck directly by cannonballs, collapsing and bleeding on the spot, unconscious. "Get the injured out of here." Picado glanced at the fallen soldier and instructed his comrades to crouch down and carry the wounded away. Then he spotted IGG amidst the crowd and couldn't help but shout, "Little IGG, get down. Your abilities won't be of any use here." Picado was not mistaken. Logically speaking, the ability to manipulate sand was futile against cannonballs. Even if IGG erected a tall wall of sand, it would be easily breached by the cannonballs. Moreover, the swirling sand might obscure the vision of the naval soldiers below. In this moment, IGG's powers could very well complicate matters. "No, Colonel Picado, let me stay. I have a way to block the cannonballs." IGG's voice was too youthful, almost drowned out in the cacophony of artillery. He cupped his hands to form a megaphone, straining to shout. Chapter 14. The Evolution of the Sasa Fruit's Abilities. "Go back, little IGG. We all know you're impressive, but sand cannot withstand cannonballs." An old soldier, while defending, still found the strength to persuade IGG, following the display of power in defeating the Sea Kings the previous day. The naval soldiers had all come to recognize the prowess of this remarkable young man. "Little IGG, please." Several veterans chimed in, still managing to divert their attention from the barrage. "This ship is swaying left and right. What if you get thrown overboard?" In light of the current situation, it was indeed dangerous for someone like IGG, who lacked maritime experience. Yet IGG felt a great sense of camaraderie with these naval soldiers. He did not wish to see them suffer injuries like the fallen sailor. He was resolute in his desire to assist. "Everyone, trust me, I can create a large cave." At that moment, Karp could no longer contain himself. Glancing back at IGG, "IGG, you have yet to undergo systematic training in haki. Sand cannot help you block cannonballs. Listen, wait until we catch up to them. Then you can come out. IgG sighed deeply upon hearing this. It was clear that Karp's previous praise was merely an attempt to encourage him. He still did not fully believe in his potential. But with that thought, a fierce determination ignited within IgG's eyes. I must prove myself. Watch me create a mountaintop cave for you. System, I want to use evolution points. I want to enhance the Sasa Fruit. IgG called out in his mind, while the system had proven unreliable in the past. The rewards it offered were indeed considerable. Not long ago, while reviewing the manual for the Sasa Fruit, IgG had seen that the fruit's abilities could be enhanced. However, this required the expenditure of his evolution points. IgG remembered that enhancing the Sasa Fruit could make the sand particles extremely hard. Ding. Oh ho, have you finally remembered me, little one? The sultry voice of the system resonated, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Hearing this made IgG's heart race. Oh, that infuriating voice. It almost makes me forget the unreliability of the system in the past. Ding. After using evolution points, the Sasa Fruit can choose from 3 evolution paths: crystallization, infiltration, and adhesion. Which one would you like to choose, my dear? In a moment of bewilderment, Ige found himself at a loss for words. The system, having transformed into a sultry voice, felt remarkably different from before. What on earth is this, my dear? He exclaimed. Crystallization, just crystallization. Time is of the essence, Ige thought, dismissing any further concern about the system's transformation and issuing a command instead. Ding. Command executed successfully. Ding. The Sasa Fruit has been upgraded and enhanced. Ding. Promise me you'll make good use of it. As the system's voice faded, Ige distinctly felt an enhanced mastery over his sand. An obscure connection seemed to awaken within him. Sasa Fruit. Awaken, with a mere thought. Ige's form erupted into a whirlwind of sand particles, swirling and expanding in the air. Ultimately, it coalesced into a vast, enigmatic cavern of sand. This cavern was so immense that it completely obscured the entire naval warship. The pitch-black entrance of the cave engulfed the entire area of fire. Crystallization. A sudden vibration coursed through the formerly earthy-toned cavern, which then transformed into a smooth surface. A shimmering azure hue emerged, exuding an aura of formidable hardness. I know your strengths, but you are unaware of my depths. Witness how this great chasm absorbs your cannonballs. The sound of cannonballs resounded as they ricocheted into the sand cave, producing a series of crisp, metallic glass-like tones, akin to catching falling beans in a glass bowl. The formidable azure cavern loomed above the naval vessel, leaving all sailors momentarily stunned. The appearance of the vast chasm was so swift that the soldiers had yet to react. They continued their mechanical motions of slashing at cannonballs. The first to cease was the formidable Karp, who stood at the bow, gazing at the floating azure cavern above with an expression of utter disbelief and a glimmer of admiration. Ige, this boy, has he secretly mastered the hardening of hockey? Karp pondered to know. That cannot be right. If it were hockey, the color of this great chasm would not possess such exquisite azure. It would resemble that of iron-gray steel. I witnessed the transformation of this cavern from earthy yellow to its current azure hue. One must understand that acquiring the enhancement of hockey requires a significant expenditure of willpower. If Ige were indeed utilizing hockey to alter this cavern, the consumption of willpower would have drained him in an instant. This chasm, judging by its size, surpasses even the giant Gon. Karp silently assessed the impossibility of Ige employing hockey on both the interior and exterior of such a vast cavern. At that moment, he dismissed the thought of Ige's cavern being a mere fruitability development. If it were indeed a form of manipulation capable of altering the properties of natural materials, then it would be truly terrifying. Such power would be akin to that of a deity. Karp realized he could no longer fathom the complexities of this boy he had only known for a day. This lad consistently performed feats beyond his comprehension. Yet, it made sense. After all, he was of Roger's bloodline. The mere thought of the man who single-handedly ignited the great pirate era filled Karp with a tinge of melancholy. In the journey of life, finding a kindred spirit is a rare treasure. Nevertheless, Ige's aspiration to become an admiral truly seemed to be a boon for the Navy. After several seconds of astonishment, Karp's vice-admiral, Picado, and the other naval soldiers gradually halted their actions. That moment, everyone stood with mouths agape, staring at the colossal cavern suspended in the air, utterly dumbfounded. Ige, his ability is sand, right? What is this massive stone cavern? Is it diamond? Can he conjure diamonds? No, this cannot be diamond. Diamonds are transparent. This resembles a refined form of rock, but that isn't the crux of the matter. The real question is how he managed to create a rock cavern. Could it be hockey? If so, that is utterly outrageous. If Ige can wield Haki to such an extent, he would be on par with the renowned Admiral Zephyr. One must understand that while Haki is referred to as will, it is, in truth, a form of energy that can vary in quantity. To coat both sides of this enormous cavern with Haki, capable of resisting the powerful force of cannonballs, would undoubtedly require an astronomical amount of willpower. Ige is merely a 7-year-old child. No one could fathom that he could achieve such a feat yet. If it was not Haki, then what could have enabled Ige to construct such a grand cavern? This matter had transcended the comprehension of the naval soldiers. They were utterly at a loss for how to react. The soldiers had initially believed their strengths would be of use, that they could protect young Ige. However, before they could even process the situation, he had already protected them using methods they could not comprehend. Chapter 15. Why not? Shall we unleash a cannon upon them together? As everyone marveled in astonishment, Vice Admiral Picado regained his composure. After a few moments of gazing at the gargantuan cavern above the warship, he recognized it as an opportune moment to advance towards the Sun Pirates. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, commanding the non-combatant naval personnel to maximize the power of the propellers. This was a golden opportunity, allowing them to charge towards the Sun Pirates in one swift motion. Why waste time pondering what young Ige had accomplished? Vice Admiral Picado had surrendered to the brilliance of the genius, choosing to follow in his footsteps and perform his own duties, under Picado's direction. The 4th and 5th squads of naval soldiers took a moment to rest and regroup. The remaining soldiers exerted themselves to propel the warship forward at full speed towards the Sun Pirates. As the reconnaissance unit reported their increasing proximity to the fishmen, the cacophony emanating from the cavern above gradually transformed, shifting from a clamor to a rhythmic sound, before finally fading into silence. At that moment, everyone realized that the silence signified the depletion of the fishmen's cannonballs. It was finally over. Ige, emerging from the vast cavern, instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, controlling the powers of the Sasa Fruit to create such a colossal cavern, even with the fruit's awakening, had proven somewhat taxing. Ige slowly guided the cavern to shrink, ultimately reducing it to a diameter of approximately 6 to 7 meters. As it descended before Karp, Ige pointed at the crystallized cavern and earnestly inquired, "Grandpa, what do you think of my ability?" Karp remained silent, lifting his robust arm to caress the now significantly diminished cavern. Upon contact, a sensation of hardness akin to steel coursed through his fingertips. Indeed, the cavern Ige had created was exceptionally sturdy. To shatter it would require considerable effort. Very hard, almost rivaling that of a seawall. Karp nodded in affirmation. "Can you shatter it with a single punch?" Ige's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was clear that the system had produced something extraordinary. As for a single punch, Karp mused, picking at his nose while scrutinizing the cavern, then shaking his head. "Perhaps it could crack with a single blow." "Ah, splendid," Ige exclaimed, his joy evident. "Grandpa, I can condense the cavern into a solid form. What do you say? Shall we unleash a cannon upon them together?" "Ha, Ige, that is a splendid idea. We must give it a try." Karp initially paused, then instantly grasped Ige's intent. With Ige's assistance, he would have an endless supply of cannonballs. Flicking away the remnants of his nose-picking, Karp immediately adopted a fighting stance. He assumed a horse stance, drawing his right side back and retracting his right fist to his waist. Everyone on the deck could feel a formidable energy coalescing in his hand. Point 1. Karp bellowed, positioning himself. Point 2. Igg immediately grasped the situation, his focus honing in on Karp's center of gravity as he finally adjusted the K's position to hover just above Karp's front. Simultaneously, Igg extended his delicate, fair hand and formed a pinching gesture towards the vast opening. In no time, the seemingly indomitable azure entrance began to compress inward like dough, striving to seal the entire cave. In less than 10 seconds, the original cavern transformed into a massive, solid boulder. Point 3. Both Karp and Igg's gazes sharpened as they shouted in unison. Igg promptly relinquished control over the boulder, which, now devoid of manipulation, plummeted downward. However, during the brief interval of its descent, Karp had already completed the requisite actions to channel his power. His fist, as large as a cauldron, amassed an overwhelming aura of Haki. With a resounding clang, the moment the boulder collided with his fist, there was no hindrance whatsoever. The boulder shot forth like a cannonball, propelled by unmatched force towards the distant fishmen. On the other side, Tager seated, his eyes fixated on the distant naval warship. Damn it, have they already expended their ammunition? What on earth is that? He had never anticipated that his offensive would be thwarted by a colossal cave. He had not heard of any recent naval developments capable of countering cannon fire. "Captain, there must be a devil fruit user aboard their vessel, and a powerful one at that." All along, with his serrated nose. Remarked from behind that as one of the formidable members of the Sun Pirates, he had been tasked by Tager to prepare for battle on the deck. Yes, I understand. I wonder if Jinbei and the others are ready. Tager's gaze flickered with concern towards the depths below. However, before he could finish, a colossal shadow loomed over them, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Captain, look, what is that? Along exclaimed in shock, pointing at the immense shadow enveloping them. Tager didn't require Along's warning. He had sensed something amiss the moment the massive shadow, under the sun's rays, began to obscure the entire pirate ship. At that instant, the shadow engulfed nearly all the fishmen remaining on the ship. Moreover, the fierce wind generated by its descent rendered it nearly impossible for the fishmen to keep their eyes open. Damn it, it's about to crush us. Realizing the imminent danger, Tager leaped high into the air. Charging towards the shadow above. In that fleeting moment of ascension, Tager finally discerned the truth. It was a gargantuan azure boulder. In truth, IgG felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the thought of the fishmen harming the Navy soldiers. Thus, the moment Karp launched the boulder, he released the constraints of the Sunasuna Nomi. The boulder became enormous and remarkably hard. At this moment, the crimson-skinned Tager appeared minuscule beneath IgG's boulder. Yet, he resolutely raised his fist. Facing the boulder, IgG swung his fist forward. Boom. In comparison to Karp's fist, Tager's strike was akin to a mere fly swatter. His attempt to punch the boulder was utterly futile. Ugh! A muted sound escaped Tager's throat, and then he was crushed beneath the boulder. His body was sent hurtling backward before crashing heavily into the sea. Captain, Along cried out as he witnessed Tager being flung away. The boulder's trajectory remained unchanged, poised to smash into their ship. Chapter 16, Fishman Karate, Ocean Current over the shoulder throw. At that moment, Along was entirely unconcerned about Tager, without a second thought. He emulated Tager's leap. Kill. Along summoned all his strength and struck upward with a punch. Boom! To be honest, Karp's earlier punch had been so terrifying that it had already left cracks all over the boulder. Coupled with Tager's preceding strike, IgG's crystallized sandy shell had shattered even further. At this juncture, Along's punch landed squarely on the fissures created by Karp and Tager. Crack! Along's azure fist collided with the azure boulder's cracks, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, the massive fissure rapidly spread, almost instantaneously penetrating the boulder's interior. Bang! Suddenly, the colossal azure boulder, which had exuded an immense sense of oppression, erupted with a deafening explosion. From within, an avalanche of cannonballs poured forth like jelly beans. What the hell? Along cursed vehemently. The deluge of cannonballs was unmistakably the very ones they had just fired. It was as if they had been returned after accumulating in vast numbers. The sheer quantity made Along's scalp tingle. Moreover, at that moment, Along found himself airborne, utterly incapable of defending against such a barrage of cannon fire. What kind of monster are they, using such terrifying powers? He exclaimed in disbelief. Jinbei, faced with the rain of cannonballs. Along felt utterly helpless and could only shout towards the depths of the sea. Initially, according to Tager's orders, Jinbei was supposed to lead a group of Fishman Karate practitioners to manipulate the currents below the surface to assist the Sun Pirates in their escape. But now, if you don't come out soon, we're all done for. Even if they couldn't escape this time, they couldn't allow the ship's belongings to be destroyed. This thought echoed in Along's mind. Fishman Karate. Ocean Current over the shoulder throw. As if in response to Along's unspoken plea, Jinbei's voice resonated from beneath the surface. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface at the center of the fleet began to tremble violently. Initially, it was no larger than a manhole cover, but in an instant, the tremors expanded to encompass an area the size of a basketball court. Soon after, the sea boiled as if it were being heated to a boil. Then, a towering column of water erupted from the center of the Sun Pirate fleet, forcefully dispersing the ships. Almost simultaneously, the cannonballs, falling like rain, ricocheted off the hulls of every ship, plunging directly into the sea. Fishman Karate, a powerful technique passed down among the fishmen, was nearly the only method in the world that allowed for the manipulation of ocean currents, exclusively mastered by fishmen. They could leverage the pressure of the seawater to greatly enhance their attacking power. Even flinging the water off their shoulders as Jinbei did with his ocean current over the shoulder throw. This was the true purpose of the fishmen diving underwater, to orchestrate the currents with the collective efforts of numerous Fishman Karate practitioners, ultimately twisting them into a formidable force, and then combining all their strength to launch this immense current, sending both people and ships far beyond the reach of the Navy. Phew, we managed to protect ourselves. Jinbei observed as the fleet dispersed, narrowly avoiding the majority of the cannonballs. He exhaled in relief before diving beneath the surface. The currents that had been intended for their escape were now wholly devoted to safeguarding the fleet. One could say that the unexpected arrival of the massive boulder had completely disrupted the previous arrangements. Everything had to start anew. Now, he could only hope that Along and Captain Tager, remaining aboard the ship, could buy them a little more time. Wow, that's quite a massive one. It looks even more formidable than my sand gun. IGG stood at the railing, marveling at the towering water column conjured by Jean Bay in the distance. While the fishmen were in disarray, dealing with IGG's boulder, Karp's iconic dog-headed warship had already hastened to close in on the Sun pirate fleet. Observing from a close distance, Jean Bay's summon column appeared extraordinarily magnificent. This column is incredible. One day, I will create one even larger and thicker than this, IGG vowed to himself. Ding. Oh ho, such an inner self is truly amusing. Ding. A task has been triggered, little one. Ding. The rewards are plentiful. Hurry and complete it. Accompanied by a melodious voice, the system suddenly chimed in. What is the task, system? Ding. Task details. The pillar of earthly isolation and heavenly connection. Task reward. Unknown. Indeed. Even if the system transforms into a refined lady, it remains an unscrupulous entity. What sort of task is this? I truly haven't given it any thought. What? Not a single thought. In an instant, Ige's expression darkened. Tej, I am Karp. Come out and surrender quickly. At this moment, Karp inexplicably produced a large loudspeaker. He aimed it at the Sun pirates, addressing the ragtag fleet. Meanwhile, Tej had just emerged from the sea. Upon hearing that the one pursuing him was the terrifying Karp, he immediately turned to locate the source of the voice. What met his eyes was the enormous dog head emblem on Karp's warship. As for the so-called naval hero, Vice Admiral Karp, he donned a dog head hat, standing on one leg atop the railing, brandishing the loudspeaker. With a voice powerful enough to reverberate through one's eardrums, he bellowed, Tej, since you have climbed Mary Geos to challenge the authority of the world government, today, I, Karp, shall represent the Navy in apprehending you. At that moment, the group of naval soldiers behind Karp bit their lips tightly. However, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They were struggling to suppress their laughter. Although this was not their first time hearing Vice Admiral Karp's proclamations, they could never help but find them amusing. Karp's classic moments involve being lethargic during the chase, brimming with energy while pursuing, delivering righteous speeches, and fighting based on his mood, especially when facing a hero like Tej, who shares a certain camaraderie with Karp. There was a considerable likelihood that Karp would fail in his pursuit due to the cunning nature of his opponent. However, as Karp's words reached Tej's ears, they conveyed an entirely different meaning. Apprehend? This was nothing less than humanity's malice towards fishmen. Tej slowly climbed aboard the ship, soon standing upright. His expression was heavily clouded. He raised his head, gazing defiantly at the towering Karp. With battle intent surging in his eyes, Karp, if you have the ability, come and drag me back to the underwater prison. Chapter 17. I truly can handle them alone. If you have the ability, come and take me to the underwater prison. Even standing below, Tej maintained an indomitable posture. He stood tall, his muscles rippling with explosive power contained within. Such a figure seemed to radiate an aura of brilliance. Truly, he is a great personage who has left an indelible mark on the history of humanity and fishmen. For a fleeting moment, Ige felt he was utterly awe-inspiring. Is this the aura of the one who liberated Mary Geos? It is worth noting that in this era, fishmen are generally regarded by humans as an inferior race. There are always humans capturing fishmen, treating them like animals to be tamed. Those of better appearance, merely a bit more attractive, are offered to the celestial dragons or sold at high prices in the black market, resigning themselves to becoming playthings. Those of lesser appearance, like Tej, are captured and sold elsewhere as laborers for grueling tasks. Thus, Tej is indeed a legendary figure. He ventured out from Fishman Island in his youth to explore the world, only to be captured and enslaved. Subsequently, he escaped through sheer willpower. Moreover, he not only liberated himself but also climbed Mary Geos with bare hands. Furthermore, he not only freed the fishermen slaves, but also formed the Sun Pirates with a group of them, tirelessly advocating for racial equality and combating racial discrimination. Yet such a person, who strives against racial prejudice, harbors profound hatred for humanity due to his own experience of being sold into slavery. This might explain the immense hostility he exhibits towards the Navy. However, Ige found it somewhat perplexing that Tej appeared not as formidable as he had imagined. After all, Tej is Arlong's elder brother. He had subdued the ruffians of Fishman Street through sheer strength, ultimately becoming one of the most renowned adventurers on Fishman Island. According to the timeline, he should currently be even stronger than Jinbi. So why does he seem weaker than Arlong in Ige's perception, especially in the system's threat level warning. Tay's strength appeared significantly inferior to that of Arlong beside him, although Tay stood there with an imposing presence. There was a lingering sense of superficiality. In contrast, Arlong, brimming with youthful vigor, exuded explosive power that was impossible to conceal. Just moments ago, Karp had informed Ige that they were pursuing them due to Arlong's brutal slaughter of a town defended by a colonel. Could it be that Oda the old thief deceived me? In his compendium, the future ruler of the East Blue, Arlong, is the man who nearly bit Luffy to death, had he actually surpassed his elder brother long ago. However, Ige quickly shook his head, dismissing this possibility. Perhaps Tej had recently assaulted Mary Geos, and his injuries had yet to fully heal. But, regardless, he was determined to target the strongest. At this moment, Arlong appeared robust and vigorous, lacking the lethargy and corruption he exhibited later when encountering Luffy. He seemed even more resilient than when he first arrived in the East Blue. Just right. He could serve as a test for the new skills I had recently acquired. Ige had already settled on his target. Meanwhile, Karp continued to converse with Tej. Karp, with a look of disdain, picked his nose while holding the loudspeaker. What are you saying? I have merely come to apprehend you. I never stated I would take you to the underwater prison. I cannot comprehend your words. If you wish to capture me, come down and duel. Tej's hatred for humanity did not allow him to ponder the true meaning behind Karp's words. Just having escaped from Mary Geos, despite being gravely injured, the deep-seated animosity within him forbade him from bowing before humanity. At this moment, the only two formidable fighters aboard the Sun Pirates were Jinbe and Arlong. One was preparing to manipulate the currents beneath the water, while the other was likely struggling against Karp and that enigmatic ability user. This time, although he could not exert much strength, he still needed to create as much time as possible for Jinbe to escape. With this thought, Tej added, I want to see if your renowned Iron Fist can truly defeat me. This was a blatant provocation. Tej aimed to stir Karp's fighting spirit, prompting him to engage in combat. Ha ha ha. I have been waiting for that. Karp, indeed, became invigorated, laughing heartily. He discarded the loudspeaker, propelled himself, and leaped onto Tej's ship. Vice Admiral Karp, Bakato anxiously attempted to intervene. But it was ultimately too late. He could only watch as Karp's figure surged forward. That was Tej, the one who single-handedly stormed Mary Geos and emerged unscathed, although his raw power remained uncertain. His strategic prowess was undoubtedly formidable. One might never know if there were any ambushes awaiting him as he leaped onto the ship. Vice Admiral Karp was truly reckless. Oh my heavens! However, while Bakato was still anxious, Karp suddenly emitted a strange cry. Before him, a large blue stone slab obstructed his path. Karp had no time to evade while in midair, crashing into it with a thud, leaving a deep imprint of his figure. Ige, why are you stopping me? Grandpa, didn't you say you wanted me to hone my skills? Ouch, that hurts. Karp, having fallen to the ground from Ige's stone slab, clutched his head and complained of pain. Hearing Ige's words, he looked up in surprise. Yes, Grandpa did say that, so you should just follow along. Why are you stopping me? I believe you misinterpreted my intent. Ige stepped to the ship's bow, looking down at the fishmen bracing themselves below. Grandpa, what I meant by honing skills is that I will handle them all by myself. Huh? At that moment, the group of naval soldiers behind him reacted as if they had encountered the most astonishing event. Instantly erupting in commotion. Little Ige, what are you thinking? I merely wanted you to observe how the Navy captures pirates. How could you possibly handle such ruthless pirates alone? That's impossible. Don't joke around. Little Ige. This time, even Bakato could hardly contain himself. He raised his voice even louder than before, his expression grave as he admonished Ige. Ige, this is a serious mission. Below us are ruthless and merciless pirates. Do not act recklessly. Ige, indeed, was a true reflection of Vice Admiral Karp's lineage. Possessing immense strength, yet endowed with a whimsical disposition, he was a mirror image of his grandfather. Etc. No one dared to claim they could navigate alone. Those who uttered such words invariably became mere wreckage at the ocean's depths. This was an extremely serious matter. Bakato felt compelled to instill a sense of teamwork in Ige. The sea was no place for individual heroics. Likewise, Karp had not anticipated Ige's intentions. With an educational purpose in mind, he intended to counsel Ige. However, before Karp could say anything, Ige smirked and declared, Don't worry, I can handle them all by myself. Chapter 18. 7 years old. Confronting the Sun Pirates, you little rascal, Bakato exclaimed. The Vice Admiral was taken aback and was about to offer further counsel when Karp stopped him. Bakato turned to see Karp shaking his head. Then, Karp slowly rose. Readjusting his dog hat. He picked up a large megaphone and leaped back onto the naval ship, calling out to Tiger. Tiger, I've suddenly decided not to fight you myself. Instead, let my grandson take a turn to spar with you. Vice Admiral Karp. Picato's face was a mask of disbelief. Was this truly his grandfather? What kind of grandfather would allow his own grandson to engage in such reckless adventures? Karp ignored Picato, casting a deep, knowing glance at young Ige. Go on. Ige, do not fear. Your grandfather is right behind you. Vice Admiral Karp. Picato simply could not comprehend Karp's actions. Yet Karp waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Rest assured, I will be watching from above. Nothing will go awry. After a moment of hesitation, Picato finally fell silent. He had just noticed that there was a hint of concern in Karp's eyes that in truth. Karp had his own considerations, though Ige was merely 7 years old. He possessed strength surpassing that of many 30-year-olds. It was precisely for this reason that Ige exhibited a more combative and arrogant demeanor than the average individual. Karp's decision to let him face the challenge alone stemmed from his absolute confidence in his own abilities to protect Ige if necessary. Furthermore, he hoped Ige would come to understand the importance of teamwork and companionship. In this vast ocean, one could not survive without comrades. Karp wished for Ige to grasp this lesson through his own battles. While Karp had his own motives, the fishmen were utterly taken aback. Just after the naval hero Karp finished speaking, a 7 or 8-year-old child leaped from the bow of the ship. Ige's feet stirred up a fine cloud of dust as he maintained a vertical posture. Floating nonchalantly in the air, with a gentle thud, the dust dissipated, and Ige landed firmly on the deck of the Sun pirate ship. He was thoroughly pleased with himself, having achieved a celestial descent with minimal elemental transformation. It was simply magnificent. However, just as Ige proudly lifted his head, he was met with disdainful gazes from the fishmen. Tiger, observing the child who barely reached his thigh, wore an expression of disappointment and pointed at Karp. Has humanity degenerated to this extent? Even a child must bear the burden of your twisted sense of justice. Nearby, Arlong gestured mockingly at Ige's height, then burst into laughter. I ask you, is there truly no one in the Navy? You send a child to fill your ranks, and what of your soldiers? Why are they hiding behind a mere child? What are you saying? After spending several days in each other's company, Ige had grasped Karp's essence. He absent-mindedly picked his nose while asserting, I am not a child. I am already 7 years old. Wahahaha. 7 years old. Before Ige could finish, a group of fishmen clad in karate uniforms appeared behind Arlong. They had been waiting in the ship's hold for the Navy to ambush them. Instead, what approached was a mere small child. Unable to contain themselves, the karate fishmen erupted in laughter. Ha! Indeed, not a child. 7 years old is quite mature. You've already been weaned. Ha ha ha. The Navy truly is full of talent. You're killing me. Ha ha ha. At that moment, even Tiger shook his head in disbelief. He leaped back onto the ship from the sea. However, Ige remained unfazed by their mockery. He calmly finished picking his nose and flicked it away. Once the fishmen's laughter subsided, Ige leisurely retorted, Do not underestimate me. I alone am sufficient to deal with you. Oh my, this little brat is rather audacious. Ige's childlike voice held no weight in the ears of the fishmen. You should watch your words. It might hurt more than you expect. It seemed that the humans were not only arrogant but also foolish. Arlong could not tolerate anyone being arrogant in front of him, especially not a human. Drawing his massive, serrated shark-tooth knife, he stepped forward. However, Tiger restrained him with a hand. Arlong, he is still just a child. Do not fight him. TCH, Arlong spat disdainfully, raising his chin at Ige. Did you hear that? Our captain forbids me from fighting you. So hurry up and get back to your ship. Indeed, what business does a child have in a fight between pirates and the Navy? The fishmen behind him began to chime in. Are you afraid you can't take us on? So you bring a child to shield you? How malicious humans are. On the ship, Picato and Karp observed the unfolding scene below. The naval vessel had now drawn close to the Sun pirate's ship. However, due to the height of the warship, Tiger and the others could not hear the ordinary exchanges between Ige and his adversaries. Seeing Arlong draw his great knife, only to be halted by Tiger, Picato could no longer contain his worry. Vice Admiral Karp, is this truly all right? It seems the fishmen do not take him seriously at all. If young Ige is defeated, the Navy will become a laughingstock. Karp remained remarkably composed, discerning the fishmen's reactions and piecing together the current situation. With his arms crossed, he reassured Picato, Rest assured, Ige is my grandson. On Tiger's ship, most of the crew consisted of fishmen who had suffered at the hands of humans. Thus, confronted by Ige, a child seemingly easy to bully, their latent brutality erupted unabated. They began to openly intimidate and humiliate Ige. Go back, little boy, or else your uncles might just take your little. Hey, kid. Arlong, growing impatient with Ige's lack of retreat, barked. Are you not going to hurry up and leave? Ige said nothing, ignoring Arlong's insistence that he return to his ship. His gaze was solely fixated on a few filthy-mouthed fishmen. Suddenly, Ige's previously gentle eyes turned sharp. Whoosh, like a tempest rushing through, the ship's hull was suddenly engulfed by towering waves. The surging waters rose in layers as if something had provoked the sea goddess' wrath. The tumultuous waves surged with a ferocity akin to flames. Arlong felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. It was as if his instincts warned him that a primordial, man-eating beast was awakening not far from him. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming and formidable pressure descended upon the deck without warning. In an instant, the already dilapidated pirate ship, with its rows of wooden planks, was shattered by an invisible force. Roar! At that moment, it seemed as though everyone heard a tremendous roar echoing in their minds. Then, with two distinct thuds, the two most loathsome fishmen behind Along fell to the ground. Chapter 19. The Navy's Treasure, Ige. What just happened? It was as if a ferocious dragon had emerged from the sea. The oppressive force sweeping through the ranks of the fishmen. After passing over Tej and Along, two fishmen collapsed with a pair of thuds. At that moment, Tej and Along exchanged glances. Both noticing the other's pupils constricting, their faces betraying unmistakable astonishment. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Tej stared blankly at the fallen fishman in his camp. Aside from Conqueror's Haki, he could hardly conceive of any attack that could incapacitate others without physical contact. However, Tej quickly dismissed his thoughts. After all, the explanation he had conjured seemed too absurd. Conqueror's Haki. What manner of individuals possess such power? The most renowned among them was Roger, who had single-handedly decimated an entire royal army while seeking the true history text on Fishman Island. Who was he? The Pirate King. As for Tej, after venturing out from Fishman Island, he had heard of another prominent figure endowed with Conqueror's Haki, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. Both were epitomes of those who wielded Conqueror's Haki. It could be said that Conqueror's Haki represents the very essence of a king, such an extraordinary gift. How could it manifest in a mere 7-year-old child? This is sheer nonsense. What on earth is happening? While Tej's mind raced, the fishmen behind him were even more bewildered. They could not fathom the situation unfolding before them. It is worth noting that the ones who had just collapsed were Tortuga and Balam. They ranked just below Captain Tej, Jinbei, and Along in terms of combat prowess within the Sun Pirates. When Tej and Along were absent, these two had become the undisputed champions of the Fishman Street. How could they have fallen? Did this Navy brat employ some trickery? Humans are insidious and treacherous. Yes, surely. This 7-year-old human must have used some underhanded tactic. These fishmen resolutely refused to entertain the notion that a 7-year-old child could possess Conqueror's Haki. Thus, the concept simply did not exist in their minds. A child with Conqueror's Haki. What a dream. This human child was merely 100 times more treacherous than an ordinary human. He must have employed some exceedingly vile technique to ambush Tortuga and Balam. In truth, even if these fishmen could conceive of Ige possibly possessing Conqueror's Haki, they would, like Tej, refuse to believe it. After all, no matter how extraordinary Ige may be, his Conqueror's Haki could not possibly be so powerful as to incapacitate Tortuga and Balam with a mere glance. Haki requires cultivation. After all, a 7-year-old child. Even if he had awakened Conqueror's Haki from the womb, it could not be potent to such an extent. Boy, what kind of trickery are you employing? Indeed, none of you humans are trustworthy. Despicable. Shameless. The fishmen began to shout once more. Yet this time, Ige had completely lost his patience. With a fierce glare, an aura of chilling malevolence surged through the ranks of the fishmen once again. In an instant, aside from Along and Tej, all the remaining fishmen collapsed to the ground. Behold, it is young Ige's Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, among the Navy soldiers who had been watching Ige, a rookie could not help but exclaim. He was one of the sailors who had fainted previously in the dining hall. Having regained consciousness after the Sun Pirates' cannon fire, the sailors in the dining hall had unanimously concluded that Ige's display of Conqueror's Haki was what caused their fainting. Now, witnessing the fishmen fall one after another, they understood that it was indeed young Ige who had unleashed Conqueror's Haki. Have you ever seen such a sight? A veteran beside him patted him on the shoulder, his face radiating pride. Ha ha ha. Young Ige is simply a treasure of our Navy. Treasure Ige, a true gem, a treasure indeed. The Navy soldiers had already nicknamed Ige, although they could not hear the sounds from the dilapidated pirate ship beneath the warship. Tej's reaction did not escape the soldiers' notice. Strangely enough, seeing Tej's bewildered expression invoked a sense of satisfaction within them, not the kind of schadenfreude that stems from shared misfortune, but a sense of pride in their little Ige's remarkable prowess. Yes, pride, just like when one speaks of their superior being Vice Admiral Karp. Ha ha ha. How about that? Our little Ige is impressive, isn't he, at this moment, in stark contrast to the carefree pride of the Navy soldiers. Karp and Bogart clenched their fists tightly. So it begins. Young Ige's first encounter with pirates. What both found rather surreal was that Ige's inaugural confrontation was achieved merely by glaring at his opponents, incapacitating an entire group. Despite Ige holding the upper hand, Karp still harbored a lingering concern. Instincts warned him that Along was no ordinary threat. After all, based on Tej's previous reaction, he was undeniably worthy of the title hero of Fishmen. His unwillingness to witness a child suffer and his efforts to thwart Along revealed a deeply ingrained kindness within him. However, Along, as evidenced by his speech, exuded a bloodthirsty and brutal demeanor, particularly radiating a true killing intent. Karp, though carefree, would never allow himself to relax in the face of such murderous intent directed at his grandson. To him, Ige would always be his beloved grandson. Should Along dare to harm Ige in the slightest, he would rain down his fist upon Along, reducing him to mere pulp. Yet, if Karp were to learn of Ige's current thoughts, he might well spit blood in disbelief. This knife is so cool. At this moment, Ige was completely oblivious to any murderous intent emanating from Along. Instead, he was preoccupied with the impressive shark-toothed knife slung across Along's back. How had he never noticed how magnificent that weapon was before? Along wields a weapon. I should have one too. In that instant, gazing at Along's formidable weapon, Ige felt utterly empty-handed. It was a source of embarrassment. Someday, I too shall acquire a weapon. It must be renowned and undeniably striking. Indeed, it is Conqueror's Haki. Once again, after experiencing the baptism of Conqueror's Haki, Tej felt an intensified sense of emptiness within. That moment, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. How could such a terrifying individual exist within the Navy? For reasons unknown, the heroic Tej suddenly felt a flicker of fear towards Ige, who stood not far away. He was engulfed by a profound sense of apprehension for his future. 7 years old and possessing Conqueror's Haki. What manner of monster is this? Meanwhile, Along observed the fallen fishman behind him, his expression grave. He finally recognized that the young boy before him was indeed extraordinary. Awakening Conqueror's Haki at just 7 years old. What would that mean for the future? You little brat. I must personally eliminate you. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Along's eyes as he gripped the handle of the shark-toothed knife, drawing it from his back. He could no longer regard Ige merely as a child. To incapacitate his comrades in an instant, if he did not seize this opportunity to eliminate him, Ige would undoubtedly become a calamity for the fishmen. Along's eyes gleamed with a murderous light as he bit down on his tongue. As a shark fishman, the taste of blood would only heighten his excitement. Boy, let me be your opponent. Today, you shall meet your end. Indeed, I have long asserted that one of me is more than sufficient to deal with you. Faced with Aaron's provocation, Ig nodded slightly and replied in a nonchalant manner. Chapter 20. Ig versus Aaron. Draw your weapon. Don't claim I'm bullying you. The sin of blood fully awakened Aaron's bloodthirsty nature. His originally violet pupils gradually transformed into a deep crimson. Well then, let's see what weapons I have on me. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Ig meticulously searched his person. After a prolonged search, he could only produce a dark, obscure object from his back pocket. Damn it. System, when did you give me this? In Ig's hand was a round object, about the size of a hand fan. Its black, shriveled surface glinted with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. It was none other than the reward the system had previously granted him. That piece of celestial biscuit, what use could this possibly have? Aside from being a chew toy for Karp, the system had even stowed it in his pocket. Ig was utterly exasperated. Is this truly your weapon? Are you ready to meet your demise? Under the influence of his bloodthirsty abilities, Aaron momentarily lost his rationality. He pointed his shark-toothed knife forward, his aura escalating wildly. I genuinely can't find a more suitable weapon. So this will have to do. Ig raised the celestial biscuit in his hand and nodded at Aaron, indicating that they could commence the battle. However, the moment Aaron caught sight of the object in Ig's hand, a surge of heated blood rushed to his head. What the hell are you wielding? A piece of, probably expired celestial biscuit. Ig pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. A celestial biscuit? Can you not be so unserious? I am risking my life here battling you. I am being serious. Didn't you ask me to bring out a weapon? At this moment, Ig was beginning to lose his patience. You say you fear I will bully you if I don't bring a weapon. Yet you complain when I do. Why are you so difficult? If that's the case, then prepare to face your end. Aaron gritted his teeth, forcing each word out with palpable rage. At that moment, he could see nothing but Ig. The furious crimson had consumed his entire vision. All he wanted was to eliminate this insolent child before him. Nothing else occupied his mind. To insult him meant to be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Conqueror's Haki, he feared it not. Suddenly, a burst of blood mist erupted from Aaron's blue-purple skin, enveloping his entire being. Almost immediately, that mist seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, seeping back into Aaron's skin. It imbued his flesh with a dark purple hue. Soon, a violent, bloodthirsty aura erupted forth, forming a cyclone that swirled around Aaron. His sinewy muscles bulged, one after another. Even the Navy soldiers aboard the distant dog-headed warship could clearly see it. In an instant, Aaron's strength had multiplied significantly. Beside him, Tiger observed Aaron's transformation, feeling a sense of relief. The shock of IG's Conqueror's Haki gradually subsided. It was important to note that Aaron's transformation was a unique technique of his own. As a fishman, Aaron belonged to a race that thrived on bloodshed. Particularly after his skin absorbed blood, Aaron's muscles received an enhancement that far surpassed the stimulants developed by the Navy's scientist. Vegapunk. Naturally, fishmen's muscle strength was already 10 times greater than that of humans. In this state, Aaron's muscle power had increased by at least threefold. This meant that Aaron now possessed 30 times the strength of an average human. Even if the child before him possessed Conqueror's Haki, he would still be no match for him. Vice Admiral Karp thought. Aaron truly seems the type capable of taking a life. Bakado, even from afar, felt a chill creeping up his spine as he gazed at Aaron. That was a truly terrifying aura, one only possessed by those who had killed countless individuals. Was little IG truly about to face such an opponent? What was Vice Admiral Karp thinking? It's all right, just watch. Though Karp said this, his palms were already slick with cold sweat. He even felt a twinge of regret for allowing little IG to confront the situation alone. However, it was too late. This was an experience IG needed. Only by truly witnessing the ruthlessness of pirates could IG understand what fear and terror meant. Otherwise, he would never grow. Those who cannot grasp the essence of fear cannot survive in these treacherous seas. Yet, while Karp thought this, his entire body was tense, ready to spring into action. Should he sense that little IG might not withstand the pressure, he would immediately rush to his aid. If little IG were to be harmed, it wouldn't just be Aaron who would pay the price. The entire Sun Pirates would follow suit. IG was no fool. He was the chosen one of the system, as he sensed Aaron's newfound power, which even made him feel a momentary hesitation. IG did not hesitate. He swiftly withdrew his right leg, mimicking Karp's stance. Then, with a determined gaze, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous roar. IG's Conqueror's Haki erupted in full force. The immense pressure of his Haki forced the surrounding air to swirl around him, akin to the tail of a colossal dragon thrashing wildly. Even the Navy soldiers aboard the distant ship could feel the oppressive force contained within that wind. Not to mention, IG's terrifying will, as formidable as a dragon, extended high into the heavens. Even the air at such heights turned cold. The sky darkened at a visible pace. Within mere seconds, dense clouds gathered ominously. Rumbling, black lightning crackled within the clouds, dispelling the chill brought on by Aaron's murderous intent. It was as if IG resonated with the thunder above. Black and red lightning manifested around him, though this red-black lightning lacked the grandeur of the celestial bolts. Everyone present could sense the boundless power encapsulated within the serpentine tendrils that enveloped IG. When IG and Aaron locked eyes, it felt as though an electric current surged through the air. Aaron's sharp-toothed knife pulsed with bloodlust, while the celestial biscuit in IG's hand crackled with lightning. Both had assumed their stances. The intensity of their auras continued to escalate. At this moment, it was clear to all. IG and Aaron represented the clash between the Navy and the pirates. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 21. An unbelievable victory. Aaron made his move. He crouched low, poised to unleash his full might, advancing step by step toward IG. Meanwhile, IG remained steadfast, his gaze fixed intently on Aaron. Each step Aaron took seemed to echo the heartbeat of everyone present. 10 meters, 9 meters. Aboard the warship, Karp was particularly anxious. This was IG's first encounter with an enemy, and one filled with murderous intent at that. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should leap down and pummel Aaron right then and there. His aide, Bakado, watched Tiger warily, fearful that he might act unexpectedly and harm IG. The Navy soldiers, needless to say, had all but forgotten to breathe. Their entire focus fixated on the battlefield where IG and Aaron were poised to clash. 8 meters, 7 meters. At this moment, Tiger clenched his fists, the webbing between his fingers sore from the pressure. For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, he felt that the child's aura even seemed to overshadow Aaron's. 6 meters, 5 meters. IG narrowed his eyes, sensing that the moment had arrived. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty glint in Aaron's eyes flared brightly. He momentarily gathered his strength, his muscles, 10 times stronger than those of a human, propelling his body forward in an instant. The shark-toothed knife rose high, poised to cleave down toward IG's head. Shark breaker. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as if a taut bowstring had snapped. Almost simultaneously, IG completed his own build-up. Gripping the celestial biscuit in his right hand, he swung upward to meet Aaron's fearsome blade. Delivering a powerful strike, the leftover celestial biscuit, boom. Just as their respective battle cries rang out, the celestial biscuit and the shark-toothed knife clashed violently. The terrifying energy contained within both weapons erupted upon impact. Beneath their feet, the sturdy deck of the Sun pirate ship shattered instantaneously, exploding into a cloud of dust. Terrifying fissures rapidly spread across the remnants of the vessel. In a mere moment, the grand pirate ship was on the verge of disintegration. The surrounding waters began to churn violently, as if someone had unleashed hundreds of bombs within, the sound of the splintering sea echoing incessantly. Torrents of water surged beside the ship, nearly capsizing the nearby dog-headed warship. Hurry, hurry, take the helm. Engage the propeller swiftly. We mustn't allow the warship to be overturned. On the dog-headed warship, chaos ensued. Picado commanded urgently, while naval soldiers dashed about in disarray, entirely disregarding the drenching spray of seawater. Only Karp stood resolutely at the bow, his gaze fixed intently on the pirate ship, eager to ascertain the battle's outcome. However, the warship's bow had already risen high, obscuring his view of the situation below. When the naval soldiers finally managed to regain control of the warship amidst their frantic efforts, Karp and the other sailors were finally able to witness the state of the Sun pirate ship. As they beheld the scene, a collective gasp filled the air. Every naval soldier was struck with awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Picado and Karp stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, frozen in astonishment. Despite enduring relentless bombardment, the Sun pirate ship had only suffered a few superficial holes in its deck. The damage inflicted by Karp's cannonball had merely resulted in a single compromised section at the stern. It was evident that the craftsmanship of this ship was of the highest caliber. After withstanding such artillery, it remained remarkably intact. Even as it floated upon the water, its keel remained unbroken. It could be said that, even when compared to Karp's heavily armored warship, this vessel was perhaps sturdier. Yet, here it lay, in such a shattered state. Look, the kitchen, the lavatory, the combat arena, the quarters. Every conceivable room one might find on a pirate ship was visible on the water's surface. Moreover, each cabin was evenly distributed across the sea, laid bare for all to see. Amidst the debris of those rooms, fragments of wood floated haphazardly, resembling a swarm of mayflies. Gazing further inward, one could discern what appeared to be the only relatively intact section of the ship, a plank the size of a basketball court. However, a cloud of yellowish-gray powder hung in the air, obscuring what had transpired within. IG, where are you? Karp shouted anxiously. He hasn't fallen into the water, has he? IG is a devil fruit user. If he sinks, it could be the end. In a frenzy, Karp began to remove his coat, shirt, trousers, shoes, and socks, intent on rescuing IG. Look, over there. At that moment, a sharp-eyed naval soldier shouted. Everyone turned to follow the direction of his finger. It was indeed on that large, solid plank. The dust was gradually settling, revealing two figures partially concealed within the haze, one tall and one short. Undoubtedly, they were Arlong and IG, who had just collided with great force. Karp, disregarding his clothing, leaned over the railing to observe closely. Please don't let anything happen to you. IG. Within the smoke, the two figures, one large and one small, stood apart, seemingly locked in a tense standoff. The naval soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how such a tremendous uproar had unfolded without either party landing a blow. It was utterly absurd. Yet, despite their thoughts, they remained anxiously fixated on the center of the dust cloud. At last, the haze of wood dust and debris dissipated, revealing the two individuals in their entirety. Indeed, it was clear that their strengths were closely matched. Both remained standing, still in confrontation. Was Arlong truly so formidable? How could he hold his ground against young IG like this? Just as the naval soldiers were beginning to comprehend Arlong's prowess, a sudden realization struck. What had once been a sky shrouded in dark clouds had inexplicably transformed into a clear blue expanse. Then, the two finally moved. The smaller figure slowly turned and began to walk toward the edge of the plank, while the towering figure behind him collapsed to his knees, losing all strength. IG has won. Someone in the Navy shouted triumphantly. IG has won. Another voice echoed. IG has won. The entire naval contingent could no longer contain their overwhelming excitement, erupting into a deafening chorus of cheers. This was a moment of triumph greater than their own victories over pirates. Who could have imagined that a mere 7-year-old child would emerge victorious against Arlong? He had completely triumphed. This was not a contest of who would fall first. IG's gait as he walked back suggested he had sustained no injuries whatsoever. My goodness, that was Arlong, the ruthless fishman who had slain a colonel from the naval headquarters and mercilessly butchered an entire town. IG had actually won. Several naval soldiers were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. They were on the verge of becoming devoted fans of young IG. What an astonishing victory! Vice Admiral Picado, upon seeing that IG appeared to have sustained no injuries, finally felt the weight lift from his heart. After several encounters with IG, he no longer marveled at the miraculous feats of this child. Rather, he felt a deep concern for him. After all, the talents of Picado and IG were not on the same level. Yet, he cared for IG as a parent would, even if he could no longer assist with his studies or comprehend his lessons. At that moment, Karp was nearly overcome with emotion, the tears welling in his eyes threatening to spill over. Before he forcefully swallowed them back, the tension that had gripped his body finally began to ease, only for him to realize that he was drenched in cold sweat from his back, neck, thighs, waist, and even the soles of his feet. Karp nonchalantly raised his trembling right fist. He extended his left hand, knuckles pale, and methodically pried his fingers open, realizing he had clenched his fist so tightly in his earlier anxiety that he could scarcely release it. Fortunately, no one had witnessed this. Otherwise, he would have faced significant embarrassment. Meanwhile, Tej, who had been near the center of the explosion, had fallen into the sea amidst the fierce clash between Arlong and IG. Now, he finally surfaced, struggling to swim to a floating piece of wood. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to climb aboard. His body was already weak, having been gravely injured after the assault on Mariewa. Earlier, while passing through a town, he had encountered a naval colonel, and it was Arlong who had saved him. Tej was unaware that, after repelling the naval colonel, Arlong had gone on to massacre the town. He believed that Arlong had fought against the powerful naval officer to protect him, which endeared Arlong to him greatly. He regarded him as a trusted ally. In a panic, he sought to check on Arlong's condition. However, just as Tej steadied himself, upon witnessing the state of the confrontation, his vision blurred, and he tumbled off the plank. Arlong had lost. How could this be possible? Chapter 22. IG, never go back on my word. Arlong. Tej cried out in disbelief upon seeing the unconscious figure of Arlong sprawled on the ground. Ignoring his weakened state, he scrambled and swam toward the plank where the decisive battle had taken place. At that moment, IG sat nearby, resting. Strangely, although the collision had not inflicted significant harm, he felt as if his body had been drained of all energy. Upon seeing Tej approach with an imposing demeanor, IG instinctively prepared to defend himself, assuming he was about to engage in another battle. With his haki depleted, he still had his Sasa Fruit powers. He certainly wouldn't be easily defeated. Yet, Tej paid him no mind. He rushed directly to Arlong's side, anxiously searching him up and down. Don't worry, he is not dead. He isn't even injured, just knocked out from the impact. IgG cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing IgG's words, Tej seemed to feel a slight sense of reassurance. He turned to IgG and inquired, "Why did you not strike him down when you clearly had the opportunity to do so?" "Kill him. Why would I?" IgG's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. "I merely stated that I alone could defeat you. At no point did I claim I would take a life. IgG, never go back on my word." IgG, never go back on my word." The childlike timbre of IgG's voice, uttering such declarations, would elicit amusement from any normal person, evoking the innocent babble of a young child. However, when Tej meticulously examined Arlong's entire being and found no trace of injury, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. This child named IgG spoke the truth. In that moment, Tej felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine. Fear. Yes, the gravely injured Tej was engulfed by fear. As he looked at IgG again, he perceived a visage that radiated an unsettling certainty over everything. This child possessed an extraordinarily precise understanding of his own injuries when he claimed he was unhurt. He was indeed unhurt. He would never falter in his word. If, prior to this moment, Tej viewed IgG merely as an exceptionally arrogant prodigy, now his words indicated that he was, in fact, a master with meticulous control over his own power. It was truly bizarre. This IgG appeared to be nothing more than a child. Tej could not help but recall the legends of the sea, where it was said that some mystical practitioners could control their own appearance, stalling it at any age they desired. Could it be that the being before them was, in truth, a reclusive master who had mastered some wondrous technique? A flurry of questions surged within Tej's mind. Were the naval soldiers to overhear Tej's musings, they would likely be filled with derision, each adopting an air of superiority as they looked down upon him, scoffing, "Look at you, so naive. How could IgG not be a prodigy?" Tej found it unfathomable that a mere 7-year-old child could awaken the Conqueror's haki while simultaneously possessing such formidable combat skills. It must be noted that such skills are honed through countless bloody battles. This IgG, bearing himself with such composure, evidently still had strength to spare. IgG was undeniably a hidden master. He was a fearsome figure, perhaps even a secret weapon of the Navy. Nevertheless, Tej reached for a garment to cover Arlong's exposed form and slowly rose from the ground. His grievously injured body was nearly devoid of strength, yet he still forced his trembling legs into a combat stance, an indomitable spirit emanating from him. Though his body felt weak and feeble, Tej's voice remained loud and resolute. While I am sincerely grateful for your restraint, I know not who you truly are. However, no captain can stand idly by while his crew is assaulted. Tej, this scoundrel, he actually intended to engage in a battle of attrition. Bricado, witnessing Tej assume a combative posture before the seated IgG, could not contain his outrage, shouting, taking advantage of the situation, despicable and shameless. Karp, however, perceived more than his subordinate Bricado. Tej's physical condition was not easily concealed from his observational prowess. In his perception, although IgG had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Arlong, the intensity of his aura had diminished somewhat. He still remained in a healthy state. In stark contrast, Tej's aura had consistently been weaker than that of Arlong and now resembled a flickering candle in the wind. Utterly frail, thus, he felt no concern for Tej. Rather, Karp believed his greater worry lay with the figure concealed beneath the water. The one who had conjured that towering column of water was, in his estimation, even stronger than the fallen Arlong. IgG cast a glance at the visibly frail Tej, choosing to ignore him, merely curling his lip and stating, "In your current condition, battling me is ill-advised. How far can you walk? 1 step, 2 steps. You might as well sit down and rest for a while. Do not underestimate me." Tej suddenly bellowed in agitation. "I have stated before that no captain can watch his crew being assaulted without intervening. You are on the brink of death, yet you still strive to appear strong." IgG, disinterested in further dialogue with this individual, fixed his gaze, and a powerful pressure surged through Tej's body. The color drained visibly from Tej's face. He could distinctly feel the last remnants of energy within him being utterly depleted. The muscles in Tej's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. "I respect you as a man." IgG, having sufficiently rested, leaned on his knees and leisurely stood, advancing towards the fallen Tej. "I wish to propose a deal. Stay away from our captain." Just as IgG was about to articulate his thoughts, a voice imbued with chivalric spirit resonated from the water. Suddenly, with a splash, a stout fishman emerged from the depths, positioning himself between IgG and Tej. Even before the fishman revealed himself, IgG had already discerned his identity. With hair styled into a samurai topknot, brows as fierce as a tempest, a robust yet rounded physique clad in a yellow karate gi, and an orange cape billowing behind him, it was impossible not to recognize him. "Jinbei." Tej, gazing at the imposing figure before him, urged, "Quickly prepare the currents, Captain." Jinbei cast a deep glance at Tej and solemnly stated, "No captain would watch his crew suffer. Likewise, no crew member would stand idly by while a wounded captain is bullied." Hey, I never claimed I wished to fight your captain, Jinbei." IgG hastily waved his hands, disavowing any association with such bullies. As an experienced sailor, he certainly did not wish to leave a negative impression on the protagonist's team. Who was Jinbei? In a few years, he would emerge as the most remarkable figure among the fishmen. Before the establishment of the Sun Pirates, he was the royal guard of the Fishman royal family. What did it mean to be a royal guard? Only a select few of the strongest in the entire Fishman race were deemed worthy of such a position. After Tej's demise, Jinbei would further hone his skills, attaining the position of Warlord of the Sea, thereby elevating the status of Fishman. He even once fought evenly against Ace, who had already made a name for himself at sea, especially after witnessing Jinbei's recent display of power. A colossal column of water that soared to the heavens, it left IgG yearning for more. He was a man hailed as a sea knight by numerous sailors and the world government. IgG held a deep admiration for him. Leaving a negative impression would be ill-advised. IgG merely sought an opportunity to spar with Jinbei, hoping to glean some insight into the technique of the reverse sand waterfall, when he would later employ this skill using the abilities of the Sasa Fruit in a desert nation like Alabasta. It might even surpass Jinbei's grand column of water in terms of spectacle. IgG pondered this as his thoughts wandered. "Ding. Young master, are you dissatisfied with yourself?" Just then, the system's sultry voice echoed, tinged with a hint of mockery. Chapter 23. The Sea Knight Jinbei makes his entrance. Oh, that accursed sultry voice. What a delightful experience. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? However, Regarding the system's words, IgG found himself somewhat perplexed. Ding. No more pretense, little one. I have already detected that you lack confidence in your great sand gun. WTF? That was merely a longing for a spectacular skill. Do you understand longing? At this moment, IgG felt as though he was on the brink of losing his mind due to the system's convoluted logic. Ding, young one, I understand. Ding, then let us fulfill your request. Ding, the task Heavenly Pillar of Absolute Land has been altered. Ding, new task. Reverse sand waterfall. Ding, completion conditions. Subdue the fishman Jinbei. Note. Once you have subdued him, you shall no longer lack confidence. Ding, task reward. Skill book. Reverse sand waterfall. A cascade of notifications left IgG momentarily bewildered. However, the alteration of the task by the system brought him a modicum of joy. Who would wish to undertake such a tedious task as the Heavenly Pillar of Absolute Land? Anyway, HM, at this very moment, as IG is communicating with the system, Karp and Picado aboard the ship witness Jinbei leaping out of the water, leaving them utterly astounded. Karp's long-standing fears have finally come to fruition. From the very beginning, Karp had sensed that the two leading fishmen aboard the Sun pirate ship were far from the strongest in combat prowess. Setting aside the weakened Tage due to his injuries, Arlong's capabilities pale in comparison to the figure who had been lurking beneath the waves, and when Jinbei finally broke the surface, Karp understood that this time little IG would truly require his assistance. The reason was simple: Jinbei's name. Prior to embarking on the mission to retrieve IG, Karp had already familiarized himself with some information regarding the Sun Pirates through the Navy's communication system. Therefore, when Sengoku informed Karp, he was not particularly surprised. Unlike the sporadic knowledge held by the outside world about the Sun Pirates, Karp had delved deeply into the specifics of the crew's composition after accepting the mission. His understanding of the bounty compositions of each pirate within the crew only heightened his concern for little IG. It is essential to recognize that the determination of a pirate's bounty follows certain principles. Generally, there are three standards for setting bounty amounts: the degree of threat posed to the world government, the level of strength, and the significance attributed to the criminal by the celestial dragons. The threat level typically refers to one's stance and danger level. Take, for instance, his son, Monkey D. Dragon, whose very existence is a revolutionary statement, representing a stance threat, coupled with his immense strength, vast influence, and far-reaching impact. His bounty approaches that of the Pirate King, Roger. Then there is Tage, who audaciously attacked Mariewa and managed to escape unscathed, causing considerable embarrassment to the ruling structure of the Five Elders, which is why his bounty is so elevated. The danger level usually pertains to personality traits. Prior to Roger becoming the Pirate King, there were many ruthless pirates, some of whom were psychologically deranged. They would kill indiscriminately and rob at will, bringing turmoil to the populace, thus inflating their bounties. Arlong of the Sun Pirates falls into this category. His traumatic childhood has instilled in him a profound hatred for humans, leading him to show no mercy when given the chance to slaughter them. Even relishing the notion of treating humans as slaves, such dangerous personality traits have resulted in Arlong's high bounty. In essence, while both Arlong and Tage possess high bounties, they are significantly augmented by additional factors. Jinbei, however, is a different story. During the pursuit of Roger, Karp had previously visited Fishman Island and had some interaction with Jinbei. Jinbei left him with the impression of being a principled and noble sea warrior, characterized by his gentle disposition and inherent kindness. Completely unlike Arlong and Tage, Jinbei's bounty is solely calculated based on the naval officers he has defeated. It can be confidently asserted that in terms of combat prowess, Jinbei surpasses Arlong by several tiers. Given that IG and Arlong were evenly matched moments ago, facing Jinbei presents no hope whatsoever. Contemplating this, Karp leaped off the dog-headed warship without hesitation. Hey, Vice Admiral Karp. Wait a moment. Picado instinctively reached out to stop Karp as he jumped, but to no avail. With no other option, Picado could only helplessly watch the pile of white cloth on the ship's deck, letting out a resigned sigh. IG, you've done very well. Go take a rest. Leave the rest to your grandfather. With a thud, Karp landed firmly in front of IG. However, in response to his good intentions, his grandson's reply was, "What the heck? Who jumps down wearing only shorts? Grandpa, what happened to you? Where are your clothes?" IG exclaimed, pointing at Karp's red and green floral shorts. Just moments ago, as the system's mission changed, IG was contemplating strategies to get closer to Jinbei, only to be greeted by the sight of a large black rat. No, wait, it was Karp, descending from the sky clad only in floral shorts. Huh. What? Karp followed IG's finger to look at himself. To his astonishment, he was not clad in the familiar, pristine white naval uniform representing justice, but rather, his skin had been tanned to a brownish hue. At that moment, the eye-catching red and green patterned underwear draped over his well-defined, sun-kissed physique stood out remarkably. It suddenly dawned on Karp that he had stripped off all his clothes in a rush to save IG. "Ah, my clothes," Karp exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Oh dear. Grandpa, you should hurry back and put on your clothes. Don't embarrass yourself." IG was at a loss for words and could only facepalm. "No. Before you is Jinbei." Karp suddenly resumed his serious demeanor. "You just fought that Arlong. You are no match for Jinbei right now. Quickly, fetch my clothes." "No, Grandpa, if you want your clothes, go get them yourself. I want talk to Jinbei," IG retorted without hesitation. "You little rascal. Why won't you listen to your grandfather? Hurry up." Karp, incensed and embarrassed, lifted IG and playfully knocked his head a few times. "I don't wanna." "Are you planning to wear clothes during battle? Let me go. I need to speak with him." IG was determined not to let the system's mission slip away. He wanted the rewards. Thus, he struggled fiercely. "By the way, do you truly think I don't exist?" At that moment, witnessing the grandfatherly love between the two, Jinbei could no longer remain silent and interjected forcefully. Had it not been for his prior acquaintance with the legendary naval hero before him, he would have kicked this absurdity of a man, clad only in shorts, away long ago. Furthermore, this was a critical moment for the survival of the Sun Pirates, and these two were merely clowning around, taking advantage of Jinbei's good-natured demeanor for just an instant. Karp, still holding on to IG, was distracted by Jinbei's words. Seizing the opportunity, IG swiftly freed himself from Karp's grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a swirl of sand spiraling towards Karp's feet. Sand whirlwind. Originally, it was just a small whirlwind conjured by IG, but as it reached Karp's feet, it suddenly expanded into a colossal tornado. "Ah, IG, you little brat." Karp had no time to react before he was swept up into the air by IG's sand whirlwind. Moments later, Karp landed back on the deck of the dog-headed warship. "Haha, Grandpa, you just focus on putting on your clothes. I'll take care of things from here." Chapter 24. You're quite impressive. Join me. Jinbei quietly observed as IG sent Karp soaring into the sky. He let out a resigned sigh, glancing back at Tej. "Captain, leave this to me. You should take Arlong to the mast to rest." However, before he could finish, Jinbei suddenly sensed something amiss. The entire ship was in disarray. Where were they to find a cabin? Perhaps I should just lean against the mast for a moment, Jinbei thought. Somewhat speechless, there was no denying that the antics of the grandfather-grandson duo had completely dissipated the tense atmosphere of life and death between the pirates and the Navy. Looking around, the air was devoid of any sense of bloody combat. Not far away on the naval dog-headed warship, a group of soldiers was watching Karp, clad in nothing but his underwear, while suppressing their laughter. Karp was visibly embarrassed, hurriedly donning the clothes he had just stripped off one piece at a time. Meanwhile, Captain Tej was slowly dragging Arlong towards the mast. The other fishmen aboard the ship were strewn haphazardly across the surface of the SEA. It was uncertain whether the young boy before them had done so intentionally. No, one might wonder if Karp's appearance in just his underwear was indeed deliberate. Despite the Sun Pirates still having a formidable force like himself, the entire atmosphere suggested that the battle had already concluded with a naval victory. Were they attempting to lighten the mood through their antics, thereby undermining their own resolve? Jinbei could not help but roll his eyes. He absolutely refused to be deceived. Upon this realization, Jinbei scrutinized Ige with utmost seriousness. His expression bore no hint of relaxation. Rather, it grew increasingly grave. This young lad appeared to be quite the conundrum. Although he resembled a mere child of 7 or 8, who could have anticipated that he would vanquish Arlong in such a state? It is worth noting that this was Arlong empowered by sheer rage. His muscular strength had been significantly augmented, and in a mere contest of strength, even Jinbei might not stand a chance. More astonishingly, Arlong had been rendered unconscious, utterly devoid of awareness, and most preposterously, amidst the cataclysmic collision that obliterated the entire vessel, this child emerged unscathed. What extraordinary talent! Although Jinbei had been submerged beneath the waters. Unable to witness the specifics of the battle between Arlong and this child aboard the Sunny, he could not fathom that a mere 7-year-old could triumph over Arlong in his furious state. Thus, he surmised that the child must have mastered hockey or some similar technique. Most crucially, this likely did not represent the entirety of his abilities, just moments ago, when he had sent Karp back to the warship. The fleeting display he exhibited confirmed it. The formidable ability user from the previous artillery battle was undoubtedly him. Given this, what chance did Jinbei have against him? In mere seconds, Jinbei assessed the current situation through keen observation. Presently, he was the only individual aboard the Sunny capable of combat. Moreover, it was highly probable that he was not a match for this child. He had already exhausted the ocean currents he had relied upon to shield the fleet from the oncoming boulders and countless cannonballs. To make matters worse, Karp was still commanding the battleship behind them. No matter the circumstances, victory was utterly unattainable. Yet, the spark in Jinbei's eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it burned with even greater intensity, even in the face of certain defeat. He would fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Ige had successfully conveyed Karp back to the ship, internally berating the system for its absurdity. What on earth was going on? He had no desire to engage Jinbei in combat. He merely wished to converse with him. Ige was prepared to negotiate the release of the Sunny pirates in exchange for Jinbei teaching him that reverse waterfall technique. He had even named the technique he envisioned for his future. Yet, to his dismay, the system had directly compelled him to subdue Jinbei. After all, he was a sea hero. How could Ige possibly manage that? After much contemplation, he could only devise a rather clumsy plan. He gazed at the wary Jinbei and called out from a distance, "Hey, Jinbei, shall we have a word?" Indeed, Jinbei felt his analysis was correct. This fellow was clearly attempting to lighten the atmosphere with semantics. Hoping to initiate negotiations, with his resolve solidified for battle, Jinbei adopted a combative stance. There was nothing worthwhile to discuss. If they were to converse, it would have to be over his dead body. Wait, Jinbei, look at your current situation. You're fighting alone. Ige had anticipated Jinbei's inevitable refusal, understanding that engaging in combat was his style. Yet, Ige was determined not to yield. Look over here. You have no chance of winning. No crew member would tolerate seeing their captain being beaten. Jinbei emphatically shook his head, his fighting spirit surging. We will certainly fight. Ige waved his hand, attempting to calm Jinbei, but to little effect. How about we make a wager? To kill or to wager? Why would we wager? Jinbei remained steadfast in his refusal. Just hear me out. Let us have a match. Ige persisted patiently. If you win, you can retreat with your crew. If you lose. What happens if I lose? Jinbei interjected hastily. Ige was acutely aware of the personalities of various figures within the pirate world. For Jinbei, there was nothing more important than his fellow fishmen, if it meant doing good for his brethren. He would act without hesitation, regardless of how harsh the conditions might be. This was the essence of the sea hero, Jinbei. If you lose, Ige noted Jinbei's slight concession and felt a surge of relief. I see potential in you. Join me. Wait. Jinbei's eyes narrowed sharply. Joining you means joining the Navy, right? What kind of ridiculous condition is that? I am a pirate. If I were to become a member of the Navy, how could I face my fellow pirates? Would that not lead to a tragic scenario of fratricide? Moreover, you only mentioned joining the Navy. You haven't even brought up the matter of my comrades. Am I to surrender my entire crew to the Navy if I lose? Seemingly sensing Jinbei's inner turmoil, Ige quickly added, Of course, you need not join the Navy. Just work for me, and I will grant freedom to your comrades. Do you have the authority to make that decision? Jinbei still harbored doubts. Karp is my grandfather. What do you think? Upon hearing Ige's declaration, Jinbei relinquished his concerns entirely, fixing his gaze intently on Ige. He spoke earnestly, If that is the case, then I wager my freedom for the rest of my life against you. Ige had been waiting for these words. He eagerly nodded and, with a serious demeanor, responded, Then let us commence. With that, Ige's fighting spirit surged forth. Particles of sand swirled around him, creating an atmosphere charged with a parched intensity that drained the moisture from the air. Simultaneously, Jinbei stood resolute. Enveloped in haki, with a casual motion, he summoned the surrounding seawater, which then instantaneously evaporated into vapor, encircling him. Fishman karate. Here I come. Chapter 25. Fierce Battle. Jinbei, Sand Soldier. Meteor. Upon the wreckage, Tiger had already relocated the unconscious Arlong to a safe spot to rest, while Jinbei and Ige each assumed their fighting stances. Meanwhile, Karp had finally donned his previously discarded garments. Vice Admiral Karp, do you truly believe young Ige can defeat Jinbei? Bakato inquired with concern. Karp gazed at the diminutive figure below and sighed. As long as he possesses the strength to lift me, it indicates he is confident in his ability to handle Jinbei. Trust in him. Indeed, Commander Bakato, let us have faith in young Ige. He is capable. The naval soldiers behind them had long been captivated by the myriad miracles Ige had wrought. Now, regardless of what young Ige accomplished, they deemed it entirely reasonable. Bakato found himself speechless amidst the soldiers' unwavering faith. Yet his own apprehensions lingered, and he noticed that Karp's eyes were also filled with concern. Karp's thoughts were indeed elusive. Jinbei was a cornered beast. Young Ige, do you truly intend to engage him in a life-and-death struggle? On the battlefield, Ige certainly did not plan to engage Jinbei in an all-or-nothing confrontation. His recent battle with Arlong had nearly depleted his hockey reserves, and recovery would require some time. Moreover, his previous annex with Karp, where he had blown Karp away, had a purpose. He genuinely feared that Karp's single punch would take down Jinbei. In such a scenario, Jinbei would be directly apprehended by the Navy, leaving Ige with no connection to the matter. Furthermore, against an opponent prepared to face death, how could Ige confront him head-on? Of course, he would resort to psychological tactics. Fighting was merely a necessary condition for negotiation. Both Jinbei and Ige remained fully focused on each other's movements. At any moment, they would strike. A gust of briny sea wind swept between them, stirring up a cloud of fine ash. As the ash settled upon their faces, Jinbei's rigid countenance resembled stone, his eyes indifferent to the encroaching dust. Yet, through the haze, he perceived subtle changes in Ige's expression. The child had lost focus. An opportunity. Jinbei's eyes widened, and he propelled himself forward with an explosive burst of speed, incongruous with his massive frame. With his palm raised, streams of vapor suddenly coalesced, transforming into solid currents of water that wrapped and intertwined, morphing into a translucent water orb. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the minuscule traces of hockey imbued upon it. What appeared to be a pliable water orb was, in reality, as resilient as steel. Fishman karate, straight punch. With a mighty roar, Jinbei's voice and figure surged forth simultaneously. The water sphere in his hand pulsated with waves of energy, radiating an overwhelming force. Sasha, elemental transformation. IgG, acutely aware that his body could not keep pace with Jinbei's speed, promptly activated the full elemental transformation of the Sasa Fruit. In an instant, a swirling cloud of sand enveloped him, rendering his form somewhat ethereal. He seemed to meld into nature itself, his senses sharpening to an extraordinary degree, as if he could perceive Jinbei's every movement. In the next moment, Jinbei's fist descended with furious intent. A dull thud resonated as IgG's form disintegrated into a whirlwind of sand. The naval soldiers aboard the Doghead warship gasped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that the Sun Pirates, who had just been swept aside by IgG alone, harbored such a formidable adversary. Had IgG been even a moment slower, he would have undoubtedly been knocked out cold. Even as he managed to react, the impact was far from pleasant. To IgG, Jinbei's fist appeared as large as a cooking pot. Although he had anticipated Jinbei's trajectory and transformed into sand just in time, the force of the hockey still struck him. A searing pain radiated from his sternum to his navel. Truly, Jinbei was a powerhouse, far surpassing Arlong. Instead of retreating in fear, IgG felt an exhilarating thrill at Jinbei's might. The capabilities of the Sasa Fruit were thoroughly countered by Jinbei, yet this only added to the excitement. It was common knowledge that the Sasa Fruit could not undergo elemental transformation upon contact with water, a fact entirely suppressed by Jinbei's mastery of Fishman karate. It was evident that relying solely on the Sasa Fruit in a confrontation with him was unrealistic. To stand a chance, IgG required advanced hockey. He needed to bide his time, awaiting the recovery of his hockey. Swiftly, he devised a combat strategy. IgG allowed his sand-like form to be carried away by the wind, distancing himself from Jinbei. However, Jinbei seemed disinclined to grant IgG any opportunity to delay. With a downward motion of his webbed hand, the water sphere he held plummeted, adhering to his palm with an extraordinary tension. Then, with a powerful flick, the water sphere shot forth like a bullet. Splash! IgG, suspended in midair, felt his pupils constrict as he exerted every ounce of control over his sandy form, contorting into a knot shape. Almost simultaneously, the water sphere Jinbei had launched hurtled towards him with a whooshing sound, piercing through the void of IgG's form and crashing into the distant sea. Boom! The impact was akin to a cannonball hitting water, sending waves towering higher than the mast. My goodness! The naval soldiers aboard the Doghead warship were utterly astounded by Jinbei's prowess. This maneuver was even more formidable than a cannonball. It appeared that young IgG was left with no choice but to evade. Go, IgG! Every naval soldier aboard, including Picado and Karp, urged with bated breath. Phew, that was close. IgG, having narrowly escaped Jinbei's strike, exhaled in relief. Jinbei's speed of attack was astonishingly swift, far exceeding his previous impressions. Beneath that seemingly honest and unassuming exterior lay a remarkably quick, precise, and ruthless fighter. Before he could catch his breath, IgG suddenly felt a chilling presence rise behind him. Quickly glancing back at Jinbei, IgG's scalp prickled in alarm. Jinbei had assumed another stance. A dense mist of water vapor swirling before him. That massive cloud rapidly fragmented into dozens, even hundreds, of smaller water spheres. IgG recognized it instantly. It was an enhanced version of the previous attack. Gun wave. Downpour. This was no longer a technique that could be evaded. Fortunately, the time required for Jinbei to condense the numerous water spheres afforded IgG a moment to react. With his hands pressed together, IgG summoned the Sasa Fruit's power in silence. Countless grains of sand erupted from his form. Swirling around him as if drawn by an invisible force, weapons materialized from the whirling sands, meticulously arranged before IgG. In terms of sheer quantity, they rivaled the multitude of water spheres above. I shall name this Sasa Fruit. Sand Soldiers, Meteor, Chapter 26. I was careless. I didn't dodge. The grains of sand erupted from IgG's body, swiftly coalescing into an array of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, whips, maces. Each weapon was slender and densely packed in front of IgG. Meanwhile, Jinbei's water spheres had finally reached their maximum number. Observing the multitude of weapons above, his expression remained impassive. With a sweeping gesture, countless water spheres cascaded down like a torrential rain, pelting towards IgG. Gun wave, downpour, Sand Soldiers, Meteor. IgG's eyes sharpened, and he pointed decisively. The myriad of weapons seemed to possess a will of their own, targeting the incoming water spheres with precision, clashing against them in a cacophony of sounds. In an instant, the bullet-like water spheres collided with IgG's carefully crafted sand weapons. Upon contact, the water spheres shattered the tips of the weapons into fragments. Yet, propelled by inertia, they pierced through each weapon completely. However, after penetrating the weapons, the energy of the water spheres was nearly exhausted, reduced to less than 1% of their original size. Most of the moisture was absorbed by the sand-imbued weapons. IgG had intentionally crafted the weapons in slender shapes to exploit the sand's water-absorbing properties. During the rapid passage of the water spheres through the weapons, the sand absorbed the moisture entirely. Consequently, Jinbei's gun wave lost its potency. Jinbei sensed something amiss. This adversary appeared to be deliberately countering his water spheres with sand weaponry. Taking advantage of the situation is not commendable, he exclaimed, with another sweeping motion. A fresh mist of water enveloped the area, and hundreds of new water spheres began to form. What do you mean by taking advantage? I call this the wisdom of battle. IgG was undeterred. His sands continuing to erupt from his body, coalescing anew. More weapons aimed at Jinbei's water spheres, readying for another assault. Puff, 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 puff. The water spheres and sand soldiers engaged in a frenetic exchange, each side depleting the other at an astonishing rate. The shattered sand grains were summoned back by IgG, accumulating above him to form a cloud of sand. Look, young IgG is fighting back. On the Doghead warship, the naval soldiers finally witnessed IgG unleashing his signature move. Go, IgG, defeat that fellow named Jinbei. Charge, don't let him win. They cheered fervently, transforming into IgG's support team. Picado observed the soldiers behind him with a bemused expression. Choosing not to intervene, he found their fervor somewhat peculiar. These fellows, young IgG is not even a naval soldier yet. Once he joins, you will all be his seniors. Can't you at least act like it? One and all, young IgG must persevere, defeat him. Only Karp remained impassive. Although his expression was still taut with tension, Jinbei, being a fishman, had an inexhaustible supply of water at his disposal. On the in contrast, little IgG's sand abilities were inherently limited in this maritime environment. Furthermore, in such a fierce confrontation, his energy was depleting rapidly. If this continued, little IgG would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Tiger, having settled Arlong, was also attentively observing the battle on the deck. Although he did not fully agree with Jinbei's perspectives, he felt a profound concern for his compatriot when faced with outsiders. Observing Jinbei corner IgG within mere exchanges, Tiger's expression reflected relief, yet also an odd sentiment that it was as if he envisioned Jinbei stepping into his shoes to protect the fishmen. Even when IgG summoned countless sand soldiers to contest Jinbei, Tiger remained confident in Jinbei's victory. On the deck, the clash between IgG and Jinbei over sand and water persisted, with both sides continually generating, launching, and recovering their respective elements in a relentless cycle. The pace was breathtaking. IgG understood that such a contest was ultimately futile for him. Jinbei, after all, was not relying on a devil fruit ability. And in this vast ocean, water was an unending resource. Although his sand fruit powers were formidable, his stamina was finite. and thus the quantity of sand he could produce was limited. This was unsustainable. Therefore, unbeknownst to Jinbei, IgG was silently strategizing. After the sand soldiers were shattered by water spheres, most of the sand scattered and was recovered by IgG, while a small portion became tainted by seawater and was beyond control. However, a minuscule fraction was discreetly shifted behind Jinbei. Now, that tiny accumulation had coalesced into the form of a weapon. The small heap of sand began to rise, and under IgG's deft manipulation, it solidified into a trident. The trident's tips gleamed with a sharp radiance. At that moment, Jinbei, engrossed in his heated exchange with IgG, was oblivious to the sand soldier that was rising behind him. Even the naval soldiers aboard the dog-headed battleship, who had been closely monitoring the skirmish, failed to notice. Only Tiger, observing from behind Jinbei, widened his eyes in alarm and urgently shouted, "Jinbei, watch out behind you." But it was too late. Under IgG's command, the trident floated unsteadily before being hurled with tremendous speed towards Jinbei's back. It was only then that Jinbei reacted. He quickly turned his head, only to see the trident hurtling toward him. Without time to deliberate, Jinbei immediately ceased the generation of water spheres. His powerful legs expanded and contracted, propelling him into a high jump to evade the trident. This was a hard-earned opportunity for IgG, and he was determined not to let it slip away, ignoring the ongoing duel of sand soldiers and water spheres. He transformed his entire body into swirling sand, enveloping Jinbei from above. The trident was upon him in an instant, and Jinbei managed to just barely evade it with his leap. However, as he was suspended in midair, unable to leverage his momentum, IgG descended, wielding a colossal hammer formed of sand grains. Jinbei had no time to react and could only instinctively raise his hand to block. IgG infused every ounce of his conquering spirit into that blow. A dark red aura shimmered ominously as it crashed down upon Jinbei's raised arm. With a resounding thud, Jinbei was sent careening backward, akin to a tennis ball struck with force, creating a deep crater on the splintered deck of the already shattered Sun Pirates ship. IgG staggered to the ground, having expended all his energy, feeling lightheaded and weak. Jinbei, struck hard, struggled for a while before managing to rise. This little brat is indeed formidable. I underestimated him and failed to dodge, he mused. Yet, the youth had the audacity to employ underhanded tactics and launch a sneak attack. You'd best be cautious. Jinbei resumed a martial stance. To his surprise, IgG, instead of resuming hostilities, tilted his head and regarded him with a peculiar expression. All right, let's hold off for now. Jinbei, your fists cannot defeat me. Chapter 27. Have you heard of the paradise of affection? Are you jesting? Jinbei scrutinized IgG seriously, doubting the child's assertion. The aura radiating from the boy had evidently diminished somewhat after that recent attack. While it had inflicted considerable damage, Jinbei had not lost his fighting capability. Hence, given the current circumstances, he could still potentially vanquish this child, though defeat was not out of the question. There was no reason they could not continue the fight. This child's power was still far from surpassing his own. Perhaps he was merely attempting to bluff. Jinbei's thoughts raced, quickly alighting upon the most plausible possibility. Thus, he tightened his fist further. IgG, however, was not calling a halt due to fatigue. Rather, he believed the moment had arrived. I don't wish to reiterate my previous statements, IgG said, spreading his hands and shrugging. When I say your fists cannot best me, I do not imply that you cannot defeat me. You are strong, exceedingly strong, to the point where I genuinely feel I might lose to you this time. Jinbei, still wary, kept his gaze fixed on IgG. Yet, the child's demeanor was calm, entirely devoid of deceit. My fruit abilities are inherently countered by you, and being at sea limits my chances of overcoming you significantly. IgG entirely relinquished his elemental form. But even if I win this bout, what then? Do you wish to backtrack? Jinbei's realization dawned swiftly. The boy's tone had shifted dramatically since their engagement began. Could it be he merely wished to spar with him, to diminish his strength, and then hand over the reins to Karp? How could that be? IgG chuckled helplessly. What I mean is, even if you and your fishman brethren depart, you will remain pirates, merely a group of pitiable souls fleeing with ideals of equality on your backs. Jinbei was momentarily at a loss for words, IgG's statement piercing his heart. As an old sea rat, IgG was acutely aware of the world of pirates. He understood that Oda had not only destined Tiger for death but also the eventual disintegration of the Sun Pirates. Tiger's leadership was doomed to failure. The Sun Pirates were fated to remain just another pirate crew. In this world, possessing ideals while resisting with bare hands was destined to end in futility. Moreover, and perhaps more crucially, Jinbei was a truly wise fish-man. As someone who ultimately safeguarded the fishmen, he had always known that Tiger could not succeed. From the outset, The formation of a pirate crew by Tiger had sealed the fate of the fishmen's plight. Yet, Tiger was a hero, and the greatest strength of a hero lay in their infinite charisma. This was why Tiger received blind adoration from the fish-men that in such circumstances, Jinbei, who had always felt out of place among his fellow fishmen, found himself unable to voice the truth even when he recognized Tiger's inevitable failure. To speak it aloud would only invite ostracism from his comrades. It was a profoundly frustrating predicament. Even more vexing was the fact that the fishmen's yearning for equality and freedom shone so brightly that it captivated Jinbei. Thus, even knowing the futility of success, he chose to join the Sun Pirates, clinging to a fleeting hope. However, the despairing future of that hope weighed heavily upon Jinbei's heart. Now, IGG's words had struck precisely at the core of Jinbei's innermost thoughts. But what of it? Should he abandon his comrades simply because altering the status quo seemed impossible? Though wounded by the words, Jinbei's fighting spirit blazed even more fiercely. So what? What does my destiny have to do with you? Oh, don't say that. It matters greatly. IGG was finally ready for Jinbei to ask that question, eagerly seizing the opportunity to respond. Because I know precisely what you and your comrades need most. Don't try to deceive me. You're just a 7-year-old child. What else could you possibly know besides how to fight? Jinbei scoffed. You require 2 things, weapons of thought and comrades. IGG offered a faint smile. Admiral Karp, why have little IGG and Jinbei cease their battle on the Doghead warship? Bakato and the naval soldiers, having noticed the situation on the battlefield, hurriedly inquired of Karp, given the current circumstances. It was likely that Karp observed the 2 individuals aboard the vessel, who appeared remarkably tranquil, deep in thought. Something must have transpired that we are unaware of. Wasn't that self-evident? A group of naval soldiers secretly rolled their eyes, collectively scoffing in their hearts. However, Admiral Karp was undoubtedly correct. There must be some undisclosed situation at play. The 2 individuals, who had previously been filled with fervor for battle, engaging in a passionate clash of water spheres, had now completely subdued their fighting spirits, as if engaged in a calm conversation. Moreover, the expressions of the naval soldiers, Bakato, and even Admiral Karp transformed dramatically as they beheld the scene on the deck. There, the 2 individuals were conversing. Jinbei had directly approached IGG, and they both sat cross-legged. IGG continued to speak animatedly, were it not for the debris of the ship floating in the sea, and the absence of a table laden with drinks between them. One might genuinely assume these 2 were long-lost friends enjoying a heartfelt reunion over drinks. What a farce! To make matters even more astonishing, it appeared that Jinbei was attentively listening to little IGG, nodding in agreement from time to time. Meanwhile, little IGG exuded an air of authority as if he were passionately outlining a grand vision. Was Jinbei really listening to a lecture from a subordinate? The naval soldiers found their imagination stretched to its limits, utterly unable to believe their eyes. As for what IGG was imparting to Jinbei, it was undoubtedly the intricately understood future state of the world that IGG had gleaned from his past life. At that moment, Jinbei perceived IGG as an elderly sage imbued with the essence of youth. It was astonishing to realize that this child's grasp of the world surpassed even that of the most renowned philosophers in the history of the Fishman race. Observing IGG's evaluations of the current global situation and his insights into the future, Jinbei felt a profound sense of admiration. In fact, admiration shone brightly in Jinbei's eyes. He felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit in the form of IGG. Every thought, every uncertain contemplation he held, found validation in IGG's discourse, articulated with remarkable clarity. It was as if whatever IGG expressed resonated with profound wisdom. Then, IGG-kun, Jinbei finally regained his composure after absorbing the comprehensive understanding of the world's dynamics that IGG had shared. He was deeply concerned about the future of the Fishman race. What ideological tools does our tribe truly need? Upon hearing Jinbei address him as IGG-kun, IGG recognized that he had succeeded. He had nearly exhausted every last drop of memory from his former life. At long last, he had earned Jinbei's intellectual trust. Clearing his throat, IGG wore a mysterious expression. He leaned closer to Jinbei's ear and whispered, "Have you heard of the paradise of affection?" Chapter 28, The Great Ideal to Change the World. Paradise of affection. Faced with this entirely new term, Jinbei resembled a novice student, enveloped in confusion. Yes, paradise of affection. A flicker of excitement crept onto IGG's face as he vigorously nodded and repeated the term. And no, I've never heard of it. Jinbei shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar with it. Come, let me explain it in detail. Pay close attention, for this is a powerful weapon that will change the world. IgG beamed, his enthusiasm intensifying. It's just as well that you haven't heard of it. IgG mused. This concept stemmed from a world entirely different from that of pirates, penned by one of the most popular authors. It must be noted that his works are imbued with profound ideals. Although Paradise of Affection may not encapsulate the richest ideals, it is a bestseller if IgG wished to disseminate that author's vision into this world. Paradise of Affection was essential. Indeed, IgG's secret weapon was the remarkable ideals of the author known as Jiraiya. According to the established backdrop of One Piece, the world is currently enveloped in an era rife with feudalism. While there exists a so-called union of 20 nations, it is, in essence, merely a super-feudal apparatus formed by the ruling classes of 20 nations. Following the withdrawal of Alabasta, the union has dwindled to 19 nations. These remaining nations constitute what is referred to as the world nobility. Are all individuals in these 19 nations considered world nobles? Certainly not. Only the royal families of these nations can attain such status. These 19 royal families coalesce into a singular royal lineage, ultimately evolving into a bloodline that intertwines, dominating the world with nearly limitless power. The Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons represent a sovereign power that transcends the world itself. IgG comprehends that this feudalism is a malignant tumor. In fact, the feudal structures within the pirate world surpass those of any feudal nation on the earth he once inhabited. The Celestial Dragons are a lineage of individuals indoctrinated from birth to believe they are divine beings, living in opulence and decadence, utterly devoid of intelligence. Yet it is this lineage of generations that occupies the highest echelons of the world. IgG struggles to fathom what merits could possibly exist within such a grotesque societal structure. The Celestial Dragons are the very root of the struggles faced by the Fishman race, represented by figures like Tiger and Jinbei. Therefore, to address their issues, a transformation of the world's structure and the Celestial Dragons themselves is imperative. Undoubtedly, to realize a world of equality and freedom for all, where every race exists in harmony. The ideals of Jiraiya from another world serve as an immensely valuable weapon. Who wouldn't desire a world devoid of oppression and hatred? IgG can already envision a day in the future when Jinbei cradles his grandson, seated on the shore of an island, gazing at the tranquil setting sun. This is the essence of what our world should embody: world peace. However, such thoughts are a bit too far-reaching for now. First, he must focus on the promotion of these ideals. Clearing his throat, IgG lowered his voice and began to elaborate to Jinbei. Jinbei, to attain Paradise of Affection, one must first undergo the phase of affectionate dynamics. The affectionate dynamics phase serves as the preliminary and intermediate stages of the Paradise of Affection. The ultimate goal of accumulating affectionate dynamics is to achieve the Paradise of Affection. What is the Paradise of Affection? Well, it represents a state wherein the populace collectively possesses treasures, labors together, and shares food and clothing, achieving equality and freedom. As Jinbei listened, his eyes grew increasingly animated. When IgG passionately proclaimed the exhilarating concepts of a world without exploitation, without oppression, where everyone is equal and free, a spark ignited in Jinbei's gaze. One glance was enough to discern the revelation. That spark was called idealism. Jinbei was utterly captivated, his eyes glued to IgG's lips. Fearful of missing any significant information, simultaneously, a powerful sense of awe arose within him, mirroring his own dreams. Who exactly is this child before him? Is he truly only 7 years old? No, he must be a hidden master. Otherwise, how could he articulate such profound and wondrous concepts with such a youthful voice? He felt no sense of dissonance whatsoever. It is evident that he speaks from the perspective of someone who has traversed every corner of the world, who has genuinely witnessed the adversities of life, thereby birthing such miraculous thoughts. IgG was immensely grateful to the roommate who had compelled him to read a certain renowned manga. Now, in the world of pirates, he could win over Jinbei solely through his eloquence. Indeed, the most potent force in the world is not brute strength, but the power of persuasion. IgG had just vividly described to Jinbei a world abundant in material wealth, enriched in spiritual civilization, free from exploitation and oppression, where everyone is equal and capable of self-actualization. Most importantly, he could articulate the stages necessary to realize the Paradise of Affection. This was indeed a targeted approach. He had truly absorbed the essence of that renowned manga. Simply by narrating glimpses of an ideal life, he had successfully painted an incredibly realistic vision of the world for Jinbei. This immediately grounded the previously abstract ideals into something tangible, transforming daydreams into reality. As Jinbei listened, his blood surged with fervor. Thus, one spoke incessantly while the other listened with fervor. The sun hung high in the sky, gradually slanting towards the horizon. On the Doghead warship, Karp, Bakatu, and a cadre of naval soldiers had long grown impatient. Good heavens, what could these two possibly be doing? They had abruptly halted their battle midway and commenced an earnest discussion instead. Initially, one might have thought they were bonding over a shared appreciation for each other's strengths. Yet, this exchange seemed to stretch endlessly. Admiral Karp, Bakatu had completely lost his patience. If they continued their chatter, it would soon be dark, and shouldn't someone intervene? Karp glanced at him, and then surveyed the expressions of the naval soldiers. Each face bore a singular plea. Please, finish it quickly. With a resigned sigh, Karp took one last bite of his rice cracker. However, just as he was about to descend and assess the situation, a naval soldier suddenly became animated. Look, little IGG and Jinbei have finally finished talking. Chapter 29. Jinbei refuses to join the Navy, only to serve me. Karp immediately halted in his tracks, pausing to observe. Bakatu and the remaining naval soldiers quickly gathered around. Beneath the Doghead warship, the setting sun cast a gentle glow, elongating the shadows of IGG and Jinbei. At last, the two stood up, with IGG even bouncing about, as if his legs had gone numb from sitting too long. To the astonishment of everyone aboard the Doghead warship, the immensely powerful Jinbei actually bowed respectfully to IGG, whose height barely reached his thigh. Why was this bow so respectful? Karp had only ever witnessed Jinbei bowing in such a manner to one individual, the king of Fishman Island. Remarkably, when Jinbei had bowed to the king, it hadn't been nearly as formal. This was a full 120 degrees, nearly touching his knees. Karp found himself increasingly perplexed by his grandson. Just what had IGG said to Jinbei? They were mere strangers, yet Jinbei displayed such unwavering respect towards him. IGG was truly remarkable. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his charismatic personality was equally formidable. At that moment, IGG was oblivious to the thoughts of those aboard the Doghead warship. After discussing lofty ideals for an entire afternoon, he felt quite dazed. Upon seeing Jinbei bow to him, IGG was momentarily taken aback and quickly reached out to assist Jinbei. Get up, Jinbei. What are you doing? If only I could witness that day. Having just absorbed the essence of grand ideals, Jinbei was so overwhelmed with emotion that he stumbled over his words. His eyes glistening with tears. You must believe that this ideal is not mere rhetoric. We require companions. Many companions. IGG took a moment to comprehend what Jinbei was saying, then responded earnestly. His use of the word "we" struck a chord with Jinbei, evoking a profound sense of kinship. This was the third time he felt such closeness to a human. The first time was with Roger and Karp, the second with Whitebeard, and the third was this little fellow before him. I will go persuade Tiger to join us, Jinbei declared solemnly. I think Tiger, IGG began to say, but Jinbei had already turned to head back. Tiger would never agree to your proposition. Yet, knowing Jinbei's nature, even if he were to counsel him, he would still approach Tiger to discuss it, being his fellow fishman. With that thought, IGG felt a sense of relief. He shrugged and called out to Jinbei's retreating figure. Then I shall consult my grandfather to see if we can accommodate your crew. Jinbei waved his hand high, remaining silent. All right then, it's time for me to report back to the Doghead warship. IGG stretched his sore joints, the sand swirling around his feet. His body lifted effortlessly with the wind, and he gently descended onto the ship's railing. The moment his feet touched the deck, he was struck by a wave of unease. Goodness, hundreds of eyes aboard the warship were fixed upon him, each glinting with a greenish hue. What was happening? Their expressions resembled those of people who had seen a ghost. As if he were some kind of monster. Should he take until nightfall to return, he would surely frighten them to death. What are you all staring at? IGG felt a chill run down his spine under the intense scrutiny of the naval soldiers. IGG, what is going on between you and Jinbei? Karp inquired, voicing the question on every sailor's mind. Bakatu, along with the other naval soldiers, wore expressions of keen curiosity, their eyes glued to IGG. Please don't look at me like that. IGG said, feeling utterly helpless. I just attempted to recruit the Sun Pirates, or rather, Jinbei. Recruit. The moment the word escaped IGG's lips, the entire crew erupted in astonishment. Recruit. It was a little-known method employed by the Navy to deal with pirates. Historically, the Navy had to expend considerable effort to combat and capture pirates. Thus, they devised a strategy that conserved manpower while addressing the pirate threat. Recruitment. Renowned pirates were absorbed into the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. While ordinary pirates were incorporated into the naval forces, some pirates were even allowed to remain at sea as eyes and ears for the Navy. Generally, the priority for recruitment surpassed that of arrest. However, pirates were predominantly rebellious and strong-willed, often disdainful of the idea of being recruited. Consequently, the challenge of recruitment was formidable, rarely successful. That it was usually only the most feared naval officers, like Admiral Karp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Admiral Akiji, who possessed the strength to break a pirate's will. But what about little Igg? As they recalled his earlier conversation with Jinbei, some wondered, could someone truly persuade a fisherman pirate, known for his disdain for humans, to join the Navy just through words? It seemed almost ludicrous. Are you joking, little Igg? You spent an entire afternoon talking just to recruit him. A naval soldier expressed disbelief. Exactly, little Igg. This is too outrageous to fathom. Another echoed. Surely, you must be hiding something. Yes. Quickly, tell us. Faced with the barrage of questions, Igg was momentarily at a loss for a response. Did he really have to recount the tale of paradise to the Navy? Explain how to overthrow the celestial dragons. That would be akin to walking into the line of fire. Just then, Igg looked up and met Karp's gaze. Though Karp himself was skeptical, Jinbei's bow had left a profound impression on him. So, was your recruitment successful? Karp inquired, hesitantly broaching the subject. At's question. The entire naval crew fell silent, all eyes fixed on Igg's lips, eagerly awaiting his answer. Strangely, each person inwardly hoped for a negative response. Well, I suppose it was somewhat successful, Igg said, scratching his nose, feeling a tad embarrassed. Wow. The moment Igg spoke, the crowd erupted once more. Everyone was astounded. Could it truly be possible that someone could persuade a fisherman who harbored hatred for humans to surrender with mere words? What were his lips and tongue made of? Had they been enchanted? Ahem. Karp cleared his throat lightly, signaling for everyone to let Igg finish. The crowd settled once again, their eyes wide with anticipation. I'm not sure about the specifics, but Jinbei said he refuses to join the Navy, only to serve me. What? In an instant, the entire warship erupted into chaos once more. Chapter 30. It's decided. Recommend Jinbei as a warlord of the sea. Serve you. Are you serious, little Igg? This cannot be true. You must be joking. As soon as Igg spoke, the naval soldiers could no longer contain themselves. That was Jinbei, the pirate, refusing to join the Navy, yet agreeing only to assist little Igg. What did this mean? It implied that the 7-year-old Igg, before even entering the Navy, had already amassed a power greater than that of most naval officers. This signifies that Igg is entering the naval ranks. With the assistance of Jinbei, a plethora of means will be at his disposal to accumulate merits, allowing for an astonishingly rapid promotion. In the future, Igg will encounter situations where he need not lift a finger. Naturally, Jinbei will be there to act on his behalf. Igg is merely 7 years old. To think he could already recruit Jinbei is truly incredible. What if, by the time Igg turns 8, he manages to recruit 1, 2, or even more pirate crews? At this moment, all the naval soldiers fell into silence, daunted by the thought of what Igg might truly accomplish. They could hardly fathom what their little Igg would become. Perhaps, Igg, it would be wise for your grandfather to recommend Jinbei to the 7 warlords of the sea, thus affording him greater privileges to assist you. As for him working solely for you, you are still young. There is no rush. Karp forced himself to calm his turbulent heart. As a member of the Naval High Command, Karp possesses a deeper understanding of the entire naval system compared to the ordinary soldiers. In truth, Igg's recruitment of private forces is not without its drawbacks. Among the Navy, there are individuals of absolute justice who may ostracize Igg, and he could potentially attract peril to himself. This is Karp's greatest concern. While Karp does not particularly care about the specifics of what Igg discussed with Jinbei, he is delighted that Igg has managed to recruit him. However, as a grandfather, the child's safety must come first. Karp cannot allow Igg to be exposed to any possible harm. Thus, he immediately thought of the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords, recognized by the world government, consist of 7 notorious pirates who were granted special rights and privileges, allowing them to evade naval pursuit while enjoying various conveniences. Apart from mandatory conscription by the world government and the payment of taxes on their earnings, they enjoy complete freedom of action. They exist within the framework of the world government. The 7 warlords are essentially official pirates authorized by the world government. Ironically, despite being labeled as the government's dogs, the reality is quite the opposite. Should the world government seize an opportunity, the warlords would be swiftly eliminated. Thus, the relationship between the warlords and the world government is one of mutual exploitation. Should Jinbei obtain the title of warlord, Ige could publicly distance himself from him. In this way, Ige would merely be seen as a naval officer with favorable relations with the warlords. Upon hearing Karp's words, Ige slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Of course, how had he not thought of this before? He had just been pondering how to ensure Jinbei's legitimacy in both procedure and form. This solution was right at hand. Jinbei is both formidable and compliant with arrangements. Such individuals are precisely what the world government favors. Moreover, for Jinbei, joining the 7 warlords would not only alter the current predicament of the Sun Pirates being pursued, but it would also establish his authority on the seas, prompting criminal groups to steer clear of fishmen. More importantly, he would gain the right to represent fishmen in dealings with the world government. This is undoubtedly the best course of action. Ige had been so focused on how to persuade, no, how to inspire Jinbei that he nearly forgot that Jinbei eventually becomes one of the 7 warlords in the timeline of the original story. How had he not recognized Karp's brilliance sooner? Truly, Old Ginger is the spiciest. This is splendid news, grandfather. Jinbei will surely be thrilled with this approach. Ige's face radiated with joy to Ige-kun. Just as he was speaking, Jinbei jumped up from the lower deck. He exchanged a brief glance with Karp. Nodding politely, the naval soldiers behind them stared intently at Jinbei, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Though, Jinbei. Ige now regarded Jinbei with an extraordinary warmth, as though he were gazing upon the beacon of a grand ideal. How did your conversation with Tiger go, Captain Tiger? Upon mentioning Tiger, Jinbei shook his head in disappointment. He has been deeply wounded by humanity. As expected. Ige had already foreseen this outcome. He glanced into the distance. Spotting the battered deck where Tiger and Arlong leaned on each other for support, the setting sun bathed their silhouettes in a crimson hue, rendering the 2 forsaken fishmen utterly wretched. Tiger and Arlong walked in sync to the edge of the deck, where the sea soon revealed the heads of over 100 fishmen. Tiger spoke to them, and they exchanged glances. After a lengthy pause, the group of fishmen split into 2 nearly equal factions. Ige understood this was a prearrangement between Tiger and Jinbei. One side comprised those with bounties, while the other consisted of the kind-hearted among fishmen. Tiger turned to glance at Jinbei and nodded. Soon after, Tiger and Arlong leaped into the water and swam slowly between the 2 factions of fishmen, moving toward the horizon. As Tiger swam a distance away, one faction seemed to bid farewell to the other before following Tiger into the depths. Witnessing this scene, it was clear to all what had transpired. Jinbei and Tiger had failed to reach an agreement and chose to part ways. However, before departing, Tiger left half of his companions with Jinbei. Vice Admiral Karp, we cannot let them leave like this. At this moment, the lieutenant, Picado, spoke up. Pay it no mind. Let's heed Ige's judgment. Karp waved his hand dismissively, as he had never genuinely intended to capture Tiger. He held a certain admiration for this hero. Lieutenant Colonel Picado, the other faction, led by Arlong, harbors a profound hatred for humanity. Tiger will likely imprison them in Fishman's jail. This was something I arranged with Jinbei. Ige interjected, having already settled these matters with Jinbei beforehand. Tiger was immensely grateful for Ige's decision, as he did not wish to see his brethren suffer at the hands of humans. Alas, he is a true hero, but the times are such that there is little he can do. Ige raised his gaze, sighed softly, and encouraged Jinbei by patting his knee. You are correct. His hatred has rendered him obstinate. It is all for the sake of fishmen, and there is no right or wrong in this. Jinbei's eyes remained fixed on Tiger until he swam out of sight. Well, let him go. We shall meet again. Ige nodded. By the way, Jinbei, are you interested in becoming one of the 7 warlords? Jinbei's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Ige. The 7 warlords? Ige-kun has such authority. Cough, cough. Karp cleared his throat from the side. Jinbei quickly understood. A series of pros and cons regarding the 7 warlords flashed through his mind. Moments later, he arrived at the same conclusion as Ige. The benefits of becoming a warlord far outweighed the drawbacks. He could accomplish great things, wield influence, and need not worry about conflict among his own kind. From any perspective, it was an overwhelmingly advantageous proposition. The only downside was that he would occasionally need to put in extra effort. However, for Jinbei, this was a minor concern. With no reason to refuse, he punched Karp lightly in gratitude and earnestly stated, Thank you, Vice Admiral Karp. I shall remember this kindness. Karp waved his hand, remaining silent, and thank you, Ige-kun, for providing me with an opportunity to realize my ideals. Jinbei bowed deeply to Ige once more. Then, Jinbei, welcome to become my comrade. Ige looked up, earnestly meeting Jinbei's gaze. Chapter 31. New Skill, Sand Reverse Waterfall. Acquired. As night descends, the warship is illuminated by lights. The dog-headed warship sets sail once more, returning to its original course, continuing its journey. This time, behind the warship, there is an additional vessel, a repaired pirate ship. The Sun Pirates, once a fleet, have suffered damages due to the actions of Karp and IgG. The main ship was utterly destroyed during the battle between IgG and Arlong. However, one ship, after being mended by the Navy's shipwrights, remains seaworthy. Due to the lingering apprehensions of the fishmen towards humans, Jinbei arranged for the fishmen to stay at the rear. Following the warship. As customary after a fierce battle, the ship's chef prepared several lavish feasts. The naval soldiers, in high spirits, raised their glasses in celebration, inviting Jinbei to join in the revelry without a hint of hesitation. Jinbei, not one to be impolite, quickly integrated into the festivities. During this time, numerous naval soldiers discreetly approached IgG, eager to inquire about what had transpired between him and Jinbei. Yet, they were dissuaded by IgG's unyielding silence. Finally, under the pretext of being fatigued from battle, IgG managed to escape the dining table. Hastily retreating to his quarters, upon entering his room, IgG summoned the system forth. System, come out quickly, ding! Detected that the sea hero Jinbei has reached 100% favorability towards the host. Host, you are truly remarkable. Ding! The task of subduing Jinbei is complete. Reward acquired. Sand reverse waterfall. Ding! New achievement unlocked. Title of heir to the paradise of affection. Ding! Host, you are indeed impressive. To spread advanced ideas in this world, without a doubt, you will become a significant figure in philosophical textbooks. IgG had just engaged in a fierce battle with Arlong, followed by an afternoon of lively conversation with Jinbei. Now, his head was spinning, utterly exhausted. Thus, even the enticing voice of the system could hardly stir him. IgG grabbed the blanket and rolled onto the bed. Skillfully wrapping himself in the duvet, he grumbled, System, quickly open the inbox and show me the rewards. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill Sand Reverse Waterfall. Please explain. Ding. As you wish, host, skill name, Sand Reverse Waterfall level, a power, a difficulty, a proficiency, 0 description, mimics the shoulder throw technique derived from Sea Hero Jinbei, utilizing the awakened abilities of the Sasa Fruit to control explosive sand, creating a massive explosion beneath the enemy's feet. Note, this is indeed a remarkably powerful technique. System, can skills be acquired? IgG finally grasped the situation. The system had transformed his prior imaginings into a skill book, granting it to him. In that case, his attribute panel would undoubtedly feature a skill section. Ding. Yes, host. In addition to skills that can be self-created, the system will also provide certain skill books. Ding. The skills in the skill book are powerful abilities selected by the system through big data calculations across various worlds. Goodness, it can be played this way. IgG had never considered this before. He initially thought that in the world of pirates, all combat skills would have to be developed on his own, that he never anticipated the existence of skill books. So, Sand Reverse Waterfall would be his very first self-created skill. Excitedly, IgG gazed at the skill description. The system had provided notes on nearly every dimension of the skill. Skill levels are categorized as D, C, B, A, S, and SS, with higher levels clearly denoting greater power, increased difficulty, and harder acquisition. Skill power is self-explanatory. It means exactly what it says. The skill difficulty likely refers to the initial challenge of executing the skill. It is important to note that as proficiency increases, the actual difficulty of execution will decrease accordingly. AS for skill proficiency. It must be practiced to improve. Higher proficiency means easier execution of the skill and consequently greater power upon release. However, that note, IgG's eyebrows involuntarily twitched at the system's commentary. Quite peculiar. Nevertheless, this was something he had gleaned from real battle experience. As long as the system doesn't get too whimsical, it should be fine. Ding. Host, I recommend that your future skill learning direction should focus on those who also use sand in combat. The system's alluring voice chimed again. Using sand in combat, IgG fell into contemplation as the system's statement struck a chord. When it comes to sand users in this pirate world, there is only one, Crocodile. However, being an old sea fan, IgG honestly did not find Crocodile's skills particularly impressive. Outside the world of pirates, a flash of inspiration crossed IgG's mind, conjuring the image of someone carrying a large gourd. Gara. He is indeed a master of sand. Sand binding prison, sand burial, sand waterfall funeral, quicksand waterfall. In an instant, various familiar skill names flooded his mind. accompanied by vivid imagery. IgG could not help but recall the grand spectacle of Gaara using sand to hold a funeral for his opponents. That was truly the most impressive skill IgG had ever witnessed. System, can I acquire Gaara's skills? IgG immediately perked up, counting the numerous dazzling and magnificent skills on his fingers. Ding. These require the host to exchange evolution points. The system confirmed I can exchange for it with evolution points. IgG certainly did not forget where evolution points came from. Each time an achievement was completed or a title unlocked, he would receive a corresponding amount of evolution points based on the difficulty of the title. Quickly, show me the rewards for my achievements. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the new title, Heir to the Paradise of Affection. Reward acquired. Evolution points 5, Great Book from Another World. How many points do I need to exchange for Gaara's skill book? IgG was nearly beside himself with impatience. Ding. Compiling a list for the host. Please hold on. Soon, a list organized by the system appeared in IgG's mind. Sand Binding Prison, a level evolution points 20 Sand Burial. S-level evolution points 40 Quick Sand Waterfall. S-level evolution points 40 Sand Waterfall Funeral. SS-level evolution points 80. Ding. Host, you are currently quite impoverished. All right, I understand. IgG looked at the increasingly expensive skill books, instantly calming down. It was far more satisfying to provide for oneself. The self-created sand reverse waterfall was already rated A. After all, perhaps he could revisit this matter when he had more points. IgG flipped through the skill book list multiple times, eventually dismissing it with a sense of calm. Humph, these skills may look somewhat flashy, but the evolution points required are excessive. Really, who cares? However, another item on the system interface piqued his curiosity. By the way, system, what on earth is this Great Book from Another World? Ding. Item name. Great Book from Another World. Description. A 16 open book neatly bound in black leather, titled Great Book from Another World. This is a repository of wondrous knowledge from a higher dimensional world, chronicling the brilliant crystallization of human civilization preserved on the tree of civilization through the rise and fall of various dynasties and epochs. Usage. Simply hold it in your hand and silently wish for the knowledge you desire, and it will transform into the book you need most. Note. Keep pushing forward, spreading affectionate thoughts, leading the people towards prosperity, and guiding the world towards peace. As the system's enticing voice concluded, IgG's expression grew exceedingly complex. Goodness, is this the system's way of providing him with remedial education after discovering the emptiness of his mind? Could it be that the system also desires him to guide various peoples towards national harmony? Chapter 32. Introducing you to Ace, leading the peoples towards national harmony. For a moment, IgG found himself in a daze. Indeed, during his years of following One Piece, had he not loathed many aspects of this world: racial discrimination, the ignorance of the masses, the unscrupulous media, and the most repulsive of all, corrupt governance. The author has crafted this world into one rife with conflict and contradiction, populating it with characters bursting with stories. Each character reflects the suffering of a region. When he read it back then, he merely applauded, marveling at the prowess of this manga artist in addressing so many pressing real-world issues. Yet now that he truly lives in this world, IgG realizes just how superficial his previous understanding was. Only by truly living here and witnessing the myriad distortions and sufferings of this world can he comprehend the extent to which countless individuals in his homeland endure such hardships. Just look at Tiger and Jinbei. Their sacrifices for racial equality are monumental. After all they have given, what have they truly gained? IgG had long foreseen that Tiger would meet his demise at the hands of a naval ambush. Such a living hero should not be forced to perish in such a wretched manner. Is it the fault of the ambushing navy? No, the blame lies with the entire world. It was only after IgG arrived here that he realized just how magnificent his previous life in Huaxia had been. At the very least, there was no war, no famine, no racial discrimination, and certainly no tyranny. People were free and equal, with the ability to govern themselves. All of this stemmed from a singular ideal that changed the world. A wondrous light suddenly flickered in IgG's eyes that it seemed he had come to understand the unwavering faith of the young talents from the last century in that world-altering ideal. Equality and freedom for all is the ultimate goal of the world. As the heir to the ideals of another world, he should undoubtedly shoulder the responsibility of disseminating this formidable ideological weapon across the globe. Let the people of the world rise. A bold thought suddenly materialized in IgG's mind. What if he entrusted this grand ideal to his surrogate father, Dragon? In an instant, IgG found himself hesitant to imagine such a scenario, but that was a matter for another time. his immediate priority was, of course, to thoroughly study the entire theory of the affectionate doctrine. With a mere thought, a black-covered book materialized in IgG's hands. The size, 16 mo, felt somewhat large for him, combined with the scent of leather and the yellowed pages. It exuded a profound aura of historical significance. He reverently cradled the book, and as soon as he lifted it, the black cover began to radiate an orange hue. Then, two animated figures, a man and a woman, materialized. Above their heads, in bold red lettering, were the four grand characters, Affectionate Paradise. IgG's face instantly darkened. He had merely borrowed the title of this book, yet it had transformed into the most formidable tome of this other world. Nevertheless, this was still a remarkable work, and with a sense of resignation, IgG picked up an oil lamp and leaned against the porthole to read. Once one's consciousness is elevated, even the most challenging texts become manageable. Despite his mind being awash with sweat and his cheeks flushed with heat, IgG persevered. Thus, time quietly slipped by for over an hour. IgG, where have you been hiding? It's early, and we haven't seen you. How can your body replenish enough energy? Just as IgG was on the brink of succumbing to the profound thoughts, the bedroom door swung open. Karp's voice boomed from outside. Following that was a wave of pungent alcohol fumes. Karp staggered in. Grandpa, has the banquet ended? IgG, feeling lightheaded, closed the book and tucked it away. What a joke. How could a naval soldier's banquet possibly last only 2 hours? Karp laughed heartily. Grandpa, you haven't overindulged, have you? IgG feigned ignorance. What nonsense. How could I possibly be intoxicated? I'm simply elated. Do you understand? Karp interjected before IgG could finish. What could possibly be so joyous? Burp. Karp let out a long belch, a triumphant expression on his face. Does it even need to be asked? Think of me, Karp, who has traversed the seas for decades and become a naval hero. Indeed, Grandpa, you are truly remarkable. IgG nodded in agreement. That I always thought that the son of a naval hero should also be a naval hero. Karp, clearly a bit tipsy, began to ramble on. IgG felt a surge of interest. It seemed Karp was about to delve into family matters, and he braced himself to listen closely. Perhaps he would uncover the reasons behind Dragon's revolutionary aspirations. Exactly, he should indeed be a naval hero, IgG echoed, right? Karp, encouraged by the agreement, raised his voice further. That rascal has been mischievous since he was a child. I tried to teach him about justice, hoping he would become a just naval admiral. But one day he suddenly slapped his thigh and declared that joining the Navy was not true justice. He ran off to establish some revolutionary army. Can you believe it? It's infuriating. IgG nodded in sympathy, a wry smile on his face. This is what they call overcorrecting, isn't it? Initially hoping to straighten the child out, only to find he became even more upright than oneself. The plight of parents everywhere. IgG couldn't help but reflect. I had hoped that Luffy would redeem some pride, yet he chose to become a pirate. It drives me mad. While IgG was momentarily lost in thought, Karp had already shifted the conversation from his son to his grandson. Can't we just entrust the child to the Navy for guidance? Then Ace came along, and I wanted to train him as a naval officer, but Roger's bloodline was simply too powerful. The boy is incredibly unruly. So, is it not wise to entrust the child to the Navy? IgG couldn't resist the urge to interject. I had long since given up, thinking I would simply nurture new naval recruits for the rest of my life. But lo and behold, guess what? My other grandson has aspirations of becoming a naval admiral. Ha 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 ha. Just a moment ago, Karp was filled with righteous indignation. Now, he was roaring with laughter. The thunderous sound was almost deafening to IgG. Indeed, IgG weakly chimed in. IgG, actually. Karp suddenly leaned in close, his large face hovering before IgG. The proximity was so close that IgG could feel Karp's bristly beard as well as the wave of alcohol-laden breath. What is it, exactly? Actually, Grandpa is here to take you to meet someone, Karp said with an air of mystery. Who is it? Your brother, Ace. Chapter 33, Nine Snake. IgG's eyes instantly sparkled. Ace. That's wonderful. IgG felt a surge of excitement. Ever since he learned of his lineage a few days ago, he had been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to meet Ace. It is known to all fans that the paramount war that would transpire years later stands as one of the greatest regrets in the tale of One Piece. Luffy, in a bid to rescue his sworn brother Ace, ventured to the naval headquarters, allying with the Whitebeard pirates. After an arduous struggle, Ace was finally rescued. Yet the outcome was far from ideal. The future Admiral Akainu delivered a devastating blow, and Ace pushed Luffy away, only to have his chest pierced. When I first witnessed that scene, my heart ached, and tears flowed uncontrollably. I wished I could send a bag of blades to the author. Alas, as a mere reader, I had no means to confront that despicable creator, but now, it was entirely different. I possessed the capability to save a die. In fact, I could persuade him to join the Navy, thus sparing him from his fate. The thought of realizing one of his long-held aspirations filled IgG with exhilaration. My brother, that truly is fantastic. I was nearly bored to death. IgG exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and down. Grandpa, when will we get to meet him? Huff, huff. Yet the only response he received was Karp's thunderous snoring. Looking down, IgG saw that Karp had sprawled out on the floor, snoring loudly, with bubbles of snot forming and rising rhythmically. With a bitter smile, IgG was left with no choice but to drag him to the office of the Rear Admiral. Phew, this is exhausting. IgG wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, silently lamenting. Grandpa, really, if you're going to drink, then drink, but do you have to indulge so much? If you're going to drink heavily, then why do you eat so much? You're built like a bull, and it took all my strength to move you this far. But perhaps he was genuinely quite happy. After all, the hope of turning future generations into naval heroes had repeatedly fallen short, leading to despair time and again. He had long since lost hope. However, his own presence might have rekindled the meaning of his later years. What a tenacious old man he is. IG glanced at Karp's utterly disheveled sleeping position and smiled wryly. He then fetched a blanket to cover him, tiptoeing out of the room and gently closing the door behind him. Sigh. If Grandpa is in such a state, one can only imagine how the others must be faring. IG could already picture the disarray in the dining hall as he traversed the deserted corridor. IG arrived at the dining hall door. Upon pushing it open, a potent smell of alcohol assaulted his senses. The scene inside could only be described as a disaster. Navy soldiers lay sprawled in drunken stupor. Overturned plates, empty bottles, and cups scattered uniformly across every inch of the hall. Even Jinbi was slumped in a corner, clutching a bottle, fast asleep. There truly not a single sober soul here. IG was left utterly speechless upon noticing that even the cook had collapsed on the floor. As if responding to IG's thoughts, one of the figures stirred slightly. After a moment of contemplation, the individual shook his head and removed the navy cap, covering his face. To IG's surprise, it was the lieutenant. Picado. Little IG, have you rested well? Picado greeted him. Are you hungry? There's still some food in the kitchen. Help yourself. All right. IG indeed felt a bit peckish and responded before heading into the kitchen. After a hearty meal, IG was satiated. IG, would you like to catch some fresh air? At that moment, Picado invited IG to the deck for a breath of fresh air. The night breeze was rather chilly, instantly awakening both of them from their drunken stupor. Colonel Picado, why is it that you are Karp's disciple yet wield a sword? IG casually initiated a conversation. Do you think anyone can fight solely with their fists? Picado replied bluntly, evidently still under the influence of alcohol. Oh, is it not so? IG responded, surprised. What a joke. Picado gestured animatedly in the air. If everyone could unleash their maximum potential just by using their fists, what need would there be for weapons? I see. Of course, so, Colonel Picado, would you teach me swordsmanship? IG suddenly turned to look at Picado. You. Picado initially intended to suggest that IG focus on developing his abilities, but upon reflecting on IG's exceptional talent, he felt that teaching him wouldn't be a problem after all, and thus nodded. All right, kid, hold your weapon steady and follow my lead. With that, Picado retrieved 2 swords from among the drunken men and began instructing IG. A night passed without incident. In the following days, the Doghead warship sailed into the doldrums. Everyone was dreadfully bored, as there was truly nothing of interest in the calm waters. IG, meanwhile, was diligently studying swordsmanship with Picado while eagerly anticipating the system's daily check-in. It was uncertain whether the system was deliberately toying with IG or not, but the subsequent check-ins yielded a plethora of bizarre items: rotten oranges, tattered socks, and Brooks' pilfered underwear, among other oddities. Ultimately, IG realized these were all worthless rubbish. After such high expectations, he had nearly given up hope on the system. IG immersed himself in swordsmanship, focusing intently on his practice. On one particular day, the sun hung high in the vast sky, its warm rays cascading upon the Doghead warship, as usual illuminating the posteriors of a group of inebriated men. IG awoke to the system's prompt. Ding, Master, today's check-in system is activated. Would you like to check in now? The magnetic, slightly aloof voice of the system echoed in IG's mind. What, check-in? IG mumbled drowsily, reluctant to wake up. Yes, master, please choose whether to check in now. Check, check, check. IG kept his eyes closed, responding dismissively. This system has become utterly useless. It can't produce anything of quality. Ding, check-in successful. Ding, congratulations, master, you have received a new item. Item name, iron dagger salvaged from the seabed, S rank. Description, this is a dagger with a story. The specifics of the story are unknown. But its history is exceedingly ancient, with the blade nearly entirely corroded by rust. Note, in summary, this is a dagger with a remarkable story. Are you not even going to bother fabricating a story anymore? IG grumbled darkly. Just a rusty old dagger, claiming to be a dagger with a story. Were it not for its S rank, I wouldn't even bother to keep it. Wait a minute, S rank. What is going on here? IG opened his eyes, the first to express disbelief. Boom! Just as IG prepared to examine the dagger closely, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted in his ears. Accompanied by this was a violent shaking of the ship. Enemy attack. The Navy soldiers aboard the warship instantly tensed, scrambling to prepare for battle. IG quickly reacted, rising to the deck and grabbing a telescope to survey the situation. He beheld a lavish pirate ship, adorned in red and green, being pulled at a breakneck speed by two enormous serpents, heading straight for the Doghead warship. The raised sails bore two large characters, 9 snakes. Chapter 34, Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. This is the 9 snake pirates. IG's eyes widened in shock. It was indeed the 9 snake pirates, and to think he had been oblivious to their audacity. What kind of audacity does it take for a pirate crew to brazenly attack the Navy? Do they even realize this is Vice Admiral Karp's flagship? They must have a death wish. According to the original story, the 9 snake pirates are a highly popular pirate crew roaming the vast seas. The reason is none other than their captain, the infamous pirate empress, Boa Hancock. As one of the world's most renowned beauties, Hancock is not only stunning but also possesses exceptional combat prowess. She garnered a bounty of 80 million berries after her first voyage, leading to her immediate recruitment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Calculating the time, it should now be around the period of Hancock's maiden voyage. At this moment, IG finally comprehended why Hancock secured such a high bounty on her first outing. To launch an attack on the Navy during her initial voyage, that sheer audacity is already worth 80 million. Isn't it? Although IG had longed to admire Hancock's beauty up close, the pressing matter at hand was to protect the Doghead warship. In a flurry, IG scrambled to the restroom. He hastily undid his belt and relieved himself with a satisfying rush. Finally ready for battle. Without delay, IG dashed back to the deck, with a swift motion of his hand. He conjured a series of sand shields the size of wash basins, which then layered upon the ship's surface like overlapping scales. Sasa Fruit. Crystallize. IG murmured softly. With his command, the sand shields emanated a cerulean glow and swiftly hardened to an impenetrable state. Soon, the cannonballs fired aggressively from the 9 snake pirates began to strike the shields, sounding like mere pinpricks. What is happening? Just as IG was solidifying his defenses, Karp stumbled out of the cabin. His pristine white attire splattered with coffee stains. He had been enjoying coffee and reading the newspaper in his office when the ship suddenly rocked violently. The coffee he had just poured had not only stained his clothes but also splashed all over his face. Rushing to wash off with cool water, he finally made his way onto the deck to ascertain the situation. Vice Admiral Karp. Lieutenant Picado had been intending to find Karp when the man himself appeared. Are we under enemy attack? Enemy attack? Karp exclaimed in astonishment. Who dares to be so bold as to assault the Navy? One must admit that I am, after all, a person of some renown. To speak without boasting. This infamous Doghead warship is something that anyone who has roamed the seas should recognize. Karp could hardly believe that he would one day encounter such a situation. The vessel before him was either manned by novices just setting sail or mere fledglings. You see, Picado handed over a telescope. 9 snakes. Karp furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this pirate crew. Could they truly be fresh out at sea? It is no wonder then. They must be newcomers. Indeed, it would be prudent to educate them and dissuade them from the notion of piracy at the earliest opportunity. As Karp pondered, the pirate ship drew alarmingly close. At that moment, the 2 massive serpents towing the vessel became distinctly visible to all. The pirates from the other ship proclaimed, "This sea route belongs to the 9 snake pirate crew. Surrender all your treasures aboard, or prepare to be tossed into the sea to feed the fish." The voice that resonated was audacious yet undeniably magnetic, echoing through the ship's loudspeaker. The moment the voice rang out, all aboard, except Karp and IGG, found themselves entranced. Even the usually composed First Officer Baccato momentarily lost his focus. Indeed, it was the Empress. Her voice possessed an enchanting allure. IgG felt a pang of astonishment. What a melodious voice it was. Soft yet not sycophantic, grand yet not harsh. It was like a black hole. The moment one's ears brushed against it, they were irresistibly drawn in. Had it not been for his initial impression of the Empress as merely a cardboard cutout adored by the masses, coupled with the protection of the system, he too might have succumbed. Karp, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. He rolled up his sleeves and sought out his loudspeaker. How utterly absurd! How could a newcomer dare to shout across the vast ocean? The pirates on the other side heard him declare, "I am Vice Admiral Karp of the Navy. The Navy will never bow to pirates. If you wish to rob, at least choose a worthy target. I give you 3 minutes to surrender. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences." Karp inhaled deeply, projecting his voice with utmost vigor. In an instant, his rugged tone jolted all the entranced sailors back to reality. "Humph. These newcomers are exceedingly arrogant," Karp huffed, lowering the loudspeaker. However, to his astonishment, he expected his booming voice to intimidate them into retreat, yet the opposite occurred. "Karp, who cares who you are? The Nine-Snake pirate crew specializes in robbing your kind. The world government's lapdogs. Did you hear that? Hand over your treasures and provisions, or don't blame us for being unkind." Karp was infuriated by this retort. He swung his fist, ready to charge. But IgG intervened just in time. "Grandfather, they are likely just novices. Let me handle this and hone my skills," IgG pleaded with an expression of innocence. Karp regarded IgG, his anger dissipating considerably. Allowing IgG to practice would be beneficial. If he aspired to become an admiral, accumulating battle achievements was indeed essential. Besides, if little IgG could handle the Sun Pirates, how much more so a crew of fledgling pirates? With this thought, Karp deemed it a sound decision. He then instructed IgG, "Go forth, IgG. Show them no mercy and extinguish any thoughts of piracy." "All right, grandfather." IgG nodded in affirmation. Little IgG is about to spring into action. "Ha ha ha. Give them a thrashing, IgG. Our treasure awaits you. Take your weapon and deal with them." At this moment, a group of Navy soldiers, having just emerged from Hancock's enchanting influence, stood in formation, each readying their snacks or drinks, eager to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, among the Nine-Snake pirates, the future Empress Hancock appeared somewhat youthful and inexperienced, yet her demeanor exuded the same arrogance that would define her in years to come. Noticing that Karp had fallen silent, she prepared to raise her loudspeaker once more. However, at that instant, a youthful voice rang out from the opposing ship. "Pirates over there, heed my words. This is your final chance to flee. If you insist on persisting, I, IgG, representing the Navy, will arrest you." Upon hearing this voice, Hancock was taken aback. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, 2 snake-bodied girls with human faces appeared behind her. They were Hancock's sisters. The 3 exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Yet, despite their mirth, Hancock did not forget to raise her loudspeaker. "Where did this little brat come from? Stop your nonsense. Once my sister finishes claiming the treasures, I'll buy you some candy." Chapter 35. I am currently testing my new technique. Indeed, this little child is truly amusing. His voice was so adorably childish. How charming. Oh dear, it melts my heart to hear such sweetness. What a delightful little one. Is that not so? Ha 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 ha. Hancock and her sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, laughed heartily without restraint. They even left the loudspeaker on, allowing the Navy to hear their unabashed mockery. Will that little Navy soldier be infuriated to the point of fury on the Doghead warship? The soldiers watching the scene shook their heads in dismay at the sisters' blatant ridicule, internally lamenting for the trio on the opposing side. If only they knew how utterly misguided they were. The very individual they mocked had just triumphed over the notoriously vile Sun Pirates, even holding his own against the likes of Jean Bay. These newcomers, fresh out to sea, were still naive, unaware of the vastness of the ocean. Some soldiers cast worried glances at IgG, fearing he might be provoked by the sisters' taunts. Yet IgG remained remarkably calm, showing little emotional fluctuation. He quietly activated his fruit ability, his body beginning to take on an ethereal quality. Clouds of sand began to rise from him, initially wispy like smoke. But within moments, the yellowish dust spread rapidly, threatening to envelop the Nine-Snake pirate ship like a shroud. What is happening? Hancock watched as the yellowish dust billowed from the Navy ship, her crescent-shaped brows knitting together. Even her sisters were momentarily entranced. Perhaps there is an ability user on the opposing ship. We should be cautious, sister. Sandersonia, the green-haired serpent girl, voiced her concern, gazing at the encroaching haze. Let us steer our ship into the wind. That way, the The mist 1T reach us. Marigold, the yellow-haired serpent girl, quickly proposed a countermeasure. Good idea. Hancock approved, waving her delicate arm, summoning a fragrant breeze. Helmsman, turn the ship. Let us move to the upwind side and avoid this strange fog. On the Doghead warship, the Navy soldiers watched as the Nine Snakes' splendid pirate ship shifted course. Panic set in as they prepared to pursue, only to be halted by IGG, with a slightly ethereal presence. IGG fixed his gaze on the retreating Nine Snake ship and calmly stated, "No need to chase. I am currently testing my new technique." Ah, so it is a new technique. No wonder we were all so tense. In that case, enjoy yourself. The naval soldiers, upon hearing Ige's statement, expressed their realization and promptly left the matter in his hands. However, the pirates aboard the Snake ship found themselves in a far more precarious situation. They abandoned their playful demeanor, succumbing to tension. The Snake ship circled relentlessly around the warship, yet Hancock and her crew soon discerned that no matter how they maneuvered, that ominous yellowish mist persistently followed them. Drawing ever closer. Accelerate. Accelerate. Hancock commanded. Report to Snake Princess. We are already at full speed, replied the pirate in charge of steering. We can't shake it off. Hancock's brow furrowed even tighter. Being adept in the 3 types of hockey, she sensed a lurking danger within that yellow mist, an overwhelming and fierce pressure that even she could feel. It seemed that there was a troublesome ability user aboard the enemy vessel. How infuriating. Hancock silently gritted her teeth. This ability user was insufferably annoying, with a range so vast, while her own Mero no Mi powers were limited. Moreover, her sisters were all users of the Hebe no Mi, making it even more unlikely for them to engage the opponent. She herself was unharmed, but her greater concern lay with the safety of her crew, who were not merely sailors but the very citizens of her beloved Kuja kingdom. How vexing. Had they truly encountered a formidable foe? Who might that seasoned naval officer be on the opposite side? A rear admiral? A vice admiral? Hancock felt an immense pressure, speculating that the yellow mist was conjured by a powerful ability user within the Navy. She had completely disregarded the child who had spoken moments earlier. She could never believe that a mere child, with such a childish voice, could exert such pressure. Aboard the Doghead warship, the observing naval soldiers pondered what new trick young Ige was up to, when a few sharp-eyed individuals suddenly noticed that Ige's figure seemed to have faded slightly once more. Initially assuming they were mistaken, they rubbed their eyes and called over their companions for a second look. They were not mistaken. Ige had indeed become more ethereal and blurred. Meanwhile, the yellowish dust finally caught up to the Snake ship. At this moment, the yellow mist enveloped both the Snake ship and the warship entirely. Amidst the air thick with sand, a faint silhouette began to materialize on the Kuja pirate ship. Who goes there? The snake-bodied girl, Sandasonia, felt a heightened sense of awareness, instantly detecting the presence of that faint figure. Her weapon instantly coiled with haki, the glinting tip of her spear aimed at the apparition. However, after a prolonged wait, the indistinct figure remained motionless. As time passed, even more faint silhouettes emerged from various corners of the ship. Marigold also brandished her weapon, her slit pupils filled with vigilance as she focused on the phantoms of sand. Sister, have you noticed? These shadows are rather short. After her initial reaction, Sandasonia suddenly realized that the wary figures she had been guarding against were, in fact, comically diminutive. Standing at a height of 3 to 4 meters, she found that these shadows barely reached her waist. Given their appearance, they seemed like mere children. Could it be that this was the child who had spoken earlier? Hancock stroked her chin, contemplating the multitude of overlapping short figures. You were quite right. That would be me. Just as Hancock finished her statement, the previously childish voice suddenly resonated from behind her, startled. Her hair stood on end. Who? Despite being taken aback, Hancock reacted swiftly, spinning around to face the source of the voice. However, to her dismay, the voice echoed again from behind her. It felt as if some malevolent spirit clung to her neck. Didn't we just speak? You can't recognize my voice now. You even promised to buy me candy. Hancock's pupils constricted instantly. Chapter 36. You were quite impressive. You can practice with me. To her astonishment, it was that little child wielding the ability. Hancock's heart raced with disbelief. How could it be? That child with the still puerile tone. Hancock could scarcely fathom her ears. What sort of child could so masterfully harness the powers of a devil fruit at such a tender age? Was it some ancient creature in the guise of a child? Enough of this. It is indeed me, the very child who just playfully claimed you would buy me candy, observing the flicker of astonishment on Hancock's face. Ige spoke in a haunting tone. Truly, Hancock is a breathtaking beauty. Ige drifted beside Hancock, admiring her features. Her silky, Raven black hair flowed gracefully, framing her smooth, radiant forehead, complemented by a perfectly shaped nose and delicate, rosy lips. Adorned with opulent golden serpent earrings and a crimson robe that plunged to her navel, she epitomized the ultimate dream of any man, in contrast to the formidable pirate empress she would become in years to come. The Hancock before him exuded a sense of youth and innocence. Though she had ascended to the throne of the Kuja, there remained an air of sweetness about her. Were it not for Ige's lofty aspirations of creating a beautifully ideal new world and the protection afforded by the system, he might have been reduced to a mere statue upon gazing at the Empress, a grand statue, no less. Just because you come from a prestigious background and have consumed a devil fruit at such a young age. You think yourself invincible. Though shaken by Ige's display of prowess, Hancock merely pouted, ruthlessly mocking him. As she derided him, she discreetly signaled to Marigold, who immediately grasped her intent. An intangible will began to emanate from her body, transforming into countless invisible tendrils that silently extended towards each of the yellow sand phantoms. The Kuja's observation haki, while broadly categorized into 3 types, could manifest in myriad forms depending on its user. For instance, some wielders of armament haki would cloak it over their bodies for hardening, while others could transform it into an invisible armor or imbue it with additional attributes, much like Zoro's black blade. Similarly, the observation haki of the Kuja, as its name suggests, allowed the user's will to extend beyond their physical form, coalescing into serpentine shapes for a more discreet, meticulous, and sensitive exploration. This was something Ige had not anticipated. Unaware, he could not fathom that Marigold had already locked onto his true form. Oblivious to the presence of observation haki, Ige remained unaware. Amidst the suffocating air cloaked in yellow sand, 2 invisible serpentine forms converged quietly. Far across the ship, Sandasonia's eyes suddenly widened. Through her haki, she received the location information relayed by Marigold. Good heavens, this child is remarkable. Although the voice had resonated from behind Hancock, the actual form lay at least 20 meters away beside the ship's rail. Sandasonia's serpent spear instantly coiled with invisible haki, locking onto Ige's true form with lethal intent. I am a member of the Navy, representing them to apprehend you. Why such rudeness in your speech? Ige, engaged in a leisurely exchange with Hancock, suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. It was an instinctual sense of impending danger, every pore on his body opening in response, his hair standing on end. How could he feel this way? Even in the presence of Jinbei, he had never experienced such a sensation. Whoosh! Before he could finish pondering the confusion within him, a rush of wind whipped past his ears. The displaced air struck Ige's body with a stinging pain. Simultaneously, Ige acutely sensed a chilling intent, seemingly capable of piercing through all, directed straight at his head. Without hesitation, he immediately leaned back, collapsing to the ground. Almost in tandem, a nearly 2-meter-long serpent spear, imbued with absolute sharpness, struck with a resounding thud, embedding itself deep into the ship's rail. Sitting on the ground, Ige gazed at the spear's handle, still swaying from the force of its impact. His scalp tingling. This is the might of the Kuja's haki. Although the outcome was foreseeable, Ig was taken aback by how swiftly his newly researched sand clone technique was dismantled. As for the recent display of haki from the 9 snake pirates, it evoked an exceptionally terrifying sensation within him. It was truly a momentum that seemed to penetrate all. He felt that he was almost on par with Jinbei. Aren't you going to reveal yourselves? Sonia remarked, flicking her serpent-like tongue at the shadow lying on the ground. No sooner had she spoken than, as if in response, the swirling yellow sand began to gradually disperse. The yellow silhouettes emerging from the sandy mist began to converge towards the fallen shadow, one by one merging into Ig's body. Within mere seconds, Ig found himself aboard the ship of the 9 snakes. Hancock cast a glance at the prostrate Ig, her exquisite visage once again adorned with a look of disdain. I was expecting something more formidable. Turns out it is merely a petty trick. Is this all? You cannot even wield haki, and you think to frighten us into submission. Marie Gourde also found it overly simplistic to unravel Ig's ploy. Little brother, what manner of demise do you envision for yourself? Or do you believe your companions would be willing to pay a handsome ransom for your return? Sonia leaned in closer, her grass-green slit pupils fixated on Ig, threatening him ominously. Initially, she had thought him to be a powerful being capable of masterfully wielding his fruit's abilities. To her surprise, he turned out to be nothing more than a flashy child. How foolish of me to have underestimated him. I even thought he was quite strong just moments ago. How wrong I was. Hancock mocked herself internally. Her judgment had indeed faltered. Alas, in light of this, I shall speak candidly. Ig shook his head and sighed, scrambling to his feet. Finally willing to be truthful. A hint of mockery danced in Hancock's beautiful eyes. Indeed, I was intentionally shouting like that. IG spread his hands. Because only by calling out for my grandfather would he come to me. However, I do not intend to apprehend you. I merely wish to engage in a duel. Yes, that was IG's true purpose for boarding the ship. Empress Hancock, she is destined to become one of the future 7 warlords, a title she had only recently acquired upon returning from this voyage. Despite whatever abilities he possessed, he knew he could not scare them away. This much IG recognized. Therefore, he approached simply to test his sand reverse waterfall and the new applications of his fruit he had been contemplating over the past few days. He had not encountered a worthy opponent in days, and it had left him feeling stifled. I find you all quite promising. You can accompany me in practicing my new techniques. IG raised his head and smiled. Chapter 37. You two, come at me together. Hee hee. Hancock, who had just peeled away IG's true face, believed she would not be fooled again, and she let out a cold laugh. With you? Perhaps you should wait until you possess the ability to disembark from the ship. After speaking, Hancock crossed her long, perfectly sculpted arms and glanced at Sasa and Marie Gourde. She gestured toward IG with a slight nod. The two women immediately understood Hancock's intention. Their hockey surged as they approached IG with a formidable aura. IG stood at just over a meter tall, while the two Serpent Girl sisters towered at 3 to 4 meters. The stark height difference created a powerful contrast that instantly diminished IG's presence. Hancock observed IG's reaction with cold eyes, growing increasingly certain that he was merely a child. This fellow, faced with the approaching adversaries, was still looking around. Moreover, he displayed no fighting spirit whatsoever, appearing to be merely fooling around. I wonder why the Navy dares to release him. Do they look down on him? Wait, just as the two women stepped into striking range and prepared to attack, IG suddenly raised his hand and called for a halt. What now? Hancock nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Did you not say you wanted to fight us? I shall oblige. IG crouched down earnestly and casually snapped off a piece of the deck. He showcased it to Hancock while explaining. You see, your deck is rather flimsy. I fear that if we engage in a scuffle, I might damage your ship. What other tricks are you trying to pull? Hancock was rapidly losing her patience. She even contemplated kicking the boy off the ship. A child who only spouted bravado was truly irksome to her. How about this? You practiced your techniques with me, and I shall refrain from damaging your vessel. We can fight beside the ship. IG's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. With a flick of his hand, countless grains of sand erupted from his being. Sasa and Marie Gourde immediately assumed defensive stances, their hockey swirling. Yet, IG showed no intent to attack. As the sand gathered, within seconds, a curtain of sand large enough to cover an entire football field appeared in the air. Then, with both hands opened wide, IG directed the sand curtain, which suddenly expanded to several times its original size, enough to accommodate 4 or 5 warships side by side, and its thickness had reduced by several folds. Sasa Fruit, crystallization, IG silently chanted within his mind. With a word, the sand in the sky suddenly appeared to melt. The curtain of sand transformed into a molten veil, shimmering with a bluish-green hue. Subsequently, IG again swept his hands outward, causing the liquefied sand to swell like buns in a steamer, visibly inflating at an astonishing rate. Condense. IG silently intoned another word in his mind, and the now colossal mat of sand flickered a few times before reverting to a solid state, forming a giant bluish-green slab. Although it was called a slab, it was, in fact, a product of IG's ability to manipulate the sand to expand like foam, drastically reducing its density. It was essentially an artificial foam board. Boom! With a release of his mental command, the massive bluish foam board crashed down onto the ocean's surface. We shall fight atop that. IG pointed to the large foam board, casually stating, your only skill lies in shaping these toys. Sasa huffed, following IG's lead without a hint of concern. Sister, be cautious of tricks. Marie Gourde, noticing her sister's unhesitating compliance, quickly grabbed her arm and whispered, fear not. It's simply a solid board, albeit a sturdy one. IG's voice echoed back from ahead. Marie Gourde felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, and she fell silent, joining her sister on the large foam board. Only Hancock, gazing at the foam board, revealed a flicker of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Judging by the nature of his abilities, this boy's power was undeniably sand. Yet sand sinks in the sea. How is he managing to keep it afloat? Or is it possible that his abilities are not related to sand at all? Never mind. Even if he possesses these whimsical powers, they hold no value in combat. My sisters will surely teach him a lesson. Hancock was unwaveringly confident in her sisters. A child who cannot even wield hockey would be an easy target. As IG stepped onto the foam board, he felt quite satisfied with his creation. The surface felt solid, with an even thickness. As he stepped on it, he could sense the firm surface of the gigantic foam board. Most importantly, this was a windless zone. Without wind, there would be no waves. Aside from the deep ocean currents, the surface was nearly stagnant. This made the large foam board he crafted exceedingly stable, more so than a plaza paved with marble tiles. The serpent sisters also felt the refined surface beneath them with their serpentine tails. Silently astonished, just how much time has this boy spent playing with such mud? However, this was fortuitous. From their earlier encounter, the two had largely concluded that this boy undoubtedly lacked hockey. This meant that they could easily overpower him. They must thoroughly teach him a lesson and then bind him to exchange for money with that warship. The two women exchanged glances, reaching a consensus. Sanda and Marie, right? IG led the two women to the center of the foam board before finally halting. Yes, what is it? Why are you dawdling? Sanda impatiently remarked. Well, I simply suggest that you both go together. IG laughed in response. Sanda and Mary joined in the laughter, though their amusement was tinged with disdain. Goodness, I never anticipated that making money would be so effortless on our first outing at sea. Who would have thought that a foolish Navy lad would walk right into our trap? The two sisters certainly cannot afford to be courteous. Well then, we shall not hold back. Sanda hissed with a serpent-like grin that you'd better be ready. Foolish boy. Mary tossed her snake gun to her sister and drew out 2 axes from her back. In the next moment, the snake sisters unleashed their ferocity. There was no build-up, no warning. Only the most direct charge. They aimed to defeat IG in the most straightforward and brutal manner, overpowering him with sheer force. Meanwhile, IG was already prepared. A whirlwind of dust and sand swirled around him, as if a multitude of deathly spirits were dancing in the air. Chapter 38, Imitation Version, Quicksand Cascade. The speed of the Snake Sisters was astonishing. In the brief span during which IG uttered just 7 words, they had already closed the distance between them significantly. What had once been several dozen meters had shrunk to less than 10 in the blink of an eye. With their weapons raised high above their heads, the sisters aimed for IG's body, ready to strike. The razor-sharp blades, imbued with the unique ferocity of the 9 serpents, emanated an aura of lethal sharpness. Just standing before them, one could almost feel the excruciating pain of being sliced apart. IG clearly hadn't anticipated that the pace of battle with the Snake Sisters would be so rapid. They bypassed any build-up and charged directly into the fray. To make matters worse, their large frames belied an astonishing quickness. Without a moment's hesitation, IG realized that if he continued to prepare his moves, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in 2. Reluctantly, he was forced to interrupt his technique. His entire form transformed into a cloud of sand, guided by gravity into a heap. Hiss! The Snake Sisters aimed their attacks at IG's body, only for them to be narrowly evaded by his transformation. Nevertheless, the sound of their weapons slicing through the air was deafening. No wonder in the original tale, Smoker was left in such a disheveled state. It seems the 9 serpents' ferocity truly is legendary. IG felt a chill brush past his head, and he couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying strength of the 9 serpents. With one strike failing to connect, the Snake Sisters wasted no time. They pivoted in unison, harnessing the momentum of their weapons to swing back around. They gracefully traced 2 arcs in the air, once again targeting the sand pile below, with a furious chop. Goodness, their reaction speed was simply astounding. IG had no time to evade. He could only barely maneuver his sandy form to create 2 narrow gaps. Bang! Mary's axe and Sanda's snake gun pierced through the massive foam board almost simultaneously. The impact of their ferocity against the ground generated a powerful wave of air, sending IG flying away with the force. In doing so, he managed to create some distance. Nearby, Hancock observed their battle with a scoff. Truly a child, incapable of wielding hockey, yet daring to challenge warriors of the 9 serpents. What a foolhardy endeavor. Regardless of his Logia powers, even if he could elementalize, mastering Busashoka hockey would still enable him to inflict damage. Moreover, every member of the 9 serpents was a warrior proficient in hockey. This weak little brat would soon find himself tied up and taken away for a bounty. Returning to his human form, IG gazed at the Snake Sisters with newfound seriousness. Initially, he believed the encounter would be a breeze. After all, in the original narrative, the combat prowess of these 2 Snake Sisters was far inferior to Hancock's. Yet, facing them personally, he realized just how formidable they truly were. It was their mastery of hockey that made them so powerful. Without Busashoku and Kenbunshoku, and merely possessing Haushoku, he found his rhythm suppressed during their first clash. Furthermore, his earlier use of the sand clone was easily seen through by them. IG recalled his previous encounter with Jinbei, where he had also felt somewhat cornered. Was this the disparity manifested in hockey? It was only now that IG recognized the critical importance of Kinbunchika hockey in a battle. However, the Snake Sisters would not grant him any opportunities. The instant IG reappeared, the two women locked onto his position once more. They split into two, one to the left and the other to the right, encircling him rapidly. This cannot continue. IG swiftly and accurately assessed the situation while simultaneously maintaining his elemental form. He realized he was entirely suppressed in the rhythm of battle. Merely dodging would lead to a slow demise. In such circumstances, he could only break through with sheer force. With clarity in his battle strategy, IG's eyes shone brightly. The swirling sand around him rose once again as he mentally chanted, "Suna Suna no Mi awakening." Hiss, a blade-like edge, sharp enough to cut through anything, surged forth. The shrill sound of wind slicing through the air accompanied a piercing pain that rushed toward him. This time, however, IG was prepared for a two-pronged assault. "Submit, boy," Sanda shouted. "You, who cannot even wield hockey, have no chance of evading." Mary echoed, her voice fierce. Almost instantaneously, their weapons appeared beside IG. The air itself felt razor-sharp, and IG's skin bore the faintest traces of blood. Yet, at that moment, IG's expression shifted. His eyes sharpened with clarity. Suna Suna. Miniature bomb. Boom. 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 The weapons of the two women never touched IG. Just as they were about to strike, the myriad tiny grains of sand swirling around him exploded simultaneously. It was as if a nuclear device had detonated in the desert, and IG, once a human form, was suddenly transformed into a storm of sand. Accompanying this was an incredibly intense and genuine shockwave. Their weapons were instantly blown apart, and the two women were hurled through the air by the force, tracing a high arc before crashing to the ground. Seeing her sisters blasted away, Hancock on the ship furrowed her brow. These two were sent flying just like that? I didn't expect this boy to possess some skill. However, for an attack like that to truly injure Sanda and Mary, he still has a long way to go. As she pondered, Sanda and Mary had already regained their footing. Their azure and golden scales remained pristine, entirely unscathed. "Boy, if your attack is merely this, you might as well surrender," Sanda called out with a light laugh. Addressing IG from a distance, "Just let us tie you up. No need for any spankings," Mary chimed in with a jest. "What nonsense. I am a Navy officer. How could a Navy officer surrender to pirates?" IG replied, glancing at the unblemished Sanda and Mary while preparing the swirling sand once more. "Oh, this boy has some spirit. Indeed, I'm beginning to like him. But you know, we still have to take you for a bounty." IG, the sisters' expressions darkened, and the hockey that had enveloped them during the explosion returned to their weapons. In the next moment, the Snake Sisters charged at IG with terrifying speed once more. "This time, you shall not prevent me." The gravel around IG swirled and coalesced into an immensely thick serpent, its width comparable to the giant foam board. IG was determined not to miss any opportunity. During the brief exchange, he had already prepared his next move. Behold my technique. Imitation version. Quicksand Cascade. Chapter 39. It seems he walked into a trap. Imitation version. Quicksand Cascade. Facing the furious charge of the Snake Sisters, IG was finally prepared. He boldly declared the name of his technique, his voice brimming with confidence. As the words left his lips, the gigantic sand serpent behind him roared upwards and lunged towards the charging Snake Sisters. Clang, clang, clang. Simultaneously, from massive, hard azure stone slabs eerily floated into the air, swiftly positioning themselves at the four edges of the giant foam board, with a resonant metallic sound. For towering stone walls rose to encircle the foam board, creating an immense box, or rather, a battlefield. Just as the walls sealed off completely, the sand serpent collided fiercely with the Snake Sisters. Thud. As soon as they collided, the massive sand serpent, with its gaping maw, swiftly devoured the Snake Women Sisters whole. However, the sand serpent, conjured by Ige, appeared to be utterly defenseless against the overwhelming might of the 9 snakes. Just after consuming them, the colossal sand serpent let out a mournful wail. Almost immediately, a multitude of fissures erupted across its surface, and countless grains of sand began to spill forth. When the cracks engulfed the serpent entirely, a thunderous explosion resounded, shattering the beast into fragments. The air around the battlefield became tumultuous as a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from the remains of the giant serpent, causing the atmosphere to swirl and writhe uncontrollably. Chaotic gusts of wind ricocheted between the ground and the walls, swiftly coalescing into a spiraling vortex reminiscent of steam boiling over, carrying with it the debris of the disintegrated serpent, soaring into the sky. Despite this tempestuous scene, Hancock, who stood nearby, remained unfazed. Her expression was as serene as a still lake, her beauty akin to a masterful painting. as she quietly observed the center of the battlefield, for she understood that the seemingly formidable sand serpent was, in reality, utterly ineffectual, merely stirring up a cloud of sand without any real impact. Alas, why can't this boy ever learn? Even the sand scattered by that detonation could not harm Sanda and Mary. What good could a mere construct of sand, no matter how grand, possibly do? Hancock shook her head in disappointment. This child is just a child, fixated on those flashy techniques. Admiral Karp, it seems that little Ige has won, doesn't it? On the other side, aboard the Doghead warship, Picado inquired softly, gazing at the battlefield, now engulfed in a sandstorm. To contend with those two, it appears that sheer quantity of sand is of little consequence. Karp's keen gaze pierced through the heart of the storm. His observation hockey informed him that while Ige's strike appeared fearsome, it bore no real weight, for the presence of the two snake women remained entirely undiminished. At the eye of the storm, Sanda and Mary, as anticipated, emerged unscathed. Knowing there was no harm done, why resort to such tactics? Was it an attempt to obscure their vision? Yet, they did not even require sight to navigate effortlessly through any terrain. Their hockey had already locked onto Ige, who was leaning against the wall. Alternatively, there might exist another possibility. The two women simultaneously recalled Ige's earlier display aboard the nine-snake ship. In the midst of the swirling sand, he seemed capable of moving with impunity. This meant he had deliberately crafted this environment to match their speed. In such circumstances, they could not recklessly attack. Instead, they needed to remain stationary, engaging in verbal sparring to buy time while observing Ige's movements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Boy, is this trick meant to disorient us? Sanda's gaze pierced through layers of sand, locking onto Ige. How naive. Without the prowess of observation hockey, you cannot comprehend the sensitivity of human perception. We could find you with our eyes closed. But tell me, can you still discern our whereabouts? Mary chimed in agreement. Why are you all so impatient? This trick is far from over. Ige replied, his voice calm and unhurried. The sand cascade technique, a formidable ninjutsu utilizing sand, could reshape the terrain in an instant, burying targets beneath an overwhelming weight of sand. Since the last time Ige had seen the skill book from the system, he had been diligently studying how to replicate those techniques with his Sasa Fruit. He delved into the principles of the technique and discovered it comprised two essential steps. First, one must have an ample supply of sand. Ige surveyed the tumultuous cloud of sand he had created. The immense sand serpent serving to lure the two snake women into a trap. By crafting an area thick with sand, he could temporarily match their speed. This provided him the time to launch an attack while taking advantage of the recent explosion to disperse nearly all the sand on his person into the air, resulting in a veritable deluge of sand that could fall like a blanket several meters thick. Secondly, the sand must entomb the enemy. Ige waved his hand towards the swirling storm, his mind locking onto the entirety of the battlefield's sand. Then clenched his small fist. The sand throughout the battlefield seemed to possess a will of its own, responding in unison with a gentle tremor. The immeasurable quantity of sand resonated together, filling the space with a spine-tingling vibration. Following this, the gravitational force acting on each grain of sand intensified exponentially, causing them to plummet like raindrops. Something is amiss. At the moment the sand responded in unison, Hancock aboard the nine-snake ship felt an unsettling sensation creep up her spine. Was it merely an illusion? No, she was certain. The airborne sand was indeed responding to something that a single grain of sand is inconsequential. Yet when an astronomical number of grains coalesce, the reverberation it produces can induce a sense of trepidation. He is capable of such control, to command the very sand of the earth. If this is true, then his strength far surpasses what he has demonstrated thus far. Hancock's gaze towards the sand grew increasingly grave. On the battlefield, sister, do you feel that? Mary sensed the shift, though a moment later than Hancock. Yet that haunting feeling could not be mistaken. Yes, it feels like standing before an army of thousands. Sanda's expression darkened as she gazed at the sandstorm. It appears we have fallen into his trap. Before Sanda could finish her thought, the sand that had begun to accelerate now surged forth with renewed vigor. Chapter 40. Imitation. Sand Cascade Burial. Everyone has witnessed ordinary rainfall, a harmless and unthreatening. However, the mere millimeters that separate each droplet can culminate in a deluge of apocalyptic proportions when they descend en masse. And what's more, each droplet is alive. At this moment, Sanda and Mary felt that suffocating sensation. They looked up at the relentless downpour of sand, standing frozen in shock, their scalps prickling with trepidation. With a deafening roar, the dense grains of sand clung together in the air, forming an immense wave that crashed down upon them, one after another. In an instant, the towering sand waves knocked the two women to the ground. Layers of sand piled upon them, burying them deeper and deeper. The snake women struggled to shake off the encroaching sand, grasping each other's hands in a desperate attempt to rise, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by the following waves. The frenzied tide of sand crashed down relentlessly, each layer suffocating the last, as if the god of the desert were bestowing upon the world a grand funeral. In the midst of the sandy tempest, Ige moved with ease, his form indistinct and ethereal, gliding above the battlefield, observing the snake women as they struggled and fell time and again, ultimately entombed beneath meters of unfeeling sand. Little Ige, this technique is astonishing. Aboard the doghead warship, the onlooking naval soldiers were utterly spellbound. This display was nothing short of miraculous. Never had they witnessed a Logia user capable of manipulating what had already been unleashed. Even the natural-type admirals could not achieve such feats. Akaina could not redirect the magma once it had erupted. Borsellino could not control the dissipating lasers. Kazan could not move or shatter ice that had already formed. In many ways, Ige had surpassed the ranks of the marine admirals. Meanwhile, on the Nine-Snake ship, Hancock was even more astounded. She gazed up at the towering sand mound, her cherry lips parting in disbelief. What manner of control is this? At that moment, every grain of sand appeared to be meticulously arranged, perfectly horizontal from her perspective. Moreover, the previously dispersed sand mist had vanished completely. What did this signify? It meant that the boy she had dismissed as merely a child possessed the ability to command every particle of sand in the air. This was beyond human capability. This was nothing short of monstrous. Hancock found herself momentarily dazed, the spectacle too overwhelming, causing her to forget that her sister had been buried beneath it all. She felt her earlier judgments were profoundly shallow. Even feeling a twinge of shame, as if she had been dealt a couple of stinging slaps, her face flushing with heat. The execution of this technique appears to be quite impressive. My imitation pales in comparison. I can only wonder how powerful the original from the system truly is. IG gazed down at his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. This was the true power of the Sasa Fruit after awakening. Previously, he had been squandering its potential. It seemed everyone was right. The development of 1's abilities was indeed of paramount importance. And now, IG extended his ethereal hand towards the flat expanse of sand, grasping the air as he invoked the replica technique. Sand waterfall burial. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, the response from the sands was even more vigorous, vibrating multiple times in succession, as if IG had done something they greatly appreciated. Suddenly, the formidable gravitational force that had been exerted on each grain of sand descended once more. Boom. It was as if an invisible giant hand struck down upon the sand with tremendous force. That hand possessed absolute power, reducing a towering sand mound of several dozen meters by more than half with a single blow. In an instant, the mound collapsed. Crack, crack. Even the crystalline, indestructible sand walls could not withstand this immense pressure, beginning to show intricate fissures. Sonda, Mari. Hancock finally realized that her sisters had been buried beneath the sand, and she urgently cried out. In her perception, the presence of Sonda and Mari had suddenly weakened. This sent a wave of dread through her. That was an immense weight of dozens, if not hundreds, of tons of sand, collapsing in an instant and crushing everything beneath. Even with a body as tough as copper and iron, they would surely be crushed. Without a moment's hesitation, she propelled herself forward, her graceful form shooting from the ship like a cannonball. As she launched a kick in midair, her red high heel aimed directly at the cracked sand wall. Fragrant foot. This azure wall stood 100 meters tall. It was impossible for her to leap over it solely with her physique, and with the battlefield littered with sand, if she could break through this wall, the sand would flow into the sea, saving Sonda and Mari. In less than a second, Hancock had devised her battle strategy. However, IG was no mere pushover. His techniques had yet to be fully tested. With a flick of his hand, another azure sand wall emerged, just large enough for a person, yet sufficient. This wall stood directly in front of Hancock. Upon seeing this, Hancock's eyes narrowed with determination. Her haki fully unleashed and concentrated beneath her feet, a formidable aura erupting forth. Within that momentum, one could even faintly glimpse red-black serpentine lightning flashing by. Boom. Hancock's foot slammed against the sand wall with ferocity, and with a crack, IG's newly conjured wall shattered. Unyielding, Hancock surged forward towards the now cracked wall. Just as it seemed she would break through, IG, having anticipated this, pointed a finger, and the small section of the wall about to be kicked shattered, creating a large opening. Hancock, unable to react in time, crashed through the hole. With the ability to shatter even the crystallized sand walls, Hancock faced the sand with unstoppable force, propelling herself from the bottom of the mound to the very top. IG then waved his hand again, sealing the previously broken hole and mending the original cracks. Hancock emerged from the depths, dirted and disheveled, tumbling several times before finally coming to a stop. Her once glamorous red dress now tattered and revealing large swathes of pristine skin. IG, observing her disheveled state, smiled slightly and said, "Hancock, in light of your previous gift of sweets, if you three can withstand my next move, I shall let you go." Chapter 41. Explosive, Sand Reverse Waterfall. If you can withstand my next move, I shall let you go. With a flip of his palm, the sand began to writhe as if alive, and soon, two serpentine forms emerged from the ground. The barely conscious Mari and Sanda were lifted from the sand. Ugh! The Snake Sisters displayed expressions of pain, moaning softly. Hancock looked down at her sisters, noticing their scales were battered and many had been crushed. Surrounding the shattered scales were patches of sand stained with blood, clearly from forced wounds. The reassuring news was that both sisters remained conscious, and a faint aura of hockey still flowed through them. Thank goodness. It seemed their injuries were not severe. However, this was something Hancock could not tolerate. As a sovereign, how could she allow her sisters to be harmed? A wave of blood surged to her head. And an overwhelming battle intent accompanied a potent pressure erupted. Conqueror's Haki. IG's gaze flickered. This was the first time he felt the weight of Conqueror's Haki from another, akin to an ocean crashing against him. Leaving him breathless. Oh, this is what Conqueror's Haki feels like. Little brat, you were quite impressive. Hancock's tattered dress fluttered in the non-existent wind, revealing aspects previously hidden. Yet, at that moment, her battle intent reached its zenith. Leaving her no mind to conceal anything, she fixed her gaze on IG floating in the sky, a regal aura emanating from her. You are worthy of me taking action myself, above in the sky. IG felt a surge of excitement, not because Hancock's attire was in tatters, but because he could finally experience the power of the Empress firsthand. In the original narrative, her strength had always been shrouded in mystery. Despite her possession of numerous formidable abilities, she lacked any notable achievements in battle. This had led to polarized opinions among fans regarding her strength. Some believed she merely coasted through the war of the best, while others thought she was terrifyingly powerful. After all, those who wielded Conqueror's Haki were undoubtedly formidable individuals. Today, this enigma would finally be unveiled by him. Attire was of no consequence. Sensing Hancock's battle intent, IG-2 felt invigorated. Then come. Let us see if you can lead your sisters to safety. Hancock ceased her verbal exchanges, honing her observation Haki to lock onto IG, exhaling slowly as her body relaxed. In the next instant, a thunderous crack echoed as Hancock vanished from her position. IG barely processed her movement when an alluring breeze struck his face. How swift! Startled, IG swiftly transformed into a whirlwind of sand. Sizzle! Hancock's heel sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. Undeterred by the miss, she propelled herself forward, aiming yet another kick in the direction IG had evaded. IG had not yet reverted to his original form when Hancock's assault came crashing down, leaving him no choice but to dissolve into lighter dust, scattering away from the force of her kick. This was a completely different level from the previous two. IG felt a chill run down his spine. Not only did her formidable observation Haki grant her accelerated reflexes, but her armored Haki surpassed that of the Snake Sisters, rendering IG incapable of withstanding her attack. He didn't even have time to unleash his own Conqueror's Haki. He was entirely on the defensive. Assessment complete. The Empress is exceedingly powerful. Utilizing Hancock's offensive momentum, IG sank into the sand and quickly distanced himself, attempting to evade her. Yet, Hancock's reaction was astoundingly swift. With her observation Haki, she had no hesitation in following IG's retreat, pursuing with unwavering speed, and then, raising her high heel with ferocity, she stomped down towards the ground, just as IG was about to burst forth from the earth. He felt a terrifying gust overhead, forcing him to dive deeper into the sand. Boom! Hancock's foot landed solidly on the ground, her overwhelming Haki erupting and creating a massive crater in the sand. TSK, he escapes quite swiftly, Hancock murmured. She despised facing nature-type users, for against them, her physical attacks infused with petrifying ability became ineffective, just like this slippery little brat, who evaded like a nimble eel. She found herself unable to land a solid hit. Is evasion all you know? Hancock taunted, directing her voice towards a particular spot in the sand. Even if you hide, it doesn't equate to victory, coward. This fellow had buried himself beneath several dozen meters of sand. She truly had no means of reaching him. All she could do was provoke him into revealing himself. Don't rush, you'll be out soon. To her surprise, IG actually responded. Hancock immediately activated her observation Haki, keenly locking onto IG's position. This guy was definitely plotting something. She held her breath, focusing intently on IG's movements. Suddenly, IG made his move. Emerging from the sand like a shark, he charged straight towards Hancock. A head-on clash. Has the hockey of 9 serpents not been tested enough? Engaging in a contest with someone lacking in dominance, Hancock boasts with unwavering confidence that she shall never be defeated. Her formidable aura envelopes her heels like a tempest, shimmering with an ominous crimson and black glow. Subsequently, her long legs rise high, poised for action. 3, 2, 1. Now is the moment. Hancock's gaze sharpens. And with the thunderous force of her high heels, she descends with furious intent. Yet, in that fleeting instant, a wave of trepidation surges within her heart, as though an ancient beast of legend has awakened. But it is too late. IgG erupts forth from the earth like a predatory shark. His fist adorned with streaks of red and black lightning, Conqueror's hockey. Hancock's pupils constrict. Boom. Before she can react, the two forces will collide. A violent explosion sends waves of sand crashing, the turbulent winds battering against the high walls surrounding the battleground. Crack, crack. The fissures in the walls grow increasingly intricate, on the verge of collapse. Bang. Hancock is propelled into the air by the sheer force, the tremors in her heart impossible to suppress. Conqueror's hockey. It is a skill she herself is still grappling with. Hancock's face is a mask of astonishment. This time, it is IgG who seizes the offensive. With a single punch, he sends Hancock flying, and seeing her helpless in midair, he squats down, placing one hand on the sandy ground. Softly uttering, "Sand reverse waterfall," beneath Hancock. As she is about to descend onto the sandy surface, a massive maw seemingly materializes. Chapter 42. Empress. Explosion of garments. Look, that beauty. Oh no, the pirate captain is also in there. From a distance, aboard the Doghead warship, a Marine soldier peers through a telescope at the battlefield above, exclaiming in astonishment. What? Where? Show me quickly. A throng of Navy soldiers, upon hearing that the beautiful pirate captain has joined the fray, scramble to catch a glimpse. The first Marine soldier to call out, displeased, hurriedly guards the telescope, shouting, "Hey, don't fight for it. Hey, hey, hey." But the other soldiers pay him no mind, several of them seizing his limbs in unison, tossing him off the observation platform. Karp watches this undisciplined rabble, his face darkening. Is the focus on that woman? Shouldn't it be on my grandson? You bunch of rascals. The Navy soldiers remain oblivious to Karp's thoughts, quickly forming an orderly line to take turns peering through the telescope. Wow, little IgG is incredibly powerful. One Marine soldier marvels. That's more like it, just as Karp feels a sense of pride. He hears the Marine soldier continue. The magnitude of that explosion might even tear the pirate captain's clothes apart. Karp nearly spews a mouthful of blood. What? Show me quickly. Hey, don't fight for it. To hell with you. How long have you been looking? The lineup of Navy soldiers descends into chaos once more, shoving and jostling for the telescope. Soon, each soldier's eyes transform into hearts, and blood pours from their noses on the deck. You rascals, know when to stop. Karp feels his temper flare, bellowing in rage, knocking out the miscreants one by one. This spectacle is surely meant to feature my grandson. Karp retrieves the telescope from the ground and aims it towards the battlefield. However, the sandstorm from the explosion obstructs his view, even for him, as the vision remains hazy and indistinct. On the battlefield, after Hancock's Conqueror's hockey clashed with IgG's, her body is sent soaring into the air. Her mind momentarily blank. Conqueror's hockey. How is this possible? Hancock's heart trembles with disbelief. Yet, while she is still in shock, IgG seizes the tempo of the attack. He presses his small hand against the smooth sand, his will instantaneously penetrating the earth, before softly uttering, "Sand reverse waterfall," boom, rumble. With a mere utterance, countless grains of sand respond to IgG's call, the entire battlefield trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. Suddenly, beneath Hancock, a thin line emerges in the sand, rapidly extending outward, dividing the battlefield into two. A hellish wind erupts from the fissure, causing Hancock's tattered garments to flap violently. The crack widens, growing ever larger, until it transforms into a massive, earthen maw. The wind from the abyss morphs into the breath of death. As Hancock gazes down at the gaping void, a chill runs through her entire being. She can almost sense a low murmur emanating from the depths of that maw, an indistinct chant that appears to rise from a somber tone to a crescendo. She even feels something stirring in the throat of that yellow maw, akin to a dragon preparing to unleash its fiery breath. Could it be? Hancock's pupils constrict. Puff. What transpired seemed lengthy, yet it all occurred within less than a second, just as Hancock reaches the apex of her ascent. With no means to brace herself, the gaping maw below suddenly expels a colossal surge of yellow sand. The earthen grains surge upwards like a waterfall in reverse, soaring towards the heavens. Hancock barely has time to widen her eyes before being engulfed by the deluge. Tossed about in the torrent of sand. Sand fruit. Explosion. IgG observes Hancock ensnared in the waterfall, issuing commands with palpable intensity. Boom, boom. Boom. The power of the waterfall is tremendous. What of the explosive waterfall? A thunderous roar echoes, the sand bursting in orderly layers from the bottom up. Sister, Sonda and Mary, just regaining their composure, witness Hancock being hurled into the air, followed by IGG unleashing the terrifying sand reverse waterfall, that little brat. Sonda, seeing Hancock consumed by the waterfall, immediately rushes forward to confront IGG. Yet, before she can rise, she collapses once more. Damn it, I have no strength left. Sonda glances at Mary, who lies on the ground beside her, shaking her head with a bitter smile. It seems this first voyage has ended in defeat. The two women, having witnessed the previous exchange, fully comprehend that even without underestimating their opponent, they are far from being a match for this individual. The 9 serpents in this vast ocean are not as formidable as they once believed. Boom, boom, the reverse-flowing waterfall detonates, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust. The hellish winds gradually subside, leaving the now weightless Hancock to plummet like crumpled paper tossed from a window, crashing down into the sand. Sister, Sonda and Mary cry out in unison, scrambling to Hancock's side. As they finally discern her condition, they collectively gasp in horror. Hancock lies on the ground like a ragged doll, her beautiful eyes closed, her once pristine skin marred by countless lacerations. Her garments are in tatters, barely concealing her modesty. Sister, sister, wake up. Sister, in a frenzy, Sonda and Mary shake Hancock's shoulders, calling out in desperation, with a furrowed brow. Hancock stirs, groaning softly as she awakens. Every inch of her feels as though it has been sliced by blades, a searing pain coursing through her, but the most profound agony stems from the successive explosions that have battered her insides. The shock waves relentlessly assault her organs, and despite her hockey shielding her, the damage is considerable, the pain is unbearable, and Hancock opens her eyes. Upon seeing her two sisters' worried faces, she feels a moment of disorientation. Sonda, Mary. She suddenly recalls that she is still in the midst of battle and hastily attempts to rise. No. Sonda and Mary, seeing Hancock's resolve, quickly press her back into the sand. What are you doing? Hancock inquires, bewildered. The two girls hesitate, nodding towards Hancock's upper body. Following their gaze, Hancock looks down, a vast expanse of white. It dawns on her that her clothing has been obliterated. Moreover, the reason her sisters prevent her from rising is due to the brand of the celestial dragons emblazoned upon her back. Chapter 43. Women only slow my draw. The brand of the celestial dragons, a mark seared into the skin of slaves purchased by the celestial dragons. Several years prior, Hancock and her two younger sisters embarked on a maritime adventure, only to unfortunately fall into the clutches of the celestial dragons and be enslaved. It was Hancock's first encounter with these malevolent beings, and she was profoundly struck by their wickedness, despite being of the same species. Why was there such a disparity in status? To breathe the same air as the so-called commoners, or to make even the slightest physical or visual contact with them, was deemed beneath them. Even her unparalleled beauty was regarded as filthy and unclean. Hancock found it incomprehensible that such arrogance could exist. However, this very fact offered her a modicum of solace, as it spared her from excessive interaction with those repugnant simpletons. Yet, life as a slave was undoubtedly harsh. She and her sisters were subjected to ridicule and amusement by those self-proclaimed aristocrats, even being coerced into consuming 3 devil fruits. Her sisters, once the epitome of charm, were grotesquely transformed into figures that instilled fear. Serpent women. Hancock herself acquired the loathsome ability granted by the sweet, sweet fruit, which ensnared men with its allure. It was not until recently that a merman named Tiger attacked Mary Geos, demolishing part of the slave prison, that she seized the opportunity to escape with her sisters amidst the chaos. Upon returning to her homeland, she fought her way to become the queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Yet, the exalted status of a queen only exacerbated the humiliation she felt deep within her soul. The reason was clear. The stigma of having once been a slave to the celestial dragons loomed over her. Thus, she and her sisters concocted a legend, claiming that they had encountered a Gorgon during their voyage. Though they vanquished the creature, they were cursed in return. Anyone who beheld the mark upon her back would be turned to stone. Consequently, whenever Hancock prepared to bathe, the entire nation was placed on high alert to ensure that no one laid eyes upon the Empress in her state of undress. This was a secret that Hancock could never allow to be discovered. Realizing the scant clothing that remained on her body, she quickly wrapped her arms around herself, using the swirling dust from the explosion as a veil, obediently lying on the ground. However, the 3 sisters collectively recognized a pressing issue. The battle was far from over. They could not allow him to see them. Sonda and Mary, summoning every ounce of strength, rose to their feet and struggled to retrieve their weapons, grimly positioning themselves in front of Hancock, despite their bodies feeling weak and battered. They would not permit the king's honor to be tarnished. It appeared that IgG had ceased controlling the sand. The explosive dust gradually dissipated into the air, becoming thinner by the moment. Sanda and Mary fixed their gazes intently in IgG's direction, gripping their weapons even tighter. Suddenly, a light shadow darted toward them. The serpent sisters' eyes narrowed, and they swung their weapons in response. With a peculiar sound, they soon realized that they had not struck IgG. As the dust settled, they beheld the navy cloak they had knocked to the ground. Looking up, they saw IgG standing at a distance, his back turned, bare-chested. What is this? Sanda understood IgG's intentions upon seeing the cloak on the ground. What are you doing? Mary still seemed confused. IgG, with his back turned and arms crossed, let out a long sigh and said, "Let your sister put it on. I won't look." But, why? Hancock, lying on the ground, spoke up, her eyes reflecting a surge of emotion. She had initially felt despair. Sanda and Mary were already at their limits. There was no way they could withstand IgG's advances, and here she was, lying on the ground. Knowing that if Sanda and Mary fell, her brand would be exposed. She had come to accept this reality. Yet, this little brat had done something entirely unnecessary, whether it was a chivalrous gesture or a display of masculinity. It filled Hancock with a sense of salvation. To her astonishment, she felt a twinge of gratitude. No woman would willingly allow others to see her in a state of undress. I am a righteous Navy officer, a bearer of the legacy of paradise. Of course, I won't look, so hurry and put on your clothes. IgG held his head high, standing tall and proud, speaking with a sense of dignity and pride. In truth, IgG was fully aware that he had torn Hancock's clothing. He had initially thought that she would seize the opportunity of her exposed state to enchant him, turning him to stone. To his surprise, she simply lay down, as if attempting to provoke him. It then dawned on IgG that, in the original story, when Luffy accidentally glimpsed Hancock bathing, he had mentioned her past. She had once been branded by the celestial dragons. In the spirit of fostering goodwill with allied characters, he knew he must not see the mark on Hancock's back. Thus, he had thrown the cloak he borrowed from Pocata. Thank you. Hancock, gazing at IgG's retreating figure, found herself stifling a laugh, though she politely expressed her gratitude. This fellow spoke so earnestly, appearing quite juvenile indeed, just a child. She watched IgG's silhouette, secretly smiling, as she quickly donned the cloak that Sanda had handed her. If the Navy soldiers were to awaken, they would undoubtedly mourn the scene before them. Are you ready? IgG grew somewhat impatient. You can turn around now. Hancock, for reasons unknown, felt a hint of shyness in her voice. When IgG turned to look, he saw that the cloak he had borrowed from Picado fit Hancock perfectly. However, curiously enough, Hancock's face bore a faint flush. Even the slightest touch of color stood out vividly against her flawless complexion. This subtle blush completely undermined the aura of the Empress, rendering her appearance akin to that of a sweet, neighborly young lady. Strangely enough, it was quite charming. Although IgG found Hancock attractive, he felt no romantic stirrings, as they existed in entirely different dimensions. More than beauty, IgG was preoccupied with the remarkable technique he had just executed. A woman will only slow my draw. Indeed, it was incredibly powerful. IgG had never anticipated that he could unleash such an intriguing skill. He found himself utterly captivated by his own brilliant performance, unable to extricate himself from the delight of it all. I am truly magnificent. IgG chuckled with satisfaction. This laughter, however, unsettled the three individuals across from him, prompting them to shout in unison, "What are you laughing at, you little creep?" IgG paused for a moment. I wasn't doing that. I just couldn't help but revel in the brilliance of my previous move. The three sisters collectively scoffed in response. Yet, amidst their shared disdain, it seemed Hancock's gaze toward IgG had shifted subtly. Chapter 44. New title. The Heartthrob of Thousands. What are you still doing? Are you planning to seize the Navy ship? Faced with the sisters' derision, IgG felt a surge of indignation, roaring back. This battle clearly cannot continue, and before I boarded the pirate ship, Karp had no intention of capturing you. Instead, he told me to scare you off. Clearly, the old man has no plans to apprehend you. Thus, he had no cause for concern regarding how to handle them. He could easily concoct an excuse, claiming that these individuals had turned over a new leaf and were ready to start anew. Your Navy ship looks rather shabby. It has nothing of value. We're not interested in seizing it. Hancock turned away, pouting indignantly. Sigh, then you should leave quickly. IgG rubbed his forehead, realizing that these female thieves had quite the sharp tongues, and he had no desire to engage them further. Hey, this battle doesn't count. Sanda, supporting Mary, suddenly addressed IgG. What? Why doesn't it count? What do you mean it doesn't count? IgG was left bewildered. What on earth did they mean by it not counting? He stood there, struck by confusion. Of course, this battle doesn't count. We were on your home turf, effectively handing you the initiative. You can't claim victory over us. IGG was at a loss for words. The reasoning of these female pirates left him utterly perplexed. What on earth were they talking about? Wasn't it the Navy that had let the pirates off the hook? Indeed, they were correct. To his surprise, the seemingly obedient Hancock echoed their sentiments. I didn't even use the power of the sweet, sweet fruit. Well, is it my fault that you didn't utilize your fruit abilities? IGG was at a loss for words, for at that moment, he felt that he was unworthy. Hancock tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding. Huh? IGG was utterly speechless, resorting to a high-pitched shout to voice his bewilderment. You think I'm unworthy, so I shouldn't utilize my devil fruit powers? Yet, you lost to me in battle and claim my victory was unearned? Am I trespassing into the territory of some female ruffian? Cough. Hancock suddenly cleared her throat and continued, in any case, remember this. Once I recover, I shall challenge you to another duel. Sigh. Whatever you say will be accepted. IGG, resigned, pressed his forehead, utterly speechless. Sonda and Mary supported Hancock on either side, cautiously making their way towards the Snake Princess pirate ship. IGG observed the trio from a distance as they stumbled along, and with a wave of his hand, a soft mound of sand immediately formed a smooth path beneath their feet. Soon, a blue-green glow appeared, and the path crystallized into a solid stone road, extending directly to the pirate ship. It was only after watching the three board the ship and wave goodbye that he gently snapped his fingers, causing the crumbling crystalline sand wall to dissipate into smoke. Following that, the heavy mounds of sand, which had been fixed on a gigantic foam board, began to slide into the sea in waves. Leaving only the massive foam board floating on the water, he turned his gaze back to the Snake Princess pirate ship, which had already sailed far away. Satisfied, IGG nodded and once again became ethereal, transforming into a whirlwind of sand as he drifted back to the Doghead warship. IGG has returned. Karp greeted him with a beaming smile. Grandpa, those pirates have already promised me. Upon landing, IGG pulled out the prepared speech to explain to Karp. So they have vowed to start anew, have they? Karp interjected with IGG's words. IGG was somewhat taken aback, wondering how Karp knew what he intended to say. Splendid. That girl is quite lovely and possesses formidable strength. She could indeed become my granddaughter-in-law. Karp laughed heartily without providing further explanation. IGG was unsure how to respond and instead pointed at the Navy soldiers sprawled haphazardly on the ground, asking, what happened to them? They were utterly captivated by that girl. Karp huffed. Very well. I can't help but marvel at Hancock's allure. I'm feeling a bit fatigued, so I shall retire to rest. Yes, quickly go. Have a good sleep, and join us for dinner tonight. Karp nodded in agreement. IGG raised his hand and waved without uttering a word. In the background, faint sounds of fists colliding with heads, along with Karp's reprimands, could be heard. You bunch of rascals, get up. Upon returning to his quarters and just lying down, the voice of the system echoed. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on achieving the feat. The unruly Empress engaged in combat with Hancock. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing the achievement with a new pose. Earning the hidden title, the heartthrob of thousands. Note. Who would have thought that the most beautiful woman in the pirate world would develop feelings for a mere child? Ding. Congratulations, Master, for receiving achievement rewards. Evolution points 10. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for comprehending the skill. Quicksand waterfall, completion rate, 20, reward, evolution points 8. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for comprehending the skill. Sandwater burial, completion rate, 10, reward, evolution points 8. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Please check, Master. The weariness on IGG's face was instantly replaced with excitement. Evolution points. So many evolution points. The system finally returned to normal, no longer bestowing those bizarre socks and undergarments for task completions. Moreover, and more importantly, the system could even detect his attempts to comprehend advanced skills. Truly remarkable, observing the completion rates of the two skills. IGG's heart brimmed with hope. He recalled that the quicksand waterfall required 40 evolution points, while the sandwater burial demanded 80. It seemed the system's rewards for evolution points were proportionally based on completion rates. IGG felt a surge of optimism. If he practiced a few more times, he would certainly have the chance to acquire these two skills. No, all skill books for free. Freebies, eternal joy. And now, regarding the evolution points, IGG glanced at his attribute panel and summoned the system. System, Quickly, let me see how many evolution points are needed to exchange for observation hockey and armament hockey. Ding. Apologies, Master, but there is no exchange pathway for armament hockey and observation hockey in the system store. What? IGG was displeased. You have all those strange skills, yet no hockey? Ding. A reminder for Master. Hockey is a limited item, obtainable only through tasks or personal comprehension. IGG facepalmed, speechless. Chapter 45. The Expensive System Store. A shrewd merchant. Absolutely a shrewd merchant. This system is deliberately frustrating. So, what can your system store exchange for? Ding. A good question, Master. The system store generates products based on your attribute panel. Ding. As of now, the items in the store can be categorized into skill books, attribute points, and various items. Show me. The system complied, and a rudimentary product menu appeared before IGG.at. The top. There were 3 sections: skill books, attribute points, and items. Upon seeing the skill books, IGG couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and clicked on that section. Before his eyes were rows of similar scrolls, each a different hue, ranging from green to red. Surely, many new skills had been added. As he clicked through them one by one, IGG couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The system truly was impressive, its capabilities vast. Sand Shield, a grade employing sand with hardness far exceeding that of steel for defense. Depending on the user's affinity with the sand, it may activate an automatic defense function, referred to as absolute defense. Note, however, attacks faster than the sand's movement will bypass this. Price. Evolution points 20. Third Eye, a grade transforming sand into an eye to scout distant locations, transmitting visual images back to the body. Note, remember to cover your eyes, otherwise, your vision will become chaotic. Price. Evolution points 20. Sand Clone, a grade utilizing the Sasa Fruit's control over sand to create a sand clone. Any attacks on this clone will be mitigated by the sand, though it will not fully resemble the user. It can only perform physical attacks and may be imbued with hockey. Additionally, it can incorporate other materials, even trace amounts of sea prism stone. Note, do not encase an entire chunk of sea prism stone. It could be fatal. Price. Evolution points 20. Sandbind Coffin, a grade surrounding an enemy's body with sand, rendering them immobile. Note, try not to use it for inappropriate purposes. Price. Evolution points 20. Sandwater Funeral. Grade the pressure of sand can instantaneously crush an enemy, especially when used in conjunction with Sandbind Coffin. Note, no remarks necessary. Price. Evolution points 40. As IGG continued to peruse, the excitement in his eyes grew with each passing moment, not merely due to the sight of these skill books, but rather the descriptions of the skills themselves. These truly were treasures. Just by examining the skill descriptions, one could discern the methods of usage. With his own research and mastery over sand, his endeavors to acquire skills without cost were about to pay off spectacularly. While a surge of joy swelled within him, Ige's mind wrestled to maintain its composure, suppressing the impulse to purchase skill books with his evolution points. He opened the attribute points section, which appeared considerably simpler, merely consisting of luminous dots encased in various colored halos. Physical attribute point, grade a point that enhances physical capabilities, allowing for a marginal increase in physical attributes. Price. Evolution point 1. Skill attribute point, grade a point that enhances skill, permitting a slight improvement in the skill attribute. Price. Evolution point 1. Essentially, this was the extent of it. Each attribute on Ige's attribute panel possessed a specific skill point. Each skill point could correspondingly elevate the respective attribute by a fraction. Yet Ige remained largely oblivious to the intricacies of these attribute points. Most importantly, he had no understanding of how much a single attribute point would translate into an enhancement of his abilities. For instance, how many kilograms of grip strength, pulling strength, or kicking power could be gained from 1 point of strength? How many seconds could 1 point of speed shave off his 100-meter sprint time? Even more mystifying was the question of how much 1 point of skill could enhance his control or combat techniques. All of this remained a mystery to him. Gazing at his inventory of 31 evolution points, Ige decided to conduct a practical test to ascertain what he could achieve with his current attributes, without activating the powers of the Sasa Fruit or the Conqueror's Hockey. Without hesitation, he dashed to the ship's gym to commence his physical assessment. An hour later, Ige emerged from the bathroom, clothes drenched in sweat. As he pushed the door open, the cascading water from above washed over him, dissipating the confusion that had clouded his mind from exertion. Gradually, clarity returned. Ige scrutinized his attribute panel, deep in contemplation. Physical, 2-1 strength, 2-1 speed, 6-1 momentum, 5 skill, 5. This was Ige's current status. After the recent test, he discovered that with 3 points in strength, he could lift 300 kilograms, with 7 points in speed, and accounting for the Sasa Fruit's enhancement, he was left with approximately 3 points, allowing him to cover 50 meters in 5 seconds. Surprisingly, he found that 3 points in physical stamina enabled him to sustain these extreme feats for a full 30 minutes. For Ige, who hailed from Earth, this was akin to possessing a godlike physique. Although individuals in the pirate world generally exhibited superior physical capabilities compared to Earth, Ige's data at the age of 7 was still remarkably impressive. Crucially, Ige had confirmed with the system that his attributes would increase linearly with each attribute point. This meant that with 6 points in strength, he could lift 600 kilograms. 6 points in speed would allow him to sprint 100 meters in 5 seconds. Correspondingly, 6 points in physical stamina would suffice to maintain these two functions for half an hour. As Ige contemplated his evolution points, he felt a powerful temptation. However, wait, there were still items he had yet to explore. Suddenly recalling the items available in the system shop, he promptly opened it without hesitation. Navigating directly to the items section, this page was considerably more abundant than the previous two, featuring an array of uniquely shaped weapons, such as tin-handed weapons, sea-stone mechanical arms, swords, and flintlock pistols, as well as a plethora of bizarre items. There were drinks favored by Kaido, cakes from Linlin, tenderloin from ancient warboars, and claws of the deep-sea kraken. It resembled a merchant's promotional extravaganza. Kaido's drink. Evolution Point 50 Linlin's cake. Evolution Point 50 Ancient Warboar Tenderloin. Evolution Point 100 Deep Sea Kraken Claw. Evolution Point 200 Is this a joke? This is nothing short of robbery. Ige's face darkened with indignation as he regarded his meager evolution points. Unable even to afford a jug of wine, perhaps it was wiser to focus on more practical items. His gaze shifted to the dazzling array of weapons, casually selecting a knife. Raikiri, Thousand Birds, S-grade, a legendary sword capable of cleaving through lightning. Price. Evolution Point 500 Goodbye. Ige huffed in annoyance as he closed the system shop. Chapter 46. The Self-Cultivation of a Handsome Man. A knife costing 500 evolution points. 500. He received only 1 evolution point for defeating a Sea King. Defeating Arlong yielded nothing. Capturing Jinbei granted him just 5. After a grueling battle with Nine Snake, he barely earned 10 points. And now this knife demands 500 points. How on earth could he afford that? Become the Pirate King. Cursing under his breath, Ige shut the system shop, only to reconsider and reopen it. Switching back to the attribute points page. It was evident he was still a pauper, relegated to exchanging points for cheaper items. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that his current evolution points were sufficient to significantly enhance his attributes. After considerable deliberation, Ige resolved to allocate his attribute points in a balanced manner. He designated 7 points each to strength, speed, and physical stamina. As for momentum and skill, which he could not directly test, he had inquired with the system. His suspicion regarding momentum proved correct. It could be understood as a hidden buff that could significantly influence the outcome of battles. Therefore, it could not be neglected. However, according to the system's reference data, even the legendary Pirate King Roger possessed a maximum momentum of only 55 points, while Whitebeard, Karp, and Sengoku hovered around 50. Thus, there was no immediate urgency. He could allocate 3 points for now and later maximize his momentum once his physical techniques were refined. Skill, on the other hand, not only influenced the application of Conqueror's Haki, but also affected the utilization of all skills within his skill set. It could even enhance the efficiency of replicating skill books. Ige was particularly concerned that a higher skill level would allow him to control a greater volume of sand at once. It was crucial to note that the quality of sand production was linked to physical stamina. But if his skill level was insufficient, he would struggle to manipulate large quantities of sand with precision. This would severely limit Ige's combat prowess and creativity. Summoning a desert only to crush his opponent? Ige had no desire to become that. Hence, he decided to invest the remaining evolution points entirely into skill. How much more satisfying it was to gaze upon the attribute panel now. Ige smiled contentedly as he reviewed his completed attribute panel. Host. Ige Physical. 10 Strength. 10 Speed. 14 Momentum. 8 Skill. 12 Skills. Sasa Fruit LV7. Awakened. Conqueror's Haki LV5. Sand Reverse Waterfall. Replicated Quicksand Waterfall. 20. Replicated Sand Waterfall Burial. 10. Titles. The Giant Gun of Harvesting Old Men. Heir of the Paradise of Affection. Heartthrob of Thousands Items. Karp's Leftover Senbei. Great Book from Another World. Iron Knife salvaged from the sea floor. Evolution points. 0 once again. His evolution points had been reset to 0. Ige winced at the thought of his depleted evolution points, yet when he noticed the changes in his physique, he felt the investment had been well worth it. As he lowered his gaze, he immediately observed that his arms had visibly thickened. Previously, his arms had resembled standard childlike limbs, delicate and pale like two sections of lotus root. However, after this enhancement from evolution points, his arms had transformed, with muscles bulging like rocky formations, clearly indicative of newfound strength. Not only that, but his once smooth abdomen had developed pronounced contours, revealing the emergence of 8-pack abs, while his thighs, calves, glutes, and back muscles had all been comprehensively fortified. Having engaged in physical training before his transmigration, Ige understood that achieving such musculature typically required a minimum of 3 to 4 months of dedicated effort. Just taking a few steps, he felt each muscle seamlessly cooperating, with overwhelming strength flowing through his body without impediment. This was the result of enhanced speed. Speed encompassed not only muscular explosiveness but also the coordination among muscles, the speed of nerve transmission, and the accompanying attention and spatial awareness. With all these abilities significantly enhanced, Ige distinctly sensed that the flow of time appeared to slow down. It was not as if everything played out in slow motion, but rather that he felt capable of keeping pace with any rhythm around him. Previously, he found the song My Country and I Too rapid. Now, he could comprehend the lyrics of a rap segment with crystal clarity. Meanwhile, he could even perceive the countless grains of sand concealed within his body, each distinct and seemingly under his individual control. Remarkably, as if sensing Iger's gaze upon the internal space, the multitude of sands trembled ever so slightly, as if imbued with sentience. Undoubtedly, this was the combined effect of speed and skill. Taking a few steps, he positioned himself before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection with great care. The child in the mirror appeared somewhat less robust, yet the nascent muscles and the graceful lines of his form accentuated his newfound agility. That visage, strikingly reminiscent of Ace's, now bore an inexplicable air of intimidation, with eyes akin to a deep well, as if a ferocious beast lurked within. Was this the enhancement of presence? It certainly appeared more imposing. Iger mused, gazing into the mirror, but I still prefer a more refined and graceful appearance. Ding, master. The system has detected your dissatisfaction with your appearance. As if responding to his thoughts, the enchanting voice of the mature lady system resonated. In the absence of others, and with his body exposed, Iger felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing such a feminine voice. Ahem, don't you think my face resembles Ace's quite a bit? Iger cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. You and Ace are indeed twins. However, I still find this face a bit too sunlit. Iger reflected, envisioning Ace engulfed in flames, obliterating 5 naval vessels with a single strike. I believe I would prefer to pursue a more exquisite path. Ding. A new task has been generated. Task name: the self-cultivation of a handsome man. Task content: for the next 7 days, play the role of a handsome man, based on the script provided by the system. Task requirements: achieve a completion rate of 100%. Task rewards: evolution points. Facial editor: task items have been dispatched. Master, please check your inventory. Ding, new item acquired. Complete collection of handsome man scripts. Chapter 47. I'm bald, yet I've grown stronger? I knew the system would not be so generous. Yet I must admit it is rather considerate. After all, it's quite the favor not to sell it directly in the system shop for several hundred evolution points. This task does not appear overly difficult. In essence, it seems to be a role-playing assignment for 7 days, with higher completion yielding more evolution points. Having spent considerable time with the system, Iger had discerned some of its intricacies. How fortuitous. The long-standing concern regarding my appearance is about to be resolved. With my attributes comprehensively enhanced, Iger felt elated, humming a tune as he turned off the water, dried his body, and prepared to return to his bedroom to study the complete collection of handsome man scripts. Iger-kun. While Iger was drying off, Jinbei pushed open the bathroom door. Upon entering, he noticed something different about Iger. Though he could not quite place it, there was merely an intangible feeling that Iger seemed stronger than he had a fortnight ago during their sparring session. If they were to engage again now, Jinbei felt he might not stand a chance. Jinbei, you're here too, Iger exclaimed with a surprised smile upon seeing Jinbei clad in traditional white undergarments. For this duration, Jinbei had been aboard the Fishman ship, maintaining a considerable distance from the Doghead warship, while Iger had been diligently learning swordsmanship from Picado, hence they had not crossed paths until now. Indeed, Igerkin, we followed behind and noticed your ship had anchored, wondering if anything had transpired, so we came to take a look, Jinbei replied earnestly. Oh, I see. But why did you come to the bathroom? Iger responded. then realized something was amiss. What brings you to the ship's bathroom to check if we encountered any issues? Jinbei scratched his head sheepishly, admitting, I was drinking here earlier, and they pulled me into a bath, which I found quite pleasant. So you thought you'd seize the opportunity to enjoy another bath? Iger chuckled. Yes, Jinbei admitted candidly. If you want to bathe, just come over. We're all friends here, no need for formality. Iger playfully patted Jinbei, astonished to find he could reach his waist now. The enhancement of his attributes had even made him taller. All right then, I shall take my leave for now. Iger waved and prepared to depart. But just as he took a few steps, he suddenly recalled something. Oh, right. Jinbei, wait a moment. Iger turned back and grasped Jinbei's arm. What is it? Jinbei inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. There's actually something else I wish to discuss with you. Iger's expression grew serious, as if contemplating something weighty. Iger-kun, feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost to assist, Jinbei reassured him, sensing that Iger had a task to assign. When you caught up with us, did you see the pirate crew that set sail? Iger wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Indeed, after we pursued you, we spotted the departing pirate ship. It seemed to belong to the Kuja pirates. Jinbei confirmed with a nod. You may not be aware, but that pirate crew is quite supportive of the Sun Pirates. Iger carefully chose his words, speaking with caution. He could not afford to disclose that Hancock had been rescued by Tiger. Otherwise, he would be hunted to the ends of the earth, and more importantly, the reputation of the Amazon Lily would suffer immensely. Furthermore, the celestial dragons would never permit a slave representing their disgrace to rule a nation at sea, which could jeopardize the safety of Amazon Lily. Tiger had single-handedly assaulted Mariawa, liberating not only fishman slaves, but also other human captives. It was through this opportunity that Hancock, Sonda, and Mary managed to escape from Mariawa. Tiger was a notorious criminal, heavily pursued by the world government, and the Sun Pirates he subsequently established quickly gained renown across the seas. Hancock could not possibly be unaware that it was this fishman named Tiger who had saved her. Thus, the Sun Pirates led by Jinbei should be able to forge some connection with the Kuja Pirates. Is that so? Jinbei exclaimed, surprised to learn that the Sun Pirates could garner support from a human pirate crew. Indeed, I suspect we may encounter them again. At that time, you could discuss matters regarding Amazon Lily with them. I understand, and I will not disappoint you. Iger-kun, Jinbei vowed, clasping his fists in respect. I appreciate your efforts. After conveying his instructions, Iger hurriedly donned his clothes and locked the door to his room. A smile spread across his face as he swiftly summoned the system backpack and retrieved a tome. It was a hefty, dictionary-sized book, with a pink hardcover adorned with the striking visages of handsome men that had captivated countless maidens. Above these images were embossed golden characters, complete collection of handsome man scripts. He decisively opened the book, only to find the pages blank. Confused, he summoned the system. System, how does one utilize this? Ding, master, simply recite the words handsome man in your mind, and the system will automatically match you to the two individuals you consider the most handsome. How very high-tech. Iger mused, promptly following the system's guidance and silently repeating the phrase handsome man. Whoosh, the pages fluttered as if caught by an unseen wind, and amidst the rustling, two faces gradually emerged on either side of the pages. Iger stared intently at the handsome visages, anxiously biting his nails. Who could they be? Finally, the fluttering pages came to a halt. Simultaneously, Iger's expression darkened. He glanced back and forth between the two faces, inwardly cursing. The figure on the left, clad in a yellow bodysuit, red gloves, and red shoes, with a pure white cape billowing behind him, was undeniably striking. Yet, Iger knew that these details were not the most remarkable aspect of this handsome man. Everyone recognized this man's most infamous line. I'm bald, yet I've grown stronger. Indeed, this is the illustrious Saitama, a man whose entire being radiates from his prominent bald head. Oh my. IGG couldn't help but wonder if he had been played by the system. Was it truly his fate to stand at the naval headquarters, commanding legions with such a conspicuous baldness? Chapter 48. A handsome man with hair. I have made up my mind. Ding. Master, please do not doubt the statistical capabilities of others. This data has been painstakingly extracted from your own mind. The system's voice playfully defended itself, even showcasing its past self, blushing and ecstatic before the screen. Good heavens, Saitama is undeniably handsome. In that moment, IGG leapt from his chair, fists clenched tightly. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap the version of himself from that time. Could he not have been a bit more composed? Did he not foresee the upcoming trials he would face? including a serious opportunity for a face change. Ah, did he not know? How infuriating. Ding, Master, look, your heart rate at that moment was 150, and your blood pressure was also 150, almost more thrilling than dining with the campus belle. It is clear you found him quite attractive. The system added mischievously. A myriad of black lines descended upon IgG's face. He truly had no rebuttal. However, could you not arrange for a dashing version of Saitama for me? IgG roared in exasperation, pointing at the pallid visage of the bald man. Are you intentionally trying to torment me with this lackluster version of Saitama? It is well known that Saitama embodies two distinct styles. When he adopts the refined aesthetic, he is undeniably a screen stealer. Yet, in his ordinary guise, he resembles nothing more than a disheveled bald passerby. This wretched system has conspired to present me with such a version of Saitama. It is nothing short of mockery. Ding. The data has been calculated through big data analysis and simulation. Naturally, it would select the attire with the highest appearance rate. Master, fear not. Even so, he remains a handsome man. The system continued to assert confidently. IgG was rendered speechless in his fury. Moreover, Master, did I not present you with two options? If you dislike this one, you may choose the other. How dare you say that? Upon hearing this, IgG's anger reignited. Just look at the handsome man on the right, hair cascading down his back, a long black coat trailing past his knees, dignified, with large, expressive eyes and broad earlobes. His face radiates a benevolent aura akin to that of a Buddha. Yet a black inverted cross is deeply etched upon his forehead. A visage reminiscent of a deity, yet embodying the essence of a devil. The divine and the sinister harmoniously intertwine within this individual. The compassion of a Buddha and the allure of a devil converge in him, making him irresistibly captivating. Merely gazing upon him draws one in. Engaging in conversation with him would likely ensnare one's very soul. Kuraro Lucifer. Who is Kuraro? One of the most notorious criminals from another realm. Born in a slum abandoned by all legitimate authorities, he has witnessed the darkest facets of humanity, leaving him nearly devoid of empathy. He scorns rules and disdains the law, willing to slaughter his kin for mere profit, gouging out their eyes. To his victims and the innocent, he is a heartless demon. Yet, to his comrades, he is a benevolent figure. The organization he founded comprises children from the slums, and Kuraro would willingly sacrifice his life to protect any one of them. He is a madman, steadfastly walking his own path. One of IgG's favorite characters. However, this is the leader of a criminal gang. I am resolute in becoming an admiral of the Navy. Are you suggesting I engage in crime? This is utter nonsense. There is no way I could successfully portray Kuraro. Wouldn't that be akin to compelling myself into baldness? A disheveled baldness at that. I refuse. You must be doing this on purpose. I shall not play either role. IgG was utterly incensed, promptly declaring his resignation. Ding, Master, the task has already commenced. Once a system task is initiated, it cannot be terminated, and your performance will be evaluated accordingly. The system remained unperturbed. IgG felt on the verge of exploding, but then suddenly had a thought. Snickering to himself, after all, it would all be over in 7 days, and I could simply opt out then. Ding. Engaging in the task passively will result in penalties for the Master. What penalties? Baldness. Oh, fine. I will do it. IgG was driven to madness. Now that's the spirit, Master. How infuriating. IgG begrudgingly accepted this absurd task, most vexed by his utter lack of control over the system. If he did nothing, he would face baldness. Should he succeed in the role, he would still face baldness. How utterly detestable. Alas, at this juncture, there was but one way to avoid baldness. IgG muttered to himself, his gaze fixated intently on Kuraro to his right. Gritting his teeth as he made his decision. I shall portray Kuraro, a handsome man with hair. I have resolved. System, I choose Kuraro. I will embody him. IgG declared with determination. Ding. A reminder, Master. You will simultaneously portray 2 characters. And I will report your progress in real time. After 7 days, the one with the higher portrayal completion will be rewarded with a unique facial editor. Does this not imply that I must steadfastly adhere to Kuraro's style and mindset for the next 7 days? Yes, indeed. I shall not learn a single thing from Saitama. Look, there is a ship over yonder. Just as IgG pondered how to successfully embody Kuraro, a shout from the lookout outside the porthole suddenly drew his attention. What? Where? I don't see anything. Over there. Do you see it? That dilapidated vessel. Oh my. Look, there lies a person on top. IgG had initially intended to ignore it, focusing instead on how to fulfill his task. But the mention of the shabby little boat and the figure lying upon it ignited his curiosity. He hastily got out of bed, preparing to investigate. Ding. Curiosity detected from Saitama. Saitama portrayal completion 1. Current progress. 1. What the actual? IGG halted mid-step, turning back. In that case, I shall not go. Ding. Curiosity detected from Satama portrayal completion 1. Current progress. 2. Damn it. IGG was driven to madness, cursing into the air. Today, I will see that ship. With that, he huffily pushed open the cabin door and stepped outside. Ding. Anger and humiliation. Carraro portrayal completion -1. Current progress. -1. IGG nearly stumbled. Chapter 49. Tom and Jerry. Damn system. IGG cursed inwardly, seething with frustration. In the blink of an eye, Satama and Carraro had already diverged by 3%. At this rate, it wouldn't take 7 days before IGG found himself bald. What further astonished him was that he had managed to accrue negative points. This was truly infuriating. Breathe. Stay calm. Do not be swayed by external factors. IGG incessantly rubbed his chest, adjusting his mindset, determined not to grant the system any leverage. At last, he managed to regain his composure and walked onto the deck with poise. The deck was crowded with naval soldiers, all pointing towards something on the surface of the sea, chattering excitedly. IGG's curiosity intensified. After battling the 9 snakes, bathing, and bantering with the system, it was now nearly the second day. The dawn light had yet to break, the sky merely hinting at a pale hue. Under normal circumstances, everyone would be fast asleep at this hour, yet now they had all gathered. Approaching the ship's railing, IGG followed the direction of the soldiers' fingers and gazed ahead. The dog-headed warship was cruising at a steady pace, nearly escaping the windless zone. In the dim light, IGG spotted a small black dot bobbing amidst the waves. He poked the slender naval soldier beside him and inquired, Tom, what is happening? What is that thing? May I borrow your telescope to take a look? Tom is perhaps the most fortunate individual aboard this warship, second only to Karp and Bacado. He is a new recruit who joined the Navy this year at the tender age of 12. Making him relatively close in age to IG. Of course, it is no small feat to enlist in the Navy at such a young age without possessing some degree of talent. Tom's abilities are also the reason why IG feels particularly close to him. His power is derived from the cat fruit, specifically the Russian blue cat form. Upon first meeting him, IG was astounded, questioning whether such a delightful coincidence truly existed. Could there really be a Russian blue cat named Tom? He extended a friendly hand to Tom and greeted him, saying, Hello, my name is Jerry. From that moment on, they forged a strong friendship, with Tom affectionately calling IG Jerry instead of his actual name. Hey, don't push, Jerry. Let me see clearly before I hand it to you, Tom exclaimed as IG shook him, making it difficult for him to discern what lay aboard the ship. Tom, look, it's the dead of night. And there's a dilapidated vessel drifting. IG remarked ominously, could it be a ghost ship? Here, take it. I won't look anymore. Upon hearing IG's words, Tom stiffened, cold sweat pouring down his face, and he hurriedly handed the telescope to IG. A victorious smile graced IG's face. It seemed Tom had exhausted his courage in battle, for he was typically quite timid, especially afraid of sounds, water, and ghosts. IG swiftly placed the telescope to his eyes, focusing on the small black dot, just as he had heard earlier in his room. A rickety ship floated just outside the calm waters. It appeared to be a spare vessel capable of accommodating about 6 people. Not an insignificant size, the 6-meter mast indicated that the ship was relatively well-equipped, though it had completely lost its power. Only a small piece of sail remained attached to the mast, and the hull was riddled with holes. Upon closer inspection, IG noticed a figure in white lying on the deck. Quick, let us sail over and take a look, suggested an eager Navy soldier. Yes, let us rescue them first, echoed several other sailors. Absolutely, we cannot stand by and do nothing. At that moment, Karp and Bacado were resting, and without their commanding presence, the older veterans adorned with junior officer insignias seized control of the situation. They directed the helmsman to approach the dilapidated ship for a closer examination. What's going on? Is it a ghost ship, Jerry? Tom asked in a panic, rushing to IG's side as the crew prepared to approach the mysterious vessel. I'm not sure. We'll find out soon enough. It could even be zombies, IG replied with a chuckle, deliberately making it sound more terrifying. Tom's face went pale upon hearing this. In no way. Who knows? In ghost stories, everyone doubts the existence of ghosts, Tom insisted, covering his ears. Amidst the banter, the ship had drawn near to the derelict vessel. The sailors who had been peering through their telescopes put them down, craning their necks to get a better view. With a thud, the warship came to a halt before the broken craft. The sailors gathered at the railings, peering down at the situation on the decrepit ship. IG was among them, while Tom remained huddled off to the side, too frightened to look. Lying quietly on the deck was a teenage girl, her white short shirt knotted above her navel, and her lower half clad in black shorts. Her exposed arms, waist, and legs revealed a physique of well-defined muscles. The ship was in disrepair, with several broken weapons scattered about, indicative of a recent battle. The presence of numerous weapons suggested that there should be more than one person aboard. As the crew scanned the area, they indeed discovered 3 other girls seated closely together in a hidden corner, dressed similarly. Curiously, the 3 girls were arranged in an orderly fashion, as though someone had placed them there deliberately. Observing the girls sprawled on the opposite side, they pieced together the scenario. The 4 girls must have fainted one after another, and the last one had positioned the others before collapsing herself. Yet, they could not even ascertain whether these 4 young women were still alive. TCH, just 4 girls who failed at sea, the oldest veteran scoffed. What? They're human. Tom rushed over at this revelation. Upon seeing the girls on the ship, he nudged IG, exclaiming, Jerry, you tricked me. They're clearly human. IG shrugged, still gazing at the young women on the ship. As dawn broke, the sun finally peeked over the horizon, casting a crimson light upon the vessel. Suddenly, IG noticed something alarming. Did you all see? Those 3 sitting together. There are no shadows, he said, his expression grave. Chapter 50, The Devil's Triangle. All right, stop scaring me. I'm no longer afraid, Tom retorted, pouting and glaring at IG. IG glanced at Tom, remaining silent as he leaped onto the ship's railing. Pressing down on Tom's head to fix his gaze upon the 3 girls, the sunlight grew ever brighter, illuminating everything on the ship, causing their shadows to faintly dance, including the girl lying alone on the ground. Yet, the 3 seated girls remained devoid of shadows, even as the sun shone upon them. This was decidedly peculiar. What kind of entity casts no shadow? Only 2 possibilities arose: light itself or a ghost. IG understood this concept without further explanation and gently released Tom's head. Tom, however, was completely unresponsive to IG's action. His body had gone rigid, and cold sweat streamed down him. IG observed him, noting that his complexion had paled to a ghostly hue, as if drained of color. What new function of the system is this? IG pondered. Ding. Fear propagation activated. Kararo's performance level 1. Current level 0. Master, you must strive harder. Just as he thought of the system, it relayed a message that IG was eager to hear. So, it turned out that Kararo's performance required some nefarious deeds. IG began to piece together the implications. Goodness, could they truly be ghosts? Doesn't he seem likely? Look at that one. She has a shadow. Is it possible we VE encountered vampires? Vampires! Ah, help! Vampires! Ah, Tom, now even paler, felt his color drain further as he overheard the sailors' discussions. Nearly losing his mind in terror, IG assessed Tom's expression, contemplating before saying, in any case, let us rescue them first if they're out in the sunlight and not smoking. They shouldn't be vampires. Tom, you're the most agile among us. Why don't you take a look? Ugh, no, I don't want it, Tom exclaimed, immediately retreating to the ship's entrance, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. I believe little IG has a point. You're the fastest, Tom, but it might lead to a significant discovery. Another sailor chimed in, supporting IG's suggestion. Indeed, that makes sense. Tom, it's just a matter of bringing back 4 people. Exactly. Don't be a coward. Hurry up. No, no, no. I refuse, Tom cried out, tears welling in his eyes as he scrambled to cling to the leg of the acting commander. Will, don't make me go. Boo-hoo. Hey, you little rascal. You just wiped your snot on my pants. Will replied, exasperated. You'll go. A Navy sailor must possess a courageous heart. Will was right. Go on. IG encouraged, patting Tom on the shoulder. As IG patted him twice, he suddenly seized Tom's shoulders when the boy wasn't paying attention, flinging him like a baseball. Ah. The sounds of anguish cries echoed relentlessly. IG looked at Tom, his heart heavy with remorse. I am truly sorry. Tom, for the sake of my hair. With a disheveled demeanor, Kararo's performance level increased by 1. Current progress 1. Oh yeah. IG felt as though he had mastered the art of ascending ranks. His hair was saved. A euphoric exclamation from one who dreaded baldness. Bang. Tom traced a clumsy parabolic arc through the air before crashing down onto the decrepit ship. Upon Tom's arrival, the vessel shook violently for a moment, causing the 3 girls seated beside him to topple one after another. This fall was inconsequential. The key point was that Tom landed face first, while the girls collapsed right next to his small face. Ah! Tom's very soul seemed to flee in fright, instantaneously transforming into the form of a Russian blue cat, leaping over 5 meters into the air. Let me go back. Ah! Tom cried out, propelling himself forward with all his might. In the next instant, his entire body shot toward the warship like a cannonball. However, just as he was about to return to the Doghead warship, a net woven from sand ensnared him, and with a gentle flick, the now white Tomcat was flung back onto the decrepit ship. Ding. Driven to desperation, Kararo's performance level increased by 1, current completion level, 2. Splendid. IG felt an overwhelming sense of wicked potential surging within him. Yet, when he glanced back, he saw Tom, now on the decrepit vessel, completely drained of color, as if paralyzed by fear. Truly, this fellow was excessively timid. With no other choice, IG shouted across the distance. It's all right. Don't worry, Tom. They're just 4 girls. Whatever happens, I've got your back. I will surely protect you. Hearing these words, Tom regained a sliver of composure, nodding cautiously at IG and tentatively approaching the fallen maidens. Ding. Becoming a reliable support for others. Incredibly dependable and reassuring. Thomas' performance level increased by 2. Current completion level. Keep it up, master. Damn. IG instantly regretted his own impulsive words. Why was he so reckless with his tongue, compared to Tom's fright? Surely his own hair in the latter half of his life was far more significant. How vexing. The carefully cultivated image of Karoro was now eclipsed by Satoma. Damn Tom. IG glared fiercely at Tom's back. On the decrepit ship, Tom seemed to sense a chill in the air, hastening his movements as he quickly piled the 4 girls onto himself, effortlessly leaping back onto the Doghead warship due to his feline balance. Oh, Tom had succeeded. Applause. Well done. A group of curious naval soldiers, witnessing Tom's successful return with 4 individuals, erupted into applause, showering him with praise. Even IG feigned enthusiasm, clapping his hands and nodding at Tom. Humph, you wicked lot. Your flattery won't please me, Tom pouted, but he quickly lost his composure and chuckled. Deep down, he knew that on the ship, only he could so effortlessly bring back 4 people. Everyone gathered around to observe the 4 individuals. Speaking of shadows, a certain person sprang to mind for IG. He lifted his head, surveying the naval soldiers before finally fixing his gaze on Tom, his expression serious as he said, Have you heard of the Bermuda Triangle? Chapter 51. A Bedtime Tale. Here we go again. Tom had become immune to IG's threats, turning his head away with a pout. Enough of those useless legends. How shall we deal with these people? No, Tom, that you're too young. So you haven't heard of these tales, a naval soldier interjected, picking up on their conversation. Don't try to scare me. I won't believe what you say anymore. Tom resolutely covered his ears. However, Brother Will approached with an air of seriousness, gently prying Tom's hands away and earnestly stating, Kid, this legend is one every naval soldier must know. Moreover, you will encounter even more strange tales in the future. Never doubt them, or you may find yourself in grave danger. Humph, you say I'm young. He's barely 8, Tom scoffed, pointing at IG. You know that Karp is my grandfather. Many things don't require him to tell me personally. My dad has already shared them with me as bedtime stories. IG shrugged, his expression nonchalant. In truth, he was not lying. During those years growing up in the Dragon household, Dragon had regaled him with countless sea legends. Treating them as bedtime stories, no wonder Luffy was hesitant to take him along. Those tales were indeed frightening, and if he were a child of 7 or 8, he would probably struggle to sleep at night. Dragon had indeed mentioned the matter of the Bermuda Triangle, that it was essentially a region where direction was uncertain, currents were chaotic, and it was fraught with hidden reefs. Humph, whether I listen or not. If Jerry can treat it as a bedtime story, what is there for me to fear? Upon hearing that this was a bedtime story IG had heard as a child, Tom immediately felt reassured. Willingly inviting everyone to share the tale, and feigning an attentive demeanor, it's just a bedtime story. I thought it was something terrifying. Luckily, I didn't display any fear just now, at least saving a bit of face. Tom inwardly rejoiced. Before that, let's first inspect their ship, bring it aboard, and set the warship in motion. Uncle Will wore a somewhat amused expression, making the necessary preparations. It seemed the phrase bedtime story had emboldened Tom, as he volunteered to check the ship, providing a solid rationale. I've been there once. I'm quite familiar with it. With someone stepping up, the others naturally did not hinder him, watching Tom transform into a nimble blue cat. He swiftly leaped onto the decrepit ship, searching with remarkable speed. In no time, Tom returned to the warship, shaking his head in response, extending a paw that bore a scrap of paper. There's nothing on the ship, just some leftover food. There's no water, and all the weapons are broken. We only found this piece of life paper, Tom reported. Brother Will took the life paper, examining it closely in his palm. This should indicate their intended direction, which is quite similar to ours. That let's proceed forward. Brother will arrange for several naval soldiers to pilot the ship and requested a bowl of water. He took the water and approached the shadowed girl, carefully feeding her drop by drop along her cracked lips. After completing this task, Brother will return to the naval soldiers, gathering them in a circle, specifically placing IG and Tom in the center to face each other. Come on, IG, share your bedtime story with everyone. Brother Wei winked at IG. Long ago, IG did not waste words and began to speak directly. Once upon a time, this was a stretch of ocean untouched by human feet. Until one fateful day, a captain charted a course that traversed this very expanse on the map. With unwavering confidence, the crew set sail behind their captain, filled with excitement. However, in the end, no one returned alive. Nor did they ever lay eyes on the captain's ship, leaving them in the dark about what transpired. The first vessel fell victim to the rout, and everyone assumed it was merely an accident, perhaps a hidden reef or a tempest. The subsequent ships met the same fate, leading to a collective conclusion among the crew. Yet, as more captains perished along this treacherous path, a sense of unease began to settle in. This route became known as the Devil's Sea, and thereafter, none dared to venture there again. Many years later, however, a defiant captain, undeterred by the warnings of others, led a fleet determined to navigate this cursed course. Ultimately, this brave captain too did not emerge, but his diary was salvaged by his dilapidated ship, washed ashore on an unknown isle. IG paused for a moment, glancing at Tom across from him. The lad appeared entirely entranced, his expression serious and devoid of resistance. Initially, Tom had been somewhat cautious, fearing that IG might regale him with something terrifying, but now, reassured by the absence of horror, he listened intently. Indeed, it was a bedtime story, Tom mused. Observing Tom's reaction, IG chuckled softly and continued his tale. The speed of the Doghead battleship was as swift as ever. It felt as though only a brief moment had passed, yet the numbers on the itinerary had already exceeded 3 digits. The scout glanced up at the sun's position, only to realize that the recently risen sunlight had vanished, as if the Doghead had entered a realm filled with tumultuous air currents, shrouded in a hazy mist. He discerned what appeared to be vague silhouettes within the fog, and upon closer inspection, concluded that they were the remnants of sunken vessels. His brow furrowed instinctively. It seemed that the situation was growing increasingly sinister. Meanwhile, the gathering of storytellers was reaching its climax. The little girl began to regret her decision to accompany these boys on their adventure aboard this decrepit ship. That IG held a candle, the flickering flame casting eerie shadows upon his face, amplifying the strangeness of the moment. Every door behind which they sat creaked ominously, accompanied by low, inhuman murmurs. Suddenly, with IG's abrupt change in tone, Tom shrieked in terror at that moment. Tom noticed that his complexion was fading, his teeth chattering as he gnawed nervously at his fingernails. He regretted it. Why had he chosen to listen to a bedtime story when it was clearly a ghost story? He wished he could slap his former self. The others, with their knowing smiles, were clearly relishing his predicament. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn by curiosity, eager to hear more. Curse it, he had no defense against such a terrifying tale. Chapter 52. The Island Infested with Zombies. Suddenly, what is happening? Tom stammered, his voice trembling. IG did not respond immediately but maintained a peculiar expression, subtly winking at Brother Wei behind Tom. Suddenly, the door behind the little girl creaked open, prompting IG to nod. And he resumed his narration. And then, Tom eagerly inquired. He was wholly engrossed in the story, oblivious to Brother Wei's outstretched hand behind him. In an instant, a powerful hand shot forth from the darkness of the cabin, gripping the little girl's neck with a vice-like hold. Tom's heart raced in tandem with IG's heightened tone, feeling as if he were standing at the threshold of a ghost ship's cabin. As IG's voice resonated, an electric shiver raced down Tom's spine. Without any time to react, he felt a hand encircle his neck from behind, tightening its grip. Facing Wei's terrifying grasp, Tom lost all composure, letting out a scream before rolling his eyes back in fear. Tom, your courage is utterly lacking. The laughter erupted around him. If you ever become a naval commander, we shall call you coward. Oh my goodness. I can't breathe from laughing. Tom's outburst incited a wave of laughter among the naval soldiers, who doubled over in mirth, pointing at IG with tears streaming down their cheeks. Even IG found amusement in Tom's fearful demeanor. Spreading fear with malicious intent is quite wicked, Kororo remarked, his completion level increasing with a 2 boost. The system was unexpectedly generous with its rewards for such a ghostly tale, although IG felt a twinge of guilt. He deemed it worth it for the sake of his reputation. Amidst the laughter, a muffled feminine sound emerged. All the naval soldiers momentarily froze. That it was well known that there were no female soldiers on Karp's ship. And for reasons unknown, there simply were none. Thus, when they heard the soft, delicate sound, everyone instinctively turned to the now pale Tom. How could he produce such a dainty voice? But soon after, the voice spoke again. What the hell? How did I end up back here? It became clear to everyone that it was the voice of one of the four girls Tom had just rescued. IG was the first to react, turning to find that the girl who had fallen was awakening. However, her expression was grim, as if something terrible had transpired. You recover remarkably quickly. We passed by your dilapidated ship and took you aboard. I am IG. And you? IG approached the girl with a gentle smile. Dandelion. Thank you. Are you all men? The girl appeared fully awake now, her mind clear. Yes, indeed. Are you hungry? Shall we fetch you something to eat? IG was momentarily taken aback by her question, but managed to respond. Never seen a man before. This was an intriguing detail. Moreover, the name Dandelion sounded vaguely familiar to IG, as if he had heard it while on Earth. Dandelion. 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 IG's eyes brightened. It was the name of a flower. Perhaps she belonged to the 9 snakes. Alas, the girl shook her head, her gaze dimming. It seems you are not here to capture pirates, but rather a bunch of foolish Navy fools. How can you speak like that, little girl? We saved you. Brother Wei interjected, clearly displeased by her words. Are you unaware of the Devil's Triangle? The girl retorted. The Devil's Triangle. The Devil's Triangle. The Devil's Triangle. Like a spell, Tom, who had been left behind, jolted at the mention of the words. He had intended to scold IG for his lack of decorum, but noticed that everyone had already gathered on the other side. Peering over, he discovered that one of the girls they had rescued was awake, instantly casting aside any horror from the bedtime story. Indeed, we were just discussing it. IG replied. So you are a bunch of fools. The girl sighed, gesturing around them. Look at your surroundings. Do you not comprehend? The crew followed her pointing finger, realizing the truth. The sun that had just risen was now absent, replaced by a dense fog. Shadows of wreckage drifted past the ship, unmistakably remnants of vessels that had met their demise. Without a doubt, it mirrored the tale IG had recounted about the Devil's Triangle. This is the Devil's Triangle. Oh, IG glanced at the newly awakened Tom, a knowing smile playing on his lips. So we have already arrived at the Devil's Triangle. What? No way. Tom covered his eyes, glancing around, and discovered that indeed, it matched IG's earlier description perfectly. Oh my goodness, Tom has gone mad again, transforming into a cat and darting about recklessly. Brother Will caught up to him and swiftly knocked him unconscious with a slap, carrying him back in his grasp. Well, in fact, after rescuing you, we anticipated passing through this area. We just didn't expect it to happen so soon, Igor remarked with a shrug. The others nodded in agreement, exhibiting no signs of panic, with Cap and Igor present. Why should they fear any monsters or demons? Or is it that a helmsman of the Navy, trained to perceive the currents and reefs, would be unable to distinguish between them? Everyone seemed rather untroubled by the situation. Are you all foolish, or what? The girl observed the calm demeanor of the naval soldiers, feeling somewhat exasperated. There is a genuine demon lurking in this Devil's Triangle. Demon? Igor furrowed his brow in inquiry. Alas, the story is as follows. The girl sighed again and began to recount her tale. She explained that she had originally set sail with her king, only to be tasked with a mission midway. To her dismay, the compass malfunctioned, leading them astray until they drifted into this Devil's Triangle. They floated and floated until they reached an island. What she intended as a brief stop for provisions turned into a nightmare, as the island was infested with zombies. Furthermore, they encountered a peculiar individual with an exceptionally long neck, wielding a pair of scissors, who snipped away at their companions' shadows. As the shadows were severed, 3 individuals collapsed unconscious. Upon hearing Dandelion's description, Igor smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that isn't this the territory of Moria? Chapter 53. Moonlight Moria, the one who cuts shadows? Tom trembled in Brother Will's embrace. Indeed, those zombies are merely the shadows of the living, stuffed into the corpses. The girl shot a disdainful glance at the coward. I witnessed my sister's shadows being crammed into those animal corpses, after which those bodies rose. Goodness, perhaps we should retrace our steps. Tom began to waver, provoking derision from the naval soldiers. Fear not. I have a passing acquaintance with your king. and I shall assist you in reclaiming your companion's shadows, Igor proposed thoughtfully. Dandelion had mentioned that she set sail with the king and had only been given a spare vessel. This indicated that they were not far from their homeland when they embarked. Moreover, she had yet to encounter a man. Are there any other places besides the realm of the daughters where one hasn't seen a man? Igor silently chided himself for his oversight. How could he not have considered such a distinctive ability? The three maidens who had traveled with Dandelion had lost their shadows, which could only be the work of Moria. However, Igor was not particularly interested in Moria himself. He was far more intrigued by the dragon horse aboard Moria's ship. That creature wielded the national treasure of Wano, the famed sword Qiu Shui. It would be a delight to at least catch a glimpse of that blade, if not spar with him. The others were quite accustomed to Igor's tendency to seek out encounters, so no one voiced any objections. However, Dandelion was extremely dismissive. You? How old are you? At most 10. You have a passing acquaintance with our king, Dandelion scoffed. Initially, she felt some fondness for the boy, but his outlandish claims quickly dashed that. Just yesterday morning. She must have only just set sail. I even exchanged a few moves with her. Igor replied earnestly, wasn't it pirates we encountered yesterday? Brother will frown. Is she a king? Are you just spewing nonsense? Dandelion's tone escalated, her eyes widening in disbelief. Our king, a sovereign, would never engage in piracy. Nevertheless, despite her words, anxiety gripped her heart. She had claimed her master held another identity to avoid capture by the Navy. Yet here they were, having truly encountered someone who was both a pirate and a king, and right near this location. Aside from her master, she could not fathom who else it could be. At the same time, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Is this boy truly someone who has fought the king? Boa Hancock, perhaps, Igor sighed, directly uttering Hancock's name. What are you talking about? I don't know her. Dandelion stammered, caught off guard, while silently berating her master. The king shouldn't have revealed her true name to a child. Remembering Hancock's tendency to introduce herself wherever she went, Dandelion felt a headache coming on. Moreover, since this is the Navy, why are you still standing after the fight? Did you go easy on them? Why show leniency to the Navy? Full of grievances towards her master, Dandelion stubbornly refused to admit anything. Sigh. Fine. If you don't know her, then you don't know her. Igor, uninterested in further explanations, approached her three companions to examine them closely. The three maidens appeared pale, their breaths faint, and their bodies twitched slightly as if caught in a dream. Moria's abilities are indeed captivating. Igor mused, gaining a deeper understanding of Moria's fruit powers. Moonlight Moria, the wielder of the Shadow Fruit, possesses a colossal pair of scissors capable of severing the shadows of his foes. The severed shadows can be stuffed into corpses to create zombies or inserted into the living. Whether as zombies or living beings, they inherit some of the abilities of their original owners. This can be considered a rather insidious skill. After all, no one would willingly stand still to have their shadow cut. So these seemingly elaborate maneuvers regarding shadows are, in fact, quite useless for Moria. The primary advantage might be to prepare hundreds or thousands of shadows to be inserted into his own body for a temporary boost, or to create a formidable shadow army. Igor had contemplated more than once that if the shadow fruit were given to any physically formidable individual, they wouldn't be in such dire straits. In his earlier years, he had gathered a formidable crew and dared to confront Kaido's pirate crew, but alas, the outcome was devastating. The entire Moonlight Pirates were annihilated. Save for their captain, since then, he had seemingly languished in despair, hiding in these dark waters, subsisting on stolen corpses and the manufacture of zombies, telling himself that the dead would never betray him. Yet Igor knew that his failure had shattered his spirit. Following the War of the Summit, he was expelled from the Seven Warlords, barely escaping with the protection of his subordinates, to be why the time he finally mustered the courage to rescue them 2 years later. They had already perished, such a wretched existence, having once had his dreams shattered and later, upon daring to trust again, losing his companions once more. Igor harbored considerable sympathy for him, which solidified his resolve upon discovering Moria's presence. He must ensure he is captured and imprisoned. This was not merely a quest for merit. It was a plan for Moria's future. Rather than confronting an inevitable tragic fate, it would be wiser to be incarcerated in advance, thus sparing oneself from future suffering. Yes, that is the way of it. Ding. Acts of valor, harboring goodwill toward strangers, a true warrior of justice. Saitama's completion level 4, current completion level 8. Master is truly impressive, alas, in a moment of triumph. He nearly forgot about this particular matter. The system must be cheating. Why did his lengthy tail yield only a 2% increase, while this casual remark earned 4%? This system surely cannot abide handsome men with hair. Don't blame me for not having warned you, child. Dandelion, observing Igor squatting on the ground in contemplation, felt compelled to interject, in this sea, there is no sunlight, which renders that fellow exceedingly powerful. Dandelion pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, in such a place, even our king would likely struggle to overcome him. Is that so? Igor replied without looking up, then it matters not. Your king and her two sisters have already lost to me. Chapter 54. Is this Conqueror's hockey? You little brat. Can't you refrain from boasting? Dandelion's irritation grew as she gazed at the boy, her eyes and nostrils flaring in exasperation. His exaggerations seemed boundless. She had intentionally refrained from mentioning the matter. Yet he had become addicted to it. One cannot help but consider that within the entire realm of Amazon Lily, where supremacy reigns, the throne held by Hancock was forged through sheer strength. One punch at a time. Yet here stands a mere child of 7 or 8, audaciously claiming that their king is but a vanquished foe. Truly, they have never gazed upon the heights of the stars. What is it? IgG was momentarily taken aback by her sudden outburst. What is it indeed? You have been boasting incessantly since earlier. Dandelion, known for his fiery temper, angrily pointed at IgG, exclaiming, you little brat. Have you ever encountered a true powerhouse? At such a tender age, you spout such grandiose claims. Upon Dandelion's proclamation, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the ship. Each naval soldier regarded Dandelion, who staunchly defended her master. With peculiar expressions, from the muddled conversation earlier, it became evident that the pirates who had attacked the Doghead warship the previous day were indeed the king that this young girl spoke of. Although the reasons for her unwavering faith in their monarch remained a mystery, everyone had witnessed the fierce battle against her pirate crew. Young IgG had showcased extraordinary skills and strength, defeating the trio of sisters and emerging victorious. Thus, upon hearing Dandelion's words, complex expressions surfaced among the crowd. Doubts regarding IgG's prowess began to emerge. There was no denying that IgG appeared harmless and innocent. It seemed yet another spectacle was about to unfold. A collective understanding passed among the group as their gazes met in the air, yet no one wished to voice a defense for IgG. They all recognized that IgG would ultimately prove himself. What is with your reactions? Dandelion, witnessing the soldiers' odd responses, grew even more incensed. Are you all going to allow this little brat to continue his boastful insults toward our king? Is this the state of the Navy nowadays? Tolerating such insolence. Each of you wears an expression as if our king truly felt him. Why should I care? What have I boasted about? IgG remained utterly perplexed by the girl's sudden fury. What have you boasted? Dandelion exclaimed in exasperation. You think you can defeat our captain? Is that boasting? Do you even speak coherently? How old are you? Defeating our captain. You have at least 20 years to go. Dandelion huffed heavily. Is this boasting? Is this even coherent? Dandelion continued, seemingly unsatisfied, rambling on. IgG sighed in resignation, observing Dandelion's self-indulgent tirade, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. In an instant, an overwhelming will surged forth like a mighty dragon. Charging directly at Dandelion, the onlooking naval soldiers remained oblivious, feeling only a gentle breeze pass by. Only Dandelion, however, sensed a chilling sensation creep up her spine. She felt herself freeze, not from external control, but as if a bloodthirsty beast had fixated its gaze upon her, rendering her body instinctively immobile. What is happening? Dandelion's heart raced violently, threatening to leap from her chest. Who is it? Cold sweat streamed down her forehead and cheeks as she gritted her teeth. Struggling against the immense pressure, her eyes reddening as she sought the source of this suffocating force. Is it that blue cat? Impossible. He is even more cowardly than a mouse. Could it be that burly man? She glanced toward Brother Will. Yet that seemed unlikely. Within her perception, he resembled a dormant lion, fierce but certainly not radiating such overwhelming pressure. Who could it be? Dandelion frantically scanned the naval soldiers. Yet her instincts led her to consistently overlook IgG. Sighing, IgG shook his head and took a step forward. Boom! Dandelion felt as though her scalp had exploded. An intense sense of danger erupted within her, and her body reacted involuntarily, leaping backward and instinctively lowering into a combat stance. However, upon raising her head, she discovered IgG standing at the forefront of the crowd. Impossible. Dandelaine's pupils, constricted by shock, shrank to the size of pinheads. Even so, this did nothing to quell the tumult within her. The moment her gaze landed on IgG, all sensations aligned. The disorientation vanished, and the primal, oppressive aura emanated distinctly from him. What a jest! Is this the Conqueror's hockey? How could he be so young? The naval soldiers behind him appeared entirely at ease, indicating that the pressure was solely directed at her. Not only had he awakened the Conqueror's hockey at such a tender age, but he also wielded it with such mastery. Was it truly her lack of worldly experience that blinded her? Was the world indeed this vast? Despite her internal reluctance to acknowledge it, a sliver of hesitation pierced Dandelaine's heart like a steel needle. Perhaps IgG's earlier claim of having defeated Hancock was not entirely implausible. Dandelaine was startled by this sudden notion, hastily shaking her head, and no matter what, she would never believe that her idolized King Hancock could be bested by such a mere child. Absolutely not. Suddenly, Dandelaine felt the immense pressure that had weighed upon her body lift, as if a great burden had been released. The ferocious sense of oppression receded like a retreating tide. Upon focusing again, she realized that IgG had withdrawn his gaze and turned away, moving towards the ship's railing. Oh, it was truly him. Only then did Dandelaine realize her back was drenched with cold sweat. Words failed to capture the tumult of emotions she felt at that moment. All she could do was stare blankly at IgG's retreating figure, rendered speechless. The naval soldiers observed Dandelaine's reaction, each revealing satisfied smiles. Indeed, she too bore this response. Even if she felt nothing, one could surmise that something had undeniably transpired. Otherwise, the girl would not have reacted so dramatically as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Young IgG was indeed the Navy's hope. A collective thought arose among all that everyone oscillated between shock and exhilaration. Their beacon of hope within the Navy, IgG, quietly furrowed his brow that he heard something, an indistinct, ethereal sound, as if someone were softly singing. Yo-ho-ho, 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 Chapter 55. The Phantom Ship. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, the resounding, distant melody drew closer, transforming from a mere whisper into a sound perceptible to the ear. The previously distracted Dandelaine and the naval soldiers now tuned in to the elusive song, each straining to discern its direction. The melody grew nearer, and under their focused listening, the tune became increasingly clear. Bink Sake, Brother Will mused, nodding thoughtfully, a flicker of memories dancing in his eyes. Bink Sake. Tom and a group of young naval soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. It is quite normal that you do not know. This is an ancient song. One that has lingered through the ages, Will explained, clearly stirred by the melody. What kind of song is it? Tom inquired further. You may come to hear it in the future. It is a sea shanty. One that nearly all pirates used to sing. Will's face suddenly bore a hint of nostalgia. So, does this mean a band of pirates has arrived? Tom deduced. Will nodded in silence. Pirates singing. The implication was unmistakable. The naval soldiers swiftly drew their weapons, swiftly adopting battle stances. Watching the naval soldiers' sudden seriousness, Dandelaine found herself taken aback by their rapid response and the impeccable formation, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. However, as this was a naval engagement, she refrained from meddling further, moving to huddle with her companions in a corner. To be honest, I believe this may not be a band of pirates, IgG turned and stated earnestly. But rather a single pirate. A single pirate? Tom expressed skepticism, questioning how one individual could venture into such perilous waters without any backup. IgG had already reached a conclusion regarding this matter, yet seeing Tom's confident expression stirred mischief within him. Listen closely. It is indeed one person singing, without any others chiming in, and most importantly, the tempo of the song is considerably slower than that of Bink Sake. Is it not? IgG enumerated various details. The naval soldiers hastily followed his lead, listening intently and finding that IgG's observations were indeed accurate. Then, what does that signify? Tom scoffed, failing to understand why IgG would bring this up, as it only indicated that only one person was singing. Is it truly possible for you to sing so sorrowfully in a place like this? IgG questioned, his tone laced with incredulity. Tom found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You have a point. Despite being merely 12 years of age, Tom had undergone rigorous nautical training. During the voyage, one's emotional state held paramount importance for sailors, which is why they often brought copious amounts of alcohol, learned numerous songs, and frequently hosted parties. Everything was orchestrated for the well-being of the seafarers' spirits. Not only that, but even the songs sung, the food served, and the drinks consumed were meticulously chosen in terms of song selection. They typically favored those with an upbeat tempo and catchy melodies, enabling everyone to join in harmony. Observing their gatherings, one could see groups of sailors hoisting their bottles, united in a rousing chorus of spirited naval songs. It was within such an atmosphere that the monotony and gloom of the sea could be alleviated. Conversely, a slow and mournful tune was considered a grave taboo while at sea. Such a song could not only infect the crew with melancholy, evoking unpleasant memories, but it would also severely dampen morale and diminish the drive to sail. In the early days of seafaring, many renowned naval fleets met their demise due to the ill-fated melodies of musicians aboard their ships. Therefore, in subsequent voyages, such songs were strictly forbidden, unless Tom's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he suddenly recalled the maritime legends IgG had just shared with them when encountering a solitary singing ship at sea. One should neither approach nor gaze upon it, for it would be a ghost ship. Though you think the tales I told earlier are mere fabrications, IgG replied with a somber tone. Indeed, these stories have endured because they stem from genuine encounters. And no, surely not. Tom felt his blood pressure rise, stammering as he spoke. Enough, IgG, cease your torment. Will, unable to bear it any longer, shot a disapproving glance at IgG. Unfazed, IgG shrugged and declared, in any case, remain vigilant. You may soon witness something you've never seen before. He felt emboldened in making such a proclamation, knowing well what lay ahead in the original tale. Upon entering the Devil's Triangle, Luffy and his crew also encountered a drifting skeleton. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew ominously peculiar. While the crew dismissed IgG's remarks as an ill-timed jest, the haunting legends of the sea, coupled with the approaching melody, rendered their laughter hollow, replaced by a palpable tension, particularly for Tom. He envisioned a scenario where he was seized by a zombie, its grip tightening around his throat, his complexion paling as his body trembled uncontrollably. The song drew ever nearer, growing louder and clearer, as a shadowy figure began to materialize before their eyes. The naval soldiers nervously peered into the distance, and Tom squinted. Initially, it appeared as a vague shadow, but as the two vessels drew closer, the ship's outline gradually emerged at a shattered mast, a gaping hole in the foresail, and a missing portion of the ship's railing. Even the helmsman's compass was half gone. Undoubtedly, from any perspective, this was a vessel beyond repair, utterly incapable of sailing a ghost ship. The answer was self-evident. The hearts of all the naval soldiers sank, and Tom let out a shriek. Retreating behind Will cast a glance at him but paid him no mind, swiftly redirecting his attention to the dilapidated ship edging closer to their own. All held their breath, waiting in silence as the wreck drew level with the deck of the warship. A gaunt, elongated figure emerged from the mist, its disproportionately large head adorned with a diminutive top, at long last. Under the watchful gaze of all, the soaring, melodious song ceased, and the tall, slender figure broke through the fog. Coming into clear view as it materialized, Tom, who had been hiding behind Will, rolled his eyes dramatically. There, beside the ship's railing, a skeleton holding a tea set stared at them with hollow eyes. Chapter 56. The King of Souls. Brooke, good heavens, there are ghosts. In the face of such an occurrence, Tom reacted more swiftly than anyone else. The others only heard him let out a loud scream before he gasped and fainted. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back. Oh ho ho ho. This child is quite rude. I'm not a ghost. Brooke maintained his composure, observing the unconscious Tom with an expressionless face, calmly sipping his tea while letting out a gentle chuckle. You are clearly a ghost, one of the naval soldiers retorted loudly, coming to his senses. Indeed, a mere skeleton that can still speak. What else could you be but a ghost? A specter, perhaps, another chimed in. And how do you drink tea without it spilling everywhere? The naval soldiers gradually regained their composure, voicing their incredulity. Rule number 16 of seafaring. When faced with a ghost that doesn't complain of injustice, one should engage it in light-hearted banter. Even IgG, with his deadpan expression, glared at Brooke's unruly, voluminous hair, angrily exclaiming, "Why do you still have so much hair when you're nothing but bones?" This was undoubtedly IgG's inner monologue. He felt considerably more at ease than anyone else present, for as soon as he heard the melody of that song, He had recognized that they were indeed encountering the famed musician of the Straw Hat crew. The King of Souls, Brook. That in the original narrative, when Luffy and his crew entered the Devil's Triangle, they were also recounting ghost stories when Brook made his timely entrance with a song. That it was precisely because this scene felt so familiar and the melody so recognizable that IGG had dared to assert that Brook was the sole occupant of that ship. Brook, known as Brook the Nose Song, once the captain of a protective corps from a certain nation, he later set sail with a crew called the Rumbar Pirates. This was roughly 40 years ago, when he made a pact with a gigantic whale named Laboon to reunite at Twin Cape. However, they encountered an insurmountable foe in the Devil's Triangle, leading to the annihilation of their entire crew. Everyone perished, yet Brook, having consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, was able to return from the afterlife. Unfortunately, he died in the mist-shrouded Devil's Triangle, and when his soul attempted to return to his body, he lost his way. A misadventure that lasted an entire year. By the time he finally found his body, it had completely decayed into a pile of bones, save for his luxuriant explosion of hair. How infuriating! Some people die after a year and still have a full head of hair, while others live for just 7 years and are nearly bald, while IGG seethed in frustration at Brook. The latter remained unfazed, ignoring the soldiers' jibes. He fixated on the beautiful Dandelion behind them. Dandelion was also sizing up Brook, and their eyes met across the distance, sending a chill coursing through her body, rivaling the sensation she had felt when IGG's conqueror's hockey bore down upon her. "What do you want?" Dandelion stammered, hugging her arms in trepidation. She felt an unsettling sensation, as if she were being scrutinized by the women of the Amazon Lily Kingdom who coveted her form. "My dear lady." Brook set down his teacup, politely removed his hat, and bowed slightly towards Dandelion. "May I have the honor of viewing your undergarments?" All the naval soldiers were rendered speechless. Are ghosts really this tasteless nowadays? Dandelion. Look at those well-defined muscles, the scars crisscrossing his face, and then consider those chest muscles thicker than a man's. My dear lady, are your eyes hollow? Wait, they truly are empty. Even Tom, who had just fainted, stood up, brushed off his backside, and walked away, shaking his head while muttering, "Ghosts these days, so lewd and so dull." IGG also facepalmed, at a loss for words. Good heavens, when he had watched this on television, he thought it was merely dark humor. Hearing it in person was akin to being struck by an icy chill. Naturally, compared to the soldier's bewilderment, Dandelion's explosive temper erupted immediately. "Are you seeking death?" Dandelion let out a furious roar, casually snatching a weapon from a rookie and flinging it away. With a swift whoosh, the finely crafted iron sword embedded itself in Brook's eye socket. It's lodged in my eye. Brook merely trembled slightly, maintaining his composure as he remarked, "Though I don't actually have an eye." "Ho ho ho." Dandelion snorted heavily, turning her head away. "What on earth? Are you human or ghost?" Brother Will intervened, voicing the collective confusion of those present. "Indeed. What am I, human or ghost?" Brook nonchalantly extracted the sword from his eye socket, tilting his head skyward as if he had a tale to tell. The curiosity of the crowd was piqued by the elongated tone of his voice. "I am, of course, merely bones. Ho ho ho." To everyone's surprise, it was yet another cold joke. "Come on, get to the point." Brother Will's veins bulged with irritation as he shouted, "All right, it's been a while since I've conversed with anyone." Brook sighed. He then fiddled around on the ship, and inexplicably, the dilapidated vessel began to slow, matching pace with the warship. Subsequently, Brook poured himself a pot of tea and recounted his origins, his name, title, and experiences, sharing everything IG could recall or not. "Then why don't you leave?" Brother Will asked, intrigued. Sigh. "First of all, I guard my comrade's ship. I don't wish to leave, for outside, I would be all alone," Brook lamented. "And the second reason?" IG continued the line of questioning. "The second reason, of course, is I can't sail." "Damn it, can you stop with the cold jokes already? I'm freezing." Brother Will could no longer contain himself. "The truth is, my shadow was stolen." Brook seemed to chuckle for a moment, then turned serious. "Your shadow was stolen?" The naval soldiers echoed in unison. "Yes, the one who cut off my shadow said that without it, I cannot withstand the glaring sunlight, which is why I hide here." Brook shrugged. "Then you?" IG glanced at Brook, then at the unconscious girl from Nine Serpents, countless question marks floating above his head. What the hell? How can someone whose shadow has been cut off still have consciousness and move about? Is it a yomi yomi fruit? Is it because I've died once that my shadow is useless? IG couldn't discern the reason, but he didn't care. Do you want to come with us to find the one who took your shadow? We are the Navy, and we intend to capture that shadow thief. Chapter 57. May I have a look at you? Oh, you are the Navy. How rude of me. Brooke removed his hat and bowed. In that case, I shall comply with respect. However, I must ask you for one condition. Upon hearing Brooke agree to board the ship, IG continued. However, Brooke did not wait to hear him out. He simply slung a small violin over his shoulder and leapt from the ship. Ho ho ho. Hey, aren't you a devil fruit user? You'll die jumping into the sea. Goodness, how did you manage to fall off from such a high ship? Should we go rescue him? The moment Brooke jumped down, all the naval soldiers were left dumbfounded. They had never seen such a foolish devil fruit user. Throughout history, what user would view the sea as anything but a terrifying monster, avoiding it at all costs? Astonishingly, someone just jumped in. However, before they could fully digest their astonishment, Brooke had already taken off, running along the surface of the water, adjusting his hat as he came forward. Ho 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 ho. What? A group of naval soldiers stood there, utterly perplexed. Is this even possible? They exchanged bewildered glances. In the blink of an eye, Brooke had reached beneath the canine-headed warship, proudly proclaiming, "Because I am left with only bones. I can run very fast. Ho 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 ho. Then how do you plan to get back up? You fool." IG could no longer bear it, shouting at Brooke from below. This canine-headed warship is not a small vessel like the Mary. It's a warship. The number of cabins exceeds 100 on this massive ship. It's over 10 meters from the deck to the bottom. Even if you run across the water, what good is it? You'll still fall into the sea and feed the fish. You idiot. Ah, I see. Realizing the severity of the situation, Brooke's tone shifted as he shouted, "Help! I can't swim. I'll be eaten by sharks until only my bones remain. Though I have no flesh left. Ho ho ho." Indeed, you really are an idiot. Brother Will couldn't contain his exasperation. Without further ado, he stripped off his clothes and leapt overboard. IG and the other naval soldiers could only facepalm in unison. After a considerable time, Brother Will finally managed to haul the foolish skeleton back onto the ship. The bones, protected by the power of the devil fruit, had softened after soaking in the sea. Feeling like a rubber toy when lifted, Brooke lay on the ground, breathless, his body involuntarily twitching. "Help me. I'm dying." "Are you an idiot?" Dandelion exclaimed, having never encountered such a foolish ghost. "What kind of devil fruit user jumps off a ship like that?" "I sincerely apologize. I was simply overjoyed and forgot about that." Brooke turned his head, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. Though his words were extremely faint, Dandelion noticed his face turning bright red. She suddenly realized something and became infuriated. After all, she was wearing a skirt, and this skeleton was sprawled on the ground. Goodness, those dark, hollow eye sockets were truly deceptive. Go to hell. Dandelion felt her blood rush to her face. Stomping down hard on Brooke's face, with a muffled thud, Brooke's head caved in under her foot. The naval soldiers gasped at the sight of Brooke's pitiful state, and soon after, they heard his faint voice. "Ah, my head is squished flat. My brain matter is about to burst out. Though I have no brain matter. Ho ho ho. Can you stop with the nonsense? Your bones are soft, yet you still have the energy for these ridiculous antics." IG rushed to the kitchen, fetched some milk, and pried open Brooke's deformed mouth, pouring it down his throat. Miraculously, a transformation occurred. Brooke, who had been a deflated heap of bones on the ground, suddenly stood upright, as if inflated. Every naval soldier stared in awe as Brooke transformed from a deflated balloon into a solid, robust skeleton. "Ho ho ho. I have recovered. Thank you, Mr. IG. Brooke gleamed, standing tall and bowing politely to IG at its nothing. "I hadn't finished my earlier condition. You must." IG waved his hand, attempting to continue his earlier thought. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the astonished exclamations of the others. "What kind of physique is this? And IG, how did you know that milk would have such an effect?" Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. "He has a unique constitution." IG had no choice but to offer a vague explanation. "Indeed, ho ho ho." Brooke chuckled in agreement. "Therefore, you must agree to one condition." IG turned back to Brooke, yet once again, Brooke had already turned to Dandelion, his tone filled with politeness as he inquired, "May I have another look at you?" "Beautiful miss, you better listen to me." "Who would let you look? You pervert." IG and Dandelion shouted in unison, delivering a punch to Brooke. Thud. Brooke fell down once more. IG rushed off to grab another carton of milk. Huff, finally awake again. Beautiful, miss. Brooke regained consciousness. Thud, listen carefully. This time, I want to let you finish. IG, having learned his lesson, interrupted Brooke. I will help you retrieve your shadow. Correspondingly, you must spar with me. Oh, it seems that Mr. Ige is quite a fighter, though I too am not lacking in spirit. Let us make a pact then. Ho 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 ho. At long last, Brooke has taken heed and graciously agreed. After affirming with Ige, Brooke turned to Dandelion and said, Beautiful lady, get lost. Bang, the skeleton finally fell silent. Tank. What has transpired? Whose remains are these? Brooke toppled over once more, and Jinbei hurriedly pushed open the cabin door. Rushing out, upon seeing the skeleton on the ground, he was momentarily taken aback that, oh, Jinbei, you've finished your wash. Allow me to introduce you. This is Brooke, and this is Dandelion. Ige greeted Jinbei and began the introductions. After Jinbei grasped the situation, he politely clasped his fists towards Dandelion. Ding! Ignored by others, Saitama's performance level increased by 3. Current completion level, 11. Damn it. Ige felt utterly despondent after all his efforts. Saitama's performance level had already surpassed 10% in the blink of an eye. Chapter 58. Check-in to Supreme Swordsmanship. Ige glared fiercely at Brooke, his fists clenching and then relaxing. Never mind. I shall simply restore Kuroro's performance level. Damn Brooke. Ding, today's check-in has been activated. Would the master like to check in? Just as Ige was grinding his teeth, contemplating how to make trouble for Brooke, the system's check-in prompt sounded. Check, check, check. Why must I be reminded every day? Can't I just check in myself next time? Ige redirected his frustration with Brooke towards the system, muttering impatiently in his mind. Ding, a reminder for the master. The check-in is preset and cannot be altered. The system showed no leniency towards Ige. Are you going to check in or not? Hurry up, stop dawdling like a woman. Ige felt himself on the verge of exploding. Ding, the system is currently a mature lady. Theoretically speaking, a woman. All right. I was wrong that I should not have argued with you. Ige felt utterly exhausted, wishing to say nothing more. Ding, the system is now processing the master's check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Ding, congratulations. Master, you have obtained the reward for check-in. Supreme Swordsmanship. Ding, the system has detected that the master has acquired the skill of Supreme Swordsmanship and is activating new functions. Please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations, Master. You have unlocked the skill tree system. Supreme Swordsmanship? That sounds rather prestigious. And there's a skill tree system as well. This check-in seems to have yielded something extraordinary. Ige discreetly opened the system panel. Utterly astonished, he then realized what marvelous rewards today's check-in had bestowed. Within the entire system panel, alongside personal attributes, item inventory, and the system store, a new icon for the skill tree had appeared. Upon clicking it, an ancient aura surged forth as swirling sands engulfed his vision, amidst which a tree could be faintly discerned, its trunk engraved with the name, Sand Fruit, the skill tree of the Sand Fruit. Ige discovered that each branch bore a sandball, each containing a fragment of light and shadow, demonstrating familiar skills: Sand Binding Coffin, Sand Waterfall Funeral, Quicksand Waterfall, Sand Waterfall Grand Burial. The sandballs closer to the ground were illuminated, while those atop the tree were gray, evidently unactivated. What about Supreme Swordsmanship? Ige inquired. Whoosh! As if responding to his question, the swirling sands suddenly dispersed, and beams of radiant, divine sword light cleaved through the heavens, slicing the air into silvery brilliance. The last remnants of sand were shattered by the sword light, and the originally rugged, yellow-brown branches of the Sand Fruit were cleaved into segments, leaving only a bare trunk. Following this, a tempestuous sword wind swept through, transforming the exposed trunk as if it had been peeled like an orange, instantly turning it silver white. Subsequently, blades began sprouting from the silver stump, glimmering with a sharp, cold light. Even a mere glance made Ige feel a sting across his face. Each blade's tip bore a luminous orb, within which, akin to the earlier sandballs, were shadowy images of various techniques. Ige noticed that several luminous orbs nearest to the stump were aglow. Wave Sword utilizes the vibration of the sword body to create ripples, amplifying sword momentum and increasing power. Ghost Slash communicates with the otherworldly spirits, attaching them to the blade, unleashing powerful slashes through their strength. Moonlight Slash emits crescent-like sword energy, capable of striking down airborne foes from a distance. Wow. Ige was exhilarated, completely disregarding the progress of the bald teacher. Can I really learn swordsmanship? This means I can finally contend with Ryoma. Ige's thoughts became disjointed in his excitement. Ige, what is the matter with you? Brother Will, noticing Ige's peculiar expression, inquired with concern that, I was just pondering whether we should mention this to Grandpa. Ige's enthusiasm was momentarily interrupted by Brother Will, who casually sought an excuse. Little Ige, your statement raises a question. Brother Will leaned in, patting Ige's shoulder. As Navy soldiers, we should actively share the burden of our superiors. Brother Will was not wrong. Those two men would chase after pirates at the slightest provocation. Another naval officer of equal rank concurred. Speaking of which, I happened to pass by Kapu and Bokado's quarters earlier and heard quite the snoring. Jinbei also recounted the situation in the room. Then how about this? Ige suggested with a glint in his eye. We'll move ahead. Whatever happens can be considered a new development, all right? You have a good point, little Ige. Huh? Brother Will clearly approved of Ige's idea, laughing as he patted Ige's head. Ige joined in the laughter, his excitement gradually calming that in truth, he was somewhat concerned about the matter. The surrounding naval soldiers might be reluctant, and he was contemplating waking Kapu and Bakado to seek their permission. Little did he expect that these seemingly silly naval soldiers were quite cunning at heart, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. Over time, Ige had become quite familiar with the routines of these two leaders. Although they were Navy personnel, the master and disciple duo had an immense love for life. Kapu would almost always awaken only when the sun had fully risen, and on rainy, overcast days, he would sleep even later. Bakado, of course, was not privileged to sleep in, but he would rise promptly an hour before Kapu. Every time he saw Bakado, he knew that Kapu would awaken in an hour, more reliable than a clock. In this fog-laden devil's triangle, who knew how late these two would sleep? This was truly a grand occasion for the adventure-loving crew on deck. With a spontaneous decision to depart, there was no need to heed orders. Wandering off would only lead to getting lost anyway. Once they reached Ghost Island, the higher-ups would have no choice but to join in. This was an embodiment of security in motion, with the sleeping deity present. The young men felt they could venture anywhere. Upon this spontaneous decision, Brother Will immediately rallied everyone to prepare for departure, with Brooke taking charge of navigation. Meanwhile, Ige quietly retreated to a corner to open his attribute panel. Host: Ige physical strength, 15 power, 15 speed, 19 presence, 10 skill. Sasa Fruit LV7, awakened. Conqueror's Hockey LV5, supreme swordsmanship. Sand reverse waterfall, imitation version. Quicksand waterfall, 20. Imitation version. Sand waterfall, grand burial, 10. Title: Scythe of the Grumpy Old Man. Heir of Paradise, heartthrob of millions items. Leftover Senbei from Kapu, great books from another world. Iron dagger salvage from the sea floor. Evolution points. 0 Chapter 59. Ghost Island. Ige gazed at his attribute panel, comparing it to his previous memories, and joy surged through him. His heart raced, and he suppressed the impulse to shout, silently unleashing a flurry of punches in excitement. Yes, today's gains are astronomical. This is simply a windfall. Ige could hardly believe his eyes, meticulously reviewing each of his attributes once more. Indeed, power 5, physical strength 5, speed 5, presence 2, skill 5. What does each point in attributes signify? Previously, Ige could lift weights of 2 to 300 kilograms with just 2 points in power. Moreover, this attribute correlates linearly with effect. This means that now, Ige can lift over 2,000 kilograms. As for speed, it is even more outrageous. If Ige were to compete in speed now, he might outrun a cheetah. The technology has become even more astonishing. Based on the system's peculiarities, IGG deeply understands that the attributes of this technology can be shared across all of his skills. In other words, his Sasa Fruit has received comprehensive enhancement. His application of Conqueror's Hockey has been significantly bolstered. His swordsmanship has transformed him from a mere novice, who hadn't even grazed the threshold of mastery, into a master surpassing countless experienced mentors. To illustrate, aboard this vessel, there is the renowned swordsman Bakatu, who was once capable of cleaving sea kings with a single stroke. IGG is absolutely confident that he can technically overwhelm him. Now, with merely the act of closing his eyes and recalling Bakatu's swordplay, IGG can identify 5 vulnerabilities in his technique. Just by relying on his memories, he knows exactly where he can defeat him with a single strike. Grabbing a nearby iron rod, IgG casually swings it and astonishingly produces a blade of air, carving a shallow white mark into the ship's railing. How much have I been enhanced? IgG gazes at the iron rod in his hand, his excitement nearly overflowing. However, IgG glances at his backpack, where a rusted iron sword lies quietly. He possesses only this corroded blade, and it lacks the enhancement of armament hockey. One cannot help but think of Zoro, who wields 3 exquisite black swords, which are undeniably striking. Alas, IgG lets out a deep sigh. Shaking his head, nearby, Dandelion observes IgG's ecstatic yet despondent demeanor as he randomly swings the iron rod, unsure of what he is doing, suspecting he may not be quite sane. Crazy, she comments from a distance before turning her attention to the group of Navy soldiers, regaling them with tales of the Shadow Thief. This is what they call a skilled cook struggling without rice. IgG looks disdainfully at his S-class iron sword, deeply resenting the system's stinginess, completely forgetting that he has already been significantly enhanced by it. Regardless, acquiring a good sword is imperative. A seemingly natural thought emerges. What constitutes a good sword in the world of pirates? Swords and blades seem to carry an abundance of emotion from Oda, resulting in a rather detailed ranking of swords. Above ordinary blades, there are 4 tiers: fast blades, good fast blades, great fast blades, and supreme great fast blades. Among them, the widely recognized good swords are the 12 supreme great fast blades, 21 great fast blades, and 50 good fast blades. In other words, there are only 83 renowned good swords circulating across these seas. For IgG, the 50 good fast blades are utterly beyond consideration. The reason is simple: they are simply unappealing. It must at least be a great fast blade. Just look at the fate of the good fast blades. Zoro's snow walk was corroded during a battle with the Navy by a corrosion user. What does this imply? It suggests that the fate of good fast blades is to be replaced. Now, consider those famous supreme great fast blades. Mihawk's Knight, the original Geitu in the hands of the Gorosei, and Whitebeard's Kanjianki. Each is strikingly designed and possesses formidable quality. Furthermore, there are great fast blades like Zoro's Wado Ikamanji, Kazuki Oden Zenma, and Momonosuke's Aim no Habakiri, as well as Ryuma's Shusui. Wait, Ryuma's Shusui? IgG suddenly has an epiphany. As a seasoned pirate enthusiast, he possesses a profound memory of the Thriller Bark arc. This is not only due to the atmosphere and themes of the arc, but also because nearly every character within it is portrayed endearingly. Especially Zoro. The most memorable moments include his battle with Ryuma and the suffering he endured to protect Luffy. And Ryuma is the very swordsman who gifted Zoro Shusui. IgG's goal becomes crystal clear. This Ghost Island, no matter what, I am determined to conquer it. Hey, little IgG. Just as IgG quietly resolves to seek out Ryuma for a duel, Brother Will's voice echoes from afar. IgG acknowledges him with a nod and turns to see all the Navy soldiers gathered at the ship's helm, forming a circle around Brook and Dandelion. Come quickly, let us discuss our tactics in advance, Brother Will calls out, waving to IgG from the center of the crowd. IgG quickly composes himself, rising from the ground to join the throng. Yo-ho-ho, Mr. IgG. I hear from Mr. Will that you are a Navy soldier always seeking battles. Brook greets IgG enthusiastically before getting straight to the point. Indeed, I am always eager to discover my true strength. IgG replies, nodding. Let me warn you in advance, the information we are about to discuss will be quite useful, so pay close attention. Dandelion, seemingly recalling IgG's grandiose claims, shoots him a glance of disdain and remarks rather unkindly. Rest assured, I will listen intently. IgG, in high spirits, promises with a pat on his chest, choosing not to engage in banter with her. Ahem. Listen closely. Dandelion begins to recount her experiences on Ghost Island. Firstly, there is a legion of zombies. Though lacking in combat prowess, they emerge from the earth. When Dandelion first passed through a garden filled with tombstones, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. The zombies bear stitched-up scars, their bodies containing organs from entirely different species. Each is a weakened version of Frankenstein. Moreover, the leader of the zombie legion is an invisible creature. One cannot see him, yet one can hear him speak and feel his touch. Just recalling it sends shivers down Dandelion's spine. Most importantly, one must be wary of a fat man with an exceptionally long neck, wielding a pair of scissors capable of severing anyone's shadow. Chapter 60. The one who loves to scare children. Dandelion rambles on, while IGG listens attentively, and Brooke simultaneously directs the Navy soldiers steering the ship, having drifted in this fog for many years. Brooke has become familiar with the location of everything within it. They encounter nearly no obstacles as the Doghead warship approaches its destination. In the distance, a massive, flat shadow appears before them. The Navy soldiers gaze at the enormous shadowy island in awe. Even before seeing its true form, they can already sense an eerie atmosphere enveloping them. Perhaps it is just like this. Dandelion shivers slightly, pausing her narrative. She follows the gazes of the others towards the shadow of Ghost Island. Her eyes filled with trepidation. The last time she barely escaped with 3 sisters, must they venture in again? This island looks frightfully daunting. Can we not circumvent it? Tom, transformed into a Russian blue cat, curls up beside IGG, trembling as he speaks. IGG raises a hand and gently pats his head, remaining silent as he gazes at the shadow with excitement. Is this the terrifying triangular sailboat? Here I come. IGG, amidst the varying emotions of the crew, the Doghead warship swiftly cuts through the fog, revealing the full visage of Ghost Island. From afar, everything on the island appears as a dark silhouette, with the first thing to catch their eyes being the densely packed, withered branches. Within the desolate forest, the Navy helmsman, following Brooke's guidance, discovers a narrow river. Without hesitation, the helmsman decisively steers the ship into it. Upon entry, cold sweat begins to trickle down everyone's backs. The branches on either side loom in the darkness like ghostly hands, swaying on either side of the Doghead warship at an eerie rhythm, as if welcoming their arrival. Each person aboard wears a serious expression, the oppressive atmosphere making it difficult to breathe. Only IGG, like a madman, weaves between the ship's rails, meticulously observing the shadow-infused trees. The helmsman accelerates the ship, and soon they reach the shore. Quickly, dock. No one wishes to glance back at those ghostly, skeletal trees that we agreed earlier. I will lead a small team. IGG and Tom will form one group, while Brooke and Dandelion will form another. We shall split into 3 teams to disembark and scout. Brother will gaze along the riverbank, taking in the sights from 3 distinct directions. Ahead lay the heart of Ghost Island, dominated by a towering Gothic edifice. To his left sprawled a park, seemingly brimming with various recreational facilities. On his right, a narrow woodland path was encircled by the recently encountered ghostly hand trees. Each direction beckoned enticingly. With Jinbei and the fishmen stationed here, Brother will survey the surroundings and proclaimed, "Always be mindful of your bearings. If any trouble arises, return to the ship immediately. Are there any questions?" Ho ho ho. None at all. It is truly an honor to accompany the lovely Miss Dandelion. Brooke exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "I have a concern. I am rather timid and would prefer not to walk alongside a skeleton," Tom interjected. Dandelion cast a disdainful glance at Brooke before moving closer to me. "Did I wish to team up with IG?" "No, I don't want to partner with a skeleton either," Tom protested, his discontent evident. But in an instant, a glimmering sword blade was drawn and pressed against his throat, prompting him to raise his hands and surrender. I will team up with the skeleton." "How rude of you all. I simply wish to join Miss Dandelion's group," Brooke remarked, turning his hollow visage towards E. Sighing, E.G. suggested, "Let us proceed together then." He rubbed his forehead. Turning to Brother Will. "Brother Will, we shall head towards those 2 directions. You and the others can investigate that narrow path." He gestured towards the castle and park. "Very well, let us commence our endeavor. Jinbei, I entrust everything aboard the ship to you." Brother Will clasped fists with Jinbei. "Not to worry, it is my duty," Jinbei replied with a polite bow. Without further ado, the group split into 2 teams at the ship's bow and disembarked. EG and his companions made their way directly towards the amusement park shrouded in shadows. This direction was suggested by Dandelion, who reasoned that entering from the periphery would allow them to gradually approach the center, potentially uncovering valuable information. In truth, her motivation was to witness EG's reaction as he confronted the zombies that might emerge from the park. Tom was the first to voice his dissent, insisting that the 4 of them should head directly towards the center where the imposing castle evidently housed the main antagonist. However, before he could complete his suggestion, Dandelion violently interrupted him. Brooke merely chuckled, believing that as long as he could catch a glimpse of undergarments, the destination mattered little. E.g., upon hearing Dandelion's proposal, found it quite reasonable and readily concurred. as he wished to hone his unparalleled swordsmanship and perhaps procure a suitable weapon in the process. While they deliberated, the four arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. Hurry, hurry, someone approaches. Where? Ah, such a fresh scent. Just as E.G. and his companions stood at the threshold, pairs of eyes emerged from the depths of the earth. Unseen by the others, the hushed whispers belonged to the owners of those eyes. They typically concealed themselves underground, emerging in organized groups when outsiders entered, aiming to seize beautiful maidens and treasures, while leaving behind some scraps for themselves. Their primary objective, of course, was to frighten the intruders and scatter them. How many are there? Did you see? 4. You're mistaken. There are only 3. The tall one is a skeleton, can't you see? 2 children, a young lady. And 1 skeleton. Children, how delightful. I take great pleasure in scaring children. Enough chatter, prepare yourselves. The ground appeared calm, but unbeknownst to them, a group of terrifying entities below was eagerly preparing for action at DOE. Really have to go in? Tom, resembling a cat, clung to Brooke, trembling as he asked, as the subterranean beings conspired to commence their assault. E.G. and his companions stepped through the amusement park's gates. Why bother with words? We've already entered. Dandelion retorted, rolling her eyes at him. She then turned to the taciturn E.G., her disdain resurfacing. Child, why have you been so quiet since earlier? Are you frightened into silence? Chapter 61. Zombies emerge, ready to feast on your brains. E.G. could hardly be frightened into silence. Rather, he was engrossed in testing a newly developed technique. Since signing in on the ship and receiving a substantial boost in attributes, he felt an uncanny affinity with the sand. It was an ethereal sensation, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Hancock. It was as if the sand were alive, capable of communicating with him. Now, that sensation had intensified, allowing him to perceive faint signals through the grains. This perception was exceedingly subtle, compelling him to focus intently to commune with the sand beneath. It conveyed weak sensations, as if something was stirring beneath the surface. That movement was certainly not akin to insects. Their size was far too considerable, and their shapes resembled humans more than anything else. Thus, E.G. remained completely absorbed in this sensation, oblivious to Dandelion's mockery. Humph, just a child who can only boast. You claim to have defeated our king? Dandelion scoffed, eyeing E.G.'s serious demeanor. She assumed his expression was purely a product of fear, especially since she herself harbored a deep fear of the dark and of phantoms. His reaction mirrored that of Tom, who clung to Brooke, albeit without trembling. Just a child, indeed. You will soon learn what true terror is, Dandelion thought bitterly. As someone who had sailed alongside the Empress, she was well versed in the mastery of both forms of hockey and possessed considerable combat prowess. Yet, in this amusement park, she found herself in a state of panic. The reason being, the entities lurking below were undead, and ordinary observation hockey could not sense their presence, the sensation of something suddenly rising behind one's back, breathing upon one's neck, simply terrifying. Wait, you boastful little brat, Dandelion chuckled to herself, reveling in her thoughts. Just then, she collided with E.G., stumbling and falling awkwardly. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you stop so suddenly? Dandelion shouted, propping herself up indignantly. Ho ho ho. Miss Dandelion's undergarments. Brooke's hollow eyes widened as he gazed at her, a look of bliss crossing his face. Get away from me. Dandelion, infuriated, kicked Brooke to the ground. Enough of this. I'm getting annoyed, E.G. growled, furrowing his brow. How dare you speak to me like that? Dandelion retorted, her voice rising. You tripped me, and now tell me to stop causing a ruckus? Shill. E.G., suppressing his irritation, gestured for silence. What's wrong, E.G.? Is there something there? Tom inquired, burrowing into Brooke's ribs, his head peeking out. Are you joking? Those things can't even be sensed with hockey. Do you think he can feel them? Dandelion scoffed. E.G. sighed deeply, signaling for the two to remain quiet. He then pointed to the ground 5 meters ahead and whispered, Something is beneath. Humph. Dandelion dismissed him, feigning skepticism. I refused to believe it. Irritated, she couldn't fathom why this child was so prone to boasting. If he couldn't even sense with hockey, how could this child, devoid of any hockey proficiency, possibly perceive anything? It was a grave affront to the prowess of the nine-snake hockey. Dandelion unsheathed her sword and strode confidently to the spot E.G. had indicated, raising her arms high before forcefully plunging her iron blade into the sand. With a sharp sound, the sword's edge imbued with hockey, pierced the ground as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Plunging all the way to the hilt. "What have you done?" Tom exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Is she insane? "She just stabbed the ground where something is supposedly lurking." "What the?" Dandelion's boldness extinguished Tom's protests as she exclaimed, "Can't you see that nothing has happened?" "Wait, really?" Tom slowly began to process the situation. After several seconds, he pondered. If something truly existed, it would have emerged by now. "See, I told you she was just pretending," he remarked. Dandelion, with a smug expression, tilted his chin up as he addressed Yaij. Yaij merely shrugged in silence, his gaze fixed on him. "What you have is, just as Dandelion was poised to press his advantage upon noticing Yaij's reaction, a low groan resonated from the ground beneath him. The sound, even muffled by the earth, was unmistakably one that could only emerge from a breath held in an effort to remain silent. A raw, primal vibration of the vocal cords. In simpler terms, it was the unmistakable moan of a zombie. Good heavens, it took but a fleeting moment for Dandelion to grasp the situation, and he promptly leaped back. Panic etched across his face as he stared at the ground pierced by his iron sword. Tom, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a sound and simply shut his eyes. Brooke, on the other hand, regarded the scene with a hint of curiosity. A series of unsettling grinding noises followed, accompanied by the rustling of fabric, and then, with a sudden force, a hand burst forth from the earth. It was a greenish hand, marred by numerous purple corpse spots, with nails thickened and yellowed by the dirt, and fingers riddled with wounds. It was evident to all that this was the hand of a zombie. After emerging, the hand slapped down onto the ground, and with a surge of strength, the entire body began to crawl out inch by inch. Dandelion's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks as he beheld the ascending creature, his own iron sword protruding from the top of its head. Good Lord! Tom, unable to suppress his curiosity, took a furtive glance and was immediately overwhelmed with terror, shouting loudly and leaping down from Brooke. Scrambling to escape, Yaij regarded him momentarily, and with a thought, a handful of sand materialized, transforming into a sandy hand that gripped Tom by the nape of his neck, lifting him back to Brooke's side. "Do not run. There are many more over there." Yaij conjured another sandy hand, giving Tom a light slap to rouse him from his stupor. "Hiss, there are more." "Of course, how could there possibly be just one?" As if to validate Yaij's assertion, a chorus of low groans suddenly erupted from all directions. The four of them instinctively huddled together, backs pressed against one another, alertly scanning their surroundings from the darkness. One after another, withered arms emerged from the earth, followed by a legion of zombies clawing their way to the surface. Yaij quickly assessed the situation. There were at least several hundred zombies surrounding them. The first zombie to emerge emitted a low groan, its murky eyes fixated on Yaij, chanting, "Brains. Need brains." Chapter 62. Summon your leader. Brains. Need brains. After the initial zombie uttered its first words, the surrounding hundreds of zombies echoed in a dissonant chant. The cacophony of hoarse, lifeless voices twisted together, forming a terrifying whip that lashed out toward Yaij and his companions. Yikes! Tom's fur bristled as he turned into a fluff ball, feeling as though his very soul was about to escape through his mouth. Brooke, however, remained remarkably composed, amusedly observing the horde of zombies groaning about needing brains, quipping, "My brains are hardly delectable, especially since I lack any." Though this was not Dandelion's first encounter with zombies, the shock reverberating within her was no less than that of Tom. Yet, more than the terror of the zombies, it was Yaij's extraordinary abilities that left her in awe. She stared at the seemingly 7- or 8-year-old boy, her jaw nearly unhinged. How on earth had he accomplished this? It was utterly impossible. Dandelion shifted her gaze back to the first zombie that had emerged, which was now growling softly. Its face had been sliced from the nose down, replaced by a grotesque, dog-like mouth. With fine stitches marking the juncture between human and canine features, the absurdity lay in the fact that its own iron sword was lodged in its head. She had seen precisely where Yaij had aimed the sword. His intention had clearly been to thwart him. The sword itself was a mere trifle, less than 10 centimeters in width and not quite 5 centimeters thick. Yet, it had been perfectly driven into the skull of this dog-faced zombie. What did this indicate? It indicated that Yaij had an unequivocal awareness that a zombie resided there. There was no element of luck involved. This was the crux of Dandelion's concern. Yaij was merely a child of 8 or 9 years. At such a tender age, Even if he possessed the potential for the Conqueror's Haki, it was impossible for him to have mastered the highly skilled observation Haki. How could he possibly have a perception sharper than that of the 9 serpents? Did he harbor some peculiar ability? Yet, that could not be right. The earlier feat of grasping Tom was clearly tied to sand and could not pertain to this aspect. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility dawned on Dandelion. This seemingly 8 or 9-year-old child had comprehended Haki. Moreover, it was a Haki far more formidable than her own. Anyone could surmise that the ordinary observation Haki could never sense the presence of the dead. Only those with unique talent, after decades of practice, or having trained extensively in a place filled with corpses, could possibly perceive such entities. Could it be that this was a super genius who had awakened observation Haki before the age of 8 and had extensive dealings with the deceased? Even if he were a super genius, he could never defeat the king of her nation. Dandelion stubbornly believed that the 9-serpent snake princess, whom she idolized, was not only comparable to the pirate king, but was at least among the top combatants at sea. There was no way she could lose to this insufferable brat. There had to be some overlooked detail. Yes, that was it. Ding! The silent transmission of fear and imagination. Kororo's completion 2. Current completion 6. Please continue your efforts. Master, as Yaij carefully surveyed the surrounding zombies, the system's notification echoed in his mind. What on earth? How did I inexplicably gain 2% in Kororo's completion? A wave of confusion washed over Yaij. What was happening? Hadn't he merely been observing the zombies? How had it turned into a transmission of fear and reverence? Could it be that he had reached a level of mastery where he could effortlessly replicate Kororo's feats? That would be incredible. Regardless, this was a good thing. Yaij felt an inexplicable joy bubbling within him. Brains, the dog-faced zombie drew ever closer, the sword lodged in its head casting an ominous shadow that it approached fearlessly. Seizing Yaij's arm, "Yaij," Tom called out. Yet, Yaij exhibited no signs of panic, nor did he react with the startled response that Dandelion had shown moments earlier. He merely cast a disdainful glance at the dog-faced zombie and curled his lip. "Brains, eat." The dog-faced zombie, witnessing Yaij's lack of reaction, struggled to maintain its composure. "Hey, I am a zombie, shouldn't you, as a child, be terrified of me? Why are you so unfazed? Look at that cat behind you. It's responding in kind. Can't you learn from it?" As the zombie pondered this, it slowly opened its mouth, inching closer to Yaij's head, taking its sweet time that it genuinely did not wish to bite the child, as it found the living rather filthy. On the other hand, zombies believe that the slower the movement, the greater the sense of oppression. You little brat. Let's see if you don't soil yourself this time," as the dog-faced zombie fantasized about scaring Yaij to tears. It brought its bony maw closer, smack. However, just as it reveled in its fantasies, the child it had anticipated frightening suddenly sprang up and delivered a resounding slap across its face. "Brains, huh?" The dog-faced zombie froze in place. Not only that, but the approaching horde of zombies collectively paused, emitting a stunned as they halted their advance. All the zombies, including Yaij's 3 companions, were left agape, staring at Yaij in disbelief. What had just transpired? He had slapped a zombie. The most bewildered of all was the dog-faced zombie itself, staring at Yaij with its mouth agape, utterly at a loss. What just happened? A zombie, was slapped by a living child. The resounding slap he delivered left him momentarily disoriented, causing him to forget entirely what he had originally intended to do. The dog-faced zombie glanced at IG and pointed to his own face, about to utter a word when, smack, IG sprang up and delivered another forceful slap. This strike completely roused the dog-faced zombie from his stupor that it was simply outrageous to insult a zombie in such a manner. Enraged, he opened his mouth and roared, "How dare you hit me?" Smack. Another slap followed that "Of course I'm hitting you. You vile creature. Go fetch your master." IG glared at the bewildered and furious dog-faced zombie, forcefully shaking off his hand as he shouted, Chapter 63. I will hit you. What is it to you? You. Don't take this too far. The dog-headed zombie, feeling utterly wronged, pointed an accusatory finger at IG's nose and bellowed, "Honestly, humans are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Do you not realize I am a zombie? A zombie. Show me some respect. What of it? I will bully you if I wish," IG retorted, lifting his chin defiantly, his nostrils flaring. "Are you going to strike, or not? If you do not, I certainly will." With that, he leaped up to deliver another resounding slap to the dog-faced zombie. The sound echoed sharply, causing everyone present, both humans and zombies alike, to flinch in unison. All the zombies were utterly stunned. They had never encountered such an arrogant human. Though not the ferocious type that clawed its way out of the grave, he was still a genuine zombie. To think such a person truly existed in this world. Even more bewildered than the zombies was Dandelion, who had been observing IG intently. She regarded him with an expression akin to that of a bystander witnessing an aberration. She had brought him here because her observation hockey could not foresee the actions of the zombies, and thus she had always found this place exceedingly frightening. Initially, she had intended to use the zombies to temper this little brat's arrogance. However, before long, he exhibited some arcane skill, proving to be even more perceptive than her observation hockey, sensing the lifeless corpses beneath the ground. Just as she was still processing this, the zombies began to emerge. She had anticipated using the zombies to witness him wetting his pants in terror, as she herself had cried upon her first visit, utterly at a loss for what to do, paralyzed with fear. Yet, this boy had simply jumped up and slapped the zombie multiple times. Was he truly just a 7- or 8-year-old child? What a monster he was! Perhaps in his previous life, he had been a zombie king. Reincarnated into this world as a human, Dandelion found this little brat increasingly intriguing. Yet, the one most bewildered and humiliated remained the dog-faced zombie, who had just endured 4 slaps that he touched his face. Now cracked from the blows, feeling an overwhelming emptiness wash over him. Alas, his deceased nerves no longer felt pain, and his desiccated veins ran dry. But he had once been human, and infused with the essence of humanity. He recognized this as a flagrant affront. Moreover, it mercilessly trampled upon the dignity he had painstakingly regained as a zombie. What is a zombie, if not a creature born to instill fear? Every zombie exists with the ultimate purpose of terrorizing humanity. Though they may speak of consuming brains, he found them rather unpalatable. Yet, this human brazenly trampled upon his dignity, which was intolerable. You little brat, I shall devour you today. The dog-headed zombie was thoroughly incensed, extending his withered arm to seize IG. Who do you think you are? You clearly do not understand my words. Bring your master out. IG, also incensed by the zombie's demeanor, retorted, why does it seem like the more I hit, the more you thrive? Do you think your size allows you to bully me? If Brooke were to slap you, you would kneel right here. IG retrieved a rusty iron sword from his system backpack and swung it casually. Clang! With a sharp sound, one of the dog-faced zombie's arms flew off in a flash of swordlight. The dog-faced zombie felt his body lighten, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Thud! The severed arm flew far away. And it took a full 5 seconds for the fallen body to hit the ground. My arm. The dog-faced zombie gazed vacantly at the arm that had flown away, muttering to himself. This was a common affliction among zombies. Typically, pain serves as a vital protection mechanism for the human body, allowing individuals to assess danger. However, for zombies, their robust vitality coupled with dulled sensations enables them to survive even after losing limbs, rendering them incapable of evading potential pain. Thus, they were caught unprepared when their arm was severed. Meanwhile, IG's attention was not on that at all. He was marveling at the rusty iron sword in his hand. The feel was simply exquisite. Just holding it, IG felt an intimate will emanate from it. With a mere flick of his wrist, he felt as though he could soar. It was even smoother than the first sword. Holding this iron sword felt as though his arm had extended, granting him the capability to sever anything, even steel. Looking at the dog-faced zombie, who was unsteady on the ground, a twisted smile crept across IG's face. He relished encountering a foe who did not cry out in pain and could not die. It was a stress-free experience to strike. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 swift slashes, the dog-faced zombie was reduced to a mere bundle of limbs. Ugh! Dandelion and Tom, witnessing the spectacle from the sidelines, were so disgusted they nearly retched. Oh ho ho ho! It seems Mr. IG's swordsmanship is quite commendable, Brooke observed thoughtfully, eyeing the rusty sword in IG's grip. Smiling that it was remarkable that he could sever a limb with such a rusty sword. It spoke volumes of this child's strength. However, his technique could use some refinement. Brooke discreetly shook his head. His earlier smile was merely that of a senior watching a junior play, and even his praise was a habitual gesture. After all, he had delved deeply into swordsmanship decades ago, and IG's recent strikes were enough to indicate he was merely a beginner. albeit with considerable talent. IG, completely oblivious to Brooke's thoughts, remained immersed in the joy of wielding the iron sword. The 3 strikes he had just executed were deliberately devoid of swordsmanship techniques. He relied purely on brute strength to test the sword's capabilities. The results were pleasantly surprising. Each strike sliced effortlessly into the zombie's body without any resistance. One clean cut. No hassle. The system did not deceive him. Indeed, it was worth an S rank. Now, IG gazed at the dog-faced zombie, or rather, the dog-faced zombie's stick lying on the ground, and smiled faintly. He flipped his palm, causing a small pit to erupt in the earth before him. He then approached and lifted the bewildered dog-faced zombie. What are you doing? The dog-faced zombie asked, his voice thick with anxiety. Though he felt no pain, he was acutely aware that he was utterly powerless to resist. What am I doing? Haha. IG inserted the dog-faced zombie into the pit and secured him before delivering yet another slap. That I will hit you. What is it to you? Chapter 64. Swordsmanship improves. Smack. I will hit you. What is it to you? Speak. IG crouched down and slapped the dog-faced zombie on the nose once more. The dog-faced zombie was on the verge of tears after all this time. He had never endured such humiliation. With his limbs severed, he would need a ship's surgeon to stitch him back together. Facing IG's brazen behavior, the dog-faced zombie felt a deep sense of shame and couldn't find the words to respond, leaving him entirely at the mercy of his assailant. You what? IG bellowed, administering another slap. Do not hit me. Oh brother, I was wrong. The dog-faced zombie could no longer endure it, and, bursting into tears, surrendered. Do you dare to feign tears? Trying to elicit pity, are we? You have no tears to shed. So what is this pity about? IG glared, delivering another furious slap. I can't cry. Aya. The dog-faced zombie broke down, adopting a pitiful expression as he sought help from his companions. However, one by one, his companions cast sympathetic glances his way before turning their heads in sorrow. They could not bear to face the fate that awaited them should they share the same destiny as the dog-faced zombie. I am sorry, Dogface. Though you are pitiable, this brat indeed infuriates zombies. But I truly cannot endure the ship's surgeon's grotesque suturing. Who knows what he would do to us? I believe that, in order to preserve the dignity of our undead brethren, it would be wise to refrain from provoking him. We are well aware of your particular concern for the dignity of zombies, and should we approach only to have our limbs severed and subjected to slaps alongside you, it would undoubtedly tarnish that dignity. Indeed, this is all in the name of upholding the dignity of zombies. Dogface, my apologies. The observing zombies around us exchanged glances and whispered their innermost thoughts, ultimately settling on a rather pathetic excuse to demonstrate their sincerity. They even sent a few zombies over to retrieve Dogface's severed limbs. Fear not, Dogface. We shall safeguard your arms and legs, shouted a zombie with a forked tongue. You lot are truly despicable. Dog-faced zombie howled at the heavens, secretly resenting his poor choice of friends. After all these years, not a single soul was willing to step forth to protect him. Silence. Ige delivered a resounding slap, rendering Dog-faced zombie completely mute, who could only spit in frustration and sit atop Dog-face's head, flexing his sore wrists. Dandelion observed this peculiar individual with a look of disgust. Are you some sort of weirdo? Are you addicted to slapping zombies now? Whoever marries you is sure to have the worst luck. She resolved to keep her distance from such a man. A man who boasted, was competitive, and exhibited violent tendencies was best avoided. Men are truly terrifying. If Ige knew what Dandelion was thinking at that moment, he would surely have been infuriated. He was merely a victim of circumstance. Some individuals may appear handsome, yet are destined to struggle fiercely against the bald-headed adversities of life. Indeed, Ige's actions, seemingly an outlet for his anger, were in reality a noble struggle for his own hair. Ding! The system detected the master's perverse actions against foes, categorizing him as a perverse enemy while demonstrating kindness to his allies. The Kororo's completion rate increased by 2. Current completion rate 8. My master is becoming more and more impressive. After successfully completing this task, the system promptly issued a report. Phew, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. 8. Just 3 shy of Satama's 11. Keep it up. The hair is within reach. A spark of hope ignited in Ige's eyes. However, ding, the system detected the installation of fear in non-humans, granting the evaluation of fear inducer, and Satama's completion rate increased by 4. Current completion rate 15. Ding. Oh dear, I increasingly wish to cheer for my master. Go, master! You are the best! Before Ige could revel in his triumph, the system announced another report, dancing with glee afterward. You must be doing this on purpose. I've been toiling tirelessly, and Kuroro's progress only increased by 2. Just 2. If I reach 100, I'll have to slap over 2,000 times, and yet, Saitama just received some ridiculous evaluation. Ige's anger flared as his fierce gaze fixed upon the surrounding zombies. All the zombies trembled, sensing that something was amiss with the young human child in their midst. Then, if that is the case, Ige slowly rose, his eyes reddening as he drew his rusty iron sword, its blade slicing through the air, pointing directly at the zombies. That I shall turn you all into mere sticks. Hey, don't push your luck, one zombie shouted in protest. Exactly. Do not be so arrogant. The zombies erupted in a cacophony of indignation. Yet despite their fierce demeanor, each of their feet began to retreat cautiously. This fellow is utterly insane, buying time while simultaneously creating distance, they all thought. You wretched creatures, where do you think you're running off to? Watch as I cleave you down. Yet, the little one before them seemed to have no regard for the rules of their world, charging forth with that iron sword in hand. The zombies, upon witnessing this, hastily jostled one another in a frantic attempt to flee. However, their muscles were already decayed, and in the chaos, they could not hope to outrun Ige, whose speed had been augmented several-fold in the blink of an eye. Ige, wielding the iron sword like a ferocious lion among sheep, unleashed a flurry of slashes, severing limbs that soared through the air. Wave slash, phantom slash, moonlight sword. Each technique was called out in Ige's youthful voice, somehow sounding entirely fitting, as waves of sword light wreaked havoc among the horde of zombies. Amid the cacophony of severed limbs crashing to the ground, Ige's furious shouts rang out. You rascals! Why are you running? Isn't it obvious? You're trying to chop us up. The zombies replied in unison. Oh, not flee. Ige swung his sword at another zombie, suddenly feeling a strange sensation. The iron sword in his hand seemed to vibrate slightly. With each subsequent swing, it trembled again. Moreover, he sensed that with the sword's continuous quaking, his swordsmanship appeared to be improving gradually. Even the previous sense of stagnation from acquiring new skills dissipated. If the earlier sensation felt akin to abruptly receiving martial arts expertise from another, now he felt as though this mastery was genuinely his own cultivation. Chapter 65. Absalom. With a swift stroke, Ige cleaved a zombie in 2, reaffirming the authenticity of the harmonious feeling he had just experienced. With each swing of his sword, he felt his grasp on swordsmanship solidifying, becoming increasingly like his own. Techniques honed over decades were being assimilated into his own strikes at a visibly accelerated pace. As more zombies fell, Ige sensed the vibrations of the iron sword intensifying, as if his excitement was mirroring the sword's fervor. System, what is happening? Why is this iron sword vibrating more and more? Ige inquired amidst his onslaught against the zombies. Ding, it is as follows, master. This iron sword, salvaged from the depths of an otherworldly sea, possesses some mysterious powers, so? Ding. Therefore, we are unable to provide you with complete data on it. All we know is that this is a sword with a captivating story. Enough, scram. What use are you? Ige bellowed, continuing to strike while his mind raced. Ige controlled his body to momentarily pause, slightly slowing his pace of slashing zombies. The iron sword immediately began to shake uncontrollably, as if it were a child craving candy, demanding attention. It was truly causing chaos. The power was so overwhelming that Ige struggled to maintain his grip, forcing him to rejoin the fray, slicing through the zombies with ease as expected. Once he resumed his onslaught, the iron sword quieted significantly, and it even possessed a peculiar ability to correct the trajectory of his strikes, allowing Ige's swordsmanship to improve at a visibly rapid pace. At the same time, Ige noticed that with each zombie he felled, the rust on the sword seemed to diminish ever so slightly. This was undoubtedly an abnormal phenomenon. When Ige first acquired this sword, he thought it might be an S-rank item, hoping to remove its rust. Yet, no matter what he tried scratching with his nails, grinding with another blade, using a whetstone, or even bringing in a chainsaw, the rust simply refused to budge, not a single speck. Now it seemed evident that this rust was a seal. With every slice, a fraction of that seal would lift. And once it was entirely removed, it would transform into an unparalleled blade. This iron sword truly was a sentient weapon. Ige suddenly felt that the famed Longmas Joshua no longer seemed so appealing. Though he had never wielded other renowned blades, he had at least used a naval soldier's saber, and in comparison, the sharpness of this iron sword was akin to the difference between a brick and a piece of paper. Moreover, the sword's material was undoubtedly hundreds of times harder than an ordinary military blade. It was no exaggeration. Ige felt that even a famed blade would pale in comparison. Furthermore, this was a sentient sword, capable of growth, and even assisting him in leveling up. He must rid it of all its rust. Ige silently resolved. Not far away, Dandelion and her companions watched as Ige gleefully hacked away at the zombies, exchanging glances of exasperation. What has gotten into him? Why is he suddenly so fervently intent on slaying zombies? Dandelion mused, a frown crossing her face. Though youth is truly a blessing, Mr. Ige is brimming with vitality. Brooke smiled lightly, as if the wind and clouds were gentle. Well, should we chase after him? It seems he is running further away. Tom grasped the crux of the issue. Without IgG, he had no idea how he would safely return alongside the two who were retreating in defeat. Just as he was speaking, the trio witnessed IgG becoming increasingly vigorous, his small hands darting into the horde of zombies like the blades of a fan. Hey, IgG, wait for us, Tom shouted loudly, leaping from Brooke's embrace and sprinting towards IgG's direction. You rascal, don't run off recklessly. What if you get separated? Dandelion scolded, following suit. Well, then I shall join as well. In an instant, the three reached a consensus and pursued after him. Hey, IgG was reveling in his slaughter, each swing of his sword imbued with greater fervor, as if he were evolving his swordsmanship with every strike, transforming into a human meat grinder amidst the zombies. Woohoo! Behold my moonlight slash, with a whoosh. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew into the air, one after another, as IgG felt a profound resonance with his iron sword, as if they shared in each other's delight. You bastards, don't run. Let me finish my work, IgG shouted at the dozens of zombies sprinting ahead. Who would stop for you to chop? You fool, a zombie retorted. Captain Absalom, come save us. Captain Absalom, Captain Absalom. Someone's voice rang out, only to be met with a chorus of groans from the zombies. What audacity! Who dares to butcher my zombie brethren like this? I shall not let you escape. Seemingly in response to the zombies' outcry, a furious roar echoed from somewhere. IgG halted, searching for the source of the voice. That IT was nearby, but for some reason, he could not discern the figure of its owner. Unable to see, IgG calmed himself and began to recollect. In the chapter of the terrifying triangular sailboat, oh, it's him. IgG's eyes lit up. Absalom, the man with the leopard mouth who had carried Nami away in the original story, a user of the transparent fruit. Or rather, the destroyer of Sanji's dreams, such a powerful ability to stealthily infiltrate a women's bathhouse and gaze upon them while they bathed. It was devoured by this wasteful man. For this, Sanji had even sworn to defeat this loathsome transparent man. So it was indeed him. IgG scrutinized his surroundings carefully, nonchalantly inquiring, Absalom, are you the infamous lecher? Who are you calling a lecher? Absalom's enraged voice came from not far away. IgG looked in the direction of the sound, yet still could not find his shadow. There was no way. For someone who could not use observation hockey, it was quite difficult to trace the movements of a user of the transparent fruit. Chapter 66. The Rules of the Junghu. Hey, stop. As Brooke, Dandelion, and Tom approached IgG, Dandelion reached out to halt Brooke, who was holding Tom. What's the matter? Miss Dandelion, are you granting me permission to view your intimate garments? Brooke asked with a chuckle, always fixated on certain girls' personal attire. Yet the girl in question did not give him a chance, promptly delivering a punch. What's going on, Dandelion? Tom peeked out from Brooke's ribs. Look, Dandelion did not respond, but merely pointed towards IgG. A cat and a skeleton followed the direction of Dandelion's finger. At this moment, IgG had ceased chasing the zombies and was instead standing still, surveying his surroundings. The zombies across from him had turned, curiously observing IgG, while simultaneously chanting a strange name. That IT sounded like Lord Absalom. That IT seemed a formidable ally had arrived to confront IgG. What is he doing? Tom could only see IgG speaking to an empty space, leaving him puzzled. Fool, have you already forgotten what I said on the ship? Dandelion struck Tom on the head, glaring at him. I remember. Miss Dandelion just mentioned an invisible ghost, right? Brooke interjected, stroking his chin thoughtfully. An invisible ghost. Have we encountered it so soon? Tom's fur bristled again. IgG could not possibly be talking to thin air. It must be him, that invisible ghost. Oh ho ho. Oh dear, what if IgG gets eaten? Tom buried his entire body into Brooke's chest, his voice muffled. What if? What if? What if? Who can say? That kid might not even know how he died. Dandelion glanced at IgG with disdain, wondering how one could fight an unseen enemy. Isn't it possible with your observation hockey, Miss Dandelion? Brooke posed the critical question. Well, Dandelion's face flushed at the thought. She stammered, of course, that guy is quite formidable. Sometimes even observation hockey cannot sense him. She recalled her first inadvertent entry into this place. At that time, she had already been terrified out of her wits by the zombies. Leaving no opportunity to utilize observation hockey, she could only allow that transparent fellow to toy with her. As an exceptional warrior of the Nine Snake, she found herself utterly helpless. Surely a little brat would be even more at a loss. Just look at his bewildered expression now. He could only sense the zombies by sheer luck. A knowing expression crossed Dandelion's face as she awaited IgG's downfall. Let us see how you handle this. In contrast to Dandelion, Tom was far less composed. What? IgG is definitely going to be eaten. Oh my, what do we do? Tom was nearly driven to madness, clutching his head and curling up. Torn between whether to save IgG and his overwhelming fear of being consumed by that invisible ghost. He was in turmoil. Mr. IgG, listening to Dandelion's remarks, he gazed at IgG with concern. Meanwhile, the zombies were brimming with morale. Lord Absalom, take down that kid, the dog-faced zombie cried, fervently rallying support for their master. Go for it, Lord Absalom, Lord Absalom, lecherous Lord, with the dog-faced zombie leading the charge. All the zombies, regardless of whether they were merely heads or whole bodies escaping IgG's grasp, began to chant in unison. Absalom had evidently instilled them with tremendous confidence. After all, such a bizarre ability was more than sufficient to deal with a mere child. You bunch of bastards. Who is the lecherous lord? The transparent Absalom roared in rage. It's you, Lecher, IgG bellowed, raising his iron sword and slashing forward. Truly, he was grateful for this horde of zombies' cheers, as Absalom's fury finally revealed his position. With a flash, a terrifying sword light surged forth in an instant, causing Absalom to feel every hair on his body stand on end. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding a blade that could have cleaved the Sea Kings in two, grazing the tip of his nose. Clang! A metallic sound rang out, and everything that the sword light touched, trees, stones, the ground, tombstones, and metal play equipment, was instantly sliced in half. It traveled a distance of 20 meters before gradually dissipating. IgG, having unleashed this strike, watched with anticipation, eager to know if he had struck true. After all, Oda's descriptions of this fruit were scarce. He wondered whether severing a hand would render it transparent. Have you lost your mind? Absalom, having barely recovered, immediately shifted to another location to roar at him. Did I miss? IgG pondered, slightly perplexed. That strike had seemed perfectly aimed, executed at his fastest speed, yet it had not landed. It appeared that this Absalom was rather formidable. Suddenly, IgG found himself intrigued by Absalom. Shut up. This is indeed a battle. One must seize every opportunity to unleash their power. IG made a retort without mercy. Simultaneously, he was meticulously observing the changes in his surroundings, straining his ears to discern the sounds and their origins. You adhere to the unwritten rules of the martial world, do you? The other party hasn't even finished speaking. You rush in with your blade. Absalom was evidently shaken by the earlier strike, his emotions running high, even invoking the code of the martial world. Yet, what met his response was, IG once again pinpointed his location and unsheathed his sword to strike. What the hell? Absalom's scalp nearly shot off in fright as he hurriedly rolled away. Having missed his target once more, IG halted his actions and spoke again. Tell me, did I hit you? You lecherous fool. Just as Absalom was about to retort, he suddenly realized he had to cover his mouth tightly. He could not afford to speak. The moment he did, this kid would strike again. Stealthily avoiding the previous direction, Absalom cautiously maneuvered to IG's back. Fortunately, this seemingly deranged lad hadn't noticed his presence. He chuckled to himself. Now it's my turn. Absalom raised his fist high, aiming for the unsuspecting back of IG's head, and brought it down with great force. Chapter 67. I will annihilate you on behalf of the bathhouse. Meanwhile, the zombies were oblivious to the unfolding drama, merely shouting encouragement. However, on the other side, Dandelion sensed a shift in Absalom's position. Yet, she had no intention of informing IG. Instead, she crossed her arms and observed IG's reaction. Dandelion, what's the situation? Tom asked, his gaze fixed on IG, worried that he might be devoured by a ghost. Not much we can do. We can only watch. Even if I were to speak, he wouldn't react in time. Dandelion remained focused on the battlefield. She wasn't lying. If IG failed to perceive Absalom's movements entirely, he would be left defenseless. No matter how quickly she might warn him, there would always be a delay before IG could respond, and during that interval, the attack would have already landed. More importantly, she wanted to confirm whether this IG truly possessed the aura of dominance. She resolutely refused to believe that a mere child of 7 or 8 could master such a skill at this age. Miss Dandelion, since we can only watch, why not let me see? Shut up! As the three observers spoke, Absalom's fist had already descended. His punch was exceptionally quiet yet incredibly swift. IG was caught completely off guard and received a solid blow to the back of his head. Ha ha ha! Got you, didn't I? Absalom's fist and words collided with IG's skull. A muted thud resonated, and Absalom shattered IG's head. It was as though a perfectly crafted sand sculpture had been kicked. With IG's head instantly scattering like sand. In the dim light, the flying particles resembled splattered blood. With one punch, Absalom felt an odd sensation. This blow, which he expected to impact against a wall, had instead obliterated IG's head? When did he become so strong? Or was this kid merely a fade of ferocity, utterly weak beneath the surface? Tisich, you talk so big, yet dare to attack from behind. I couldn't even see you. And you strike me from behind? Just as Absalom pondered his newfound strength, IG's voice resonated. Absalom gasped in shock and hurriedly looked down at IG. He witnessed the remnants of blood and bone gradually reassembling, forming a perfectly round head once more. What the hell are you? Absalom had never encountered such a bizarre ability in his life. A head that could regenerate after being obliterated. Who was truly the ghost here? He was momentarily at a loss. Shocked as he was, Absalom didn't allow IG a moment's respite. He promptly decided to change his hiding spot. However, he failed to notice that as he had shattered IG's head, a cloud of dust had settled upon him. What the hell? You guys are the real ghosts. IG remained unfazed, believing that his earlier display had revealed his powers, so he feigned ignorance. Absalom was now even more frightened. You change locations with every word you utter. You are the ghost. No human can have their head blown apart and still regenerate. You just lack experience, Absalom declared vehemently. Today, I shall annihilate you on behalf of the bathhouse you have invaded. IG retorted mercilessly, while subtly manipulating the dust accumulating on Absalom's body. A single grain of dust bore a faint signal, but when tens of thousands of particles converged, the cumulative signal was sufficient for IG to detect Absalom's position from a considerable distance. Finding you is the easy part, IG smiled, feeling confident of his victory. Unbeknownst to Absalom, he had fallen into this trap, still believing himself utterly secure while pondering how to injure IG. Boasting? Nonsense. I've dealt with countless kids like you. He intended to circle around to IG's back. If a punch won't do, I'll use my weapon. He stealthily drew his dagger, making not a sound. Dandelion, observing his movements, sneered derisively. This wasn't mockery aimed at Absalom, but rather at IG, who remained oblivious. Stupid brat, your cover is blown. I wonder how long your luck can hold out. Still no reaction. Once he unleashes his aura, you're finished. Let's see how you handle that. You will have to kneel and apologize to our king. Dandelion was now convinced that IG, this little brat, couldn't possibly possess any aura, feeling quite accomplished as she kept a close watch on Absalom's actions, ready to spring into action. The thought of this kid weeping and begging for forgiveness thrilled her. After all, he simply loved to act tough. Absalom had maneuvered directly behind IG, and IG had finally completed his manipulation of the dust. A small stain of dust appeared on Absalom's clothing. Simultaneously, as though thousands of satellites were signaling simultaneously, the previously faint signal in IG's mind was suddenly amplified exponentially. Behind you. IG's eyes sharpened with clarity. Almost simultaneously, Absalom raised his dagger high and leapt towards IG with a downward strike. Now, Dandelion's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, the muscles in her calves surged with strength, propelling her forward like a rocket. What is happening? Brooke and Tom exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the unfolding events that I told you. Today IG, shall annihilate you on behalf of the bathhouse. The moment the signal reached IG's mind, he became aware of Absalom's actions. A slight smile crept upon his lips as his iron sword sliced through the air with a graceful arc, tracing a crescent shape. Receive my moonlight blade. The iron sword rose from below. Countering Absalom's descending dagger, the blade sang with excitement, a ghostly blue sword aura rippling forth. Everything occurred in an instant. IG had even foreseen that this strike would shatter Absalom's weapon, sever his arm, and cleave open his chest. However, just as the sword aura was unleashed, Dandelion, akin to a rocket, arrived on the scene. She swiftly wrapped her arms around IG's waist, then flipped, evading the iron sword's upward strike. Clang! The sharp sound of clashing blades rang out, and a crooked sword aura shot skyward. Bang! As the sword aura ascended, the two intertwined figures were propelled sideways at tremendous speed, crashing into a gravestone 10 meters away. Chapter 68. I am out of here. While IG and his companions were embroiled in chaotic combat at the amusement park, on the other side, Brother Will and the Navy soldiers discovered a new development. After parting ways with IG's group, Brother Will led a contingent of Navy soldiers into a narrow path flanked by ghostly trees. Along the way, the ghostly trees swayed ominously, and a variety of eerie sounds echoed through the forest. A few particularly bold Navy soldiers insisted on investigating the ghostly trees, approaching them with caution, only to be greeted by a large face hanging from the tree, staring right at him. What the hell? The Navy soldier yelped and fell backward in shock. What happened? Brother Will rushed over upon hearing the commotion. His face. The new recruit was evidently taken aback, stammering and unable to articulate a coherent thought, merely pointing at the sinister tree before him. Following the direction of the recruit's trembling finger, Brother Will's gaze fell upon the grotesque entity, and he was instantly struck with terror. Good heavens, what manner of monster is this? He let out a shout, brandishing his military knife, and swung it at the creature. Alas, the ghastly tree offered no resistance whatsoever, letting out a mournful wail before being cleaved in two. Good heavens. I've slain a tree. Help, help, do not kill me. After the first tree fell, a cacophony of cries erupted around them. It dawned on Brother Will and the naval soldiers that the entire forest was teeming with life. It seemed that this ghostly island harbored secrets that needed unraveling. Brother Will gazed at the faces sewn onto the trees, deep in thought. Then, gripping his blade, he approached one of the trees, the cold steel poised against its visage. I ask you, answer me truthfully, what is the meaning of these faces? He demanded fiercely. Please, do not slay me. Though the tree was alive, it was utterly immobile, merely extending its branches to shield its eyes. Pleading for mercy. Be honest. If you answer my questions obediently, I shall spare your life. The scar on Brother Will's face, coupled with his fearsome demeanor, rendered him particularly intimidating, and the ghastly tree quaked in fear. I will speak. I shall reveal all. The tree stammered. Yes, it is Hogabak who dwells deep within this forest. Yes, he is the one who stitched the faces of the dead onto us. Dead faces? Brother Will furrowed his brow, pressing the blade closer. Do not deceive me. Are you saying that having a dead face allows you to move? As the knife drew nearer, the tree let out a shriek, rolling its eyes back in a faint. TCH, and it dares to terrify others. Brother Will scoffed, moving to another tree, positioning his knife accordingly. You speak. Yes, it was Lord Moria. Lord Moria brought us back to life. The tree replied, trembling. Moria, Brother Will repeated, tightening his grip on the knife. You are not deceiving me, are you? And no, the tree shook its head vigorously. Moria, he is the infamous pirate who became a member of the 7 warlords of the sea the moment the system was established. The relationship between the 7 warlords and the Navy has always been delicate. Taking action without a warrant is deemed a violation. Brother Will's mind raced as he pieced together the implications. Promptly issuing an order, all hands, return to the ship. We must inform Vice Admiral Karp of the situation. The naval soldiers echoed their compliance. Following Brother Will back the way they came. On the Doghead warship, Jinbei sat cross-legged on the deck, observing the swaying ghastly trees around him. He utilized his observation hockey to cover a radius of approximately 10 meters around the Doghead warship, ensuring he could detect any movement from any direction. The place was shrouded in darkness, causing his eyesight to dull, rendering the observation hockey his only reliable sense. A gentle breeze swept through, and everything appeared normal. Suddenly, Jinbei sensed something approaching the warship, but the feeling was exceedingly faint, almost ephemeral. Out of a sense of responsibility, Jinbei resolved to patrol the Doghead warship. He pushed open the corridor door, and an oppressive darkness enveloped him, intensifying the sensation he had felt earlier. He flicked on the lights, and a soft glow radiated, dissipating the eerie feeling significantly. Was it merely the darkness? Jinbei mused, continuing forward until he had illuminated every light. The unsettling sensation vanished completely. It appears it was indeed the darkness. Jinbei reflected, perhaps my training is insufficient to be so fearful of the dark. He glanced at Karp and Paul Cato's quarters, noting that only their rooms remained shrouded in darkness. He hesitated to disturb the two slumbering figures. They can really sleep. Jinbei sighed and returned to the deck. However, unbeknownst to him, within the shadows of Karp's chamber, a tall, rotund figure slowly materialized, wielding a large pair of scissors. At the amusement park, Absalom stood rigid. His head hunched into his shoulders, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. This is terrifying. Utterly terrifying. What was that just now? Has Ryuma arrived? No, that was no mere sword energy produced by a decaying corpse. He had planned to launch a surprise attack, but that wretched brat suddenly unleashed a wave of sword energy. In that moment, Absalom felt as though he had been cleaved in two, only to have a shadowy figure appear, causing the blade's trajectory to veer, narrowly missing his nose. Is this even human? No, I cannot continue associating with these people. I must flee. My life is at stake. With that thought, Absalom dared not breathe, stealthily retreating into the distance. IGG, are you all right? Tom called out as he saw Dandelion tackle IGG, a wave of relief washing over him. Thank heavens, IGG is safe. That Dandelion ran remarkably fast just now. Good grief. My head hurts. IGG, having been tackled by Dandelion, was unable to harness his elemental transformation in time and was sent flying, his head colliding with a gravestone, cracking it.at. This moment, IGG was dazed, feeling as though countless stars were swirling in his mind. Dandelion, on the other hand, fared somewhat better, but she raised her head with a dirt-smeared face, looking at IGG with a fierce expression, saying, I told you not to push yourself if you were fine. If it weren't for me, you'd be skewered by now. What? If it weren't for you, I would have been skewered. IGG stared blankly at Dandelion. Indeed, you didn't even notice, did you? You little brat. Dandelion smirked at IGG's astonished expression, clearly pleased. You little brat. You don't even know what's going on, right? Humph. How can you still have the audacity to say that? IGG's gaze suddenly sharpened. Chapter 69. Are you using me to save you? IGG's sudden anger was unforeseen by Dandelion. In her mind, IGG should have been completely defenseless against the invisible foe, on the verge of being pierced. And then she swooped in to save him, leaving him bewildered as to why. Why the sudden change in attitude? What do you mean by this? I saved you, you know. Dandelion glared at the furious child beneath her, her temper flaring. So, after I saved you, you're going to throw a tantrum at me? Huh? Just because I didn't consider your pride and forcibly rescued you. Is pride more important than life? Dandelion suddenly recalled her little sister, who, at 7 or 8 years old, would behave similarly while playing games, refusing assistance even when on the brink of losing, simply out of stubbornness. What do you mean? Upon hearing Dandelion's words, IGG became even angrier, pointing at her before pointing at himself. You saved me. I saved you. I had my move all set, ready to strike with Moonlight Slash to defeat the enemy. But then, out of nowhere, a big black rat appeared, knocking me off course. What impeccable timing, right as I was about to unleash my attack. My blade was diverted in that instant, causing all my strength to dissipate. Good grief, you're just an actor. You're determined to protect your opponent. Huh. Now you have the audacity to claim you saved me. You saved your uncle. How rude can you be, you little brat? Dandelion could no longer contain herself. How can you speak to your savior like this? This is infuriating. This little brat. Being stubborn is one thing, but to speak so insolently. Dandelion nearly slapped him, forcing herself to hold back out of consideration for his youth. Sigh. You saved my life. You still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, that fiend would have been split in two by now. IGG was nearly driven mad, incredulous that such an unreasonable person could exist. Ruining his moment and then claiming to have saved him. This is utterly absurd. Do you have no shame, you little brat? Dandelion was determined not to back down. You, who can't even use observation hockey, took a hit to the head and still want to take on a sword infused with Conqueror's hockey? I am utterly flabbergasted. Is there anyone as unreasonable as you? IGG roared. Did you not see the sword strike I just unleashed? Indeed. I was also risking being cut by you to save you. Just so you know. Dandelion was fired up. IGG's fervor surged, and in an instant, the overwhelming presence of his Conqueror's hockey nearly spiraled out of control. Mr. IGG, Miss Dandelion, please remain calm. Brooke, sensing the looming confrontation, rushed forward to separate the two individuals on the verge of conflict. The battle is not yet concluded. Why are you two bickering? He has already fled. They both shouted in unison. We should investigate where he has gone. Brooke's words struck a chord. The two seemed to grasp the situation, casting glances at one another before simultaneously turning their heads away. Humph, humph. The system detected the host's adorable display of irritation towards their teammate, prompting a 2 increase in Saitama's performance rating, bringing the current total to 17. Alas, just when IGG's anger was beginning to subside. The system's announcement only served to stoke the flames further. Why? Enraged, IGG sprang from the ground, brandishing his iron sword as he charged towards the distant gathering of zombies, the zombies, oblivious to the fact that their master Absalom had already made his escape. Stared blankly at the approaching IGG. This child, how could he expose his back to the enemy during a battle? One zombie exclaimed. Master Absalom. The opportunity has arisen. However, a chilling breeze swept over them, silence enveloping the air. The zombies finally realized something was amiss. Could it be that Master Absalom has fled? They chorused. Soon after, a petite figure dashed into the horde of zombies, sword glinting as severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew into the air. Master Absalom, you coward, 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 coward. With each cry of coward, several arms and legs were sent flying. In the distance, Absalom shivered at the haunting echoes of the zombie screams. I apologize, everyone, but you won't perish. I might be the one to die. I must take my leave. The massacre among the zombies continued. Yet this time, they all understood they could not escape. Thus they cursed Absalom before being swiftly dismembered. Before long, the amusement park was left with nothing but scattered limbs. Except for one timid fox zombie. This zombie trembled in fear, sitting on the ground with its back against a tombstone as it watched IGG approach. Can we negotiate? Please don't kill me. Wah. The fox zombie whimpered fearfully. IGG remained silent, raising his iron sword high and then plunging it down forcefully. The fox zombie screamed with its eyes shut tight. Yet, after a considerable pause, no sound of something falling echoed. Upon opening its eyes, it saw IGG's sword, which had vanquished countless zombies, firmly planted before itself. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where your boss might have fled, and I won't slay you. IGG looked down at it with an imposing gaze. The fox zombie appeared somewhat distressed. It seems you possess quite the spirit. IGG slowly withdrew the sword from the ground, raising it once more. I'll tell you. The fox zombie, clearly terrified, hastily knelt, pointing down a nearby path. If you follow this road, it will lead you straight to his office. Please don't kill me. You are wise. IGG sheathed his sword, casting a glance at the fuming Dandelion, letting out a huff before departing alone. Mr. IGG, wait for us. Upon seeing IGG walk away, Brooke quickly grabbed Dandelion, securing Tom from his ribs, and sprinted after him. The fox zombie remained on the ground for quite some time, only rising when the sounds faded away. It then scurried to a corner of the amusement park where it had parked a vehicle. Opening the door and getting in, the fox zombie's tail suddenly multiplied into 9, each one picking up a zombie's head and placing it inside the car. Hee, fox, you truly are something. The remaining zombies praised with their heads. Indeed. In just a few words, you led them to that fellow. I wonder how long they can survive in his grasp. That is Ryuma, the legendary sword saint. Don't be hasty. The fox zombie chuckled sinisterly. In a moment, I shall take you to witness the spectacle. Chapter 70. Moonlight Moria. Following the path indicated by the fox zombie, IGG and his companions traversed without hindrance. The amusement attractions gradually thinned out, while wild, ghostly trees proliferated, and the atmosphere shifted from the previous revelry to an eerie silence. However, the atmosphere, which should have been tranquil, became charged with tension due to 2 individuals in the group. Dandelion shot a glance at IGG, turning her head away with a heavy huff. IGG spat dismissively, uninterested in her, and continuing forward. Seeing IGG's demeanor, Dandelion became increasingly dissatisfied, quickening her pace, her long legs surpassing IGG. As IGG walked steadily, he suddenly felt a pair of long legs stride past him, instantly irking him. He quickened his pace to overtake Dandelion once more. You little brat, are you doing this on purpose? Dandelion's eyes flashed with fury. On purpose? No. I merely wish to avoid having someone's backside swaying in front of me, IGG replied calmly, not looking back. You. A fierce blush of indignation crept onto Dandelion's striking face, and she surged ahead, declaring, I shall sway right in front of you. How about that? Gazing closely at her swaying form, IGG's expression flickered with evident distaste, muttering a lowly vulgarity before transforming his lower body into a stream of sand. Swiftly propelling himself forward. Mr. IGG, if you do not wish to see, you may let Miss Dandelion show me. Brooke interjected at an opportune moment. Go die. Dandelion whirled around, delivering a barrage of blows at Brooke. As she pummeled him, he begged for mercy, but then she suddenly realized, her toned legs bursting with power, matching her previous speed as she sprinted after IgG. Hey, 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 wait for us too. Tom, having been expelled from Brooke's body, looked at the two distant figures, quickly helping Brooke up and shouting as they pursued. Thus, the four of them raced along the path, each chasing the other. After an indeterminate time, IgG, having put some distance between himself and the others, abruptly halted. Dandelion, following closely behind, failed to react in time and nearly collided with him. IgG turned to glance back and, with a swift motion, conjured a massive wall of sand behind him, leaving Dandelion no time to break, resulting in a solid crash. What are you doing? Ugh. Dandelion's vision blurred from the impact, and as she scrambled to her feet to yell, IgG leapt up to cover her mouth. Shoo. IgG gestured for silence with utmost seriousness. Tom and Brooke, who had caught up, were panting heavily, looking at IgG with concern. What's wrong? IgG, why have we stopped? What else could it be? Dandelion scoffed. We've lost them. IgG shot her a glance, ignoring her, and addressed Brooke and Tom. Have you felt it? As if something has been following us. From the very beginning, IgG had no intention of pursuing Absalom. That fellow held little value. He had seen the fox's gaze, indicating it was likely leading them to a formidable adversary. This suited IgG's intentions perfectly, hence he continued onward without pause. Indeed, halfway through, he sensed an inexplicable feeling that the four of them were being trailed. Don't scare me. Tom suddenly shivered, feeling countless eyes emerging from the dark crevices amidst the ghost trees. There is indeed something. Upon hearing IgG's words, Dandelion also surveyed her surroundings, activating her observation hotkey and sensing an ominous presence. Despite their quarrels, matters concerning life and death compelled her to remain vigilant. At that moment, the four arrived at the end of the shaded path, where rows of ghostly trees lined their approach, and ahead lay a vast courtyard encircled by the ghost trees, with a tall wooden building at its center. Though nothing appeared amiss, both instinct and observation hinted that something lurked nearby. Yo, Brooke chuckled softly, his sensitivity as the king of souls heightened. I think I too sense something lurking. In such an unsettling environment. As Brooke uttered those ominous words, coupled with his terrifying visage, Tom was nearly paralyzed with fear, shrieking, Don't scare me. There can't be ghosts, can there? Boo-hoo. The other three remained breathlessly attentive, lacking the energy to respond to Tom. Initially in a state of distress, Tom, overwhelmed by the eerie silence in the air, found his voice stifled by an invisible dread, retreating into Brooke's side, too frightened to make a sound. IgG glanced around nervously. The sand beneath his feet hinted at something amiss, yet it was unclear where the source lay. He could only rely on his own observations. Suddenly, IgG's gaze sharpened. He was astonished to see something stir amidst the ghostly shadows of the trees cast by the moonlight behind Dandelion. Almost as if a sea creature was surfacing, the shadow, neither too large nor too small, began to swell upwards, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, clutching a massive pair of scissors. IgG instantly reacted, shouting at Dandelion. Dandelion, be careful. Dandelion, also caught in a state of heightened anxiety, felt something emerge behind her as IgG's voice rang out. A wave of goosebumps surged down her spine. She leapt as if startled, soaring high into the air, before tumbling several times and landing steadily a few meters away. At that moment, both Tom and Brooke finally grasped the situation, their gazes converging on the towering figure wielding the scissors. Dandelion stared at him, her pupils constricting in an instant, and a surge of battle intent coursed through her, forcing out three words between clenched teeth. Moria. Mr. IgG, the shadow of mine was taken by this man. Brooke furrowed his brow, stating solemnly. IgG nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixated on Moria before him. He sensed an ambiguity. This Moria appeared far more formidable than depicted in the comics. Just the ability to traverse within shadows was something he had never witnessed before. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. TCH, I was initially considering collecting your shadow as well, but you certainly are a nuisance. Moria spoke with a shrill voice, addressing Dandelion with a familiar tone. Return my sister's shadow. Dandelion, upon encountering her foe, felt her eyes redden instantly, drawing her sword. Ha ha ha. I merely happened to see you along the way. I have matters to attend to. Let that guy play with you for a while. Before Moria's words could fully dissipate, a terrifying flash of sword light surged toward her with alarming speed. Chapter 71. The Sword Saint emerges. Longma. Completely caught off guard, they had no inkling of who had unleashed such a fearsome strike. At what moment, or from where, the azure sword energy expanded in the air, morphing into a crescent moon, accompanied by a dreadful howl, mercilessly slicing down toward Dandelion. who was poised to strike. Dandelion felt her hair stand on end as a premonition of death washed over her. Without hesitation, she withdrew her blade, propelling herself backward with a powerful leap. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the azure crescent blade grazed her nose, severing a few strands of hair. This strike captured the undivided attention of all four, who turned to witness a figure clad in a Taoist robe, with a high ponytail atop their head, resembling a zombie. IGG cast a glance at the blade in the zombie's hand, adorned with intricate dark brown patterns. Its smooth blade reflecting a chilling sharpness. A legendary blade. Qiushui. He recognized it instantly, as it left an indelible impression on him. If this blade was indeed Qiushui, then the wielder must be the Sword Saint, Longma. Ha 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 ha. You all take your time to play. I'm off to make new friends. Seeing Longma repel Dandelion with a single strike, Moria laughed triumphantly, swaggering toward Longma. IGG narrowed his eyes, noticing Moria grasping a struggling shadow. The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had seen it. Outsiders, prepare to face justice. Longma, wielding Qiushui, emanated an aura of authority, standing there with an air of suffocating power. Dandelion, witnessing Moria's arrogant departure, was furious, eager to draw her sword and slay that loathsome zombie. Meanwhile, upon seeing Longma, IGG felt an overwhelming excitement, unsheathing his iron sword to step forward, only to be halted by a skeletal hand. Turning, he found Brooke's other hand restraining Dandelion, standing between the two. Mr. IGG, Miss Dandelion, please allow me to handle this. Brooke set Tom down from his side, drawing a pristine white sword from his cane. Since we are both sword-wielding corpses, it is only fitting that we exchange a few blows. Wait a moment. IGG began to speak, but was interrupted as a chilling aura flashed. Brooke's sword, imbued with a chilling essence, surged directly toward Longma. 1-1 sword technique. Here I come. Facing Brooke's aggressive advance, Longma neither dodged nor flinched, positioning Qiushui before him, the fluid blade glimmering with the sword light. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Brooke and Longma brushed past one another. Both parties assumed a stance to sheath their swords, standing back to back, seemingly awaiting something. IGG and Dandelion, observing Brooke's poised demeanor, shared a fleeting moment of admiration for his elegance, though I know not from whence you hail. You are indeed quite skilled, Brooke remarked with a low, magnetic chuckle, gracefully sheathing his sword, but your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Ho ho. With that, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ho ho ho, just an elderly man. My bones are a bit frail. Brooke chuckled wryly, patting his broken waist. So strong. A flicker of trepidation rose in Dandelion and IGG's eyes, having sparred with Brooke on their way here. Dandelion had experienced firsthand how Brooke had utterly dominated her without the use of intimidation. To be so swiftly defeated by a single strike, truly, the Sword Saint Longma was formidable. Excitement surged within IGG. TCH, utterly unreliable. You step back. Watch me deal with this zombie. Dandelion scoffed, shoving aside IGG. Stepping forward. What are you all doing? IGG stumbled back, realizing too late that Dandelion had already leapt high into the air. No more chatter. This is the honor of a swordsman. A true swordsman will always engage, Dandelion shouted as she soared. Her iron sword raised high. 9 serpents, mountain splitter. In truth, Dandelion's intentions were straightforward. Having observed IGG's clumsy attempts at slaying the zombie, it was evident that he lacked any swordsmanship against the one who had effortlessly dispatched Brooke with a single blow. Such ineptitude would be laughable. It was crucial to understand that the blade she had narrowly evaded moments ago was imbued with the armament hockey. Even a child devoid of sword skills would inevitably meet their demise against such a foe. Regardless of their natural abilities. At the very least, she could attempt to hold her ground, buying time for the two youngsters to escape. Ultimately, there was no reason to cower behind a child. The armament hockey surged forth, enveloping Dandelion's sword in a vibrant display. Despite her youthful form, the weight behind her strike bore the might of a mountain, akin to a falling meteor from the heavens, aimed squarely at Longma. Longma, however, remained expressionless, unmoved in the slightest. It was only when Dandelion was on the verge of descending that he slowly raised the tip of his sword. Clang! Another clear sound echoed. This time, Longma seemed to exert his full strength. Dandelion's sword shattered mid-air, blood erupted from her mouth, and her body plummeted to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Ah, Brooke! Dandelion. Tom witnessed this scene, his heart racing with dread, howling in panic. Isn't that guy a zombie? How could he be so strong? You dare to think you can pass through me? Longma's dry vocal cords rasped as he paid no heed to the two fallen figures, slowly advancing toward IGG and Tom. Hey, this isn't over yet. A sharp voice halted Longma's steps. He turned to see Dandelion struggling to rise, her legs trembling. relying on her sword for support. Blood lingered at the corner of her mouth as she shakily lifted her sword. Addressing IgG, "Little brat, hurry back and fetch the others on the ship. This guy is not someone we can defeat." "What are you talking about?" IgG was bewildered by her conclusion, however, witnessing her battered form. Determined to buy him time, he felt a twinge of gratitude. "Wasn't he defeated?" Longma murmured, waving Qiu Shui, conjuring an azure crescent-shaped sword light out of thin air, a terrifying aura radiating outward. "Run now." Dandelion let out a scream. Before her voice had faded, a piercing blue sword light, exuding an unsettling sharpness, cleaved directly towards her, splitting the earth as it traversed. It was over. Dandelion steadied her blade but closed her eyes. Clash. Whoosh. After the resounding clang of metal, a gust of wind tousled her hair. The anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, the youthful voice rang out in front of her. "I never claimed I couldn't defeat him." Chapter 72. This rusty sword is sufficient to vanquish you. Dandelion gazed at the diminutive figure before her, barely reaching her waist, its bloodstained face filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, that zombie had unleashed that sword energy, hadn't it? She had clearly seen that energy aimed at her. That was a strike she would never dare to confront, even in scathe. This little imp had audaciously pursued it from behind and intercepted the blow. How utterly absurd. Dandelion suddenly regretted closing her eyes. Had she kept them open, she could have witnessed the little one's actions. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of shame accompanied it. Perhaps he had indeed discerned the position of that invisible being? Had she truly interfered with his noble endeavor? Igor might not have anticipated that in the face of peril, the formidable prowess he displayed was what convinced Dandelion he was more than just a mere child. "Ah, Igor, you were simply magnificent." Tom, still bewildered by the unfolding events, watched as Igor appeared across from them. Having saved Dandelion.it was enough to make him swoon with admiration. Tom felt himself beginning to idolize him. "What are you dawdling for?" Igor turned to the dazed Dandelion and gestured towards the fallen Brook on the ground. "Hurry, take him to safety." "Ah." Dandelion finally snapped back to reality, swiftly pulling Brook up and retreating to safety. Tom cautiously maneuvered around the back of the dragon horse, reaching Brook's side and producing a carton of milk. "Whoosh, thank you, Mr. Tom. I am revived," Brook exclaimed, instantly rejuvenated, upon turning to see Dandelion, battered and bruised, and Igor brandishing an iron sword before the dragon horse. He grasped the gravity of the situation. "Alas, have I truly aged? Mr. Igor's strength is astonishing, capable of disregarding technique, confronting that zombie head-on." Dandelion remained silent, her gaze fixed on the battlefield, her expression a tapestry of complexity. "You are commendable." The dragon horse lowered its head, nodding slightly at Igor. "You are quite formidable as well." Igor reciprocated with a nod. Their eyes locked, sparking an electric exchange, a surge of battle intent unfurling between them. "Lord Dragon Horse, we are here to cheer you on." As a human and a zombie faced off, the screech of car brakes suddenly echoed through the ghostly woods. With a screech, all eyes, except those of the dragon horse and Igor, turned towards the source. A fox zombie emerged from a vehicle, hurriedly extracting severed heads from the back and arranging them neatly on the ground. "It's the foxes," Tom exclaimed. However, Brook and Dandelion's expressions grew grave as they grasped another critical point. "Dragon horse? Is it that dragon horse?" The fox zombie swiftly arranged the zombie heads and called out to Igor, "Kid, prepare to meet your demise, for this is the legendary Lord Dragon Horse. The to perish by his sword is indeed a stroke of fortune." "Indeed. Await your end, little imp. Lord Dragon Horse, swiftly dispatch him." The zombies clamored in unison, rallying behind the dragon horse. "Huh? Who is Dragon Horse?" Tom queried, curiosity piqued. He turned to Brook and Dandelion, only to find their expressions fraught with complexity. "To be defeated by him is no disgrace. He is the legendary swordsman who has slain dragons," Brook remarked. "Yet, knowing he is Dragon Horse, I wonder if that little one stands a chance." Dandelion's newfound confidence in Igor dissipated at the mere mention of Dragon Horse. "The world's strongest swordsman has slain dragons," Tom stammered in disbelief, his gaze towards Igor brimming with concern. Could Igor possibly contend with him? In stark contrast to the spectators' clamor, the two combatants in the fray remained as tranquil as a still lake. Waves of battle intent surging forth like the tide. As they say, I am Dragon Horse. Indeed, Dragon Horse was a swordsman from centuries past, employing techniques that were decidedly old-fashioned, perhaps sensing Igor's latent power. He accorded him the respect he was due. I am Igor. Igor, too, felt the weight of Dragon Horse's regard and replied earnestly. My sword is named Autumn Water, one of the 12 supreme blades of the present age. I shall duel you in the name of Autumn Water. Dragon Horse slowly raised his Autumn Water, the blade shimmering as though reflecting the tranquil waters of autumn. This sword is, the rusty sword, which I procured from the portal to another realm. I shall duel you under its name. Igor mimicked Dragon Horse's demeanor, presenting the name of his sword with conviction. Rusty sword. Dragon Horse regarded Igor's corroded iron sword with a mixture of confusion. You intend to fight with a rusty sword? Do not be deceived by its appearance. It is not inferior to your autumn water. With this rusty sword alone, I can defeat you, Igor replied nonchalantly. Very well. Dragon Horse nodded lightly, assuming his stance. Dragon slaying sword technique, commence. Supreme sword technique, commence. The two locked gazes, their eyes sparking with intensity, their combined aura exploding forth. Meanwhile, aboard the dog-headed warship, Jinbei sat cross-legged on the deck. Observing a regiment approaching in perfect formation, he stood up, tension mounting as he focused his gaze on the newcomers. As the group drew nearer, revealing Brother Will's familiar visage, Jinbei relaxed, lowering his guard and descending the ship's ladder to greet them. Brother Will, has your exploration concluded? Jinbei inquired, noting the sea soldier's beads of sweat. Alas, not yet. Brother Will shook his head, sighing. This ghost island is, in fact, the ship of the 7 warlords of the sea. Really? Is that so? Then Igor and the others are in considerable danger. Jinbei instinctively thought of Igor's safety. Alas, even if Igor is formidable, he likely cannot contend with the 7 warlords now, Brother Will stated. Thus, we hurry back to seek Admiral Karp's assistance. Jinbei nodded. Brother Will's decision was indeed prudent. Given the uncertainty surrounding Igor's safety, returning to the base to enlist Admiral Karp's aid was the most reliable course of action. He stepped aside, opening the cabin door for the Navy soldiers. Come in quickly. Admiral Karp is still asleep. Without further ado, Brother Will followed Jinbei inside. Bang, bang, bang. In the dim light, 2 burly men stood before Admiral Karp's door. They had knocked several times, yet there was no response from within. Exchanging glances, they nodded. 1, 2, 3. Together, they forcefully burst open Karp's door. Admiral Karp, Brother Will rushed to Karp's side, while Jinbei flicked on the light at the entrance. What the heck? Where is Admiral Karp's shadow? Chapter 73, Supreme Swordsmanship vs. Dragon-slaying swordsmanship. What happened to Admiral Karp? Upon hearing Brother Will's exclamation, Jinbei's heart raced, and he hurried over to assess the situation. There lay Admiral Karp, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, sprawled over the table, the overhead light casting an uneven glow upon his robust form. Yet, curiously, the table beneath Karp's body cast not a single shadow. Jinbei, skeptical, placed his hand beside Karp's body, and an astonishing sight unfolded. Karp's body, clearly obstructing the light between itself and Jinbei's hand, should have prevented any shadow from appearing on the table. Yet, at that moment, a webbed hand shadow was distinctly visible on the surface. Jinbei stood in bewilderment, utterly confounded by the spectacle before him. How could it be that he had seen no one, yet Admiral Karp had lost his shadow? Could it be that moment? Jinbei recalled the obscure aura he had sensed when Igor and the others had just disembarked. He had turned on all the lights, taking care to respect Karp's slumber, and had not entered the room to investigate. As a result, it seemed they had indeed been ambushed. The prowess of the 7 warlords was undeniably formidable. Jinbei, what on earth is happening? Brother Wire gazed solemnly at Jinbei, his tone laced with a hint of inquiry. He was undoubtedly aware of Jinbei's stance and character, yet the relationship between the Navy and pirates has always been shrouded in ambiguity. Alas, I have failed in my duties. Jinbei sighed heavily, filled with self-reproach, and recounted the recent events to Brother Wire in detail. Are you saying that even you did not notice that fellow? Brother Wire's expression grew increasingly grave. It seems this adversary poses quite a challenge. Jinbei glanced at the slumbering Karp, clenched his fist, and declared, since it is my failure, I shall retrieve the shadow of Captain Karp. With that, he turned to prepare to disembark. Wait a moment. Brother Wire halted him, articulating firmly, you need only to keep watch over the ship. Since this is a matter for the Navy, we shall resolve it ourselves. Very well. I shall not falter again. Jinbei, with a swift mental shift, grasped the implication of Brother Wire's words. Allowing a pirate to guard one's warship was already a significant loss of dignity. To then request their aid in reclaiming a vice admiral was utterly untenable. With this realization, he relinquished his reservations and offered a solemn vow. Navy soldiers, heed my command. Assist me in aiding Xiao Yaich. Brother Wire gestured with his arm, rallying a throng of Navy soldiers as they descended the ship in a grand procession. Meanwhile, in the clearing of Horror Island, with this rusted sword, I shall be sufficient to defeat you, Yaich proclaimed in a youthful voice. For reasons unbeknownst to them, Dandelion and his companions felt an inexplicable sense of authority in his words. Ha! Ha 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 ha! What did he say? This little brat thinks he can defeat Lord Longma with a rusted sword. Has he lost his mind? In stark contrast, the zombie heads erupted into maniacal laughter. Who is Longma? A man who has been hailed as the world's strongest swordsman for 500 years. He even felled a legendary dragon with his human form. Even now, as nothing but a corpse, he remains an overwhelmingly powerful entity. And that sword he wields, it is the national treasure of Wano, stolen at great peril by Lord Moria, the great blade, Autumn Water, and look at that child, 7 or 8 years old, with spindly arms and legs. Brandishing a rusted iron sword? How dare he? The insolent brat should surrender at once. Does he even comprehend who stands before him? He is 500 years too early to challenge Lord Longma. Lord Longma, cleave him in two. The zombie heads were fervent, for Longma was their idol. In the realm of zombies, if there was anyone who surpassed Lord Longma, it could only be that fellow Oz. Alas, he has yet to be resurrected. Thus, Lord Longma is undeniably the king of zombies. Yet, in the face of the zombies clamoring, both Yaij and Longma chose to disregard them. This was a mark of respect for their opponent. At this moment, their gazes were solely fixed upon each other. Boom, the air crackled with an overwhelming battle intent, their eyes locking as if lightning flickered between them. Yaij fixated on every movement of Longma, his hands gripping the iron sword slick with sweat. Perfect. Flawless. Having undergone rigorous swordsmanship training, Yaij's instinct was to seek out any vulnerabilities in his foe, whether it be stance, movement, state, or even the slightest change in expression. All could serve as an opportunity for him to strike. However, this Longma, even with the iron sword in hand, Yaij could detect no weaknesses whatsoever. His decayed form stood as steadfast as rock, truly embodying the notion of immovable as a mountain. Truly worthy of being the world's strongest swordsman, a silent admiration blossomed within Yaij's heart. Yet, this fleeting thought caused a momentary flicker in Yaij's otherwise resolute, battlefield gaze. That brief fluctuation diminished the fervor of the battle intent he had projected into the air. Just this slight wavering seemed to ignite a primal instinct within Longma, akin to a shark sensing blood, and he surged forward. The once ethereal battle intent erupted with a ferocity akin to flames. Yaij felt as though a sun had exploded before him, and a searing pain sliced through his skin. Countless strands of terrifying sword intent emanated from Longma, coalescing into an invisible, colossal dragon claw that enveloped Yaij entirely. In the next instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Longma's hollow eyes, and he vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Yaij's pupils constricted, and he thrust the iron sword defensively before him into the empty air. Clang! In that split second, a resounding metallic clash reverberated across the clearing. The onlookers stood agape, jaws dropped in astonishment. It was only upon hearing the sound that they glimpsed Longma's form, including Yaij himself. Feeling the immense force transmitted through the iron sword, a look of horror crept into Yaij's eyes. Is this Longma, the world's foremost swordsman? Merely the slightest fluctuation of intent can become an opportunity for his attack. Swift, precise, and merciless, so formidable. Yet, it is precisely because of this that I, Yaij, yearn to triumph over you even more. The iron sword in his hand seemed to resonate with his conviction, emitting a thrilling hum. Chapter 74. Sky-soaring dragon slash versus moonlight sword. Lord Longma, unleash your fury upon that brat. Little imp, prepare to meet your doom. The nearby zombie heads, witnessing Longma seize the initiative and relentlessly suppress Yaij, erupted into frenzied cheers of encouragement. Meanwhile, Dandelion and his companions felt a wave of anxiety for Yaij. After all, he was merely a 7 or 8-year-old child, and when compared to the legendary swordsman Longma, he was still vastly outmatched. You can do it, Yaij. Dandelion, for reasons unknown, found himself fervently hoping for Yaij's victory. On the battlefield, Yaij strained against Longma's relentless onslaught with his iron sword, but in an instant, Longma raised Autumn Water once more. Releasing the pressure with his hand, Yaij had yet to react when Longma delivered a vertical slash downward. This cycle repeated several times, and Yaij found himself ensnared in a considerable disadvantage, desperately fending off Longma's impenetrable assault. Cursed be this fate. Yaij gritted his teeth, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. This zombie Longma had evidently inherited his former ferocity. The speed and rhythm of his attacks surpassed even Hancock's, leaving Yaij reliant solely on his formidable physical prowess and the iron sword's guidance to avoid being struck. Yet, continuing down this path would only result in a vicious cycle, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Unconsciously, Yaij's form began to wane into a mirage, layers of fine sand spilling forth, only to be retracted in the next moment. Damn it, I shall defeat you with swordsmanship today. Sensing something, The iron sword began to hum with increasing fervor. Its will resonating within Wygate as this intent flowed into him. Yaij inexplicably felt a glimmer of realization regarding Longma's techniques. He steeled himself, biting down hard on his teeth, gradually falling into sync with Longma's rhythm. Clang! Once more, a strike descended, and for the first time, Yaij successfully blocked Longma's attack entirely, even absorbing some of the force in their clash. Relying solely on brute strength would only allow Longma, a master of technique, to exploit Yaij's energy, dragging him back into a cycle of disadvantage. Thus, the first step must be precise blocking, utilizing controllable force for defense. Next, sure enough, Longma suddenly relinquished his force, the blade of autumn water gleaming as it lifted slightly. This time, Yaij refused to be propelled forward by Longma's momentum. Instead, he paused for a brief moment and actively deflected Longma's autumn water with his iron sword. Clang, clang, clang. With a deft maneuver, Yaij rebounded autumn water. As if a wild stallion freed from restraint, using Longma's own tactics to swiftly close the distance. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, diagonal thrusts, every fundamental technique embedded in his mind was unleashed in a flurry. And within mere seconds, he had pushed Longma into a state of momentary passivity. Longma, however, was no novice. Seizing the opportunity, he flicked autumn water, sending Yaij's iron sword flying, and leaped back to create distance. It is possible. As Yaij perceived the balance shifting back in his favor, excitement ignited within his eyes. In stark contrast, the surrounding spectators, both zombies and humans alike, were rendered utterly speechless. What? He actually managed to turn the tide. This brat can go toe-to-toe with Lord Longma. I have encountered all who wield blades, and every single one who has crossed swords with Lord Longma has been effortlessly defeated in a single stroke. What? This little brat is terrifying indeed. Nonsense. This is merely the beginning. Have you not observed that Lord Longma has not even employed a single technique? Upon witnessing the exchange of blows between Ige and Longma, the zombies felt as if they had stumbled upon a new world. In their recollection, any swordsman who faced Longma was invariably vanquished in an instant, just like that skeleton and the girl. This child possesses an extraordinary talent. However, even so, to triumph over Lord Longma, he is still 5 centuries too early. Go for it, Lord Longma. The zombies once again united in a chorus of encouragement. Mr. Ige possesses such remarkable swordsmanship talent, Brooke remarked, his hollow eye sockets fixed upon Ige standing in the arena, his voice tinged with awe. What is the matter? Why do you say that? Tom, lacking understanding of the sword arts, had failed to comprehend the chaotic display of blades moments earlier. In a duel of swordsmanship, the one who loses the initiative first will inevitably find themselves in a passive position. Dandelion observed Ige with a grave expression, yet within just a few exchanges, he managed to launch a counterattack. This alone surpasses us by a considerable margin. A sudden wave of frustration surged within Dandelion. He felt as though the past decade of his sword training had been in vain. He is but a child of 7 or 8 years. Even with Lord Longma's powers diminished to that of a mere corpse, to exchange blows with him so evenly is beyond human capability. This child is destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of swordsmanship. Perhaps a figure bearing a massive sword flickered in Dandelion's mind, perhaps even able to contend with the current world's foremost swordsman. Mihawk the Hawkeye. The two combatants on the battlefield remained oblivious to the spectators' thoughts, wholly engrossed in their confrontation. Once again, they distanced themselves, entering a state of tense standoff. This time, Ige was free from distractions, his mind clear of any extraneous thoughts. Observing this, Longma subtly nodded, a glimmer of approval surfacing in his vacant eyes. Then, he initiated the attack. Even as he moved first, Ige could not discern any flaw in his actions. Longma slowly raised his blade. The autumn water and the ominous aura of his sword intent began to coalesce ominously. Ige, witnessing this scene, felt a weight of seriousness descend upon him. This was undoubtedly the gathering of sword intent, a prelude to a strike. Without hesitation, Ige positioned his iron sword across his chest, dark red serpentine lightning coursing from his hand into the blade, a crisp sound of steel resonating through the air. The surface of the rusty iron glimmered with a jade-like luminescence, growing ever brighter as the lightning surged forth. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated across the sky, accompanied by a momentary flicker of the entire world. An intangible pressure descended upon Ige, seemingly solidifying the very air around him. The might of heaven and earth condensed, the jade-like glow on the iron sword radiating blinding light. Likewise, Longma gathered all his sword intent. The autumn water in his hand shimmering like the surface of a lake beneath the night sky, flickering with glimmering reflections, roar. A windless vortex surged, a chaotic cyclone taking form, and amidst the powerful winds arose a dragon's roar. The famed blade, having tasted dragon's blood, unleashed strikes imbued with the might of a dragon. The gazes of the two fighters locked across the distance, and suddenly, as if in silent accord, their eyes blazed with intensity. Heavenly Dragon Slash, Moonlight Sword, Chapter 75. Longma's Final Technique. Heavenly Dragon Slash. Longma's parched throat emitted a hoarse cry, the terrifying sword intent rippling around the autumn water. Everyone present felt a chilling sensation at the crown of their heads, as if an indomitable blade hovered menacingly above. Then, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed in their ears. Whether it was an illusion or reality, though only swirling winds surrounded Longma, it felt as if countless malevolent dragons circled around him. Even at this distance, the chilling aura was palpable, let alone for Ige, who stood directly opposite. Everyone felt that Ige was on the verge of being devoured. The dragons within the whirlwind spiraled faster and faster, until they let out a tremendous roar and surged forth from behind Longma. Simultaneously, Longma swung the autumn water fiercely, a colossal crescent-shaped azure sword light, accompanied by immense wind pressure and the ferocity of dragons, cleaved directly towards Ige. Ige, undeterred, bellowed, "Moonlight Sword." The iron sword in his hand resonated at its peak. The might of Conqueror's haki bridged the heavens and earth, as crimson-black lightning cascaded down. The jade-like radiance enveloping the iron sword surged exponentially. And then Ige unleashed his strike. The jade light shot forth like an arrow from a drawn bow, perfectly intertwining with the descending lightning. The two combined, accelerating rather than losing speed, as the jade light entwined with the crimson-black currents, boldly charging towards the azure crescent sword light. In an instant, the jade sword light and the azure sword light collided amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Boom! The two sword energies clashed violently, and in a fleeting moment, they erupted. Chaotic winds and the sharpness of sword intent exploded outward, sending plumes of dust soaring high, enveloping the two combatants. Within the cloud of dust, a terrifying sword intent surged outward, severing the ghostly trees within hundreds of meters. Ige struggled to keep his eyes open amidst the haze, wishing to discern Longma's condition. He could not believe that Longma would fall so easily. However, the dust was too thick, rendering the situation utterly obscured. Thud! Suddenly, the sound of wooden sandals striking the ground reached Ige's ears, followed by a violent roiling of dust directly ahead. Ige's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively raised his iron sword in defense. Clang! Even before he could strike, a metallic clash resounded. Longma's autumn water had already come crashing down. Ige's wrist strained under the impact, and he instinctively retreated slightly, attempting to deflect Longma's strike. Yet this time, Longma was even more ferocious, delivering a relentless barrage of horizontal and vertical slashes, forming an impenetrable wall of blades that enveloped Ige entirely. Ige adeptly countered each attack, methodically parrying, until he finally seized an opportunity to deliver a fierce downward strike. Longma raised his blade to block, and Ige seized this moment, shaking his iron sword and leaping high into the air. The spectators could not discern the unfolding drama within the dust cloud. All they heard were the clattering sounds of blades clashing like raindrops. Suddenly, a figure burst through the haze, soaring high into the air, performing several spins before landing firmly atop the wooden structure. As the crowd focused their gaze, they realized it was none other than Ige. The observing zombies were left utterly speechless. He is still alive. The zombie leaders exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Is this child a demon? It was one thing to hold his own against Lord Longma, but that heavenly dragon Slash is renowned for decisively ending battles. Remarkably, not only did he survive, but he also unleashed a technique of equal caliber. What was that just now? Lightning. What kind of technique could summon lightning? This is absurd. And most importantly, his effortless ascent to the rooftop suggests he has sustained little to no injury. He must be a monster. This singular thought resonated among all the zombie heads. That is, this child is truly monstrous. In contrast to the zombies, Dandelion and the others were not merely surprised, they were utterly awestruck. What was that just now? How extraordinary. Tom's eyes sparkled with excitement as he screamed his question. It can't be, can it? Brooke hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. No, it absolutely is. Dandelion's gaze revealed a hint of trepidation. What is it? Tom inquired eagerly. The advanced application of Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki with an aura. Dandelion swallowed hard, finding it difficult to voice the words. Upon uttering them, even he found it hard to believe. Yet there was no other explanation. The sense of oppression, the suffocating feeling, that unique hue. There could be no mistake. He had witnessed it once before on his king, Hancock, a technique she unleashed only in moments of intense fury. The mere possession of Conqueror's Haki was astonishing enough. Yet this child, at such a tender age, had mastered it to such perfection. Dan DeLine could scarcely fathom what kind of monster this child truly was. With such a skill, it would not be impossible to challenge Longma directly. Am I truly not dreaming? Brooke, too, seemed unable to believe it, staring wide-eyed at Ige atop the roof, murmuring to himself. Ige, meanwhile, was brimming with exhilaration. After the recent exchanges with Longma, he distinctly felt his strength had increased significantly. In contrast to his previous encounter with Hancock, where he had been entirely on the defensive, relying on the abilities of the Sasa Fruit and a makeshift desert to barely hold his ground. Now, possessing the physical prowess to keep pace with Longma's movements and rhythm is a remarkable feat, especially in the absence of observation Haki. What brings him even greater joy is the evident enhancement he has gained from the brief exchanges with Longma. The improvement is palpably visible. Initially, he could barely keep up, but just moments ago, he found himself maneuvering with ease. This is truly the work of a divine blade. This realization further ignited Yai's fighting spirit. His gaze firmly fixed on the gradually dissipating dust, where the proud silhouette of battle stood. Indeed, you are impressive, Longma remarked, lifting his head to regard Yai atop the wooden pavilion, admiration glimmering in his hollow eyes. Of course, I have stated that this iron sword shall not fall short against you. From his elevated position, Yai smiled down at Longma. This next move shall be my final strike. To Yai's surprise. A hint of a smile graced Longma's face. He let out a soft sigh, positioning the autumn water sword across his chest and stroking it twice. Then, a hauntingly blue flame enveloped his entire being. Yai furrowed his brow at this sight, aware that Longma was about to unleash a formidable move. This body had already reached its limits in battle. How he wished for an appearance while he still drew breath. The azure flames engulfed Longma, his voice hoarse, tinged with a trace of sorrow. Yet, in an instant, a sword intent erupted, tenfold stronger than before. Chapter 76. Heavenly Dragon Meteor vs. Demon Slash. Whoosh. An overwhelmingly powerful gust of wind swept across the open ground. As if the sword intent could cleave through anything in its path, in a fleeting moment, the earth appeared to have undergone a barrage of explosions, with terrifying fissures radiating outward from Longma's position. The air trembled, trees swayed, and the frenzied whirlwind spiraled. All present felt a stinging pain on their faces akin to a blade's cut. Boom. Longma merely cast a glance at Yai, and the nearly tangible sword intent surged forward like a crashing wave. Crash. The towering wooden pavilion instantly splintered, countless wooden shards scattering into the air. Yai's brow creased, pain etched across his face as he wiped it, revealing a streak of blood. This was undoubtedly a full-force strike. And the sheer momentum alone was already so formidable. Excitement surged within Yai's eyes, and he began to gather his strength, preparing for a counterattack. Longma was about to unleash his ultimate move. Nearby, the zombie leaders exclaimed in delight. Longma, turn that little brat into fragments. Little brat, prepare to meet your end. Witnessing Longma's overwhelming sword aura, the zombie leader's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. You little rascal, aren't you just waiting for death? Longma's power was far from exhausted. The surging sword intent twisted and coiled in midair, finally materializing into an ethereal dragon, its whiskers dancing, coiling around autumn water. The azure flames flitted like butterflies, spreading from Longma to the spectral dragon, enveloping its form in blue flames. Within mere seconds, the serpentine apparition, dozens of meters long, blazed into a colossal fire dragon. The cerulean flames illuminated Longma's face, imbuing him with an aura of grandeur amidst the shifting shadows. Longma's hoarse voice resonated throughout the expanse. This shall be my final strike. Receive it, and you shall triumph. Yai's expression grew grave, not daring to slacken his resolve, hastily communicating with his iron sword through sheer will. The sword seemed to sense Yai's fighting spirit, its humming resonating with unprecedented intensity. The blade vibrated, and Yai felt as if an invisible door in the void had swung wide open with a resounding crash. It was a portal from the depths of hell, and even a mere crack had unleashed a torrent of spirits. As the wind pressure intensified, countless souls surged forth from the portal, charging unhesitatingly toward the sword's blade, merging into it without a second thought. With each soul absorbed, the sword's aura swelled, and soon, a violet glow enveloped the blade. Not enough, still insufficient. Within mere seconds, at least 1,000 souls had been absorbed. Yet Yai, sensing the fiery dragon's menacing gaze from afar, realized he still had a long way to go. More. Yai growled, raising the iron sword high above his head, which let out a resonant cry. All present felt as though a pair of colossal eyes were fixated upon them from behind, evoking the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by death itself. Yij sensed a gargantuan entity slowly emerging from beyond the void. Crack, crack. The immense being inched forward, shattering the very door of the void. At last, the colossal shadow emerged, enshrouded in a violet sword light, enveloping its entire form. This shall be my ultimate strike too, Longma, Yij exclaimed. Gazing up at the gigantic silhouette suspended in the air, his heart racing. Intuition warned him that if he summoned any more souls, this behemoth would undoubtedly crush him. This was assuredly his strongest strike with the sword. Longma regarded Yij deeply, nodding gently. Heavenly Dragon Meteor. In the next moment, the flames enveloping the blue fire dragon surged dramatically, and the dragon opened its massive mouth, unleashing a deafening roar. With a swing of the sword, the dragon surged forth. The blue fire dragon swiftly undulated and transformed into a blazing meteor, hurtling skyward toward Yij on the pavilion. Demon slash. Yij could no longer contain himself, hefting the iron sword high above his head. Then bringing it down with tremendous force, the enormous shadow behind him chuckled lowly, then led the army of souls charging fiercely downward. Roar, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen meters vanished. As the infernal legion collided violently with the meteor-like dragon, boom, the moment they met, the azure flames carried by the dragon erupted amongst the army of souls. Strangely, the colossal shadow merely chuckled derisively, allowing the blue flames to spread unabated. In no time, every soul ignited in an ethereal blue glow. However, instead of struggling or screaming as one might expect, they all exhibited expressions of blissful enjoyment. It was as if the blue flames were not a manifestation of sword intent, but rather a nourishing elixir for the souls. Indeed, upon being engulfed by the blue flames, the gigantic shadow emitted a contented hum. And the entire army of souls swelled in size. As the two forces shifted in balance, the dragon forged from sword intent appeared to weaken considerably, its form becoming increasingly insubstantial. Umph. The colossal shadow in the air snorted disdainfully. Summoning a massive scythe, several times larger than the dragon's head, seemingly conjured from thin air. With a single motion, it seized the scythe and struck down upon the dragon's head. Roar. The dragon let out a mournful wail, its massive form plummeting from the sky. This time, it resembled a falling meteor, crashing violently to the ground, creating a multitude of fissures around it, and then the sword intent exploded in concert with the flames. Boom, the azure flames erupted, the sparks cascading with Longma's sword intent, severing everything in their wake. The colossal shadow hovering above surveyed the shattered fire dragon, shaking its head in apparent disappointment, before slicing open a purple-black rift in the void and leading its legion through it. It never once glanced at Yij. Yij paid no heed to the vanishing shadow. Instead, he leaped down from the pavilion to face Longma directly. The blue fire dragon had completely dissipated, leaving only the remnants of flames stubbornly flickering. Opposite him, Longma too had lost all fighting spirit, his form charred and tattered by the flames. Yet, despite this, he still managed to smile, his voice tinged with fatigue as he spoke. Thank you for allowing me to see that the path of the sword holds promise. My obsession has been fulfilled. As he spoke, he lifted the autumn water sword, caressing it gently before sheathing it and tossing it high toward Yij. Consider this autumn water as a token of gratitude. Yij caught the autumn water, and upon glancing back at Longma, he found that the latter had been entirely consumed by the blue flames, reduced to blackened ashes, carried away by the wind. He grasped the sword solemnly, bowing deeply in the direction where Longma had stood. Chapter 78. The Conquest of Swords. Saint Longma. Ding. Master, your iron sword salvaged from the seabed has undergone a transformation. Ding. New item acquired. Sword Spirit Longma. Now fused with the iron sword recovered from the seabed. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a new item. Famous Blade Longma. Just as Yij was reveling in his excitement, the system's notifications rang out once more. What is this? Famous Blade Longma. And it emerged from the fusion with the iron sword. After acquiring autumn water, Yij had initially intended to stow it away to gather dust, yet unexpectedly, this development had transpired. Could it be as he thought? If so, it would be an overwhelming joy. Let us see. Yij casually opened his inventory. Upon a glance, Yij felt as though he might faint from sheer happiness. Item name, Famous Blade Longma. Rating, S. Description. The strongest swordsman Longma from centuries past. His soul transformed into a sword spirit after death, having given birth to the nascent sword spirit within autumn water, and now seeks refuge in another great blade. Note: Master, do remember to practice your swordsmanship diligently. A great blade, another great blade. Once again, I have acquired the illustrious sword spirit, Dragon Horse, along with the magnificent blade. Yij's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Overwhelmed by emotion, he had initially sought only the autumn waters for this battle. Yet not only did he successfully obtain the autumn waters, but he also gained an equally impressive blade. Now, He possessed two magnificent swords. What a stroke of fortune. He felt immense gratitude towards Moria. Had he not stolen Dragon Horse's corpse and severed his shadow to resurrect him, IG would never have had the opportunity to engage with him. It seemed that his iron sword inherently possessed the ability to attract souls. For when Dragon Horse's body was reduced to ashes, his lingering soul was drawn in, transforming into the sword spirit, Dragon Horse. What a delightful surprise. With a mere flick of his wrist, the renowned sword, Dragon Horse, materialized in his hand. Upon glancing down at the blade, there was no trace of rust. Its smooth, flowing lines and lustrous surface gleamed like flowing water. On the black blade, two magnificent dragons were etched on either side, exuding an aura of power and majesty. The moment IG laid eyes upon it, he was utterly captivated, lifting it effortlessly and making a gentle slash through the air. Whoosh! In an instant, IG felt a formidable will awakening within the blade. Without even exerting force, a surge of sword energy burst forth, cleaving a deep fissure into the ground. How fierce! Is this what a magnificent blade truly is? IG's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at Dragon Horse. Growing ever fonder, I have tamed you. Dragon Horse. The sword Saint Dragon Horse is a venerable elder on my path of swordsmanship. Fear not, for I, IG, shall never betray the autumn waters or this blade. As if sensing his resolve, the Dragon Horse in his grasp emitted a soothing hum. Ding detection of the master's overflowing heroism. Saitama's completion rate 3, current completion rate 20. Alas, IG's good mood was instantly dashed. Must I not enjoy a moment of peace with my hair intact? Alas, he simply could not help but engage in acts of heroism, driven by his unwavering sense of justice. Yet must justice come at the cost of my hair? In a fit of anger, IG's gaze fell upon the zombie heads across from him, his murderous intent rekindled. He. With Dragon Horse in his left hand and Autumn Waters in his right, he grinned wickedly as he approached the horde of zombies, declaring, "Let me give you a trim." However, just as he was about to strike, a thunderous roar erupted from the ghostly woods. Moments later, Brother Will emerged, flanked by a cadre of naval soldiers. This is bad. Vice Admiral Karp is in trouble. What has happened to Grandfather? IG exclaimed, rushing towards Brother Will, who hurriedly explained. This was utterly absurd. Karp was one of the world's pinnacle warriors. How could he be in peril? Yet, seeing the urgency etched on Will's face dispelled any doubts. What has happened to Vice Admiral Karp? Tom, who held Karp in high esteem, rushed over upon hearing the news. Dandelion and Brooke soon followed suit. Vice Admiral Karp. Will gasped as he reached IG, breathless. Moria has stolen Vice Admiral Karp's shadow. What? The four of them exclaimed in unison. Moria severed Karp's shadow aboard his own warship. The absurdity of it all was staggering. Moreover, wasn't Jean Bay stationed on that ship? Cough. Listen to me. Will urged as he saw their bewildered expressions. As he elaborated, IG began to piece together the bizarre situation. Moria had exploited his Sasa Fruit to infiltrate the warship while Karp and Bakado were asleep, severing their shadows. It was no wonder he had encountered Moria en route here, clutching a shadow that seemed familiar. It belonged to Karp and Bakado. How could that old man sleep so soundly? It had been several hours since they disembarked, and he remained blissfully unaware, even as the diminished Moria executed his ambush. However, as we'll describe the unfolding events, combined with IG's recent encounter with Moria, he sensed that this Moria was far more formidable than the one depicted in the original narrative. His eerie agility allowed him to traverse shadows with ease, severing other shadows without a trace. And indeed, he had succeeded. Wait, clutching Karp's shadow, could it be? IG suddenly envisioned a horrifying possibility. Boom, silver light radiated from IG as he appeared before the fox zombie in an instant, gripping its neck with one hand and lifting it effortlessly. You have one last chance. Otherwise, you shall be the final zombie dismembered. Spare me. I will speak. The fox zombie pleaded, thrashing desperately. Take us to Moria. IG replied coolly. Yes, with the fox zombie in tow. IG forged ahead into the depths of the ghostly forest. Hurry, he called back over his shoulder. The others, Dandelion, Brooke, and Brother Will, swiftly reacted, pursuing him, though their minds were still filled with questions. Had IG always moved with such swiftness this time? The fox zombie refrained from mischief, obediently leading the way. It was clear that this creature found IG utterly terrifying. Ever since his encounter with Lord Dragon Horse, he had grown even more formidable, his eyes seemingly filled with the essence of a blade, creating an illusion of being pierced upon mere eye contact. As natives of Ghost Island, the fox was evidently well-versed in the terrain, swiftly guiding IG and his companions to the ancient castle at the very heart of Ghost Island. Chapter 79, The Resounding Heartbeat. Before them stood a truly opulent Gothic castle, its purple-black exterior adorned with red spires and countless bat motifs and graffiti. It was unmistakably Moria's style in the pirate world. He alone reveled in Gothic aesthetics. IG wasted no time, discarding the fox zombie casually before stepping forward, cupping his hands around his mouth to form a megaphone, inhaling deeply and bellowing with all his might. Moria, you scoundrel, show yourself. Ha ha ha. I never expected you to survive under Dragon Horse's command. A piercing voice echoed back, and the group turned to see a figure emerging from the castle's shadow, rippling like waves before coalescing into a tall humanoid form. Moria, with his bulging belly and elongated neck, had sheathed his scissors and replaced them with a goblet of red wine. His sharp, triangular eyes glinted with madness, and a radiant yet sickly smile spread across his face. Reminiscent of a child reveling in the torment of a cat. Do you have the audacity bestowed upon you by Poseidon to confront the Navy? Upon seeing Moria's unsettling visage, IG did not flinch, directly challenging him from afar. And you, where did this little brat emerge from? Did your master speak for you? Moria sipped his wine, disdain evident on his face. I knew you lot had entered my terrifying triangular sailboat the moment you set foot on it. What? Impossible. Dandelion and brother will exchanged incredulous glances. Those well-versed in Kenbunchika hockey. They understood the immense difficulty of expanding one's perception range. They had trained since childhood, and even now, their range barely stretched a few dozen meters. Moria's perception seemed to envelop the entire ghost island. Please, you all look like you've never seen the world. Wherever there is a shadow, I can sense it. Moria's expression was one of amusement and no wonder. IG's eyes widened in realization, his suspicion solidifying. This Moria was undoubtedly several times stronger than he had previously imagined. Both his sensory abilities and emotional state exuded a palpable danger. Finally, I have the chance to toy with the Navy. Surely I can't miss out on a little fun. Can I? Moria chuckled. I never anticipated I would obtain the shadow of the naval hero, Karp, toying. IG furrowed his brow. Indeed, I absolutely adore watching toys battle one another. Alas, just a few days ago, I captured 2 toys from Amazon Lily, yet one of them fled without engaging. You scoundrel. Dandelion gritted her teeth, recalling her previous encounters with her sisters. It was like this. IG glanced at Dandelion and understood that Moria's abilities had greatly expanded his range of perception, particularly within the eternally fog-laden Devil's Triangle, where Moria's powers were amplified beyond measure. His ability to traverse shadows allowed him to flit about like a specter. Employing these talents, he would lure ships nearing Ghost Island into peril, stealthily severing the shadows of some crew members and inserting them into zombies. He deliberately orchestrated battles between the crew and the undead. Moria simply relished the spectacle of watching others fight against zombies infused with their companion shadows. Was this person mentally unstable? Wasn't this behavior utterly perverse? Upon this realization, IG deemed him a mere voyeur of violence. Oh dear, how could he claim to handle Longma when he couldn't even deal with a few zombies? Moria, upon seeing Dandarayne's ire, became even more exhilarated. He instinctively believed that it was Dandarayne who had defeated Longma. For after all, a skeleton, a child, and a timid cat certainly seemed to pale in comparison to this formidable girl from 9 Serpents. Little did he know, Dandarayne shook her head and pointed at IG, saying, "It was not I who vanquished Longma, but him. Ha 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 ha. You are becoming increasingly humorous," Moria exclaimed, tossing aside his wine and clutching his belly in laughter. He could hardly believe that such a diminutive figure could defeat the sword Saint Longma. Believe it or not, IG smiled. What a jest. Moria thought to himself. This was Longma, one of his most prized toys. How could such a tiny being, scarcely taller than his navel, possibly triumph over him? Was it by sheer bravado? What has happened to the Navy these days? Each one more boastful than the last. Nevertheless, that toy had long since lost its appeal, and he was now most eager to witness the expressions of the Navy as they battled the new toys he had crafted. Pa, I couldn't care less about your claims. Longma is utterly outdated. Unfazed, Longma continued to chuckle to himself, eagerly anticipating a grand spectacle. Suddenly, he raised his hands high above his head and bellowed to the heavens, "O Zikapu! Come forth. Let them play with you." Moria's piercing laughter echoed hauntingly around the castle, and in that instant, every soul present felt a shiver run down their spines. A low, almost sleepy murmur resonated, and yet this sound sent chills down their spines. It was evident that this was merely a subdued utterance, yet its volume rang out as if a great bell had tolled, resonating clearly in the ears of all present, just listening to it. One could sense the formidable vibrations of vocal cords as wide as door panels. Tall, massive, colossal. At that moment, the minds of everyone present were filled solely with words synonymous with size, merely from the sound. They understood that this was undoubtedly a terrifyingly large being. Thud, thud. Following the murmur, a heartbeat echoed like war drums. Each beat felt as though a mallet had struck firmly against their eardrums. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanying this was the sound of immense breathing, emanating from a lung of horrifying proportions, as if it sought to inhale all the air of the world in a single breath. An invisible terror spread rapidly, and even before they laid eyes upon the colossal toy Moria had mentioned, the Navy soldiers began to feel their hair stand on end. This was not a matter of will. It was an instinct buried deep within human genes. People would instinctively feel fear towards such a gargantuan entity. Whether seen in actuality or merely heard through the monumental heartbeat. As the colossal heartbeat quickened, the tension among the crowd mounted. They could distinctly feel that something utterly unnatural had awakened in the world. Chapter 77, The Legendary Blade Autumn Water. Silence reigned. All present, including the zombies, were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. The myriad of zombie heads turned to the ashes of Longma's remains, frozen in shock. Eyes wide as saucers, jaws slack as if to lift their entire heads. Then, in unison, the zombies erupted into a chorus. Longma-sama. Nothing could adequately describe the horror that gripped the minds of the zombies. They felt as though they were trapped in a mad nightmare. Oh my goodness. That Longma-sama, the one who had once slain dragons and had never known defeat against swordsmen, to think he was vanquished before their very eyes. And the one who had achieved this was a mere child of 7 or 8 years. Unable to reconcile this with reality, the zombies could only equate it to a dream. They collectively recalled the day Longma first arrived. Standing atop the highest point of Ghost Island, his sword Autumn Water resting upon his back, proclaiming with an air of disdain, "I have but one wish, that future swordsmen shall defeat me." To seek solitude in the quest for invincibility. Though his body may have decayed over centuries, even in death, he remained the sword Saint Longma. Although this was his wish, none believed he would lose. And today, the one who fulfilled that long-held aspiration was this child barely 10 years of age. Could he truly be human? Meanwhile, Dandarain and Brooke were equally astonished, their shock matching that of the zombies. They covered their mouths and noses, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fear. Yes, fear. From the moment IG began to gather his strength to confront Longma, they felt a profound terror, having trained in the way of the sword since childhood. They understood deeply that attaining sword intent was a mark of significant accomplishment. Sword intent signified the unity of the swordsman and their blade, enabling them to communicate well with sword energy. Even producing effects akin to hockey, the sword intent of a swordsman could surpass that of mere armed hockey severfold. Some powerful individuals could even harness sword intent to draw upon the world's powers. Longma was one such individual, which is why he was called the Sword Saint. However, it was precisely because of this that the cultivation of sword intent was exceedingly challenging, despite their years of training. Their sword intent had only reached the level of enhancing sharpness. Yet, Longma's attack, a massive dragon ignited purely from sword intent, had devoured his foes in one fell swoop. This was an unprecedented display of strength only achievable through unparalleled mastery of sword intent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that only a handful of people in the world could reach such heights. Mihawk, Shanks, Whitebeard, and the late Pirate King Roger, each one a pinnacle of combat prowess. And this was not even Longma's zenith. It was said that during the battle where he slayed a dragon, Longma had even communicated with the heavens through sword intent, cleaving the very fabric of reality and nearly shattering a continent. Such was the strength of Longma, who once wrote in his biography that he had not yet reached the highest pinnacle, and that many realms lay beyond him. Among them was the ability to draw upon the powers of different worlds through sword intent. Though vague, Longma had nonetheless enumerated a few based on his insights. Some wielders of the sword can, through sword intent, reach the heavens and summon the stars. Some wielders can, through sword intent, pierce the earth and descend into the underworld. Yet even someone as formidable as Longma could not communicate with the realm of souls. Yet just moments ago, before their very eyes, IG had opened the gates to the underworld. What did this signify? IG's sword intent surpassed even that of the peak Longma. This child was but 7 or 8 years old. 7 or 8. Brooke, having lived over 70 years, had only grasped a modicum of special sword intent through his experience of dying once. This boy had summoned forth the sword spirit of another realm. I recall, Bakato mentioned he had only just begun his sword training a few days ago. Brooke murmured, gazing at IG. Damn it, you've trained for nearly 80 years. And yet you're not even close to this level, Dandarain retorted without turning back. What utter nonsense. I wouldn't believe you if you said this child had been training since he was in the womb. Just a few days. Yet this child has just achieved it. Dandarain suddenly felt a profound sense of helplessness. What on earth was this little demon? IG, of course, was unaware that this move, empowered by the system, would evoke such a tremendous shock within the 2.8T. This moment, all his attention was focused on a series of notifications echoing in his mind. Ding, congratulations, Master, for unlocking the new achievement of Sword Saint's Wish. Earning the title of Sword Saint's successor, Ding detected that Master has acquired a legendary title for the first time. Rewards are being prepared. Please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations, Master, for obtaining a legendary treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Ding, treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the Thunder Fruit, LV6. A cascade of notifications left IG dazed, but once he processed the information, his heart nearly stopped. The Thunder Fruit. The Thunder Fruit, one of the most renowned fruits among the sea enthusiasts, possessing formidable attack power, extraordinary speed, and immunity to physical harm, it was simply the epitome of power. It was a capability revered as divine. It is worth noting that Oda deliberately weakened the power of the Rumble Fruit in the original work. Nevertheless, at that time, Enel, the wielder of the Rumble Fruit, was still regarded as a man capable of contending with the four emperors. He could move at the speed of light, possessed a paralyzing effect, and the formidable electrical power of his heavenly thunder could create intense explosions, which could also be utilized for metallurgy. Moreover, when complemented with observation hockey in the future, he could single-handedly function as an entire surveillance system. Additionally, IgG had his own ideas regarding the development of the Rumble Fruit. He could even control electrons and positrons. This was far more exhilarating than mere lightning strikes. Electrons and positrons are antiparticles. When they collide, annihilation occurs. This is even more powerful than a nuclear explosion. With just 1 gram, an entire city could be obliterated. He never anticipated that his target, originally merely the autumn water, would lead him to acquire such a remarkable treasure. Autumn water. IgG suddenly remembered the legendary sword in his possession, and the joy on his face became even more pronounced. He made an effort to suppress his excitement and gently drew the autumn water from its sheath. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword resonated, and the blade, as clear as water, emerged. The flowing patterns resembling rippling waves made IgG's heart soar with delight. The legendary sword, Autumn Water, one of the 21 renowned swords recorded in history. These renowned swords, throughout the ages, number only 21 in the entire world. It is a peerless sword capable of producing hockey effects without the need for hockey itself. Any nation that comes into possession of such a blade would revere it as a national treasure. Moreover, this particular autumn water is the national treasure of Wano country. How could IgG not be thrilled? With swift motions, he waved it lightly through the air, and instantly, a stream of sword light flowed forth from the tip like water. Truly a sight as beautiful as a painting. IgG's heart blossomed with joy. The autumn water he had longed for was finally in his hands. Chapter 80. The Demon, Oz. Roar. At last, a deafening roar echoed across the skies. The already murky heavens grew even darker, as if its awakening instilled fear even in the sun. The wind began to howl, accompanied by a massive respiratory sound, growing increasingly chaotic. Boom. The sound of the wind reached its zenith as more and more dark clouds gathered, followed by a bolt of lightning that cleaved the sky. Immediately, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, a colossal figure descended from the heavens like a mountain. Bang! It was as if a meteor from the heavens had struck the ground, resulting in a tremendous thud followed by a seismic tremor. Everyone was jolted into the air, only to crash down violently onto the ground, lying sprawled out, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at the enormous monster that had fallen from the sky. Only IgG remained standing, his head tilted back in awe at the towering behemoth, his excitement palpable. This cannot be real. Dandelion, Brook, and a group of naval soldiers struggled to rise from the ground, gazing up at the headless monster, their scalps tingling with fear. Its crimson skin, towering physique, and fists as strong as meteors, along with the golden mane cascading from its shoulders and back, thick as cotton ropes. What is this? Brother Will's pupils constricted, utterly unable to believe the spectacle before him. The demon, Oz. Brook's teeth chattered as he uttered the name that sent shivers down spines. The demon Oz. Was he not supposed to have perished hundreds of years ago? Dandelion frowned as he regarded the gigantic creature, perplexed by its presence here. The new recruits wore expressions of bewilderment, unsure of what this entity was, only aware that it was an unfathomably massive monster. The veterans, however, appeared even more terrified, for they understood precisely what this being was. They hastily explained to the new recruits at breakneck speed. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers were left speechless, unable to comprehend. Surely this is a jest, Impossible. How could it be the demon Oz? Are we to meet our end here today? Was it not said that he perished hundreds of years ago? How could he still be here? Mother, I want to go home. The naval soldiers instantly erupted in chaos, and Tom had already rolled his eyes back, a fragment of his soul hanging on his lips as he fainted. Only IgG trembled with excitement. Unable to conceal his elation, the demon Oz is undoubtedly a legendary creature that instills fear in all who speak his name. As a giant from the same era as Dragon, has epitomized the state of affairs during a time when gods and demons roamed the earth. Look at the modern era, with its swords and firearms. Some even stronger ones wield devil fruits, believing that possessing a devil fruit grants them invincibility. They even boast of the most formidable strategic weapon. The demon-slaying order. With dozens of warships bombarding unceasingly, they can reduce an island nation to ashes in a single afternoon. Yet, before Oz, this is mere child's play. An afternoon, in his heyday, Oz delighted in transporting entire islands to his abode. To transport an island to one's home, what kind of terrifying muscles and strength must one possess? Back in O'Hara, the demon-slaying order turned it into ruins in just one afternoon. Note that it became ruins. Only the surface structures were obliterated, while flora and fauna were completely annihilated. However, if entrusted to Oz, with a single punch, the entire island would be reduced to dust. During that era, no one could contend with him. Even the world government was powerless to intervene. He was, quite simply, an invincible existence. Ironically, he later perished during an assault on the ice country, having succumbed to the cold without proper attire. Yet, even so, this does not diminish the terror he instilled in people at that time. Even now, with only a corpse remaining, he remains formidable. Even Luffy could only contend with him after swallowing 100 shadows. Moreover, now, IgG sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. Moria must have stuffed Karp's shadow into him. The mere thought of battling such a powerful entity exhilarated IgG even further, eager to roll up his sleeves and give it a try. Just in time, he wanted to test how formidable his upgraded Sasa Fruit had become. Little IgG, Brother Will stepped forward, grasping IgG's shoulder, and leaned in to whisper, "How about we retreat for now?" Huh? Why? IgG turned back in confusion, only to find the faces of everyone looking quite grim. Why ask why? That is the demon Oz. Brother Will emphasized his point. The naval soldiers behind him also regarded IgG with apprehensive expressions, nodding in agreement. Even the typically arrogant Dandelion and the nonchalant Brook exhibited signs of hesitation, clearly unwilling to confront this behemoth head-on. Moria, observing this scene, could hardly contain his delight. They were hesitating and fearful. Precisely the effect he desired. This was the very purpose of creating these toys. Zombies are incredibly reliable. Moria mused once more in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Are you stunned, little braggart? This is the great demon that plunged the entire world into disaster 500 years ago. The demon Oz. Moria's shrill yet manic voice echoed nearby. I have been searching for a suitable shadow all along, and today, I have finally found it. It is none other than the shadow of the naval hero Karp. Ha 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 ha. Truly, the heavens have aided me. With Oz's monstrous physique and the iron fist of Karp's shadow, I shall be utterly invincible. Are you scared, little brat? Why the silence? Did you not defeat Dragon? Go on. Moria's sharp, piercing voice continued unabated, eagerly introducing his newly crafted zombie companion, while simultaneously taunting IgG. In the face of Moria's mockery, IgG remained calm and unperturbed. Instead, he leaped up, patted Brother Will's shoulder, and said with remarkable composure, "Rest assured, Brother Will, I have a way to handle him. You have lost your mind. You intend to confront Oz head-on." Dandelion came over, questioning him sternly. Tom, having awakened at some point, clutched IgG's leg in tears, exclaiming, "Please, don't do anything rash, IgG. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood." IgG nearly burst into laughter at Tom's antics but managed to suppress it. He pushed the sobbing Tom aside, stepped forward, and spoke with calm yet resolute conviction. "Rest assured, everyone, as long as I am here, this redskin giant cannot harm anyone." Chapter 81. Is that it? Ha 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 ha. If your naval forces had taken a realistic approach, the seas would not be in such disarray today, Moria scoffed, shaking his head in disdain as he looked at IgG. TCH, this generation of naval officers is indeed a bunch of braggarts. Quick to spout empty words. Is adjust him. My age is several times that of this little brat, and he dares to defeat Oz. How utterly laughable. Just look at him. Facing this behemoth, he can hardly muster the courage to boast. Can he? I wager he can barely stand. As for him thinking he can vanquish my Oz, he ought to be born 500 years earlier. IgG. This is not the time for foolishness. Brother Will step forward. His tone remarkably stern. He approached IgG, who looked up at him silently. In IgG's eyes, there was no trace of fear or doubt, only an exhilarating anticipation of confronting a formidable opponent. What a madman. Brother Will thought to himself. Very well, Brother Will. IgG lifted his gaze to meet Brother Will's. You take everyone back to safety. I have a way to contend with this Oz. This. Brother Will was torn. But upon seeing the calm and resolute expression in IgG's eyes, he seemed to understand something and solemnly nodded. All right, IgG. The fate of us all rests in your hands. With that, Brother Will raised his arm, signaling all the Navy soldiers to retreat. He cast one last deep look at IgG. This little fellow had been creating astonishing miracles since the day they met, and now it seemed they had no choice but to believe in him. Don't be ridiculous. Did you hear me? The moment Dandelion saw Brother Will leading the retreat, she became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to pull IgG back. Rest assured, I have a plan. IgG surprisingly remained calm, shaking off her hand. What a joke. As a proud warrior of 9 snakes, I do not need a mere child to protect me. Dandelion drew her sword, standing resolutely beside IgG, the tip of her blade pointed directly at Oz. Ho ho ho. I shall join in the fun. Brooke chuckled, the chill of his sword exuding an eerie aura. Witnessing the camaraderie of these two, IgG felt a twinge of emotion, yet he waved his hand, causing the ground beneath Dandelion and Brooke to morph into sand, sliding them away into the distance. Fear not. I can handle this myself. IgG, as Dandelion and Brooke watched IgG drift further away. They felt utterly helpless, only able to slide back to Brother Will's side. Just as they were about to rise and pursue, they were halted. Turning back, Brother Will shook his head at them, though confused. They ultimately complied. Ha ha ha. You little brat, I never expected you had the guts. Come on, finish what you started, even if on your knees. Let us witness your prowess. Moria had no faith that IgG could defeat Oz, nor did he believe he could survive the encounter, but that did not dampen Moria's excitement. He yearned to see the zombies he painstakingly created shine in glory. IgG being flattened with a single blow would be ideal. Even better if he were to be crushed one by one. That would bring Moria immeasurable joy. You talk too much. Are you ready? Let's get this started. IgG retorted impatiently. This is all you're doing. Go on, Oz. Flatten him. Moria shouted loudly. Roar. As Moria finished speaking, the previously motionless giant Oz seemed to awaken, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. That moment, the earth trembled, and everyone clutched their ears. Yet the pain in their eardrums was unavoidable. Almost simultaneously, they all felt a suffocating sensation. Oz inhaled deeply, as if he were siphoning the very air from the island, and then the air from outside rushed in at an astonishing speed, compressing toward the island's center. Whoosh, whoosh. With each breath, a tempest unleashed upon Ghost Island, the observing Navy soldiers prostrating themselves on the ground, fearful of being swept away. Then, Oz raised his fist, as massive as a meteorite, aimed squarely at the defiant little figure on the ground, and struck down with immense force. Boom! The meteor-like fist crashed down with such velocity that it tore through the air, creating a cacophony of wind. The tremendous pressure sent waves of air spiraling out, toppling the ghost trees within a several hundred-meter radius. But that was not the end. Oz's fist became enveloped in a metallic hue, turning crimson and as hard as iron. Armament hockey. He was actually using armament hockey. The eyes of all present were filled with astonishment as the turbulent winds sent shivers down their spines, leaving them helpless to witness that fist descending with the force of an avalanche. Confronted by Oz's earth-shattering blow, IgG appeared as a mere speck adrift in the vast ocean. Yet, while everyone, including Moria, retreated, he stood resolutely in place, allowing the chaotic winds to whip his garments. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, he slowly extended his arms, as if to embrace the descending mountain. Sasa Fruit, awaken. Boom. Simultaneously, Oz's terrifying fist struck the ground with a resounding crash. An indescribable wave of terror radiated outward, causing Ghost Island to convulse violently. Moria's magnificent castle crumbled in an instant, the distant amusement park was obliterated, and the ghostly forest scattered into dust. Crack. Crack. The sound of shattering rocks echoed as shockwaves rippled across the sea, breaking a massive hole in the perpetual fog that shrouded the Devil's Sea. Moonlight illuminated the scene, and the black waters surged skyward, hurling fragments of ships hundreds of miles away. Everyone was thrown high into the air, crashing down heavily to the ground. Disoriented, they beheld the island, which had been nearly leveled. The tremors persisted for over a minute before subsiding, and everyone, their bones feeling as if they would disintegrate, struggled to rise and survey the battlefield. Upon glancing, their hearts nearly stopped. In the distance, Oz remained frozen in his post-strike stance, half of his arm embedded in the ground. Yet, IgG had vanished without a trace. A terrifying possibility dawned upon them. Could it be that he had been crushed by Oz? As if to dispel their doubts, a youthful yet powerful voice echoed from beneath the ground. Is that all? Chapter 82? A giant? I have one too. Oz's punch could only be described as earth-shattering. Even his temporary commander lacked the confidence to remain within its range, retreating into the shadows, seizing the moment before Oz's fist descended. Moria decisively transformed his body into a shadowy liquid, melting into the surrounding darkness, escaping to a safe distance of 100 meters. Only after Oz's fist smashed into the ground like it was made of tofu did Moria emerge from the shadows. Captain, Captain. As soon as he materialized, the air around him began to speak. What the hell? Who's that? Moria jumped in surprise. It's me, Absalom. Oh, it's you? What happened? What was that just now? It was terrifying. I thought I was a goner. Absalom revealed himself, covered in bruises, clearly injured by Oz's earlier strike. Ha ha ha. That was my new toy. Moria chuckled with pride, pointing at Oz's figure. Look, that is. Absalom's eyes widened as he recognized the figure. The giant Oz. Hadn't he died centuries ago? Indeed. Ha ha ha. I stole him. I even used Karp's shadow to resurrect him. Moria beamed with pride. Karp. Absalom's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Heh heh. Moria said with a knowing smile. Right. What I wanted to tell you is, some people entered Ghost Island, one of whom is a little boy, incredibly formidable. Absalom suddenly recalled his purpose. Are you referring to a 7 or 8-year-old boy? Yes, that's him. How did you know, Captain? Absalom nodded vigorously. He arrived long ago. That punches through was aimed at him, and I suspect he has already been turned to mush. Moria shrugged dismissively. What? That kid actually had the audacity to challenge Oz? Absalom followed Moria's gaze, and upon seeing Oz's mountainous arm half buried in the ground, he was left speechless. This little brat is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seeing this scene, Absalom suddenly relaxed. The kid has already been flattened. What more is there to say? Just wait and watch the Navy collect that little brat's remains. Moria cast a sidelong glance at him, chuckling softly, however, seemingly to mock Moria. Just as he finished speaking, a youthful voice floated over from a distance. Oh dear, Moria, is that all you've got, you oversized toy? Both Absalom and Moria were momentarily taken aback. The captain, that kid, he seems to still be alive? Absalom swallowed hard and stammered a question. What? That's impossible, Moria exclaimed in horror, his voice nearly cracking under the strain. What kind of joke is this? What sort of monster is this kid, surviving a blow from Oz and still shouting so loudly? Yes, like a ghost. A ghost, exactly. Oz must have missed. After all, Oz's fists are enormous, and compared to them, Iggy is practically an ant. It's conceivable that he could have missed. Yes, that must be it. Moria hastily pulled Absalom into the shadows. And with a few flickers, they emerged from a shadow closer to the battlefield. As soon as they emerged, they were left dumbfounded. Oz was simply too colossal. Even at a great distance, his imposing fist was visible. However, some details remained obscured. For instance, Iggy was standing unharmed next to Oz's fist, surrounded by swirling dust. Upon closer inspection, Oz's massive arms were indeed embedded in the ground, yet the ground was sandy at that moment. Oz was struggling to withdraw his fist. In the instant Oz's fist descended, Iggy had somehow transformed the ground beneath him into sand. This meant that Oz's punch had landed, but not entirely. It only struck the part of Iggy that he intended to hit. What sort of ability do you possess? Moria stammered, speechless at the sight. The astonishment on Moria's face was unmistakable. Oz's strike could only be described as cataclysmic. A fist of that size could flatten the ground, pulverizing even the tiniest creatures beneath. And yet, it had barely missed Iggy. What did this imply? It indicated that the boy had meticulously calculated everything, ensuring that the fist wouldn't hit him. What a terrifying instinct for battle. It was evident. I can turn things into sand, including myself. Without even glancing at Moria, Iggy replied coolly. Finishing his words, he waved his hand casually, and the area of sand suddenly expanded, encompassing the entirety of Oz's lower body. Causing him to sink instantly, Oz let out a strangled cry, struggling with all his might. But the ground beneath him was quicksand, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. That moment, the Navy soldiers who had been thrown aside rushed over from another direction. And upon witnessing the scene before them, they instantly grasped what had transpired. Everyone knew that Iggy was a user of sand powers, and seeing Oz sinking, they suddenly understood how Iggy had maneuvered earlier. It must have been that when Oz's fist descended, it transformed the surrounding environment into quicksand. Quicksand possesses an extraordinary ability to absorb impact, not only nullifying Oz's strength, but also restraining him. A genius, absolutely a genius. To remain calm and think of such a strategy under such catastrophic pressure requires not only a courageous heart, but also a remarkably composed mind and exceptional combat intelligence. Humph, it's just a stroke of good fortune. Even if you can evade Oz's attack, what of it? Out of love for my new toy, Moria still believed that the demon Oz was invincible. You possess no means to harm him. When your strength is depleted, that will be your end. You think. You're the only giant here. Iggy chuckled softly. Now let me show you my prized possession. With that, Iggy clenched his small hand, and a vast expanse of quicksand began to tremble with excitement. Followed by a resonant hum as azure light spread outward, the continuously flowing quicksand pool instantly transformed into crystalline rock, firmly anchoring Oz's lower body to the ground. Then, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Iggy unleashed a tempest of sand that swept across Ghost Island. Chapter 83. Emergence of the Ancient Giant from Another World. Since Iggy's skills had significantly improved, he felt that the quantity and control of sand he could generate had increased exponentially. An unending stream of sand poured forth from his body, and within mere seconds, it surged into a swirling dust storm that enveloped the entire Ghost Island. The frenzied sandstorm resembled countless chaotic death spirits. Its reach fast. Each grain of sand seemed to carry a razor-sharp edge, cutting everyone to shreds. Even Brother Weir and Dandelion had to activate their hockey for protection, while every single Navy soldier found their clothing torn to tatters by the merciless sand. Reluctantly, Brother Weir had to shield his face, directing the Navy soldiers to seek refuge in the bushes, closing their eyes to protect their heads, curling their bodies to avoid cuts. Oz, caught in the center of the sandstorm, was particularly targeted. The swirling sand coalesced into sharp grains, transforming from tiny demons holding blades into devils wielding massive swords. Each one cackled as they swiftly sliced across Oz's skin, leaving shallow white marks. Though the marks were faint, as each little demon passed, they drew closer to the flesh, gradually cutting deeper. Even with Oz's thick skin, his body was now riddled with wounds. Though a zombie, Oz felt his body being sliced open bit by bit. Something that zombies despise. Driven nearly mad by the shimmering sand and flying stones, Oz's immense arms flailed against the ground. With just a few strikes, the crystallized sandstones, which even Karp would need to exert all his strength to shatter, were left cracked and damaged. Meanwhile, Moria, in a frenzy, struggled to pull Absalom along, diving into the shadows, a wave of dread washing over him. Could a mere child of 7 or 8 truly emit such power? This was beyond anything even that ancient monster Oz could muster. Moria found it hard to fathom that such a small body could radiate such immense energy. If this boy were to grow, he would undoubtedly surpass even the naval hero Karp in brilliance. Hidden in the shadows, Moria watched in astonishment as the swirling sands danced and seemed to gather around Iggy as if they possessed a soul. Within the dust, a gigantic figure began to take shape, and judging by its size, it was hardly inferior to Oz. Layer upon layer of flying sand continued to converge around the figure, and within mere breaths, it transformed from a transparent silhouette into a solid form. Roar! Oz, half buried in the ground, suddenly sensed something and let out a frenzied roar, hastening his movements. Bang! Crash! With several powerful strikes, the vast crystalline pool shattered into pieces. With a tremendous push, Oz finally extricated himself from the pool of crystal, fragments cascading from his colossal form. Almost simultaneously, the towering figure amidst the sandstorm also solidified completely. The chaotic sandstorm began to subside, the swirling grains gradually retreating, allowing everyone to finally catch their breath beneath the overwhelming force of the tempest. They struggled to brush the dust from their eyelashes and slowly opened their eyes. Upon doing so, they were left utterly astonished. At that moment, the demon Oz had completely freed himself from the constraints that Iggy had imposed earlier, standing imposingly where the ancient castle once stood, exuding an overwhelming presence. What astonished everyone even more was that opposite Oz stood another giant made of sand. Its form was no less impressive than Oz's, even towering slightly above him, with a well-proportioned physique and a smooth surface. Moreover, it bore a rather unique appearance, as if clad in a tight-fitting suit, its head shaped like an egg, with a narrow, arched crest running from the top to the back. Strangely, its eyes appeared as if covered with sliced eggs. And there was a droplet-shaped protrusion on its chest. This, the Navy soldiers exclaimed in unison, marveling at the majestic giant, which was truly striking. Had little Iggy's strength grown even stronger? This was far more exhilarating than that massive sand cannon. This colossal figure was certainly not inferior to Oz. Come on, little Iggy. Send that giant flying. As soon as the naval soldiers laid eyes on the colossal figure, a surge of fervor swept through them. prompting them to rise from the ground and raise their arms in exuberant cheers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Moria emerged from the shadows, accompanied by Absalom, gazing upon the magnificent giant opposite Oz. Absalom felt his scalp nearly lift in astonishment, exclaiming, "LLLL Lord, what on earth is that thing?" Moria, observing Absalom's naive reaction, smacked Absalom on the head in irritation, saying, "What a naive fool you are. Isn't it merely a large model crafted from sand? These ignorant dolts. It is clearly just a toy made of sand. What is so impressive about it? Look at it. Its head and eyes resemble a salted egg, not intimidating in the slightest. This. How can it even be compared to my Oz? My Oz is a genuine giant, the mightiest among the giant race. By what right can it be compared to my Oz? Like a child consumed by jealousy upon seeing a companion with a new toy." Moria glared at IGG's sand giant, seething. "You dare to claim that this counterfeit toy is a giant? The strongest of the giant race is Oz. Just wait, and you'll be dealt with." He then turned to Oz, shouting, "Charge, Oz, annihilate this false giant." With a resounding roar, Oz let out a mighty cry, seemingly in response to Moria's command, followed by a tempest that enveloped his meteor-like fist. Imbued with a force capable of causing mountains to crumble and seas to rage, violently crashing toward the sand giant. "Humph, what is a toy giant? You've clearly never seen the world." IGG snorted. His palm clenched, and a cerulean glow emanated from the giant, resonating with a hum as it appeared to transform from within, exuding an indomitable essence. Considering Oz's terrifying power, he even infused it with a hint of conqueror's haki, enhancing the giant's overall resilience. IGG positioned himself firmly on the ground, the sand giant mirroring his stance, and without hesitation, it met Oz's fist head-on. Chapter 84. The Sand Ultraman. As Oz launched another punch. Nearby Dandelion, Brooke, and Brother Will, having learned their lesson, sprang into action. Dandelion unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy, cleaving the earth beneath him. With a flick of his sword, he sent a mound of earth, measuring dozens of meters long, 2 or 3 meters wide, and over a meter deep, flying into the air, forming a long trench on the ground. The displaced earth was not wasted. Dandelion pointed his sword, and a gentle sword wind enveloped the soil, neatly arranging it in front of the trench to create an earthen wall. Brooke and Brother Will quickly followed suit, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that instantly froze the earth, solidifying it. Brother Will then placed his hand upon the frozen earthen wall, imbuing it with armament haki, rendering it incredibly sturdy. With a command from Brother Will, the naval soldiers leapt into the trench, crouching down with their heads tucked. Boom! The moment the naval soldiers took cover in the trench, Oz and the sand giant's fists collided with a thunderous crash. The ferocious fists, infused with haki, met head-on, unleashing a terrifying power that erupted forth. The air howled as an overwhelmingly powerful gale surged, even more fearsome than Oz's earlier strike against the ground. A tempest roared across Ghost Island, uprooting the ghostly trees that had previously fallen, now completely overturned. Layers of earth were stripped away, scattering under the immense wind pressure until they flew beyond the island's edge, shattering amidst the towering waves. Crack, crack. The naval soldiers felt the earthen wall above them begin to splinter, terrifying cracks spreading outwards, before it shattered explosively in their astonished gaze. Dandelion, Brooke, and Brother Will struggled to open their eyes, horrified to see the space around the collision of Oz and the sand giant oscillating ominously. This single clash of fists had sent ripples through the very fabric of space. As the ground beneath the giants buckled under the tremors, monstrous fissures tore open, spewing forth clouds of dust. The gaping crevices widening like a spider's web, the trench Dandelion hastily dug was severed in the middle, as if the earth had yawned open, causing several inexperienced recruits to scream as they tumbled into the abyss. Brother Will, Brooke, and Dandelion quickly pulled the new soldiers back up, huddling tightly against the trench's earthen wall, daring not to move an inch. Everyone felt as if an unseen hand were gripping their hearts, making even the act of breathing excruciatingly difficult. Between the two giants, merely a single clash of fists wielded such overwhelming might. It left everyone unsteady on their feet, gasping for breath. On the other side, Moria and Absalom had long sought refuge in the shadows, trembling as the ground beneath them cracked apart. Even in the shadows, Absalom felt his heart race. It was terrifying. Oz was formidable, and that sand giant was equally menacing. Not to mention, the very fact that it could fiercely confront us spoke volumes of its power. Did that little naval brat truly possess such a formidable ace? Compared to Absalom, Moria appeared tense, biting his nails as he fixated on the confrontation between the sand giant and Oz. Finally, as the swirling dust settled, The silhouettes of the two giants re-emerged into view. At this moment, Oz and the sand giant had just exchanged blows, both retracting their fists, resuming a standoff. To everyone's astonishment, the sand giant appeared utterly unscathed. "No, it cannot be," Moria cried out in disbelief as he beheld the unblemished sand giant on the battlefield. My heavens! Though anticipated, it was still utterly outrageous. The naval soldiers gazed upward at the sand giant, their mouths agape in awe. They had witnessed the sheer power of Oz's earlier strike, which had nearly shattered the entire Ghost Island. Although IgG had used his abilities to create a giant roughly the same size as Oz, it remained merely a construct of sand. In contrast, Oz had been preserved in the frozen plains for a century. His muscles as fresh as ever, not to mention he was imbued with the shadow of Admiral Karp. Why is Admiral Karp so formidable? It is due to his robust physique and fierce hockey. And the zombie Oz before them had amplified Karp's body several dozen or even 100 times. Under such a titanic blow, the sand giant created by IgG emerged unscathed. In that moment, everyone was left pondering which side truly housed the monster. Douc Moria, remember this. This is Ultraman, an ancient giant even older than Oz. As the crowd marveled, IgG's arrogant voice rang out. "Ah, how infuriating." Moria's face contorted in rage as he leapt from the shadows, shrieking in exasperation, "What nonsense! It's merely a toy made of sand." He refused to believe in some ancient giant. Oz was the one truly etched in the annals of history as the mightiest giant. "What? You don't believe me? I infused a touch of the Ultraman's soul and bloodline into the sand to create this." IgG scoffed. "Ultraman's soul? Ultraman's bloodline. So that's what this giant is called. Ultraman." Moria realized that IgG had mixed Ultraman's bloodline into his sand. No wonder it was so powerful. Truly, the world is filled with wonders. Upon hearing IgG's proclamation, the crowd began to chant the name of this ancient race. "Long live Ultraman! Long live Ultraman! Long live Ultraman!" Moria, observing IgG's conviction, felt a flicker of doubt in his own beliefs. That distinctly unique appearance and limbs, the easily recognizable headpiece. It indeed resembled a certain race. Could it be that this little brat spoke the truth? The thought that his Oz was not the oldest giant ignited a raging jealousy within Moria, nearly driving him to madness as he shouted, "I refuse to believe it. My Oz is the strongest giant in the world." "TSK, it seems you won't shed tears until you face the coffin." IgG chuckled derisively, finding amusement in Moria's reaction. This Moria was nothing short of a child. IgG mused, and with a wave of his hand, a sandstorm of even greater ferocity erupted. Once the storm subsided, several versions of Ultraman materialized out of thin air. Chapter 85. The Jealousy of Moria. The naval soldiers gazed at the towering and formidable Ultraman facing Oz, completely oblivious to the fact that their jaws were nearly dislocated. So many. To conjure a giant capable of rivaling us solely through the power of fruit abilities is astonishing enough, although it draws upon the bloodline of ancient Ultramen. It still represents a tangible combat strength. However, this 1, 2, 3, 4 brother will counted them from left to right. In this row, including the first one, there stood a total of 7 Ultramen. It is well known that the usage of fruit abilities is directly correlated with physical stamina. For little IgG, the amount of sand he could conjure almost equated to his physical capacity. The amount of sand required for this endeavor was already far greater than what he had utilized during his previous skirmish with that group of female pirates. 7. Is he a monster? How much sand does he have left within him? This is not merely a sevenfold relationship. As more and more sand is summoned, the energy expended increases exponentially. To manifest 7 times the amount of sand requires a consumption of stamina that exceeds 14 times that of summoning just a single portion. Furthermore, controlling such a massive quantity of sand to take this form, all while simultaneously commanding these Ultramen to battle, presents an extraordinary challenge to one's stamina. Yet, as everyone turned to gaze at IgG, who had summoned the 7 Ultramen, he stood tall, his complexion rosy, displaying no signs of discomfort whatsoever. It seemed as though conjuring these 7 Ultramen had barely taxed his stamina. Does this boy possess a black hole within him? Suddenly, all present recognized that this child appeared the most monstrous of them all. 7. Meanwhile, Moria was on the brink of madness. Just one of these Ultramen could withstand Oz's punches, and now there were 6 more. Yet, this was not the most critical aspect. The most significant detail was that each of these 7 Ultramen possessed their own unique characteristics, looking entirely different yet as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. It was as if they were a family. Could it be true what he claimed, that there once existed a race of these giant Ultramen? Moria felt as though the flames of jealousy were about to consume him entirely. He had painstakingly searched through ancient texts, meticulously studied, and exerted great effort to excavate us from the icy wasteland, all while scheming to provide him with a powerful shadow to bolster his strength, all for a mere toy of a boundless, formidable demon. And yet, that little brat seemed to have stumbled upon a nest of ancient giants' graves and acquired 7 Ultramen just like that. It was utterly unfair. However, even if you can create their likeness, they are merely imitations. Moria turned his head away, speaking with a haughty demeanor, declaring them not to be authentic flesh and blood. Fakes. My Oz will surely not be defeated by your counterfeit creations. Ridiculous. This is the one and only replica of Ultraman in the world. Only I possess this. IgG chuckled softly, pointing at each of the 7 Ultramen to introduce them to Moria. Come, this is the leader. Zophie, this is the second, the first generation, the third, 7, the fourth, Jack, Ace, Toe, Leo. IgG not only introduced their names and familial rankings, but also detailed each Ultraman's signature moves, areas of expertise, and even the monsters they had previously vanquished. He recounted every detail meticulously. Hey, why is IgG telling stories to Moria right now? We are in the midst of battle. The atmosphere shifted to an odd one, as the naval soldiers could not comprehend why IgG would engage Moria in such trivialities. This was a battle. Who had the leisure to banter? Yet the reality was, Moria not only listened but did so with rapt attention. Moreover, with each passing moment, the jealousy on his face intensified by the time IgG had finished recounting the deeds of each Ultraman. Moria's face, already slightly distorted by jealousy, had contorted to an almost unrecognizable state. Alas, is this the nature of a man's jealousy? IgG mused inwardly, forcibly suppressing his laughter, feigning a sigh as he shook his head, saying, "So, it seems your Oz is destined to be unable to contend with my Ultraman." Wawa, Moria, who had been struggling to contain his envy, felt a surge of rage at IgG's lighthearted taunt, igniting the flames of jealousy within him. I refuse to believe it. They are merely toys made of sand. Does he think my Oz is a pushover? Moria's already sharp voice cracked, resembling a rooster awaiting slaughter. He extended a trembling finger, pointing at his creation, and bellowed, "Oz, give it your all. Crush these worthless toys." Roar. Oz, possessing some degree of telepathic connection with Moria, was stirred by his emotions upon hearing Moria's shout. Oz's battle intent surged. He took a deep breath and then let out a prolonged howl. A powerful sound wave erupted from his mouth, visible in the air as it reverberated. Everyone covered their ears. Yet even so, the noise was deafening. It felt as though their very organs were vibrating in response to Oz's thunderous roar. Clearly, Oz had truly gone berserk, but that was not all. After his resounding howl, everyone felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descend upon them. It was as if a colossal being from a century past, seated upon a golden throne, was casting a disdainful gaze upon them, his enormous foot pressing down upon their heads. Their lives seemed to be held in his grasp. Conqueror's Haki. This Oz has actually inherited the Conqueror's Haki of Vice Admiral Karp. The crowd struggled to raise their heads, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed upon Oz. Then, they were further horrified to witness crimson-black lightning coursing around Oz's massive form, intertwining with his colossal body, while a dark iron hue slowly emerged from beneath every inch of his skin. Full-body armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki intertwined. These were the two extraordinary techniques that had allowed Vice Admiral Karp to stand against the Pirate King with sheer physical prowess. To witness them manifesting on such a gigantic body was astounding. "I've already told you. You can't do this." IgG scoffed. In the next moment, the heavens erupted with thunder. Chapter 86, Demon Oz vs. Ultraman. The sky, cloaked in dark blue mist, grew even more ominous, massive. Oppressive black clouds gathered, completely enveloping Ghost Island. Boom. The clouds loomed ominously above, while crimson-black lightning darted through them like dragons. The air felt as though it had been frozen, and everyone sensed the atmosphere around them becoming unbearably heavy. Each breath felt like wading through a mire. Some of the less resolute new recruits even fainted on the spot. Little IgG's Conqueror's Haki. Has it truly grown this formidable? Brother Will gazed up at the terrifying thunderstorms swirling within the clouds. Muttering to himself, he recalled when little IgG's Conqueror's Haki first awakened. Even when directed at him, he had not felt such an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Yet now, facing the distant Oz, he felt an impulse to kneel. How long has it been since his awakening, and he has achieved such a terrifying enhancement? If he reaches 17 or 18, everyone kneel before him at the mere emergence of his Conqueror's Haki. Come, descend. IgG opened his arms, softly addressing the thunderous clouds above. It seemed as though the clouds understood IgG's call, suddenly churning violently. Crack, 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 crack. Crimson-black lightning struck down one after another, each bolt landing upon one of the Ultramen. Immediately, powerful currents ensnared the Ultraman's limbs and torsos like a predatory python, even causing their egg-like eyes to gleam with a red-black hue. 7 overwhelming auras erupted forth, transforming into fierce shockwaves that spread outward. The crowd dug their feet into the soil, desperately clinging to the earth to avoid being swept away by the Ultraman's formidable presence, as waves of trepidation washed over them. He has actually harnessed the Conqueror's Haki's thunder to enhance the colossal forms of the Ultramen. 7 of them. Moria gazed at the 7 formidable Ultramen, a sense of awe washing over him. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that while they were indeed powerful, they still fell slightly short when compared to Us. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within Moria. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, your Conqueror's Haki is ultimately limited. To attempt to take on all 7 of these behemoths simultaneously is a feat beyond your reach. Charge, Ooze, and crush them, Moria shrieked, directing the fully armed Ooze. With a resounding roar, Ooze, enveloped in a formidable aura, raised his fist, akin to a colossal iron ball, and brought it crashing down upon the Ultraman brothers. The impact was no mere disturbance of air. A visible wave of terrifying energy radiated from the red lightning entwined around his fist, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Dandelion, witnessing his brother Will's open-mouthed roar, found himself unable to discern any sound, as the air on the island was torn asunder by the force of the punch, creating a tempestuous maelstrom. Even the earth quaked in terror, sending countless rabbits and mice scurrying from their burrows, frantically racing towards the shore in search of sanctuary. However, no matter how swiftly the rabbits fled, they could not outpace the seismic tremors. The land near the sea shattered into countless fragments, cascading into the ocean and being pulverized. The surrounding waters too were disturbed, churning into tumultuous waves that soared dozens of meters high. Merely the act of throwing a punch sent ripples of quaking through the vicinity. First generation. As Ooze's iron fist descended, Igaru shouted urgently. Among the Ultraman brothers, one figure stepped forward to meet the blow, arms crossed over his chest, his form entwined with black and red lightning. This was the first-generation Ultraman, the most defensively resilient among them, who had once bravely shielded against the high-voltage currents of Neuron and the full-force assaults of Mephiles. When Igaru was preparing to create the Ultramen, he had subtly constructed different internal structures within their bodies, tailored to their unique attributes, ensuring that each Ultraman matched the characteristics from the original lore. Boom! The Ooze's fist was massive. It struck with the swiftness of a meteor, crashing down onto the first generation's arms just as he leapt forth. Crack! A series of crisp, thunderous sounds emanated from the first generation's body as the ground beneath him crumbled layer by layer. As Ooze's fist pressed down relentlessly, the first generation was nearly half buried in the soil beneath him. After a tense stalemate lasting several seconds, a muffled thud resounded, and the first generation's body, on the brink of shattering, was sent flying amidst a storm of dust, leaving behind a long trail before splashing into the sea, transforming into a handful of sand. Ha 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 ha. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Moria was utterly elated. At last, he had vented his frustrations. One punch, and you were obliterated. Let us see you be so arrogant now. It seems your Ultraman is not all that effective. Ha ha. This is just the beginning. Leo. In response to Moria's gloating, Igaru merely chuckled lightly and shouted. Before his words could even fade, another Ultraman emerged in response. It was Leo Ultraman, famed for his combat prowess. At that moment, with Ooze's fist still in motion, Leo seized the opportunity, leaping forward and delivering a flying kick squarely to Ooze's enormous head. With a grunt, Ooze stumbled, his massive feet stomping the ground as he staggered backward. Now's our chance. A glint of determination flashed in Igaru's eyes that Ooze's immense weight, coupled with his bulk, rendered him vulnerable in this position, causing him to continue retreating. Thus, he became an easy target. 7. Igaru called out again. Zai. 7 Ultraman responded, gripping the boomerang suspended above him, and hurled it forcefully at the retreating Ooze. Swish. The boomerang transformed into a streak of light, zipping toward the helpless Ooze with incredible speed. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout Ghost Island, as the boomerang, now a blazing projectile, sped away only to be recalled. 7 caught it deftly, his crimson and black eyes surveying the outcome. Shaking his head in disappointment, Ooze's body was exceedingly resilient, and coupled with the overwhelming Haki enveloping him, it was even tougher than sea prism stone. Even Seven's Ultra Boomerang nearly carved a shallow gash into his sturdy left arm before being repelled. TCH, I thought I could sever an arm. Igaru pouted, then commanded, Isto, Taro, join the fray. Chapter 87. Ultra Fusion Ray. Zai. Ha. Ace Ultraman and Taro Ultraman responded to Igaru's command, leaping into the fray, enveloped in black and red lightning. Every step and punch from Ace, Taro, and Leo was accompanied by flashes of lightning from the heavens. The gale continued to howl, the air thickening, as the trio of Ultramen unleashed a relentless barrage upon Ooze. Ooze, do not succumb to them. These minor injuries are nothing. Strike back, strike back. Moria, witnessing Ooze's precarious situation, raised his fists in a fervor, roaring, Ugh! Ooze's eyes glimmered with red and black light as he drew in a deep breath. Stabilizing his stance with a powerful stomp that shattered the ground beneath him, with a low growl, Ooze prepared to retaliate. Asa Corpse, Ooze felt no pain from Seven's Ultra Boomerang. Rather, he grew more resolute with each confrontation. The all-encompassing hockey once again coiled around him like red and black lightning as he clenched his fists, boldly meeting the combined assault of the three Ultramen. Bang, 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 as Ooze's fists collided with six palms. He managed to hold his ground. Each impact sent red and black lightning spiraling like battling serpents, culminating in violent explosions with each physical clash. Boom, boom. With each detonation, the sky darkened, ominous clouds descending lower and lower. Pregnant with the promise of thunder, threatening to erupt above their heads, the invisible waves of power spread outwards, sending unprepared naval soldiers reeling and spitting blood, flung away by the sheer force. The ground trembled violently, and the terrifying fissures reappeared, threatening to engulf Ghost Island as the titanic figures clashed. Everyone clung desperately to whatever they could grasp. However, the very earth beneath them was being flattened by the titanic struggle between Ooze and Igaru. In desperation, they could only crouch low, clutching the mud beneath them, their expressions devoid of hope. Heavens! Is this disaster truly the result of mere combat between two beings, and one of them is just a child of 7 or 8? Am I losing my sanity, or has the world gone mad? Boom! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Leo's punch was deflected by Ooze's iron fist. Leo stumbled back a couple of steps, while Ace and Taro swiftly filled the gap, engaging Ooze's iron fist. Bang! Bang! Again, Ace and Taro were sent reeling by Ooze's tremendous strength. In a flurry, Leo leaped back in, ready to trade blows with Ooze once more. Facing 3 opponents yet still holding the advantage, Moria was nearly beside himself with excitement, electric pulses coursing from his heart to his limbs, filling him with a delightful tingling sensation. I told you. My Ooze is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. No one can defeat him. He is the most perfect creation I have ever made. Watch as I obliterate you and your pathetic lot. Go, Ooze. Smash these little nuisances to pieces, Moria exclaimed, practically soaring with exhilaration as he cheered for Ooze. This is not good. Can't they even suppress Ooze when they all attack together? Igaru frowned, observing the 4 titans entangled in combat, secretly lamenting. This creature truly possesses extraordinary resilience. His strength is immense, and his speed and striking is astonishing. No wonder he inherited his grandfather's abilities. His armed hockey is nearly impenetrable. Seven's Ultra Boomerang is ineffective. My hopes of severing an arm have crumbled. Then I called upon Ace, Taro, and Leo to engage him in close combat. I had initially thought that with 3 high combat Ultramen joining forces, we could at least gain some control over the rhythm against this red-skinned giant. Yet, here we are. Each of his punches can render an Ultraman immobile. This is unacceptable. Igaru scrutinized the movements of the 4 giants, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Moments later, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he called out to the 3 Ultramen engaged in the fray. Ace, Taro, Leo, grab hold of his arms. Upon issuing the command, he turned to Siwin and exclaimed, Siwin, you too, go. At once, the 4 Ultramen responded in unison and promptly executed their strategy. In a flash, Leo soared into the air, forcefully launching both feet against Oz's fists. The tremendous force collided, conjuring a colossal red-black serpent of Haushika Haki that coiled and exploded. Leo, propelled by Oz's strength, was sent hurtling away, while Oz retracted his fists in response. Seeing Oz release his power, Ace and Taro made a swift decision to leap forward, seizing Oz's arms and twisting them behind his back. Roar! Oz thrashed violently, his massive feet pounding the ground, creating dozens of deep, unfathomable fissures. For a moment, Ace and Taro struggled to maintain their grip, nearly being flung away, but fortunately, Siwen and Leo intervened at the right moment, each grasping tightly onto one of Oz's arms. With a resounding clash, the four Ultramen united their strength to force Oz's arms behind him, delivering a powerful kick directly to the back of his knees. With no leverage to push against, Oz was firmly pinned to the ground by the Ultramen brothers, you shameless fiends. Outnumbering the few, Mariah, witnessing Oz being bullied in such a manner, was driven nearly to madness. Pointing an accusatory finger at IGG, what nonsense. Just moments ago, you claimed this was a toy I created. If it is indeed my creation, then it is only I who shall engage him. How's this an unfair advantage? IGG feigned astonishment, flicking away a freshly excavated booger with his pinky. You? Mariah was momentarily lost for words, his face contorted in fury. Then next, IGG glanced at the remaining two Ultramen, declaring, now is the time to showcase our unity as Ultraman brothers. Go forth, Zophie, Jack, unleash your Ultraman beams. M87 beam. Hilarima Ray, with arms raised high, IGG dramatically called out, as if he were one of the Ultramen himself. He then struck a classic pose alongside Zophie and Jack. Crossing their forearms, Zophie and Jack positioned themselves, their raised arms aimed squarely at Oz's massive form. Suddenly, everyone could sense a terrifying surge of energy brewing, about to manifest in the hands of the two Ultramen. Chapter 88, Scion of the Thunder God, Roar. Oz writhed in a frenzy, attempting to break free from the combined grip of the four Ultramen, yet no matter how forcefully he struggled, the Ultramen remained steadfast. Damn it, release him at once, Mariah shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Captain, no, stay calm. Unable to contain himself, Mariah charged forward, and Absalom could only watch helplessly as their captain repeatedly kicked Leo's ankle. However, Leo paid him no heed. With a casual kick, Mariah was sent sprawling away like a soccer ball. Captain, Absalom rushed after Mariah, while on the other side, Zophie and Jack had already assumed their signature poses. Their outstretched arms were enveloped in thick, red-black serpents, within which slender silver lightning snakes began to coalesce. The silver snakes darted between the red-black serpents, and oddly enough, despite their diminutive size, they boldly bit into the larger serpents, which appeared fierce but dared not oppose the silver snakes, allowing them to consume and grow stronger. The silver snakes voraciously devoured the flesh of the serpents, continuously splitting, thickening, and elongating. Within mere seconds, the red-black serpents on Zophie and Jack's arms had become so thin they were nearly imperceptible. Replaced by a silver lightning serpent that was magnitudes thicker, measuring over 10 meters in girth, the silver lightning serpents hung from the arms of the two Ultramen like colossal lightning dragons. Even larger than the Ultramen themselves, they twisted and coiled, forming a massive sphere of lightning before the two Ultramen, radiating a blinding brilliance that fiercely tore through the mist and darkness brought forth by the clouds. Even the tumultuous lightning in the sky fell silent under its might. A dreadful aura emanated from the lightning serpents, sending tendrils of electricity drifting through the air, gently landing upon the decayed ghost tree in the distance. In an instant, that tree, thick as a water barrel, was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes from the inside out. What is that? Brotherwill gazed at the enormous lightning serpent crackling between Zophie and Jack's hands, his scalp prickling with unease. Though the spherical lightning appeared calm, his instincts warned him of its terrifying potential, far more fearsome than Oz's previous assault. Even the tiniest sparks that occasionally flickered from it could incinerate him in an instant. The very temperature radiating from it felt as though it could scorch him to a crisp. Not only that, but the crackling and flickering of the lightning, even from a distance, sent sharp pangs of pain through his skin. That is, lightning, without a doubt. Dandelaine's reaction mirrored Will's, her face tense as she watched the lightning serpents. As an ordinary being, she held a deep reverence for the forces of nature. Merely witnessing the lightning during a storm was enough to instill fear in her. Let alone at such a negligible distance, lightning was synonymous with divinity, and simply gazing upon it was enough to evoke terror. The sight of that formidable entity made her want to curl up and flee. Stripped of the courage to face it, these two beings known as Ultramen wielded lightning. Dandelion felt she had gained immense insight by accompanying the Navy. It was her first time witnessing someone manipulate lightning so effortlessly. Even IGG, in awe of the massive spherical lightning, marveled at its might. It was his inaugural use of the Thunder Fruit's power, as he had yet to devise a way to explain the two powers. So he had to apply them to the Ultramen first, but the sheer effectiveness was astounding. Just standing there, IGG couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, his instincts screaming for him to distance himself. What would it be like if he fully harnessed this power? A thrill surged through IgG's eyes as he waved his hands and shouted, "Go forth, Zafi, Jack." With a resounding yes, the two Ultramen responded. Thrusting their arms forward, the once coiled lightning serpent let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a dragon-like form that charged furiously towards Oz. No, Mariah had barely regained his footing when he sensed a chilling terror manifesting behind him. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the blinding lightning serpent, its gaping maw poised to strike Oz with ferocity. With a deafening crash, the distance of several dozen meters vanished in an instant. And before anyone could blink, the furious lightning serpent pierced through Oz's form. Roar. After piercing Oz, the lightning serpent continued unabated, swiftly darting thousands of meters away, plunging into the ocean with a resounding splash. Almost simultaneously, the seawater in that vicinity boiled, tens of thousands of tons evaporating into steam within a second, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. With a whoosh, a colossal water column, thick as a house and hundreds of meters high, erupted from the ocean's surface, crashing down with a thunderous roar, visible even from the center of Ghost Island. In stunned silence, everyone could only stare in disbelief, although this spectacle lacked the ferocity of Oz's punches. Its destructive power far surpassed anything Oz could muster. Just look at us now. The entire left side of his body, from the ribs to the hips, had been blasted through with a gaping hole. Even with the full armor of Haki and the enhancements of Haoshiku, along with his own formidable musculature, he could not withstand the ferocious lightning serpent that had consumed the Haki. No remnants of flesh lay scattered on the ground. The immense, gruesome wound shriveled towards the healthier side of his body, the edges charred black. The moment the lightning serpent tore through Oz, it incinerated his body to a crisp, the overwhelming heat turning him to charcoal. And the intense heat reduced the charcoal to ashes in an instant. The power of the Ultraman lightning serpent proved to be utterly terrifying. My Oz. Moria gazed upon the horrific wounds inflicted upon Oz by the searing bolts of lightning. His heart immediately filled with anguish, and he let out a roar. Ha ha ha. Igor, observing the might of his Thunder Fruit, felt a profound sense of satisfaction and began to smile boastfully. Behold, our Ultraman is a descendant of the Thunder God. In Chapter 89, it became evident that Moria was indeed a peculiar individual. The title of Thunder God's descendant ignited a spark of reverence in the eyes of all the Navy soldiers. So it was. They were the progeny of the Thunder God. No wonder they were so formidable. Even Oz, enveloped in Karp's domineering presence, was pierced in a single strike. The energy contained within was utterly terrifying, incinerating not only flesh and bone but also internal organs to cinders. The four Ultramen released their control over Oz, who, with his spine shattered, was entirely incapable of supporting his massive, weighty form. Crack, devoid of Ultraman's power. Oz could no longer sustain himself and crumpled to the ground, causing the earth to tremble thrice. What is happening to my body? Why can't I stand? Due to his inability to feel pain. Oz initially remained oblivious to the calamity befalling his body, realizing only after collapsing that his torso was beyond his control. That in a state of confusion, he muttered to himself while groping his immense frame with his colossal arms. However, as a lifeless body, he lacked even the sense of touch and could only discern obstacles through the resistance felt beneath his palms. Finally, when he reached beneath his ribs, he discovered a vast void. Yet, as his entire back had been ravaged by flames, Oz could not lower his head to comprehend the extent of his injuries. After much struggle, he managed to tilt his head at an angle, allowing him to finally behold the devastation wrought upon his body. I am missing a piece. There is a piece missing. Sigh. Oz clumsily traced his form, resembling a helpless child. It was over. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone, and an overwhelming admiration surged within their hearts. Little Igor, the Navy's little Igor, faced with the terrifying might of the malevolent demon, when all felt fear and wished to retreat, he resolutely stepped forward. Then, under the cataclysmic pressure, he calmly utilized his abilities and valiantly countered a punch from Oz. Following this, he molded ancient giants from sand, creating 7 of them. 7. Everyone wondered if this fellow harbored a black hole within him. The sand was simply inexhaustible. Subsequently, leveraging Ultraman's unique abilities, he tactically exploited their numerical advantage to subdue the immensely powerful Oz and unleash that horrifying move. Just one move. Oz, whose body was already as resilient as tempered steel, combined with Vice Admiral Karp's unparalleled might, possessed an unimaginable hardness. Even a year of relentless strikes would leave no mark. Yet, little Igor, with a single maneuver, rendered Oz incapacitated, completely devoid of combat capability. It was akin to a celestial being reincarnated. To achieve such feats, even one would be deemed a remarkable hero. Those capable of executing several in succession could only evoke thoughts of the current Admiral Kong and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with the notorious sea pirates like red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard. If they were to learn of a mere 7- or 8-year-old child who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, they would surely burst into laughter. Yet, one could only imagine the expressions that would grace their faces upon witnessing this scene. Long live little Igor! Long live little Igor! In stark contrast to the fervent cheers of the Navy soldiers. Moria, gazing at the fallen and incapacitated Oz, succumbed to despair and wept uncontrollably. What? Oz. Woo. Tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes like a torrential downpour, and paired with Moria's piercing wails, it was akin to a funeral lament. It felt as though a dearly cherished family member had passed away. Oz, Moria, drained of all strength, collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he extended a shaking hand towards the distant Oz, before throwing his head back and crying out in anguish. What? What? This Moria truly deviated significantly from the original narrative. Igor, observing Moria's anguished cries, was overcome by a complex array of emotions. He couldn't shake the feeling that this Moria had become far more deranged than in the original story. When he had read it, although he greatly admired zombies, he had clearly understood they were all deceased. While he felt sorrow for their destruction, he would never have wept so bitterly. Could it be due to the timeline? Given that the era he currently inhabited was roughly 10 years prior to the original narrative, was it possible that Moria at that time was merely an overly dramatic lunatic? Igor suddenly recalled Moria's earlier statement, claiming he could sense everything within the shadows surrounding Ghost Island. This was evidently a stark contrast to the original tale. Such perceptive abilities could not possibly align with the Moria of the original storyline. Moreover, his wailing demeanor appeared unsettling. Igor inexplicably sensed a hint of danger in his personality. It was entirely possible that this individual might go mad over a mere corpse. The Navy soldiers, watching Moria weep inconsolably, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his sudden outburst. Never mind. While he is in such emotional turmoil, let's quickly restrain him. Brother will observe for a long time. Struggling to decipher Moria's intentions. He was merely wailing, devoid of any overt aggression, entirely enveloped in pure sorrow, as if mourning the loss of a beloved pet. Regardless, Oz, the demon, had entirely lost his combat abilities, and this weeping aberration seemed to lack any will to continue fighting. It appeared the battle had reached its conclusion. Calling over several Navy soldiers, Brother will retrieve the seastone handcuffs he always carried and approach Moria as he passed by the dazed Oz, despite knowing he was no longer a threat. Brother will instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, warily glancing at Oz as he hurried past. Truly a fearsome creature. Fortunately, our Ultraman was superior, Brother will mused, casting a quick glance at the still weeping Moria. Eager to apprehend this individual and bring the battle to a definitive end. 100 meters, 90 meters. This fellow continued to weep, his voice nearly hoarse. 70 meters, 60 meters, still crying. 50 meters, 40 meters. Brother will halted. A sudden gravity enveloping him as he stared intently ahead, cold sweat cascading down his face. An instinct warned him that taking another step forward would plunge him into the abyss. Chapter 90. The Shadow Demon. Moria S. awakened domain. What S wrong, Brother Will? Don't come any closer. The Navy soldiers behind him, confused by Brother Will's abrupt halt, prepared to inquire, only to be met with a fierce admonition from him. Several soldiers gazed at Brother Will's back in puzzlement, suddenly noticing the beads of sweat seeping through his clothing. Gulp. Brother Will swallowed hard, his eyes narrowing to pinpricks as he beheld Moria. It was as though an invisible barrier existed between 40 and 39 meters. Should his elevated leg descend, a cacophony of overlapping wails would echo in his mind. The anguished cries seemed to emanate from hellish specters, each scream piercing his consciousness like a steel needle. The deep agony embedded in his very soul. One after another, countless wails surged forth, and Brother Will felt as if his head would explode. As he lifted his foot, the multitude of hellish voices that had simultaneously cried out in grievance vanished in an instant, as if it had all been an illusion. Yet, the lingering pain in his head served as a grim reminder that everything had been real. Domain. Those two words suddenly materialized in Brother Will's mind. Impossible, could it be? Brother Wire murmured, the ability to manifest a domain is only possible after the awakening of one's devil fruit. The awakening occurs when the possessor has developed the fruit to a significant extent. allowing the latent power to emanate from within and influence the surrounding environment. If we liken a person to a vessel for the fruit, then the awakening is the process through which the fruit's effects extend beyond the human form. While a preliminary awakening can only affect inanimate objects, moreover, in many instances, it can only influence lifeless entities that share similar attributes. For instance, Ige can transform the parched ground and withered branches nearby into sand, while Vice Admiral Sakazuki can transmute surrounding rocks into molten lava. When an individual is capable of generating a domain, it signifies that the power of the fruit they harbor can affect living beings. There is no doubt, this Moria before us has awakened a domain. The shadow fruit is recorded in the compendium as possessing the shadow realm. Yet in this vast sea, the awakening of a fruit is a rarity, and the existence of a fruit's domain has only been mentioned in naval instructional texts. How could it possibly manifest in a mere warlord of the sea? Brother Wire, both astonished and skeptical, spread his arms wide to shield the naval soldiers behind him as he retreated. He could not advance another step. Once ensnared within the domain, one would suffer grievously, if not perish. What is happening? Observing Brother Wire's unusual demeanor, Ige shifted his gaze towards the kneeling Moria at this moment. Moria was utterly voiceless, with only the violent rise and fall of his chest indicating his continued weeping. He tilted his head back, mouth agape, his round belly suddenly swelling and contracting, yet despite his exertions, only a hissing sound escaped him. The veins on his neck bulged, resembling a coiled serpent, and from such a distance, Ige could discern something moving within those engorged blood vessels. Suddenly, Ige's body was awash with a chilling dread. It was as if the gates of hell had swung open, unleashing countless tormented souls into a cacophony of anguished screams. Creak! It felt as though innumerable steel needles had pierced his mind. Buzz! In an instant, Ige perceived the world around him darkening, his consciousness swirling as if a massive iron spoon had plunged into his brain, stirring it violently. Oh, what is this sound? Oh, for heaven's sake, help! My head! Not only Ige, but every naval soldier present, including Dandelion and even Absalom, clutched their heads, writhing on the ground in despair. Brother Wire furrowed his brow and covered his ears. But to no avail. He gazed in horror at Moria, who appeared utterly soulless, his heart racing uncontrollably. The domain expanded. This time, the boundaries of the domain were no longer a mere 39 meters, but encompassed the entirety of Ghost Island and its surrounding seas. Birds, beasts, deep-sea creatures, sea kings, fox zombies, and even the mighty oars, who lay motionless on the ground. In the span of dozens of nautical miles around Ghost Island, any life possessing a shadow felt the world around them whirl and distort madly. Except for Ige and the naval soldiers, who were overwhelmed by a searing pain, as though their very souls were being torn asunder. Roar! Moria, resembling a zombie from afar, finally let out a guttural cry, and an overwhelming force erupted from his mouth. A howl, wail. The roars of the shadowy creatures grew sharper, and whether it was merely an illusion, Ige sensed a tinge of exuberance amidst the endless suffering. It was as if a feast was about to commence. Indeed, it was a feast. In an instant, the passage to the kingdom of shadows was flung wide open, and countless shadowy figures erupted from Moria's mouth, surging toward the surrounding beings. Within mere seconds, every creature enveloped by Moria's domain, except for Ige and the naval soldiers, had their shadows forcibly ripped from their bodies, including Or's. A massive shadow darted swiftly to Or's side, extending claws thicker than Or's own body, seizing his physical form with one hand and his shadow with the other, lifting them effortlessly. Or struggled momentarily, but could not escape the shadow's grasp. Subsequently, just like all other beings, the shadows of Ors and Karp were violently torn apart. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed, a noise Ige had never anticipated could be associated with shadows being wrenched from corporeal forms. Thud! Or's body was instantaneously drained of all vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Crackle! What was even more horrifying was that the shadowy figures, after detaching the shadows, began to feast upon them. In less than 3 seconds, each shadow devoured was stripped bare. The demons emitted shrill laughter, and in an instant, they darted back to Moria, each performing a dive into his mouth, one after another. Countless shadowy figures, carrying the shadows of nearly every creature within the domain, surged into Moria's body, causing him to swell like a balloon. Chapter 91. The terrifying Shadow Fruit. An overwhelming aura radiated from Moria, enveloping all present in a frigid terror. Everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. The kingdom of shadows, a realm completely devoid of sunlight, starlight, moonlight, or any artificial illumination, in absolute darkness, a chilling desolation, a profound dread and despair. Countless shadowy beings roamed freely, where the weak were devoured by the strong. In an unending struggle, rife with treachery and deceit, each shadowy figure sought to consume the others. At this moment, the gates to this terrifying world swung open in the realm of reality. Countless shadowy entities flitted between innocent creatures and Moria, returning with every shadow they could find, forcefully cramming them into Moria's form. Birds plummeted into the sea, fish turned belly up, and a deeper layer of shadow enveloped the already dark clouds, transforming the previously dark blue mist into a grim gray. With each shadowy figure that returned, Moria's body expanded further, and the oppressive aura radiating from him intensified. The shadows moved with astonishing speed, truly resembling genuine phantoms. Within mere breaths, they had made multiple trips. In this fleeting span, Moria's form had grown larger than Or's, nearly dominating half of Ghost Island. Rip, the already strained fabric of his clothing finally succumbed, bursting apart. Black veins spread along his neck, dyeing the protruding veins with darkness as they coursed down his body, painting every visible vein in black. Horrifying shadowy figures manifested as grotesque tattoos, emerging from beneath Moria's pallid skin. His palms, arms, shoulders, chest, abdomen, back, even his thighs and feet were adorned with these sinister markings. Burp, Moria shifted his stiff neck and let out a long, satisfied belch, as if the shadows he had consumed were now a part of him. The chaotic frenzy of the shadowy figures finally subsided, and the tumult within Ige and the naval soldiers' minds began to calm. Though still somewhat dazed, they lifted their gazes to behold a figure towering several times higher than Or's, jolting them into a state of alarm. My goodness. Even Brother Wire, a resolute veteran, Dandelion, a battle-hardened warrior, and Brooke, an old soul accustomed to the world, found themselves unable to resist collapsing to the ground. If Or's had been the unparalleled colossus of the mortal realm, evoking images of majestic mountains, then Moria was the demon king of the underworld, embodying an unfathomable abyss. Where Or's had instilled fear, Moria now instilled a profound despair. What in the world is this monstrous entity? If he possesses such power, why does he resort to stealing corpses? Is he out of his mind? After exerting so much effort to pilfer such a massive corpse, it turns out to be nothing but a mere toy. It seems that this toy pales in comparison to his own capabilities. Why then did he weep so sorrowfully earlier, as if the destruction of a mere toy would lead to his utter annihilation? The remaining naval soldiers had long since lost the strength to voice their inner thoughts, either having fainted from the torment inflicted by the shadowy figures or rolling their eyes in the wake of Moria's overwhelming presence. No more than 10 individuals remained standing unscathed. Even Ige frowned, his anxiety palpable as he gazed upon the towering figure whose face was obscured. This level of power is truly staggering. Ige found it incomprehensible why Moria, with such strength, would still engage in the creation of zombies. Even more puzzling was how someone with such abilities had been utterly vanquished by Kaido in the past. It is important to note that at that time, Kaido had not yet attained the status of one of the 4 emperors. While he performed admirably under the command of Rox, he was merely a brash young pirate. Even someone of Moria's caliber could not best Kaido, highlighting just how formidable Kaido truly was. I have sworn an oath never to resort to this tactic again. Moria's voice echoed above the clouds, his once sharp tone now rendered exceedingly dull, intermingled with the cacophony of countless shadowy voices. Over the years, I have tirelessly scoured the world in search of renowned corpses, all to avoid employing this very technique. After being defeated by Kaido with this strategy, all my crew perished beneath the waves, sacrificing themselves to ensure my escape. To use this tactic again would be akin to desecrating their graves. Moria grew increasingly agitated, his fervor rising as he thrust his colossal face down from the clouds. A visage the size of a football field adorned with grotesque shadowy patterns that in stark contrast, IgG appeared as a mere insignificant pimple on his face. Yet, IgG remained unfazed, lifting his small chin defiantly to meet those enormous eyes. But you are using this tactic now, aren't you? Your oath seems ineffective, does it not? What kind of vow is that? Without a hint of fear, IgG taunted in his youthful voice, "It's all because of you." Moria roared in frustration, as if countless shadowy thunderclaps reverberated through the sky. You destroyed my Oz, my hard-earned Oz. Moria had evidently lost a measure of his sanity. Merely mentioning Oz sent him into a frenzy, his gaping maw unleashing a torrent of furious sound waves. With a single bellow, Moria's roar stirred the ocean for hundreds of miles. conjuring towering waves that surged to heights of 100 meters. The visible ripples, infused with terrifying energy, cascaded toward IgG, while those behind him, including Brother Will, felt their ears bleed from the sheer force of Moria's voice. IgG sealed his ears with crystal and commanded 6 Ultramen to line up in front of him. Crash. The first, Zoffy, was instantly reduced to rubble. Following suit, the second, third, and fourth Ultramen, those who had just vanquished Oz, were shattered one after another. Only the last Ultraman managed to withstand the final wave of sound, slowly dissipating thereafter. With one roar, the Ultraman brethren were utterly annihilated. It seemed that this time they might not make it out alive. Brother Will observe the destruction of the Ultraman brothers without surprise, offering a bitter smile. Even Dan Delane and Brooke nodded in solemn agreement, rendered speechless. Yet, IgG merely watched as the 6 Ultramen crumbled to dust, his mockery even more pronounced as he addressed Moria's massive face. Doesn't this just prove that your Oz is too weak? Chapter 92. Defeating you requires only myself. Ahaha. Moria, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly, his shrill laughter echoing like a dragon's roar, intertwined with the piercing cries of countless shadows, creating an atmosphere akin to a gathering of spirits. What an insufferable little brat. The thought of crushing you brings me immense satisfaction. He spat through gritted teeth. What's wrong with little IgG? Brother Will, Dan Delane, and Brooke felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing IgG's words. Was this brat truly devoid of fear? Both Oz and Moria were cataclysmic entities. They had witnessed Moria's agonizing state after defeating Oz. How could he dare provoke him so? Did he believe his demise was certain? Merely venting through words. Yet, his expression remained calm, devoid of trepidation, as if asserting that what he said was absolute truth. This was not the demeanor of someone facing inevitable death. This was clearly audacity. Such audacity. While combating Oz, he had expended vast amounts of energy and resources to summon such powerful Ultramen. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they had merely managed a fleeting respite against Moria. Did they not see that merely raising his voice had led to the swift destruction of the Ultramen? 6 of them, standing in formation. Only then did they barely manage to counteract the sound waves. The disparity was glaringly apparent. How could he remain so composed, so audaciously mocking in the face of such overwhelming force? Wasn't he this courting death? Even if he steadfastly believed that little IgG had some hidden strategy, their instincts screamed that he was engaging in behavior utterly beyond comprehension. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, the concealed Absalom emerged from the dust, battered by shockwaves and sound waves. He had thought himself the most innocent soul on the entire Ghost Island, until he glimpsed a familiar figure buried beneath layers of earth. Hogback, he shouted, hastily digging up the figure. As he unearthed it, he found none other than the ship's doctor of his crew, the man responsible for stitching together all the corpses on board. Hogback. Cough, cough. What transpired? I was over there stitching corpses just fine when suddenly a gale swept me away. Hogback exclaimed upon seeing Absalom, recounting his ordeal while inquiring about the events that had unfolded. Absalom remained silent, merely pointing in a direction with a finger. Following his gesture, Hogback nearly fainted from fright. What is that thing? Had Absalom not directed him, he would have mistaken it for an ancient castle standing in that spot. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to realize it was a leg. Long accustomed to dealing with corpses, he recognized it immediately. It belonged to the captain who had recruited him, Moria, Moria-sama. Hogback struggled to maintain his composure, his voice trembling as he gazed up the leg to see Moria's gargantuan face, comparable to a football field, bellowing at a small child in the distance. With that single roar, he shattered 6 Ultramen. What is happening? Hogback felt his entire body stiffen, struggling for what felt like an eternity to turn his head toward Absalom. Surely, this is Moria-sama's true power? Absalom mused with a wry smile. Is this truly power? Hogback exclaimed in shock. With such strength, he could likely challenge Whitebeard himself. To think he was battling a mere child here. As these thoughts crossed his mind, IgG's youthful voice drifted over. Crush me. You are not worthy. The child addressed the towering, godlike Moria with an air of indifference, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. Hogback nearly spat blood in disbelief. Trembling, he pointed at the size disparity between IgG and Moria, reaching a conclusion. In this state, Moria could crush him with a mere finger. Was this child deranged? How dared he speak so boldly against such a divine opponent? Hogback was the first to protest. The youth of today clearly needed to be taught a lesson. What utter nonsense. With your diminutive stature, Moria-sama could crush you with a single finger. Upholding the rigor of a doctor, Hogback chose to chide from a distance. This outburst jolted Absalom back to reality, and he joined in. Exactly. You, in such a weakened state, think you can battle Moria-sama. This is pure folly. Moria-sama, Moria-sama, crush that little brat. Crush that little brat. The two grew increasingly animated. Rallying support for Moria, however, unexpectedly, the naval soldiers chose not to counter, instead gazing at IgG with expressions of concern. Even those who typically placed their faith in IgG were now unnerved by Moria's display. Ah ha 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 ha. Did you see that? You wretched little brat. Moria noticed the commotion and the soldiers' reactions, chuckling to himself. Even your comrades doubt you. So what? You still have to be dealt with. IgG retorted, smirking. Humph. Do you know why I left you all shadows? Moria, disregarding IgG's retort, continued unabated, declaring, I must keep you awake, utterly destroying you in the most brutal manner. Sighing, IgG lamented, why must you do this? Had you simply taken my shadow earlier, you could have avoided imprisonment. Speak on, speak on. Soon, you shall have no opportunity to utter another word. In this state, I have never been defeated by anyone other than Kaido. Moria bellowed with a fierce laugh, his colossal head rising once more. Vanishing into the clouds hundreds of meters above, subsequently, a hand, as formidable as a mountain, descended from the heavens with force, to vanquish you. I need not Kaido. I am sufficient. IgG maintained his calm demeanor. Chapter 93. The Awakening of the Thunder Fruit. Humph, what a boastful little brat. Let us see how you fare against our Lord Moria. Hogback scoffed disdainfully, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he gazed at the gigantic hand descending from the sky. A miracle, an absolute miracle. The hand, as vast as a soccer field, descended from the clouds, exuding an aura of apocalyptic might. The air resonated with the roars of countless shadows. As the shadowy beings clinging to Moria's arm rapidly climbed onto the once pale palm, they were indeed climbing. Hogback could see them swaying their forms, writhing as they ascended. It turned out that the terrifying shadow tattoos were, in fact, living shadows. In but a second or two, Moria's previously pallid hand transformed into an inky blackness. Thousands of shadowy figures amassed, layering upon one another until Moria's palm was entirely enveloped. Unleashing a cacophony of piercing roars, a wisp of black mist escaped from his pores, as shadows crawled out one after another, dissipating into the air. Soon, tens of thousands of shadows emerged, coalescing into a dense, ghostly fog. Moria's massive hand turned pale once more, but this time, it was entwined with a legion of shadows. As the hand fell, an immense pressure of wind began to swirl, with countless shadows entwined in the chaotic gusts, emitting chilling laughter. In an instant, Will and the others felt as though the entire ghost island was overrun by the shadow army. The ground trembled, the atmosphere quaked, the earth splintered, and the ocean roiled. Moria's casual strike surpassed even the full-force punch of the armed Oz by several magnitudes of terror. Will, witnessing this spectacle, felt his strength drain away. This was nothing short of an invasion by an otherworldly army. Each shadow bore the rules of a realm distinct from reality. Little IgG, Will trembled, beginning to voice his concern, only to be silenced by the howling winds. Yet all present understood he meant to say that little IgG was truly in peril. Everyone clung to one another, bracing against the fierce winds and tremors, but their hearts were filled with worry for IgG's safety. This strike was unimaginably fearsome. Go, Lord Moria, crush that brat for me. In stark contrast to the apprehension of the Navy, Absalom and Hogback were beside themselves with excitement. The two shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with adoration and frenzy as they beheld the descending hand. It was so immense, so powerful, defying reason. This was akin to the tales of yore, when wrathful deities descended to earth, wielding divine hands to obliterate all. They could hardly believe the extraordinary spectacle they had only heard about in childhood was now unfolding before their very eyes. How could they not be thrilled? How could they not be exhilarated? They envisioned Moria, with this divine body, single-handedly toppling Marioa. This was nothing short of divine. IgG, what was IgG in comparison? This was a god. Before such a deity, whether IgG was a mere pawn mattered not. They would all be annihilated in a single strike. The two fantasized about how their captain would lead them to the pinnacle of the world, perhaps even becoming the next pirate king. As Absalom and Hogback reveled in their fervent imaginings, Moria's enormous hand descended mercilessly. The ferocious wind pressure swept across IgG's diminutive form, nearly tearing his garments to shreds. IgG did not flinch. He gazed upward, unwavering, at the colossal hand descending from the heavens. This strike was terrifying, evoking thoughts of a certain technique that fell from the sky. However, for IgG at this moment, it seemed not so unassailable. Awakening of the thunder fruit, silvery serpents danced wildly within IgG's pupils, transforming his entire gaze into a shimmering silver. Crack, boom, explosive sounds erupted in the surrounding air, as ferocious lightning serpents, each a dozen meters wide, materialized instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, the lightning serpents intertwined, multiplying from a handful to dozens, then hundreds, and finally thousands. Countless lightning serpents surged across Ghost Island, tearing through the thick, oppressive black mist with an unstoppable force. A blinding brilliance engulfed the surrounding waters as all the shadows were obliterated, replaced by the chaotic lightning serpents. The dense black fog that had pervaded the ghostly seas transformed into a tempestuous haze of thunder. Thunderous roars echoed from the heavens as red-black lightning flickered ominously, shattering the darkness brought by the shadows. The ground crackled with the purest form of lightning, while the sky roiled with the terrifying heavenly bolts. Simultaneously, IgG's hands bore the same duality. The left hand crackled with silver lightning, while the right hand crackled with red-black energy, each swirling into ferocious serpents. Then, focusing on the oppressive weight of the giant hand looming above, IgG forcefully slammed the two serpents together. Snap! Boom! The lightning bolts from the ground and sky collided, unleashing a tempest reminiscent of a tsunami. Churning violently, from this turmoil, a fearsome energy brewed within both lightning clusters. Suddenly, like electric sparks dancing in the air, the two masses of lightning were drawn towards each other, unleashing a colossal beam of lightning. Boom! The heavens and earth were pierced by a tremendous surge of power. As the black, red, and silver lightning converged, erupting in an explosive clash, brilliant light surged forth, blinding all present, as if 1,000 suns had simultaneously erupted. When they opened their eyes, a towering figure of lightning materialized behind IgG. Eclipsing even Moria, with a mighty roar, the colossal figure grasped the boundless lightning and hurled it toward Moria's shadowy hand. Chapter 94. It seems your strike cannot kill. Boom! The immense figure of the thunder god, wielding the terrifying force of lightning, collided forcefully with Moria's shadowy hand. Countless furious lightning serpents, now infused with the might of the conqueror's haki, shimmered in purple, though not as fierce as the red-black energy, nor as sharp as the silver lightning. They exuded a noble aura befitting a divine being. In contrast, Moria's hand was swarming with thousands of shadowy figures, resembling a horde of formless specters. Hissing, the entangled lightning serpents darted forth, each seeking to ensnare a shrieking shadow. The shadows, undeterred, opened their void-like mouths to fiercely bite back. Yet, the denizens of the shadow realm were inherently averse to light, while IgG's lightning serpents were the most potent adversaries of darkness. Upon mere contact, the shadows would dissolve, sizzle, like droplets of rain on a searing iron plate. The shadows shrieked in agony as they were obliterated by the bolts of electricity. The cries of the shadows echoed through the skies. And soon, the lightning serpents gained absolute dominance, surging forward like ravenous wolves spotting their prey. The shadows, once brimming with confidence, scattered in panic, their previously formidable ranks disintegrating within mere moments. The ferocious lightning serpents pursued, tearing their captured shadows apart with a ferocity surpassing even the shadow's own consumption of darkness. Bang! After the chaos subsided, the fist of the thunder god figure slammed into Moria's palm with tremendous force. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosive sound, no anticipated tremor. Instead, the purple lightning serpents surged into Moria's hand, commencing their frenzied assault. Moria winced in pain, hastily retracting his palm from the blinding brilliance of the lightning. Only then did everyone catch a glimpse of Moria's hand. The sight was enough to draw a collective gasp from all present. Upon the vast expanse of his palm lay a web of crimson scars, as if his entire hand had been nearly shattered by the purple lightning. Blood, mingled with the shadows of the phantoms, dripped from beneath the colossal hand, each droplet an eerie shade of black, plummeting from the sky like cannonballs, only to be devoured entirely by the serpentine flashes of lightning. Hiss! Every onlooker, whether pirate or navy, felt a chill run down their spines, gasping in disbelief. What is this? How could he possess such power? Brother Will could hardly comprehend the spectacle before him, his voice hoarse as if he were conversing with himself. Isn't that a power unique to Ultraman? Din Deline echoed the questions swirling in his mind. Indeed, this is undeniably the innate ability of Ultraman, is it not? Was it not said that the Ultramen are descendants of the Thunder God? How could this little brat, IgG, wield such lightning prowess? Moreover, it appears to be vastly superior to that of the Ultraman. This is utterly outrageous. Just how many trump cards does he possess? One after another, he displayed extraordinary swordsmanship against Longma, and then in his battle with Oz, he unveiled the bloodline of Ultraman. Initially, they all believed that defeating Oz was IgG's ultimate limit. Yet, with the emergence of this demonic Moria, IgG merely smiled faintly and immediately unleashed an even more formidable attack than the one that vanquished Oz. I recall that some ancient races would pass their abilities to their descendants, but when their lineage ceased to exist, they could choose to bestow such powers upon those of other races. Brooke, observing IgG exhibit powers bordering on the divine, found himself unable to calm down, an ancient legend suddenly surfacing in his mind. After some ancient races faced extinction, their legacies remained, and when they encountered a fated individual, they would beseech their assistance. The nature of the assistance depended on the circumstances. Upon completion of the task, they would grant that individual a unique ability of their race. But this has always been the realm of legendary adventurers. Are you suggesting he has inherited the powers of Ultraman? Cold sweat trickled down Din Deline's face. It is likely so. He must have rendered great favors to the Ultraman clan. Brooke nodded with difficulty. The crowd fell into silence. Yet beneath that silence churned a tempest of thoughts. The abilities of ancient giants could be bestowed upon a mere 7- or 8-year-old child. This implies that IgG has indeed aided the ancient giants. When could this have occurred? At the age of 5? 6? Nonsense. A 5- or 6-year-old child could hardly articulate their words properly. Wouldn't they be terrified to the point of wetting themselves at the sight of a giant? This is utterly absurd. While the Navy was lost in their own convoluted speculations, on the other side, Absalom and Hogback were nearly paralyzed with fear. What the hell? Their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Surely, they must be mistaken. That little brat. He actually summoned such a colossal thunder god while bearing the demonic power of Lord Moria, and with a single retaliatory punch, he forced Lord Moria's already formidable hand to bleed profusely. What manner of creature is this? Compared to Hogback, Absalom was shaken to his core. Good heavens, initially he revealed his natural powers over sand and nearly cleaved Absalom's head in two. That was nothing. At least he didn't pursue him afterward, allowing him to escape. But then things escalated. He single-handedly defeated Longma, and they thought that the sword technique resembling a knight of 1,000 demons was his ultimate move. Yet next, he faced Oz alone, conjuring 7 Ultramen from his seemingly endless supply of sand. 7 Ultramen taller than buildings, all constructed from sand. Ultimately, he unleashed an unknown wave of energy that pierced through Oz. It surpassed the previous attack by an entire echelon. In the midst of such continual displays of power, a normal person would have long been drained dry. Yet this boy, against the demonic form of Lord Moria, unleashed an attack even more formidable than his earlier two. Just what kind of monster is he? Absalom was beginning to feel genuine fear as he gazed upon the slender figure, resembling a black hole into which one could not see the bottom. At that moment, IgG, the focus of everyone's attention, spoke again, as if to mock. "Oh, Moria, it seems you did not succeed in squashing me." Chapter 95. With this sword, I shall cleave you. Moria withdrew his bloodied hand. Dripping crimson droplets, the multitude of phantoms that had been clinging to him, sensing his blood, surged forward in a frenzy, eagerly sucking at the depths of his wounds. Having absorbed countless shadows, Moria's body was now saturated with them. His flesh and blood infused with a high concentration of shadows. The phantoms, encountering such a rich source of sustenance, were naturally ecstatic. "You gluttonous fools! Enough already!" Moria's fury ignited. The shadows within his blood contract surged forth, causing the flesh around his wounds to part with gaping mouths. One phantom, poised to take a bite, was instantly devoured by one of those gaping maws, the crunching sounds echoing in the ears of the other phantoms. Witnessing the fate of their companion, the other phantoms immediately became subdued, retreating one after another to their original positions, leaving only the phantoms that had been stationed there. "These bastards," Moria cursed inwardly. Yet, amid the pain in his palm and the backlash from the phantoms, Moria was far more concerned about IgG across from him. This boy's display truly astonished him. At this juncture, he had come to believe that this child indeed possessed the capability to take down Longma. However, this was precisely what made the situation so absurd. First, he fought Longma, then conjured 7 Ultramen to confront Oz head-on, and now he was capable of unleashing such a potent assault. Most importantly, the attribute of this strike happened to be the very lightning he feared. What a stroke of coincidence. It is worth noting that the reason he had maintained a playful demeanor was due to the entire Kingdom of Shadows backing him. In this reality, the phantoms from the Kingdom of Shadows were nearly invincible. No physical attacks, hockey, or even the most peculiar of fruit abilities could affect the phantoms. For, at their core, phantoms were merely shadows, just the shaded areas of light. However, the phantoms had a glaring weakness: light. Be it lightning, fire, or pure illumination, all were formidable adversaries to the phantoms, more devastating than natural enemies. It was a complete annihilation. Had he not closed the gates of the Kingdom of Shadows, the entire realm would have faced obliteration. This was the true reason for his confinement here. During his battle with Kaido, the thunderous clamor had defeated his army of phantoms through the power of heavenly thunder. He never expected to encounter a mere naval brat here, who possessed a purer form of thunder than Kaido. Who could he possibly appeal to for justice? As he pondered, IGG began to boast again. Well, Moria, it seems that slap of yours didn't quite finish me off. Did it? Moria was momentarily at a loss for words, utterly unaware of IGG's capabilities. However, after 3 consecutive battles, having just unleashed such a potent skill, he refused to believe this boy still had the stamina to finish him off. TSK, to squash you with a single slap would be too merciful, wouldn't it? Moria calculated within, while simultaneously engaging in banter, assessing IGG's condition. That it seemed he was already exhausted. Didn't he intend to resist any longer? Moria was not wrong. After 3 consecutive battles, even if IGG were a deity, he would be nearing his limits. IGG discreetly opened his system panel, glancing at the meager 3 points of stamina remaining. And couldn't he help but let out a bitter smile. The previous resistance against Moria's attack, though it appeared formidable, had drained him significantly, consuming 2 points of stamina with just that one move. It was noteworthy that conjuring 3 Ultramen had only cost him 2 points. It seemed this Thunder Fruit was a veritable energy black hole. No matter how much stamina he possessed, it would never suffice for his conjurations. However, with 3 points remaining, it appeared barely sufficient to continue. System, summon my famed sword, Longma, and Shoshue, ding. Immediately on it, master. Swish, swish, 2 streams of sword light flashed like flowing water, the renowned blades. Longma and Shoshue, materializing in the hands of IG. Feeling the substantial weight of the famed weapons in his grasp, IG was instantly filled with confidence regarding his forthcoming plan. He raised his right hand, the tip of Longma pointing directly at the colossal face of Moria above the clouds, while the dragon motif engraved on Longma seemed to glare at Moria, as if it had perceived something unclean. You needn't waste your breath on meaningless chatter. With this next strike, I shall cleave you in 2. He tilted his head back, his gaze resolute. Ah ha 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 ha. Moria's laughter echoed down from the clouds. Can this little brat not boast for once? Just look at yourself. Your face is as pale as a ghost. Your body weak, and your hand trembles uncontrollably while wielding that sword. In such a state, you dare claim you can strike me down? Be careful not to injure yourself. You'll soon find out whether I'm bragging. The violent lightning giant behind IG flickered with dazzling brilliance, casting an inscrutable shadow upon his youthful visage. With that proclamation, IG ceased to hesitate, as crimson and black aura swiftly enveloped both blades in his hands. And streams of electricity surged from the depths of his palms. A wondrous scene unfolded. The colossal apparition standing behind IG suddenly became alive with crackling lightning, serpents of electricity, seemingly imbued with sentience, coiled and intertwined within the hands of the phantom, rapidly transforming into lightning-infused Longma and Shoshue. Even the intricate patterns on the sword blades mirrored those of the originals, compared to the flowing steel of IG's swords. The lightning blades in the hands of the Thunder God's apparition exuded an even more commanding presence, as the frenzied lightning serpents collided in the air, producing a symphony of explosive sounds. You think 2 additional swords will suffice to vanquish me? Moria genuinely regarded these 2 blades as mere trifles. All of us are giants hundreds of meters tall, beings of divine and demonic stature wielding the power of nature. What difference can 2 swords make? It's nothing but a futile expenditure of energy. Engaging in such flamboyant theatrics is utterly pointless. I shall see if your extravagant swords can indeed strike me down. With a loud proclamation, Moria's eyes turned pitch black. All the shadowy spirits within him stirred, writhing and twisting as they crawled up onto Moria's right hand. Instantly, his enormous hands swelled grotesquely, countless shadowy spirits howling as they burst forth from his body. Chapter 96. The Power of Longma, New Demon Slash. Countless shadowy spirits surged from every part of Moria's massive form, stretching his skin wider and wider until it finally tore apart. A multitude of shadowy entities erupted from the ruptured skin, shrieking madly, intertwining in a colossal ring before Moria. This ring was immense. It could easily encompass Moria's entire being. Awe. Awe. As the wails of the shadowy spirits intensified, they gradually synchronized, each spirit, high or low, harmonizing in the air with an eerie yet captivating rhythm. It was as if a hymn from the depths of hell, the spirits sang aloud, seemingly venerating a deity from another realm, their own divine being that in the dark, primordial times, when humanity feasted on raw flesh. Men with bare torsos encircled a flickering bonfire, chanting praises to an unknown god. Grayish-white flames danced in the darkness, distorting the figures of the shadowy spirits, rendering their previously obscured faces clear. Even Hogback and Absalom, positioned at a distance, could distinctly see the expressions of each spirit, revealing extreme, fanatical adoration. The chants of the spirits grew louder and faster, and the flames surrounding them danced more violently. Eventually, the very fabric of space seemed unable to withstand the pressure of this bizarre ritual. Trembling precariously, crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the void, as if a mirror had fractured, revealing a thin, dark fissure at the center of the flames. Crack, crack, the sounds of shattering intensified, resonating throughout Ghost Island. As the slender dark fissure rapidly expanded, in the blink of an eye, what began as a worm-like crack shattered into a massive spiderweb spanning hundreds of square meters. Bang, 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 as if sensing the immense rift in space. Though invisible, everyone understood that something was violently colliding behind the crack. The shadowy spirits, witnessing their deity responding to their call, became increasingly exhilarated, their dance in the air accelerating, their chants rising in pitch. With each crescendo of their song, the sounds of collision became increasingly joyous. Bang, bang. Each impact resonated with the rhythm of the chant, reverberating in every heart. Crack. Finally, before the horrified gazes of all, the precarious fissure shattered explosively. The inky darkness revealed a world teeming with writhing, copulating black creatures, devouring their kin. Ugh. Having never encountered such repulsive beings, Dandelion could only glance once before retching uncontrollably. Yet Moria, evidently accustomed to such sights, displayed no sign of discomfort. Instead, he eagerly extended his palm, unleashing a forceful suction. The breached gateway to the shadow realm began to rotate slowly, shrinking until it became a human head-sized black hole, which Moria clasped within his grasp. Boom! The moment he held the gateway to the shadow realm, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted. The power of an entire world surged forth, compressing the very space around them to the point of cracking. Moria swung his fist towards IG, shattering the surrounding space as the entirety of existence was compressed into that single fist, intent on obliterating IG. Absalom and Hogback felt as though an enormous hand was brutally clenching them. No, they could not breathe. At that moment, a singular thought dominated their minds. This was the pressure of the world, far surpassing the so-called conqueror's haki. Beneath Moria's colossal fist, the two had no desire even to kneel. They were merely overwhelmed by the impending sense of doom. This strike promised absolute devastation. Ugh, Brother Will and the others experienced the same suffocating sensation. Moreover, they could not even summon feelings of despair. Oh God, please bring this battle to an end. Whether in life or death, I yearn to escape such torment. This strike was simply too terrifying. It needed not descend. Merely approaching it would subject them to the crushing waves emanating from its vicinity. Though the air bore no tangible threat, it felt as if the entire world was on the brink of destruction, their hearts racing wildly, breaths labored, nearly oblivious to their own existence. Little IG. Run. Brother Will had closed his eyes, relinquishing any desire to struggle. Well, why this desperate demeanor? Although IG too felt the terror of Moria's impending strike, he discerned something different from the others. Clearly, Moria had summoned forth all the shadowy spirit tattoos, indicating that this strike was a do-or-die situation. Thus, he could not afford to show weakness. Longma, Xiaoshui. A flash of lightning sparked in IG's eyes as he called the names of the famed swords in his hands. Buzz, Longma and Xiaoshui responded with a resonant hum, their blades vibrating vigorously. Simultaneously, the two lightning swords and the thunder god's apparition above sensed IG's will, and the previously solidified lightning erupted into chaos. Purple lightning flickered around IG, coursing through him until every part of his being transformed into electric energy. In mere seconds, he became a manifestation of lightning. Whoosh! In that instant, IG became a streak of light, merging into the Thunder God's apparition behind him. Roar! The Thunder God's phantom let out an enraged bellow, its form solidifying exponentially, its once blurred face crystallizing into clarity. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably IG's visage. Upon merging with the Thunder God's apparition, IG transformed into a towering lightning giant. Even the blades, Qiushui and Longma, became infused with electric energy, morphing into colossal swords empowered by lightning. Clang! Another resounding cry of the sword echoed as the lightning giant IG readied his stance against Moria's fist, his entire being ablaze with lightning. Boom! This time, he required no assistance from the heavens. He was lightning incarnate. Countless frenzied lightning serpents coiled and surged around him, the terrifying lightning energy coursing through his muscles, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Flashes of lightning erupted from him, each explosion sending forth a violent lightning serpent dozens of meters thick, intertwining to form a magnificent dragon of lightning. Longma, Demon Slash. The tempestuous breath of lightning spiraled as the lightning dragon surged forth alongside IG's colossal sword, charging directly towards Moria's terrifying fist with a resounding roar. Chapter 97. The Dominant Slash, triggering a tsunami. Roar! The 1,000-meter-long thunderlight divine dragon roared forth, its body crackling with purple lightning that incessantly lashed at the surrounding space. With each strike, fragments of space shattered into oblivion. Each collapse of space forced open an infinitesimal portal, from which a soul was violently yanked from the underworld, merging into the body of the thunderlight divine dragon. What on earth is that? The colossal lightning dragon loomed in the sky, visible even to Jinbei at the edge of Ghost Island. Despite being miles apart, he could feel the overwhelming power radiating from the dragon. But who could possibly wield such a formidable sword technique? Before he could gather his thoughts, IGG's face, shimmering with lightning, turned toward him. That glance left Jinbei utterly astounded. The lightning giant was none other than IGG-kun. I recall he possessed the power of the Sand Fruit. How can he command lightning as well? Wait, a sword. Suddenly, Jinbei recalled the legends surrounding swordsmen. In tales of yore, powerful swordsmen could harness the elements of heaven and earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fire, and earth. None were beyond their grasp. Could it be? A wave of terror surged in Jinbei's eyes. Initially, he assumed it was that girl from Nine Snakes or the skeleton who wielded such power. Yet it turned out to be IGG-kun. Not only does IGG-kun possess an indomitable spirit and fruit abilities, but he also wields extraordinary swordsmanship. No wonder he harbors grand ideals of a paradise. Such a being is destined to transform this distorted world. The souls, wailing, were vaporized into wisps of smoke upon contact with the divine dragon's purple lightning, subsequently absorbed into the dragon's body, augmenting its power. The 1,000-meter giant dragon, in mere moments, had already forced open tens of thousands of portals to the underworld. IGG could sense the shadow of the sword-intent dragon that had previously felled the dragon horse, roaring from beyond the Gate of Worlds, yet dared not voice its fury due to the might of the lightning dragon. In a desperate bid for survival, they even had to hurl their underworld soldiers aside. In the span of 2 seconds, the radiance emanating from the lightning dragon was more blinding than 10 suns combined. This instance of the ghost slash was utterly distinct from the previous encounter with the dragon horse. The fundamental difference lay in the thunderous might of the thunder fruit, and the sword's soul manifested from the dragon horse's spirit. The essence of the ghost slash is to open the portals to the underworld, invoking the will of the specters to imbue the blade, thus gaining immense sword intent and power. Upon the release of the dragon horse's spirit by IGG, it not only dwelled within the famed blade, but also maintained a connection with the underworld. As the mightiest swordsman of the former world, the dragon horse's spirit was undoubtedly of unparalleled strength, instantly intimidating countless souls upon its arrival in the underworld, becoming the leader of the specters. Even that fearsome shadow wielding a scythe had to bow to the dragon horse. Consequently, the system had changed the underworld contact for the ghost slash to the dragon horse. The dragon horse, inherently fierce and decisive, with profound ties to dragons, ensured that the ghost slash presided over by it was extraordinarily tyrannical. Coupled with the already formidable power of thunder, it was dominance upon dominance. The dominant slash. It forcibly pried open the gates of the underworld, voraciously absorbing the power of souls, revealing just how formidable this lightning dragon's sword intent truly was in the blink of an eye. The distance of 100 meters was traversed, and the sword energy of the thunder dragon collided violently with the punch of the Shadow Kingdom. Boom! The dazzling lightning erupted as the raging electricity, infused with the fierce sword intent of the divine dragon, mercilessly clashed with the countless forces of the Shadow Kingdom. The sword intent and fists, bearing the power of two worlds, collided thunderously, instantly evacuating all the air from Ghost Island. It was as if an unseen arching wall suddenly erupted from the center of Ghost Island, forcefully displacing everything, soil, air, seawater, pushed aside in an instant. Brother Will, Dandelion, Brooke, and the naval forces, along with Absalom and Hogback. Regardless of their allegiances, all made a unified choice, unhesitatingly prostrating themselves to the ground, clinging tightly to whatever earth they could grasp. Even so, they let out silent screams as they were swept into the air. Whoosh! Everything was violently pushed away. Even the eternal mists were forcibly cleared, revealing the ominous black clouds above. The ferocious hurricane peeled back the surrounding waters layer by layer, surging into towering waves. The waves by the shore reached heights of dozens of meters. And as the wall advanced, the tumultuous waves were swiftly thrust far away, soon rising to 100-meter-tall giants miles out at sea. The clouds of the entire world loomed ominously. Even the dozens of islands beyond the Devil's Triangle transformed into dark skies in mere seconds. What is happening to the sky? Wasn't it said it wouldn't rain? This is too exaggerated. The weather of the Grand Line. Just moments ago it was sunny, and now the weather has changed in the blink of an eye. People from dozens of nations were astonished by the abrupt change in weather, while simultaneously, those along the coastlines of these nations were engulfed in boundless terror. Thousands of people reveling at the beach, busy at commercial docks, setting sail on fishing boats, or leisurely feeding at aquaculture farms. In dozens of nations, entirely different industries and peoples were all engaged in the same frantic activity, with expressions of horror. They gazed at the distant sea, then abandoned everything, racing frantically toward the shore. No one dared to look back, for to do so meant only one thing: death. This was a tsunami unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Certainly worthy of being etched into the annals of history. Beneath the pitch-black clouds, the wall of seawater towered, connecting directly to the sky, a super wave thousands of meters high advancing like a bulldozer. Catastrophe, a calamity that could even spell the end of nations. What sin have I committed to invoke such wrath from the sea god? After all these years, I finally understand what true, monstrous waves mean. Help! Help! Everyone fled like madmen, wishing they could sprout wings, ignoring sprains and breathlessness. To stop would mean death. Yet, human legs are no match for the terrifying forces of nature. Those who fled were ultimately overtaken by the monstrous wall of water, crashing them mercilessly into the sea. Chapter 98. A single strike to tear apart. One sword, one palm, plunged the nearby seas into dire calamity. The governments of various nations had no time to react. Utterly stunned by the unprecedented, terrifying waves, by the time they grasped the situation, their people were either dead or injured, their buildings and lands ravaged. All government officials urgently responded, raising wartime alarms as dozens of nations swiftly entered a state of war, uniting to combat the flood. Even the world media, like sharks sensing blood, rushed to the news scenes at lightning speed. Within half an hour, a shocking headline that would astonish the world was published. Terror. Dozens of nations struck by disaster simultaneously. Mysterious disturbances in the Devil's Sea. Of course, these were mere afterthoughts. As the surrounding nations were embroiled in chaos due to the tsunami, the instigator, Ghost Island, remained eerily silent. Brother Will and the others tumbled through the air, soon plummeting from dozens of meters above. The terrifying sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, the ground rapidly expanding in their view, eyes wide and mouths agape, all shouting with all their might. Yet no sound emerged. All the air had been expelled, and even if they shouted until their throats were raw, not a single sound could be heard. The towering shadows of the giants of shadow and lightning were no exception. The ferocious, raging dragon and the ominous shadowy fist collided violently, and in an instant, lightning erupted, vaporizing specter after specter. After vanquishing a specter, the strands of lightning entwined around the divine dragon dissipated as well. The two sides engaged in a war of attrition, specters continuously pouring forth from the gates of the Shadow Kingdom, while strands of lightning continually escaped from the Thunderlight Divine Dragon. In this clash, both parties unleashed their ultimate abilities, vying to see who could endure longer. Ha 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 ha. I have yet to exert myself. With my reserves of stamina, I can outlast you. Moria accurately assessed the situation, grinning sharply, though no sound emerged. Meanwhile, IgG, sensing the rapid decline of the Thunderlight Divine Dragon, realized they had fallen into a vicious cycle. In this mutual exhaustion, with his own stamina waning, he recognized the situation was perilously unfavorable. Thus, he resolved to employ his final gambit. IgG's gaze sharpened, and the longma in his hand emitted a resounding sword cry, as a subtle streak of flowing light darted into the body of the Thunder Giant. Buzz! The lightning surrounding IgG instantly flickered with a frenzied intensity, magnifying several-fold compared to its original ferocity. The longma's sword soul, residing in the realm of the Yellow Springs, was summoned forth by IgG. In an instant, a transcendent sword intent erupted from the Thunder Giant, and without hesitation, IgG commanded the sword intent to surge forth from the tip of his blade, aiming directly at the electric dragon before him. Roar! The dragon let out a mighty roar, and the lightning enveloping its body transformed. The fierce serpents that had coiled around it morphed into gleaming swords in the blink of an eye. The lightning, now manifested as swords, surged with newfound vigor, slicing through the shadows with ruthless efficiency, cutting down foes as if they were mere vegetables, 10-1, utterly disregarding reason. Moria immediately sensed IgG's surge of power. Sneering coldly as he delved into the depths of the Kingdom of Shadows, attempting to commune with the Shadow King hidden deep within the Sea of Shadows. Howl! A silent shriek echoed from the depths of the gates of the Shadow Kingdom. And then IgG felt an overwhelming chill enveloping the entire Ghost Island. A massive shadow emerged from the gale of Moria's fist, rivaling the body of the Thunder Dragon as it coiled around the dragon's neck. The appearance of the Shadow King incited a frenzy among all the shadow creatures, akin to encountering the nemesis of a slain parent. They charged madly at the lightning, as if driven to madness, indiscriminately tearing at anything in their path. Have you begun to exert your power as well? IgG chuckled softly. The brilliance emanating from both the Thunder Dragon and himself surged uncontrollably. If at first, the radiance of the lightning resembled 100 suns, within mere moments, the brightness surrounding IgG had escalated to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, the blinding light, potent enough to blind any who gazed upon it, engulfed the entire Ghost Island, rendering everyone momentarily sightless, leaving only the haunting memory of countless shadow creatures frantically fleeing and wailing just before their vision was obliterated. Even the Shadow King appeared to show signs of fear. In an instant, all vision faded to a stark whiteness. Hearing was lost along with sight, leaving everyone with the sole sensation of weightlessness and the pain of their faces hitting the ground. Whoosh! The evacuated air finally rushed back from above, accompanied by a torrential downpour that seemed to wash everything away. Ah, my backside. Ah, my face. Ah, my eyes. As the sound of rain erupted, several screams echoed across the ground simultaneously. This tumultuous clash, both intricate and fierce, was just enough to send Brother Will and his companions flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. The crowd lay sprawled on the ground, their vision still a blur. Nursing their wounds while moaning softly, Daiti took a full 3 to 4 minutes for their sight to gradually return, but they could only discern faint, blurry shapes. Yet this was of little consequence. As soon as their vision began to clear, they hurriedly turned their gaze towards the battlefield. However, that glance brought them deep despair. There stood Moria, towering into the clouds, while opposite him, IgG had lost the imposing presence of the Thunder Giant. Reverting to his original size, IgG has lost. Although they had braced for this moment, Brother Will felt a sense of hope dashed. IgG, Dandelion and Brooke also appeared as if all their strength had been siphoned away. Hooray! Lord Moria has won. Long live Lord Moria. On the other side, in stark contrast to the Navy, Absalom and the Living Widow, Buck, embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces as they cheered. Ha 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 ha. You, my friend, have finally met your match. Moria beamed triumphantly at IgG. Now return to his original stature that I told you. You were never my opponent. With his final defenses stripped away, you are nothing but fish on the chopping block. Is that so? Strangely, IgG showed no signs of panic, merely chuckling softly. Boom! As if a colossal wall had crashed down, the entire Ghost Island split in two. Chapter 99. New title, Lord of Shadows. Whoosh! The boundless sword intent of the Longma erupted in a singular plane, forming an enormous, invisible guillotine that cleaved the entire Ghost Island in two. The surrounding waters parted, cascading into reverse waterfalls, revealing the deeply severed seabed. The rain scattered amidst the sword intent, shredded into countless droplets, while the clouds were instantaneously rent asunder, allowing a stream of sunlight to cascade down from the heavens in the misty sea. Moria, caught in the midst of it all, found himself unable to shield himself. A fine black line began to extend slowly from the crown of his head. Though minuscule, the line was incredibly conspicuous against Moria's pale skin. From the top of his head, it traced down to his brow, then to the tip of his nose and chin, following along his throat to his navel, bisecting Moria's body into two halves. How? How is this possible? This cannot be. Moria, who had been so self-satisfied, suddenly felt a disconcerting sensation in his body. Lowering his gaze, he was met with the sight of that black line, prompting him to scream in panic. A wave of weakness surged from deep within him, and swirling black mist began to seep from the line. No, no, don't. Moria screamed in despair, desperately trying to cover the line piercing through his body with his massive hands. Yet it was all in vain. The black mist, accompanied by the wails of shadow creatures, seeped through his fingers without restraint. The black mist dispersed at an alarming rate, and upon meeting the sunlight above, it evaporated like snow in boiling water, the chilling cries of the shadow creatures echoing faintly. This was no mere decorative line. It was the scar left by IGG's ghost slash, connected to the clouds, the sea, and the entirety of Ghost Island along with Moria. All had been cleaved asunder by IGG's single sword strike. Moria's mind was flooded with disbelief, yet the excruciating pain coursing through him served as a stark reminder that it was all too real. How could this be? That brat had reverted to his original form. Hadn't he? Did he not have any strength left? Why was he still able to wield such power? Even Longma, standing here, could not achieve such a feat. How could it be? How could he possibly unleash such a terrifying sword strike? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. The intense shock and regret caused Moria to lose his remaining strength rapidly, especially as his damaged heart erupted with blood mixed with black mist from within. The thin black line, under the pressure within Moria's body, suddenly burst apart, causing him to feel as if he were engulfed in flames, billowing clouds of black smoke erupting from him. The escaping smoke flowed like water, siphoning away Moria's strength, his consciousness gradually fading, vision dimming into darkness, until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Ghost Island seemed to ignite in a massive conflagration, thick black smoke enveloping the skies, only to be eradicated by the sunlight above. At last, Moria's colossal form could no longer withstand it, deflating like a punctured balloon, shrinking back to its original size, propelled by the black smoke as it traced an erratic path into the distance. This, Brother Will's eyes widened in astonishment, halting his advance towards IGG. Dandelion, Brooke, and the others followed suit, jaws dropping to the ground. Is this a miracle? What did we just witness? Little IGG. Had he not lost all his strength? Look, he is kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. How could this be? How could such a thing occur? Although the outcome was what they had hoped for in their hearts, witnessing it unfold before them felt even more surreal than the previous annihilation. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were dreaming, slapping themselves to confirm their reality. What the hell? Why are you hitting me? Everyone covered their cheeks, finally convinced that this was not a dream. So, it means that little IGG just used his last ounce of strength to split the entire Ghost Island, along with Moria, in half with a single stroke. How on earth did he accomplish this? How could anyone, after enduring so many fierce battles, still muster such formidable skills? He had faced Longma in a fierce clash, and summoned countless giants from endless sand. It had seemed that this was his limit. Yet he transformed into that godlike thunder giant. Not only that, but he unleashed such ferocious swordplay with that giantess form. A single stroke that dismantled Moria's very home. Is this truly within the capabilities of a mere mortal? Lord Moria? Boss, where are you going? Wait for us. Brother Will and his companions stood frozen in shock, while on the other side, Hogback and Absalom, in perfect synchrony, hastily pursued Moria's fleeing figure. During their escape, they couldn't help but glance back, checking if the Navy had caught up. Seeing everyone with their mouths agape, staring at the distant figure of IgG, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Phew. Thankfully, they overlooked us. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Truly astonishing. Is that boy really a monster? After Moria transformed into such a colossal form, both of them felt victory was assured. After all, his immense size dwarfed even Oz, and with the countless shadowy minions at his command, he was akin to a descending deity. Yet that boy, astonishingly, wielded the power of lightning, not only fending off Lord Moria's assault, but also transforming into a giant of electric light, ultimately turning the tide against Lord Moria. Their greatest reliance had been inexplicably vanquished, a mere frail doctor and a cowardly invisible man, confronted by such overwhelming numbers. Were they not akin to fish in a barrel? They should seize the opportunity to flee. Once their foes regained their senses, they would undoubtedly find themselves imprisoned. The Ghost Island split in two, Moria defeated and unconscious, as countless shadows fled from him, hastily returning to their rightful masters. The previously soulless zombies on the island regained their spirits. Awakening from their stupor, IgG gazed appreciatively at the sunlight streaming down from the sky, nodding in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for unlocking a new achievement. Shadow Realm Sovereign. Goodness! Chapter 100. What is love? IgG couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although he had defeated Moria, the title seemed utterly unrelated to the power of shadows, Shadow Realm Sovereign. He had heard of that illustrious name even before his transmigration in the world of pirates. It would undoubtedly be a godlike existence. Utilizing a fierce rhythm, repetitive movements, and an infectious melody, he could compel everyone, whether witnessing his dance firsthand or through media, to involuntarily move in sync with him. Of course, this was the system's assessment, but IgG was well aware of his true identity in the Kingdom of Dragons on Earth. He was a celebrity with explosive popularity on a certain online platform. As the system had stated, through his frenzied dance, he thrived in various viral works, possessing the extraordinary ability to infect others with his energy. However, no matter how he looked at it, this title simply did not align with his stature. Ding! Rewards have been issued. Please check. Master. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the item. Key of the Shadow Realm, S rank. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for acquiring a new skill. What is love, S rank? Ding! Congratulations, Master, for achieving a special milestone, receiving a hidden reward. Evolution points 100. I'm rich. IgG's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. 100 evolution points. This was an astounding fortune. With the dazzling skills he had seen in the system shop, he could at least purchase one SS rank skill. Or perhaps two S rank ones. Was this not a windfall? He could even allocate all points to his attributes, dramatically enhancing his capabilities. The system had been remarkably generous this time, as IgG basked in his delight. His curiosity was piqued by the other two rewards. Key of the Shadow Realm. What is love? The former, he could somewhat infer its purpose from the name. But what on earth was this WL? It was no wonder IgG felt this skill's name was laced with malice. After all, in his previous life on Earth, the progenitor of the viral genre had seemingly utilized this name for a BGM. Speculation was futile. IgG promptly opened the item panel to examine the description. Item name, Key of the Shadow Realm. Rating, S rank. Description, a key that can open the Shadow Realm at any time. Possessing a kingly power of suppression over the shadowy minions, allowing free entry and exit. It is said to be a twin treasure born alongside the staff of the Shadow Realm, with a mysterious connection that allows sensing each other across distant worlds. Note, this is a key that represents sovereignty, enabling the Master to command the citizens of the Shadow Realm to act as they desire. It is suggested that the Master acquire a few girl slaves. What on earth? IgG stared incredulously at the note and description. Such a formidable item, and it expected him to fetch slaves. However, after battling Moria, IgG realized that in the pirate world, the concept of alternate worlds was widely accepted. Thus, there might indeed be realms like the Land of Fire or the Land of Lightning, but that was a discussion for later. For now, he simply noted it down, planning to seize an opportunity to explore this Shadow Realm. Yes, that will do. Next, IgG resolved to seek treasures in the Shadow Realm, and subsequently opened his skill panel. At this moment, in addition to the Sand Tree and Sword Tree, there appeared another tree, entwined with shimmering silver currents of electricity, with lightning snakes coiling around its branches. As usual, these hanging objects on the branches were skills, Extreme electric thousand birds, lightning fighting chi, instant thunder flash, to his astonishment. The awakening of the thunderclap fruit had granted him such an abundance of skills, and moreover, they were cosmic-level skills he had longed for since childhood. The legendary thunder god, Ray, had forged these skills through the trial of countless volts of electricity. Despite their simple names, their effects were undeniably formidable. IgG's excitement was palpable. Had he not been devoid of energy to unleash the thunderclap fruit, he would have already tested the lightning skills. Reluctantly, he tore his gaze away and searched for the new skill on the skill panel. Merely judging by the name, IgG realized it likely wasn't any skill from the three trees, so he directly navigated to the special skill section. Sure enough, beneath the Conqueror's Hockey, a new skill panel emerged. Skill name: What is Love? Rating: S rank. Description: A legendary master of muscle control, Jim Carrey, invented this dance with unparalleled influence, merging powerful facial expressions, an exceptional sense of rhythm, and highly coordinated body movements. Any ordinary person who sees his dance will involuntarily fall into a frenzy. And when combined with the Conqueror's Hockey, it can ensnare anyone in the rhythm of the caster, achieving perfect control. Note: while swaying is delightful, do not overdo it, or you might break your neck. Indeed, it was this. Upon seeing the name Jim Carrey, IgG's mind echoed with a man's soaring voice. What is love? Goodness, this skill truly exists. Is there really a skill that can induce others into a frenzy merely by rhythmically shaking one's head and neck? Are you certain this system isn't deliberately messing with me? This is absurd. Despite his disbelief, IgG was astonished to find himself fixated on that skill, unable to tear his gaze away. Surely not. Could someone really see the song's title and feel compelled to sway? Though he said this, IgG couldn't help but start swaying. What is love? At the moment IgG's body began to sway, that soaring melody, accompanied by a lively and intense rhythm, resonated in the minds of everyone present. What's happening? Every single person, including the unconscious Moria, now wore a silly expression, tilting their heads and grinning widely, swaying their necks to the beat. This IgG's expression morphed into one of mischief, yet his eyes brimmed with astonishment. He observed the Navy crew nearby, all of whom had halted, forcibly adopting identical silly expressions, swaying their necks and shoulders in unison. Even the unconscious Moria wore the same expression, swaying along. This is an extraordinary control technique. IgG's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 101, 10-level skill tree. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone swaying? Is someone launching a surprise attack? Help me. My neck is about to snap. Brother Will, Dandelion, and Brooke yearned to voice their thoughts aloud, yet their bodies seemed utterly unresponsive, as if all the muscles in their faces had been forcibly contorted into a singular expression. Even the act of speaking eluded them, leaving them to merely shake their heads in passive resignation. Every ounce of strength within them felt imprisoned, rendering any attempt to resist utterly futile, who possessed such formidable power. Stealthily lurking on this ghost island, with such prowess, there would have been no need to wait for us to finish. A collective control could have effortlessly dispatched us one by one. Why resort to a sneak attack at this juncture? Unbeknownst to all, the instigator was merrily swaying along with everyone else. IgG was acutely aware that his neck felt as though it might snap, the pain from sleepless nights spent studying skills seemingly alleviated. However, this infuriating skill rendered him immobile. Initially, he had been thrilled, thinking he had finally acquired a control skill, which would allow him to incapacitate those he could not defeat, leaving them vulnerable. But it turned out to be a skill that ensnared even himself. How frustrating! What use does such a skill hold in battle? Would it simply result in a contest of who could endure the most neck strain? Ridiculous. IgG's eyes blazed with indignation, and with a mere thought, he canceled the skill's activation. With that release, everyone on Ghost Island immediately felt a wave of relief as the oppressive force that had bound them vanished. Oh dear, my neck. Brother Will cried out in pain. Clutching his neck in those brief seconds, he felt as though his neck might have been shattered. Blast it. My face is practically wrinkled from the strain. Dandelion promptly retrieved a small mirror, roaring at her reflection. To her dismay, a furrow had formed between her brows, and even her laughter lines seemed to have deepened. If I find out who did this, I swear I shall flay them alive. Dandelion crushed the mirror in her hand, her voice dripping with venom. Perhaps it's best I keep that information to myself. After IgG dispelled the skill, he approached the main group, just in time to hear Dandelion's furious tirade. Causing him to shudder, given his current state, She could easily dismantle him with one hand. Best to maintain a low profile. Me too. My facial muscles are on the verge of cramping from laughter. Though all that remains of my face are bones, Brooke chimed in, having just experienced a painful neck wobble himself. The other naval soldiers echoed their discomfort, indicating that it had not been entirely without merit. If one could imbue their necks with hockey, wouldn't it allow for a war of attrition against the enemy? Little IGG, are you all right? Brother Will, noticing IGG's pale visage, hurriedly pulled him close for a thorough inspection. I am fine, really, just a tad fatigued from being shaken around, IGG quickly assured, feeling somewhat dizzy from Will's vigorous shaking. That's a relief. However, you've certainly impressed us today, now knowing IGG was unharmed. Will relaxed, regarding him with a meaningful gaze. IGG understood the implication, and as he glanced at the others, he noticed similar expressions of astonishment directed at him. It's merely the legacy of the lightning powers inherited from Ultraman. It merely enhances my endurance a bit. IGG chuckled, bantering with Brother Will and the others for a while. Moria had lost consciousness, signifying that all the shadows he had taken would return in full. Thus, at this very moment, Dandelaine's compatriots, along with Karp and Bakato who had been resting on the ship, must have awakened. Even Brooke, placing his hand in the sunlight, cast a shadow that swiftly returned. Yo-ho-ho-ho, my shadow has returned too. No more hiding in the mist, Brooke exclaimed, bowing to IGG. Thank you, Mr. IGG. Too kind. IGG waved his hand, indicating no need for formality. The battle came to a close, yet matters were far from resolved. As the group set about retrieving the dazed naval soldiers while also capturing the fleeing Moria and his companions. Once everything was in order, they proceeded in a grand procession towards the Doghead warship. While everyone else attended to the aftermath, IGG took a moment to rest, discreetly opening his attributes panel. Upon inspection, he realized he had gained considerable strength. Host, IGG stamina, 20 strength, 20 speed. 30 aura, 12 technique, 23 skills, Sasa Fruit LV7, awakened. Conqueror's Hockey LV5, Supreme Swordsmanship LV7, Thunder Fruit LV6, awakened. Title, Scourge of the Old Men, Heir of Paradise, Heartthrob, Lord of Shadows items. Karp's Leftover Rice Crackers, a great book from another world. Renowned Blade. Longma, Renowned Blade, Chioshui. Key to the Shadow Kingdom evolution points. 100 compared to the last enhancement of Supreme Swordsmanship. This time, nearly every attribute had increased by 5 points, though the magnitude of the increase felt less significant. After all, the last enhancement had been a direct 50% increase, whereas this time it was merely a third. IGG could easily envision that in the near future, any enhancements he received would be negligible. However, he was not overly concerned, as his current attributes were already formidable enough to contend with the entire Moonlight Pirates that are in this world. He could be considered a physical behemoth. The next focus should be on bolstering his offensive and defensive stats. Glancing at the 100 evolution points in his backpack, IGG wore an exuberant grin. First, let's upgrade the skill tree. Sasa Fruit, Supreme Swordsmanship, Thunder Fruit, and even Conqueror's Hockey, all to LV10. Ding. The system has successfully upgraded all 4 skills to LV10 for the master. A total of 74 evolution points spent. Ding. Detected that the Master-S skill tree has reached level 10. The system has a special gift for you. Chapter 102. Karp Awakens, the Genius Swordsman. 74. IGG grimaced at the expense. So the skill tree upgrade is exponential. Upgrading all 4 skills drained 3/4 of his wallet. However, since there's a special gift, let us see what it entails. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You've acquired the skills Quicksand Waterfall, Sand Burial, Sand Bind, Sand Grave. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You've acquired the skills Phantom Sword Dance, Breaking Army Rising Dragon Slash, Fierce Dragon Void Slash, No Self Sword Chi. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You've acquired the skills Thunder God Awakens, Thunder God Daybreak Flash, Aurora Blade, Vitality, Electric Sphere. Valuable, incredibly valuable. IGG suddenly felt a pang of regret for not prioritizing the skill tree upgrade. Reaching level 10 had granted him a complete set of skills. After carefully reviewing the entire skill panel, IGG realized that the system had indeed delivered a treasure trove of skills. The cunning system had kept this information from him all along. Had he not impulsively upgraded the skills, he might have remained in the dark for who knows how long. What else with that silly grin, IGG? Just then, Brother Will gently tapped him on the head from behind. Turning around, he found that everyone had gathered. The missing naval soldiers had been located, and Absalom, Hogback, along with the unconscious Moria. We're all accounted for. Let us go. Back to the ship. Oh, right. On board the Doghead warship. Vice Admiral Karp furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the sight of Bakato and Jinbei's large faces looming over him. Vice Admiral Karp, you finally awakened, Bakato exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face at Karp's revival. What do you expect? Who sleeps and doesn't wake up? Wait, why does my head hurt so much after just a nap? Karp intended to sit up and give Bakato a light thump on the head, but was suddenly struck by a dull pain in his skull. You didn't just take a nap. Karp-kun, Jinbei remarked, observing Karp's discomfort with a somber expression. What do you mean by that? Kapu's face was etched with confusion. Sigh. It seems that the fault lies with my ineptitude, as Shanji let out a deep breath. The situation unfolded like this. Thus, he recounted the events in detail, and although Picado had heard it all before, a look of trepidation still lingered on his face. Damn it. That little brat Moria has actually set his sights on me. Before Shanji could finish his explanation, Kapu's explosive temper flared, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed up to the deck. Hey, wait a moment. Attempting to reach out to stop him proved futile, leaving Shanji and Picado no choice but to pursue him. Damn it, Moria, you've got some audacity. Roaring in fury, Kapu stormed onto the deck, only to be momentarily frozen by the sight that met his eyes. The Doghead warship was originally docked in a river. But at that moment, the river stretched forward, slicing directly through the entirety of Phantom Island. Were it not for the orderly scars and lingering domineering aura along the banks, Kapu might have believed that the island had naturally formed in such a manner. This, before you all awoke, Phantom Island was suddenly cleaved in two. Shanji's calm voice resonated from behind Kapu. What? Who could possibly cleave an entire island with a single sword strike? Kapu exclaimed in shock. Hastily inquiring, your grandson, Igyakin. Shanji uttered this line, scarcely able to believe it himself. Yet, the truth was undeniable, for he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Are you joking with me? Kapu's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense is this? If you said IG had sunk or shattered the entire island, he might believe you, but to claim he cleaved the island in two, he would be the first to doubt it. Behind him, Picado was even more incredulous. After all, he had taught little IG swordsmanship. If IG could split the island, then surely he could exchange blows with Mihawk. This is simply outrageous, absolutely unbelievable. Both Kapu and Picado shook their heads in unison, expressing their disbelief. Shanji was well aware that he had no way to convince these two, but his keen eyes caught sight of a distant group of Navy soldiers marching forth, and he promptly pointed. You can ask him yourself. Moments later, a contingent of Navy soldiers returned to the warship, escorting the apprehended Moria and his companions. Grandpa, you've awakened. Upon seeing Kapu and Picado regain consciousness, IG's face lit up with joy. Hee, IG, your grandpa has been saved by you this time. Kapu, having heard Shanji's account, was indeed aware that it was IG who had rescued him. Lifting IG high into the air, a curious smile flickered across Kapu's face. IG, tell your grandpa, did you cleave this island in two? IG had anticipated that Kapu would ask this question, but with so many witnesses, he could only nod in acknowledgement, affirmatively declaring, yes, it was me. What? Hearing IG's bold admission, Kapu and Picado could have fit a pineapple in their open mouths, instinctively feeling that IG was lying. However, a glance at the weary expressions on the faces of the Navy soldiers, led by Brother Weir, revealed that this matter was likely true. My heavens, is this something a person can accomplish? After all, IG had only been in contact with swordsmanship for half a month. How could he possibly cleave an island in such a short span? The path of swordsmanship is easy to enter but exceedingly difficult to master. It requires not just physical talent, but also a harmonious state of mind. Not to mention that even Picado, who had practiced swordsmanship for decades, had encountered countless bottlenecks. How could IG, at such a tender age of 7 or 8, reach such a level? Even acknowledging his grandson's genius, this speed was simply astonishing. How did you manage to do it? Picado exclaimed, his urgency palpable upon hearing IG's admission that a mentor can introduce one to the door, but the journey of cultivation is personal. Yet, who could have imagined that in less than half a month, he would be surpassed by his own disciple? I just practiced a bit, slashed a bunch of zombies, and it happened. IG stammered, offering a vague excuse. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Picado could only draw in a sharp breath. Apart from talent, he could think of no other explanation. Chapter 103. The youngest rear admiral in history. This act of cleaving an island is indeed something that many could accomplish, but those capable of such feats are renowned swordsmen. Mihawk, Shanks, Vista, each of them boasts a bounty exceeding 500 million. These individuals not only possess haki, but have also refined their sword energy and intent to an exceptionally high level, having practiced swordsmanship for decades. Picado had never reached such a pinnacle, nor had he ever taught this little disciple. He just made a casual motion, just like that, he achieved it. Not even a fool would be deceived this easily. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for disbelief. Kapu and Picado exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Kapu finally managed to utter, "Truly, my grandson is remarkable. What is the matter? Is this event truly impressive?" IG, fully aware of the importance of playing his part, continued to feign innocence at this moment. Even Shanji could no longer hold back, gritting his teeth and saying, "Ajikun, enough already. If you keep this up, these two are going to faint." Upon hearing Shanji's words, IG paused, glancing at the ravenous expressions on Kapu and Picado's faces, and couldn't help but fall silent. I truly am not trying to show off. I did not intend for this to happen. I really did not mean it. IG weakly added, seeing that the two remained silent. This kid truly does not know when to stop. Is this what they call the legendary great show without form? Intentionally trying to irritate us, isn't he? Picado felt darkness closing in, waving his hand as he staggered off to rest. Agi, who are these people? Observing Picado's disheartened demeanor, Kapu turned to look at Dandelion and Brooke, who were feeding the sisters nearby, attempting to shift the topic at this moment. Seeing the revived sisters, Dandelion finally let out a sigh of relief, carrying food and water from the kitchen and enlisting Brooke's help to feed them. Watching them, IG nodded appreciatively, taking Kapu's hand and introducing them one by one. "This is Dandelion. This is Brooke, and these individuals are Dandelion's companions. They are citizens of the nearby Daughter Kingdom. All victims of Moria whom we saved." Kapu nodded repeatedly, laughing heartily as he patted IG's head. "Good lad. So you went to confront Moria for their sake. You truly are my grandson." Seeing the admiration in Kapu's eyes, he refrained from inquiring about the identities of IG's companions, assuming they were merely refugees harmed by Moria. Think I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. This young lad possesses such awareness. As a Navy soldier, one must harbor a steadfast belief in eradicating evil from the world, not to mention hating evil with a passion. At the very least, he recognizes the need to confront pirates. Unlike those spineless cowards who cower in Navy camps, for some reason, the more Kapu observed his grandson, the more he liked him. Not bad, not bad. Who would have thought you had already accumulated such military merit before joining the Navy? Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride and joy. "Grandpa, what do you mean by military merit?" IG asked curiously. "Oh, I haven't mentioned this matter to you yet, so listen closely." Karp began to recount. As the people around realized they were no longer involved. Those in need of rest took their leave, while others seeking healing tended to their wounds, all retreating into the cabin. On the deck, only the sisters of Dandelion remained, along with Karp and his grandson. IGG attentively listened, diligently absorbing knowledge about the naval promotion system, which had previously eluded him. First and foremost was the most fundamental rank within the Navy, something IGG was already quite familiar with from his previous world. The rank of a naval soldier need not be elaborated upon. Above the soldiers are the commissioned officers and flag officers, culminating in the rank of admiral. The naval officers, ranked from lowest to highest, are divided into Navy Lieutenant junior grade, Navy Lieutenant, Navy Commander, and Navy Captain. Typically, upon promotion from officer to flag rank, one attains the title of Rear Admiral. Beyond that lie the flag officers. A significant portion of naval ranks symbolizes combat prowess. At the flag officer level, this implicit standard becomes even more pronounced. Firstly, there is the Rear Admiral, whose combat capability is roughly on par with that of Aaron, regarded as a level of elite beings during the Great War. Next is the Vice Admiral, a rank characterized by a wide array of strengths, with notable figures like Karp, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, juxtaposed against ordinary individuals like Flying Squirrel and Giant Shark, whose strength barely compares to that of minor bosses. Nevertheless, on the whole, The baseline for vice admirals is considerably higher than that of rear admirals. Finally, the rank of admiral represents the anticipated pinnacle of IGG's career thus far. Individuals of this caliber can nearly face legions alone, even single-handedly sweeping away pirate crews with bounties in the hundreds of millions. In other words, to aspire for promotion, one must possess the requisite strength. However, for IGG, another metric held greater significance: military merit. In naval promotions, raw strength merely serves as an implicit assessment criterion. The true catalyst for advancement lies in military achievements. The specifics of this military merit assessment were somewhat nebulous as conveyed by Karp, leaving IGG somewhat perplexed. Yet, he grasped the essence of Karp's concluding remarks. All the military merit you have accrued along this journey, from vanquishing notorious figures of the world government to confronting the 7 warlords, will count towards your record. Once your military paperwork is completed, you will be able to ascend directly to the rank of Rear Admiral. The youngest Rear Admiral in history is my grandson. How delightful! Rear Admiral. IGG's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He was on the cusp of becoming a Rear Admiral. Could he truly be taking a significant step towards his aspirations so swiftly? This was incredible. If he were to defeat a few more of the 7 warlords, or even challenge one of the 4 emperors, would he not ascend to the rank of Admiral or even Fleet Admiral before reaching the age of 10? Admiral, it shall be mine. IGG clenched his fist, resolutely making up his mind. Just then, as the grandfather and grandson were enthusiastically discussing promotions, Dandelion approached with 3 companions, followed closely by the tall and slender Brooke. Thank you so much. Before IGG could respond, the 4 warrior maidens from the Daughter's Kingdom bowed deeply to him. There's no need for such formalities. It was merely a small effort on my part. IGG felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching the back of his head, we would like to ask you for one last favor. Dandelion gazed at IGG. It turned out that Dandelion and her companions had taken far too long and had lost their life cards, seeking to borrow a spare ship to return to the Daughter's Kingdom. I remember now. I think you needn't worry any longer. IGG suddenly recalled that he still had her life card, just as he was about to retrieve it from his pocket. He noticed that the card indicated he was quite close to Hancock. Chapter 104. A reunion with the Empress. Due to IGG and Moria's summoned giant, the climate in the Devil Sea had been significantly affected, and the mist enveloping the sea had parted to create a gap. The Doghead warship seized this opportunity and swiftly burst forth from the Devil's Triangle. The entire process was remarkably quick, and Karp hadn't even finished explaining the internal affairs of the Navy to IGG. Thus, when Dandelion proposed borrowing a spare ship, the Doghead warship was already basking in the newborn sun, with clear air and an unobstructed view. Yo-ho-ho, who would have thought I would see the sun again in my lifetime? Brooke took a sip of tea and remarked languidly, a skeleton can talk. Karp seemed to have just realized that the skeletal figure before him was alive, and he was instantly taken aback. Yo-ho-ho, indeed, Mr. Karp. Brooke smiled slightly. It was precisely on this remarkably clear sea that IGG's life card pointed towards a small dark spot several nautical miles away. I believe you needn't worry any longer. IGG indicated the small point, suggesting that, based on the direction and distance, their queen should be aboard that ship without a doubt. Empress Hancock. Upon hearing this, Dandelion excitedly leaped onto the lookout tower, snatched a telescope from a naval soldier, and peered through the lens, confirming that it was indeed a pirate ship drawn by 9 colossal serpents. It truly is Empress Hancock. She turned back to her companions below, her voice brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, the 3 companions also beamed with joy, cheering in unison. It must be that Empress Hancock discovered we were trapped here and has returned to rescue us. Watching the young maidens reunite with their main force, IGG couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. And so, on this hopeful morning, Dandelion and her companions joyfully reunited with their Empress. Empress Hancock, we are here, as the ship was still several nautical miles away. The 4 young maidens led by Dandelion had already climbed to the prow of the Doghead warship, bouncing and waving their arms as they shouted loudly, "Get down from there. That's where I stand." Karp, still wearing his dog-headed hat, became displeased upon seeing the 4 of them dancing atop the Doghead. Following Dandelion's cheers, he spotted the approaching ship. The imposing design, with 9 magnificent serpents at the prow, felt oddly familiar. After a moment of recollection, Karp realized, this is the very crew that robbed us back then. Karp turned to IGG, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Yes, it is them. So, Doesn't that mean you've rescued a band of pirates? Karp's eyes darted. He had been contemplating how to maximize IGG's military achievements, and such an incident clearly fell short of that objective. Well, Grandpa, look, Moria has already been defeated, and their leader is the Queen of the Daughter's Kingdom. She wields Conqueror's Haki too. IGG, noticing Karp's hesitation, quickly shared this insight. Conqueror's Haki. Karp found it hard to believe, but seeing IGG's confident nod, he had no reason to doubt. The youth of today are becoming increasingly formidable. As if Conqueror's Haki were as common as cabbage. Yet, with such power, Karp allowed a smile to grace his face. Then, shall we recruit them into the 7 warlords? Grandpa, your thoughts are truly astute. Just as IGG and Karp pondered military merit, the 9 snake pirates swiftly approached the Doghead warship, coming to a halt beside it. Dandelion, were you captured by these naval forces? Wait, we shall rescue you at once. Hancock, standing at the ship's bow, recognized Dandelion and her companions and immediately prepared to signal the gunners. However, before the gunners could take their positions, a flash of silver appeared on the opposite warship, and a diminutive figure materialized before Hancock, with a colossal sandy hand floating behind, lifting Dandelion and her 3 companions. Feeling the terrifying speed of the newcomer, Hancock instinctively released her Conqueror's Haki, but upon seeing who it was, she was utterly dumbfounded. IGG, Hancock, and her 2 younger sisters were unable to contain their shock. What skill did this guy just use? How could he move so swiftly? Not only that, but even Karp aboard the Doghead warship wore a bewildered expression. I asked at the Sora technique. But what was that flash of silver? Forget it. It doesn't matter. My grandson is a monster. Anything is possible with him. I say, could you refrain from being so reckless? Don't you see we haven't even captured them yet? IGG set Dandelion and her 3 sisters down and spoke with a hint of exasperation. What on earth is happening? Hancock was even more puzzled. Are the Navy and pirates coexisting on the same ship? Nonsense. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, Snake Princess, but we have failed to complete the task. Dandelion lowered her head as she approached Hancock, her expression a portrait of contrition. Subsequently, she recounted in detail her encounter with the ambush by Moria and her subsequent experiences after meeting IG. So, you were saved by this little imp, Hancock remarked, somewhat incredulously. She was well aware of the little one's capabilities, having previously forced him into a corner without even utilizing her devil fruit power. How could he possibly have turned around to challenge a warlord of the sea? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Even if she were to be told this 1,000 times, she would remain unconvinced. Yet, observing Dandelion's earnest demeanor, it did not appear as though she was fabricating her tale. Was it yet another ploy? Although she was uncertain about the specifics, Hancock understood IG's tactical acumen. He must have employed some cunning strategy. Perhaps he had preemptively created some sort of desert, or the like. Aha. Dandelion replied softly. You see, I told you, I haven't harmed any of them, so why the fuss? IG retorted with a smirk. I see. I must have misunderstood you all. I extend my apologies, Hancock said as she stepped before IG and performed a shallow bow. It's all right, as long as you understand. IG, though taken aback by the haughty Empress offering an apology, felt pleased with her attitude. However, before he could express his thoughts further, Hancock interrupted him once more. Nevertheless, these matters are separate. I have previously stated that the next time we meet, I will undoubtedly defeat you. Chapter 105. Your sweetheart. I decline. IG found it utterly perplexing how the extraordinary beauty before him was reasoning. Was this how things were settled? He had assumed it would be a simple meal followed by a spar. Instead, she intended to jump straight into combat. What kind of logic was that? Goodness, I just rescued your crew from peril. Had it not been for me, they would have surely met their doom beneath the waves. Would you still have the heart to fight me then? You would be left weeping over their lifeless bodies. Wait, if that were the case, would she then challenge him under the pretense of avenging her fallen comrades? Was it truly the case that whether he lent a hand or stood idly by, she would feel compelled to repay him with a duel? Was the mindset of the Amazon Lily Kingdom solely centered around combat? Are you daring to repeat that? IG, incensed, stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at Hancock. What is there to fear? Just tell me if you agree. Hancock replied, her brow furrowed, finding IG's reaction rather peculiar. What was wrong with him? She had not perceived him as such a stickler during their previous encounter. Was it truly just a matter of engaging in a fight? It was as if she had taken an enormous advantage over him. Your Majesty, Snake Princess, Dandelion, having spent time with IG, had gleaned some understanding of his nature, Observing his reaction, she realized Hancock's approach was ill-advised, and she gently called out to her dot of course. The propriety of the situation was secondary. Dandelion was far more concerned about whether her king could indeed triumph over this boy. It had already been made abundantly clear that she had previously been bested by IG, though she was unaware of the specific details of their battle. The look of indignation on her king's face spoke volumes. This challenge was likely issued with ample preparation. However, having witnessed IG's fierce confrontation with Moria, she understood just how formidable this 7- or 8-year-old child truly was. To claim he single-handedly annihilated the entire Moonlight Pirates would not be an exaggeration. Although she believed her king, Hancock, would surely prevail against Moria, she could not ascertain who would emerge victorious in a clash with this boy. Just days prior, Dandelion had firmly believed her king would decisively best this brash little rascal. Yet, after witnessing that fierce battle, she no longer had the courage to voice such confidence. Instead, harboring the unsettling feeling that her beloved snake princess might very well be defeated. Thus, she gently grasped Hancock's arm and subtly shook her head. Hancock was left utterly bewildered. What was the matter with this girl? She had once idolized her, gazing at her with starry eyes every day. Had she suddenly lost faith in her mistress after encountering other men? This was truly outrageous. As she thought this, Hancock's resolve to fight only intensified. In truth, Hancock had her own reasons for desiring this duel. Following her narrow defeat at IG's hands, she had led the Kuja pirates in numerous successful assaults on naval vessels, amassing a bounty of 80 million in just a few short days. Such an accomplishment should be a source of pride for any rookie pirate. Yet, in her heart, a shadow lingered. That shadow was IG. During her frenzied assaults on the Navy, she encountered numerous foes ranging from teenagers to seasoned veterans in their 50s and 60s, including colonels and vice admirals. However, she found that none of these individuals even approached the strength of that 7- or 8-year-old, particularly since he had already defeated her. This had become a mental demon for her. Unless she vanquished it, she feared she would find no peace at night. Just tell me if you agree, Hancock demanded, her empress aura radiating as she looked down upon IG. After we finish, we shall enjoy a splendid meal together. IG was at a loss for words. While Hancock's insistence on battling him was rather irksome, he found himself without any genuine reason to refuse, for if he did not engage in this fight, his grand plans for the paradise of affection would falter. Indeed, the paradise of affection had become IG's ultimate ambition. Becoming a naval admiral was merely a means to an end, a convenient guise for enacting his objectives. It was for this very purpose that IG had summoned Jinbi to join his cause. Now, he understood that Hancock was likely to be his second recruit. This meant he needed to persuade her to join the warlords of the sea. However, IG glanced at Hancock. She was clearly a battle maniac. If he did not accept her challenge, she would never entertain the thought of anything else. How frustrating. IG had never encountered such indignities before, yet found himself with no way to refuse. Fine, I shall fight you. IG gritted his teeth, glaring up at Hancock. But you must agree to one condition. Upon hearing the first part of IG's statement, Hancock's face lit up with delight, but as she heard him mention a condition, her mood soured. Why are you being so tedious? Oh, now I'm the tedious one. You waltz in demanding a fight, and don't allow me to propose terms. IG, already irked, became even more incensed upon Hancock's comment. You just tell me if you agree or not. If you refuse, I shan't fight you. Hancock was taken aback to discover this individual possessed such a brazen side. She was momentarily speechless, stammering for a response, ultimately relenting. Fine, I shall agree. What is your condition? If I win this battle, you will return with me to the Navy headquarters and become a warlord of the sea. The mention of the warlords of the sea caused a stir among the Kuja pirates, their eyes widening in surprise. Even Hancock, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow, but inquired, and if I win? If you win? IG's eyes darted around. Then we shall increase your bounty and have the higher-ups extend an invitation to you. That's hardly different. Hancock rolled her eyes. Let us get on with it. You'll soon experience the might of my sweetheart fruit. Your sweetheart. I decline. Chapter 106, Sweetheart Fruit versus Thunderfruit. IG spread his palm, casting a massive shadow over the Doghead warship and the Kuja pirate ship. The crew looked up to behold a vast expanse of sandy terrain suspended high above their heads. Clatter, clatter, clatter. With a mere flick of his thought, Ige sent the suspended sandy continent soaring toward the distant sea, where it landed gracefully, sending ripples cascading across the water's surface. Observing the land he had conjured, Ige nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, causing towering, translucent rock walls to rise around the sandy expanse. One particular section soared higher, arching elegantly through the air to form a bridge that extended towards himself and Hancock. Ever since his Sasa Fruit had reached level 10, Ige felt as though the quantity of sand he could summon and control had become virtually limitless. He even harbored the sensation that with his current energy reserves, he could conjure as much sand as he desired, even crafting a continent upon the sea if he so wished. Let us proceed. He glanced back at the Empress before confidently stepping onto the bridge. Just waiting for this moment, Hancock, unable to contain her excitement, hurried to follow, only to be gently restrained by a hand. She turned to discover it was her little admirer, Dandelion. Your Majesty, are you truly going to fight him here? The little admirer's eyes brimmed with concern, furrowing her crescent-shaped brows. Hancock found herself perplexed by her little admirer's demeanor today, her voice tinged with impatience. Indeed, last time I fought without utilizing my devil fruit abilities and narrowly lost to him. This time, I shall rectify that disgrace. During their previous encounter, Hancock had indeed refrained from using her powers. The onlooking naval soldiers had been enchanted, and some even petrified, solely due to her overwhelming allure. Furthermore, her mastery over the sweet fruit had reached a pinnacle, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone lacking ironclad willpower to maintain their composure in her presence. However, she was baffled as to why Ige seemed immune to her charm, which had become a passive ability. It was undeniably disheartening for Hancock to think my unparalleled beauty cannot ensnare a man. She could hardly believe that Ige had attained such a state of mind that even the most enchanting of advances would leave him unfazed, attributing it instead to his youth and ignorance. Thus, she resolved to demonstrate just how breathtaking a woman could be in this world. Last time, a mere ordinary person had managed to corner her. But this time, it would be a battle of powers. How could she not emerge victorious? What is wrong with this girl? Has she forgotten my might after being away from me for too long? Dismissing Dandelion's hesitant words, Hancock confidently pursued Ige. Oh dear, little Ige is challenging that girl again. Truly, so young and brash, why not indulge in a romantic evening instead? On the other side, Karp, donned in a dog-headed hat, peered through a telescope, munching on a rice cracker while muttering to himself. After a previous encounter where inept naval soldiers had stolen his chance to observe his grandson's impressive display, he was determined to savor every moment this time. Not to mention, that young lady is quite the sight. Perhaps she could be a fine granddaughter-in-law in the rocky arena. Ige had traversed more than halfway when he suddenly halted. Noticing this, Hancock promptly came to a stop as well. He turned to face Hancock, a mere 10 meters away, and shrugged. Hancock, let us engage in battle here. This arena has been specially reinforced by me, its hardness rivaling that of sea prism stone, that we can have a truly exhilarating fight. Upon hearing Ige's description, Hancock's breathtaking gaze swept across the arena, and she nodded in approval. Quite impressive. This venue is far superior to the last. It seems you've put in considerable effort. I shall reiterate, if I win, you join the 7 warlords. If you win, I shall reward you with an increased bounty. Agreed. Ige reiterated their previous agreement, wary of Hancock's potential to renege. Are you worried I might go back on my word? A sovereign of my stature keeps her promises. Very well, then let us begin. Ige nodded in affirmation. Assuming his fighting stance, Hancock fell silent, her expression transforming into one of deadly seriousness, with a surge of battle intent radiating from her, exuding an air of nobility, elegance, and vigor. Opposite her, Ige's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. The first formidable opponent he sensed upon arriving in this world had been Hancock. Her strength had left an indelible impression on him, even after he had considerably grown stronger. He still felt that Hancock's prowess was undeniably superior. Even while facing Moria and his crew, he had contemplated how to confront Hancock head-on rather than fleeing in the shadows. However, after much deliberation, he found no solution until he acquired the Thunder Fruit. Suddenly, all his concerns seemed to dissipate. Lacking observation hockey, he had struggled with the rhythm of combat, but the Thunder Fruit perfectly addressed this issue, unless his opponent possessed extraordinary agility, even if she anticipated his moves. The speed granted by his fruit would render her unable to react in time. The battle intent from both sides crashed together like waves from different seas, generating a tumultuous surge, with strands of red-black lightning erupting from both combatants simultaneously. Both fighters, intimately familiar with one another, sought to immediately delve into the fray, unleashing their full power. Last time you won was merely luck. This time, I shall reveal my true strength. As the red-black lightning flickered, Hancock traced a delicate arc in the air with her left hand, conjuring a small, heart-shaped object the size of a palm. Grasping the tip of the heart, she pulled it toward her like taffy. Then with her right hand, she drew back the other end as if preparing a slingshot, aiming at the distant Ige. Now, taste the flavor of my sweet, sweet fruit. No sooner had she spoken than hundreds of pink arrows surged towards Ige. Chapter 107. How swiftly they move. Swish, swish, swish. The pink arrows transformed into a torrential downpour as they descended through the air, each arrowhead resembling a soft, pink heart, while the shafts and fletchings appeared delightfully elastic. However, to underestimate them might merely due to their appearance would be a grave error. Clang, clang, clang. Several arrows struck the sandy ground before Ige, the sound of metal clashing ringing out as the remarkably hard sand, rivaling the toughness of sea prism stone, shattered into gray fragments. He could not afford to be hit. A thought flashed through Ige's mind as he instantly sprang into action, executing a swift roll to evade the barrage of hard arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The ground splintered continuously, and as Ige rolled away, he glanced back at his original position, only to find hundreds of arrows embedded there, with only their fletchings visible. Oh my! The ground looks painful just to behold. Ige winced at the sight of the arrows, each protruding fletching evoking a sense of discomfort throughout his body. If one of those were to pierce him, lacking armament hockey to withstand her petrifying touch, and with his body not being particularly resilient, he would undoubtedly be riddled with holes. As expected, the familiar opening sequence unfolded. In the very first exchange, he had been put on the defensive. Hancock's assault instilled a greater sense of peril than even the Sword Saint. Longma, she was not only remarkably quick but wielded her observation hockey with pinpoint accuracy, deftly controlling the rhythm of the battle. And this was merely the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the first volley of arrows landed, another barrage soared through the air. What the? Ige cursed under his breath, hastily rising to his feet and propelling himself forward with a powerful push. Damn it, my weaknesses are being exploited mercilessly. The successive volleys of arrows, seemingly repetitive, were the result of Hancock's meticulous calculations. The first barrage had caught him somewhat off guard, allowing him to roll away, but the second volley had been timed precisely to intercept his evasive maneuver, thoroughly suppressing his rhythm. Goodness, Hancock has truly studied me to the core. Unbeknownst to her, Hancock was unaware of Ige's predicament. Before the second wave of arrows even landed, she had already summoned 4 more pink hearts to her side. With fingers as delicate as spring onions, she gestured into the air, and thousands of arrows launched forth in unison, completely engulfing every possible escape route for Ige. In this round of shooting, you shall surrender unconditionally. A hint of victorious amusement curved Hancock's lips. Indeed, she had meticulously studied this IgG from their very first encounter. Hancock had already discerned IgG's weaknesses. It was not merely the absence of observation hockey that posed a concern. Far more crucial was the instinctual habit of dodging during his initial strike. To comprehend an opponent's combat tendencies, that was the intel bestowed upon Hancock by her observation hockey. Armed with this knowledge, Hancock devised a strategy to relentlessly suppress IgG throughout the match. It was a succession of increasingly rapid shots. This was the winning formula against IgG. Having executed the first 2 rounds of shooting, Hancock was convinced that her tactics would assuredly succeed, as long as she maintained the pace, continually pressing him against the last vestiges of his dodging openings. He would possess no strength to retaliate. Not even his ability to transform into sand could evade her arrows. The moment he transformed, before he could even descend, he would be pierced by her projectiles. Humph, little brat, you can only blame your lack of mastery over observation hockey. Hancock felt her victory was all but secured. With a growing number of delicate hearts behind her, she intended to bombard IgG wave after wave until he could no longer respond, succumbing to her petrifying arrows. This situation was dire. Crunching on a piece of sabe, Karp observed the battlefield through his binoculars, musing aloud. As a master of the 3 types of hockey, he could certainly perceive IgG's precarious predicament and discern Hancock's strategy. Even harboring a measure of admiration for her, this maneuver was not something an ordinary individual could devise. Even without observation hockey, IgG was not someone who could easily be bullied by those with a mere grasp of it. This was evident from their first battle in just a few short days. This girl had managed to exploit her observation hockey to craft such a strategy, thereby cornering IgG into such a disheveled state. Truly, a rare talent for combat. TSK. Such an impressive young lady. Perhaps she should indeed become my granddaughter-in-law. As Karp engaged in his analysis, he suddenly arrived at this conclusion. Oh my dear grandson. IGG, do you have any means to break free from this predicament? Once he accepted the notion of this girl as his granddaughter-in-law, Karp found himself less inclined to support IGG, though IGG was undeniably a prodigious talent. In such circumstances, even Karp himself, upon introspection, would find it impossible to escape without observation hockey. The outcome of this battle seemed all but assured for Hancock. It merely remained to see how long IGG could endure. Karp continued to munch on his sabe, eagerly anticipating how many rounds IGG could withstand. However, Thunderfruit, awakening, just as Hancock commenced her third round of shooting, IGG, already prone on the ground, decisively shouted these words, before his voice faded. Countless silver-white serpentine tendrils erupted from IGG's form. In the next instant, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from him, his figure transforming into a streak of light that vanished from sight with an incomprehensible speed. Then, to Hancock and Karp's astonishment, a bolt of lightning skimmed the ground, darting across the arena's expanse. Upon reaching the edge, it abruptly reversed direction, hurtling back toward the deluge of arrows Hancock had unleashed. As the lightning approached the barrage, the arrows barely shifted a centimeter. Immediately thereafter, IGG, now a radiant streak, began to dance amidst the thousands of arrows. He weaved and spun, rolling, turning, and looping. In less than half a second, he had navigated among all the arrows. All the while, he jubilantly exclaimed, "Ah, is this what it feels like to move at lightning speed? I'm so fast." Chapter 108. Circling the red earth continent, swish, 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 the silver-white lightning flitted through the gaps between the thousands of arrows like a mischievous sprite, appearing to be an electric mouse shimmering amidst the rain of projectiles. Goodness! What is that? Our snake princess does not possess such a dazzling ability, do we? No, absolutely not. Meanwhile, aboard the nine-snake pirate ship, Sander and Mary gaped at the dazzling light dancing within the arena. What on earth is that? They had initially believed Hancock would surely triumph over the boy, considering that a non-speed-oriented Logia fruit user, under the suppression of observation hockey, would typically be thoroughly dominated by Hancock, especially since this boy did not even comprehend observation hockey. Yet, this fellow, how did he become so remarkably fast? Hancock's strategy was tailored specifically to exploit IGG's slower sand-based abilities, intended to mercilessly overwhelm him. If he possessed such inherent speed, akin to lightning, then Hancock's suppressive shooting would be rendered utterly ineffective. It would only serve to make him look foolish, granting his opponent a prime opportunity for counterattack. What in the world is happening? Isn't he a user of the Sasa Fruit? Sander exclaimed, utterly astonished. Alas, despite not understanding the reasons behind the vast disparity between his experiences with IGG and theirs. Dandelion, who had also taken the binoculars to observe the arena, sighed softly. That little brat has inherited the ancient giant Ultraman's power of lightning. Ultraman. Both sisters echoed in bewilderment. Yes, Dandelion affirmed, recounting the tale he had heard from IGG. As the sisters listened, their astonishment reached unprecedented levels. Are you saying that, in addition to his sand abilities, he has also inherited lightning powers? That means a dual Logia user. My heavens, how terrifying. On board the Doghead warship, Karp, at that very moment, beheld the flickering streak of light. What is that? Karp questioned, uncertain if his aging eyes were deceiving him. Was he truly witnessing his grandson utilizing shave, enhanced with lightning effects, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand? He gulped down a whole piece of senbei, and upon reopening his eyes, he stared in disbelief at the flickering lightning darting around the arrows, his observation hockey at full capacity. Indeed, as a naval instructor, he was acutely aware that even at the pinnacle of mastery, the Navy's 6 styles of shave could not achieve such extraordinary speed. This speed was so great that, even with observation hockey, he struggled to react in time. How? How did he manage that? In comparison to the astonished Snake sisters aboard the 9-snake pirate ship, and Karp on the Doghead warship, the one most taken aback was undoubtedly Hancock. Immersed in the heat of battle, with her observation hockey fully activated, she could feel a remarkably swift entity frolicking among her arrows, and this entity was none other than IGG, transformed into lightning. Yet, this was simply absurd. Wasn't his ability the Sasa Fruit? How could he become lightning, and at such an astonishing speed? What was the purpose of her meticulously crafted strategy? A cascade of questions flooded Hancock's mind. But a series of metallic clinks jolted her back to reality. Clang, clang. Hancock regained her focus on the battlefield, only to see her arrows halting midway, then plummeting to the ground. Upon closer inspection, each arrow had been snapped in two. And the perpetrator stood in a completely different direction, smiling gently at her. You? How could you be? So? Hancock stammered, pointing numbly at IgG in the distance, her words faltering to, so fast, you say? IgG chuckled, as countless electric currents surged around him. And his entire form transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot skyward, disappearing into the clouds and darting away into the distance. Hancock turned to follow IgG's departing trajectory, her brow furrowed in confusion over his intentions. Yet in the next instant, her pupils constricted. With her observation hockey fully engaged, she sensed something approaching her from behind at a terrifying velocity. Tens of thousands of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers. For what would take ordinary people an eternity to traverse by car or plane, for it, merely a fleeting moment. This moment was so brief that she scarcely had time to turn around. Even if she could sense it in advance, there was no opportunity to respond. Such was the nature of its horrifying speed. Clang. A chilling sensation gripped the back of my neck, followed by the unmistakable sound of swords being drawn from their sheaths. In that instant, a swift flash of sword light darted past my throat. Almost immediately, the solid rock wall before me was cleaved in two, its surface as smooth as a mirror. I had just circumnavigated the red Earth continent and returned. IgG's voice echoed from behind me, and what I wish to convey is that, although I move with great speed, my endurance is equally remarkable. Defeated, the icy chill of the blade at my neck made Hancock acutely aware of her loss. Especially after IgG's words, she realized that all chances of victory had evaporated. What did that statement imply? His ability to traverse vast distances at such speed meant that, if he so desired, he could continue to evade her, leaving her utterly powerless. Following their previous confrontation, Hancock had already discerned that a direct clash would likely end in her defeat, particularly since he possessed the skill of conqueror's hockey. After days of contemplation, the sole strategy she devised to overcome him was to leverage her observation hockey to maintain complete rhythm control. Yet this relied upon the assumption that IgG only wielded the powers of the Sasa Fruit. If his speed surpassed that of her arrows, her tactics would become futile. In other words, once IgG revealed his lightning-like speed, her last glimmer of hope for victory vanished. Truly formidable. However, to her astonishment, losing to IgG did not instill within her a sense of humiliation or defeat. Rather, it brought a sense of relief. It seemed that conceding to him was not entirely unacceptable. Chapter 109. Have you heard of Paradise of Affection? I have lost. Hancock relinquished her resistance, shrouding her throat with armament hockey, and calmly declared, I, Hancock, have today succumbed to IgG. Her voice was soft yet resonated clearly enough for the two ships nearby to hear her proclamation. Utterly composed. What? No way. How could my sister possibly concede? Both Sander and Mary, standing on the Snake Princess ship, were left utterly stunned. What sins had they committed in their past lives to witness such an extraordinary scene? Their sister, the queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, renowned for her relentless battles, the proud Snake Princess, openly admitted defeat. What a farce! Boa Hancock, famous throughout the Lily Kingdom for her stubbornness, had never acknowledged defeat since her birth. Even when faced with opponents she could not momentarily overcome, she would always leave with a fierce declaration, vowing to reclaim her honor in due time. Such a girl, who found conceding as difficult as scaling the heavens, had today boldly proclaimed those words with such overwhelming conviction. What on earth had IgG done to evoke this serene acceptance within her? Meanwhile, aboard the Doghead warship, Karp's focus was entirely elsewhere, far removed from Hancock. What the hell? How can that brat run so fast? It's as if he's flying. Karp tossed aside his telescope, his strong hands clutching his white-haired head, his eyes bulging in astonishment as he shouted his disbelief. What kind of skill was this? A mere user of the Sasa Fruit, yet capable of moving with the speed of lightning. This was definitely not the Six Powers, as he had never taught him that, and Dragon, engrossed in his revolutionary pursuits, would never have imparted such skills. Was this brat truly relying on explosive physical strength to cover such distances? Impossible. No one runs with electrical effects, and he can even soar into the air. This was utter nonsense. To run to the heavens while accompanied by electric arcs was far mightier than even the Six Powers moonwalk. How had this brat achieved such feats? In the arena. IgG, gripping the dragon horse, stood behind Hancock, momentarily taken aback. Observing Hancock, who had completely lowered her guard, he was astonished that such a proud individual would so easily concede this time. With the opponent admitting defeat, he could no longer press the attack. And thus he relaxed his grip, retracting the dragon horse back into the system's repository. Through repeated testing, IgG discovered that the system possessed a harmonizing ability. To others, it appeared as if he were using his fruit powers to retrieve items from the system. Even the matter regarding a second fruit power could be deftly sidestepped with the power of the Ultraman. Consequently, IgG could now retrieve items from the system repository at will, even under Hancock's watchful gaze. It must be said, when Hancock relinquished her combat resolve, she radiated an unexpectedly youthful sweetness. For reasons unknown, she appeared somewhat delicate, and IgG found himself feeling a pang of regret, wishing he had kept his previous banter in check. He certainly hadn't actually run around the Red Earth continent. He had merely circled the surrounding seas a few times before returning. His statement was intended to disrupt Hancock's mental state. Yet it had inadvertently shattered her composure. I can't believe she conceded so swiftly. This scene was something even IgG could never have anticipated. Hancock. What's this? Why? IgG was baffled by Hancock's sudden surrender. What do you mean, why? Hancock retorted, her sweet demeanor vanishing as she reverted to her haughty empress persona. I have admitted defeat. Do you not understand? I comprehend. But IgG attempted to respond, but was cut off by Hancock. As long as you understand, that suffices. Don't dawdle. Hancock rolled her eyes. I accept my defeat. I agree to join your 7 warlords. That rascal. She had declared her defeat, yet what more did he expect from her? However, the notion of joining the 7 warlords had crossed Hancock's mind previously. If she allied with the 7 warlords, her nation would effectively gain the protection of the world government, alleviating her concerns during voyages. Thus, when IgG first proposed her induction into the 7 warlords, she felt no resistance within her heart. Initially, she believed she would fight to the bitter end, but upon realizing the ineffectiveness of her tactics against IgG, she found that conceding was not as daunting as she had assumed, but rather, conceding to IgG did not seem challenging at all. Though she could not fathom why, in that moment, she genuinely felt that IgG was different from others. There were things she would never willingly do for anyone else. Yet with him, it seemed trivial. How peculiar. IgG, too, felt a strange sense about Hancock. The Hancock he remembered was proud and elegant. How could she possibly resort to such a childish eye roll? Moreover, she would never engage in conversation with such a cheeky tone. Could it be her age, being merely in her teens? Whatever the case, he dismissed it. Since arriving in this world, he had noticed many familiar characters deviating from his memories. Hancock's minor changes were hardly significant. The most pressing matter was not the 7 warlords, but, of course, he would become one. Yet before that, I must share some matters with you. IgG leaned in mysteriously. What matters? Hancock inquired, wondering if it pertained to the responsibilities of a 7 warlord. As IgG drew closer, Hancock's cheeks flushed imperceptibly, and she feigned indifference, maintaining her composure as she asked, what is happening to me? Why does my heart race so when he approaches? What could this mean? Has this little brat's conqueror's hockey reached another level? This little brat, just how powerful was he now? No. This was far more important. IgG shook his head. What I wish to convey pertains to a distant, grand ideal. Ideal? Hancock replied, her confusion evident. Indeed, an ideal. IgG's gaze intensified, locking onto Hancock's eyes. Hancock, have you ever heard of Paradise of Affection? Chapter 110. I am willing to embrace together. Paradise of Affection? I have not heard of it. Hancock felt a touch of embarrassment under the gaze of IgG, a faint blush creeping from her cheeks to the tips of her ears and neck. You could not possibly have heard of it, so allow me to enlighten you. IgG, of course, was aware that Hancock could not have known, especially when it came to the divine tome from a distant otherworld known as Paradise of Affection. Upon seeing Hancock shake her head, IgG was instantly invigorated, pulling her to sit down, and promptly began recounting his experiences within this realm of intimacy, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as IgG grasped Hancock's arm. She felt an inexplicable softness envelop her, causing her to lean back against her companion's serpent. IgG, however, remained oblivious to this peculiar shift, engrossed in his narration that in a far-flung ancient realm, the oppressed populace endured the suffering of generations. The people did not face a tangible foe, but rather a colossal, invisible demon. This demon, though unseen and untouchable, dictated the fate of every individual, ensnaring them in a web of oppression and exploitation, until one day, a book titled Paradise of Affection emerged, chronicling radical thoughts capable of salvaging all. This was the doctrine of intimacy. Why are they seated again? Karp wondered, having picked up the discarded telescope and noticing the two individuals facing each other. With IgG animatedly speaking, his eyes sparkling. Beside him, the young lady listened intently, her expression one of deep agreement. This scene felt oddly familiar. Where had he seen it before? Karp could not recall. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Karp-kun, I have something to discuss with IgG-kun. Ah, it's you, Jinbei. You startled me. So engrossed in the spectacle, Karp had failed to activate his observation haki, and Jinbei's approach caught him off guard. Yet, upon turning to face Jinbei, Karp's memory jolted back to life. Jinbei, you have arrived at just the right moment. I recall that after IgG's bout with you, he also engaged in a lengthy conversation. He hooked his arm around Jinbei's neck, pulling him closer and presenting the telescope before him. Karp-kun. Uncertain of Karp's intentions, Jinbei instinctively sought to decline, but upon gazing through the telescope, he observed IgG conversing earnestly with the Empress. IgG-kun is. Jinbei's pupils narrowed slightly as he recalled his own post-battle discussion with IgG, which had extended from noon until nightfall. In that instant, he comprehended IgG's current endeavor. It appeared to be the very 9 snake pirates he had been informed about. What do you see? Karp inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Well, Karp-kun, IgG-kun is persuading that young lady to join the 7 warlords. Earlier, IgG had instructed Jinbei to keep the matters of Paradise of Affection confidential. However, given that the subject was IgG's grandfather, Karp, Jinbei could not lie and cleverly opted for an indirect hint. Oh, so that is it. Then IgG shall surely earn another merit. Karp assumed IgG had successfully recruited yet another formidable pirate, his spirits soaring. Jinbei remained silent, merely observing IgG and Hancock, a content smile gracing his face. IgG-kun is once again spreading his ideology. Within the arena, Hancock initially struggled to absorb IgG's discourse, for in her eyes, his spirited expression as he articulated his thoughts was nothing short of captivating. Yet, as IgG continued to elaborate, her expression shifted from fascination to gravity, then to astonishment, ultimately culminating in sheer awe. Is this truly something a child of less than 10 years could articulate? Surely, he must have a statesman or philosopher behind him. In less than 2 hours, this young boy elucidated the entire history of world development, the current global situation, and the myriad flaws under the governance of the world government, all with remarkable clarity. How could he possess such insight? At his age, she had been consumed with indignation over a neighbor's child bullying her beloved puppy. Had he been absorbing world news as if it were bedtime stories? Much of what IgG spoke of was knowledge that Hancock had only come to understand after being captured by the celestial dragons, and there were even more revelations that were entirely new to her. For instance, the secret dealings of the world government, the mysteries surrounding Wano, and the nations that had vanished over the years, potentially linked to the fabled ancient kingdom. Listening to these accounts, Hancock felt as though she had gained a wealth of knowledge. Even more astonishing was the fact that he presented a complete set of solutions. That was the most extraordinary aspect. IgG could not only analyze the current situation under the world government's rule, but also identify the fundamental flaws of such governance and propose remedies. This was the doctrine of intimacy, term she had never even heard of before, transformed into potent ideological weapons capable of changing the world under IgG's eloquence. Hancock felt as though the person before her radiated brilliance. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed profound thoughts. How could such a person exist in this world? Unbeknownst to her, the gaze with which Hancock regarded IgG had begun to shimmer with unusual hues. Thus, Hancock, this is the doctrine of intimacy, IgG continued, his throat parched from speaking so fervently. The 7 warlords are merely a title. I desire you to join my ranks. Agreed. I am willing to embrace intimacy with you. Hancock interrupted eagerly before IgG could finish his statement. To be alongside such an individual, striving for a shared ideal, was undoubtedly the most blissful endeavor imaginable. IgG was taken aback by Hancock's swift acquiescence. Momentarily struggling to believe in this way, I represent the Amazon Lily Kingdom, prepared to be your most steadfast support. Should you require assistance, we shall not hesitate, and will exert ourselves to the utmost. Hancock, perceiving IgG's reaction, assumed he felt she was being overly hasty. Thus she invoked the name of the Amazon Lily Kingdom to convey her sincerity. Goodness, who would have thought that the young Hancock harbored such lofty aspirations? Chapter 111. You owe me a haircut. IgG regarded Hancock with newfound admiration. Truly unexpected. The legendary Empress was indeed living up to her reputation, ambitious and resolute in her endeavors. Acting with remarkable decisiveness, these matters had taken him an entire afternoon to discuss with Jinbei, yet Hancock grasped the concepts in merely 2 hours, comprehending and desiring to join him in his cause. She even proclaimed her intent to mobilize her entire nation in support. Upon hearing Hancock's words, IgG's face lit up with joy as he grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Wonderful, Hancock, your joining is a tremendous fortune for me." No one had ever dared to make such a gesture towards her, but as IgG held her hand, Hancock's mind was consumed by a singular thought. IgG, he held my hand. What a truly blissful sensation. Even Hancock herself did not notice the multitude of pink bubbles that began to emerge behind her. Sister, what is happening? I don't know. Why is she starting to bubble? Aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Sander and Marie peered through their telescope, witnessing a flurry of pink bubbles rising from behind Hancock, each one bursting in succession. They were utterly bewildered, yet considering her apparent joy, it seemed unlikely there was any danger. Having successfully reached an agreement with Hancock, IgG waved his hand, and 2 staircases extended from the arena's walls, splitting in midair to connect the Nine-Snake pirate ship and the Doghead warship. Soon after, Hancock and IgG returned to their respective vessels. How are you, sister? Are you hurt? Upon seeing Hancock descend in a daze, Sander and Marie immediately grew concerned, supporting her while inspecting her from head to toe. No, I'm fine. Hancock waved her hand, her mind filled with the image of IgG discussing lofty ideals just moments ago, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She had claimed to be fine, yet her flushed face told a different story. Could it be that the scoundrel had burned her, despite her insistence on being all right? Neither Sander nor Mary believed her, promptly lifting Hancock to transport her to the medical room aboard the ship. Oh, come on. I told you I'm fine. After a brief struggle, Hancock finally regained her composure and managed to leap from her sister's embrace. Steer the ship. Let us approach that warship, she commanded with a commanding tone. Meanwhile, on the Doghead warship, IgG leisurely descended from the sky bridge. IgG-kun. Karp and Jinbei hurried forward to greet him as he stepped down. Jinbei, just the person I was looking for. IgG